Today was their 10th birthday. Today, luck would decide their fate at this tender age. Their future hinged on this moment. Today, they would contract their beast. The ceremony master stood at the altar, his robust frame imposing in the temple's light. His beast, evolved to silver rank level 2, pulsed with a subtle Argentine glow. The beast had matured after reaching the 5th rank, an achievement few could match and even fewer could surpass. He struck his staff against the floor, the sound echoing through the ancient halls. The ceremony of 10 years begins now. The beasts will take the mana poisoning your young bodies and save you, he announced, his voice carrying the weight of tradition. Remember, your beast's rank determines your place in our society. Iron for the slaves, bronze for the workers, silver for the privileged. He didn't mention the higher ranks. He didn't need to. The 7th rank, gold 1. Throughout the entire city, only 5 families possessed gold rank beasts, and the only living human with a platinum creature was the king himself. The only one with a beast of the 10th rank. A red egg rested on the altar. The boy who had placed it there positioned himself in the center of the circle. The egg cracked. It began to glow, and then a crimson salamander. The ceremony master's announcement pierced through the temple as Ron Blackfire's red egg burst into flames. From the ashes emerged a scarlet creature, its scales gleaming like living embers. Whispers of amazement turned to cheers as the tiny salamander opened its mouth and spat a perfect sphere of fire that danced above Ron's outstretched palm. An iron-rank beast at its lowest, but with vast potential. Not only could it easily rise to bronze rank, but with proper cultivation, it could even reach silver. The kind of creature that opened doors, that with proper investment could transform a mere student into someone destined for comfort and privilege. Ron's smile widened, already tasting his future among the elite. With his family's proper cultivation techniques, his salamander would undoubtedly reach silver rank, guaranteeing him a place among the upper middle class. Even now, freshly hatched, it granted him great strength and the power to conjure fireballs at will. Next, the ceremony master announced. Ren's heart stopped beating for an instant. It was his turn. The metallic taste of fear flooded Ren's mouth as he stared at his gray egg on the stone altar. Around him, dozens of eggs glowed in other children's hands with promises of better futures, deep blues, vibrant greens, intense reds. Most guaranteed at least a bronze-rank beast at maturity, and the most expensive ones promised creatures with evolution potential up to silver level 3. Only his was gray. The gray egg barely pulsed in Ren's trembling hands. A pathetic heartbeat so weak he had to hold his breath to feel it. Today, this miserable egg, the cheapest available, would chart his destiny, decide his place in the world. All his parents had been able to get him, after selling their last sellable possessions, was this gray egg. Not white. Not black. Not even brown. Gray. The color of failure. Laughter and congratulations for Jean still echoed in the temple as Ren approached the altar. His gray egg looked even smaller now, following the magnificent display of the crimson salamander. Ren mentally reviewed the possibilities for the 1000th time, clinging to hope. There was a 5% chance of getting a marsh frog. It wouldn't be as impressive as a fire salamander, but with the right cultivation technique, a frog could reach the highest bronze rank, a mature, level 2 marsh frog. But he knew it was asking too much, the probability was too low. He had resigned himself. Ren would get the common plant. Yet even the common plant with its 95% probability wouldn't be the end of the world. An iron-rank beast that, well cultivated, could reach the lowest bronze rank, and by avoiding maturity with a secret technique, some people had even managed to take it to bronze level 2. It wouldn't be easy, he'd need to invest every coin earned to buy the secret cultivation technique, work twice as hard as others, but at least he could earn an honest living in the end. It would mean a decent life, the chance to repay his parents even a fraction of what they had sacrificed for him. But the egg had 3 options. People called it the failure's egg not because it usually gave a mediocre and weak plant. They called it that because of those who had the misfortune of drawing the third option. First option, the plant of the mediocre poor people, 94.99% probability. Second option, the frog of the lucky poor people, 5% probability. And then there was that tiny, terrifying 0.01% possibility, a spore. The spore of the unlucky poor people. The weakest creature ever recorded, incapable of even maturing completely within the iron rank. In other eggs, the lowest possibility, that 0.01%, that 1 in 10,000 chance was a magnificent creature with silver or gold potential. In this one, it was hell. Practically a death sentence in a world where power was everything. Look at the failure's egg. Klein Goldcrest's mocking voice cut through the air like a whip. I bet it can't even summon a decent frog. All the children laughed. Ren kept his gaze fixed on his egg. He wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing how worried he was. Silence. The ceremony master's voice resonated beneath the ancient stone arches. Remember, this is the most sacred moment of your lives. The instant you cease being mere children to become tamers. Ren closed his eyes, trying to ignore the pitying looks and barely contained laughter. His gray egg rested on the altar like fate's mockery, its weak pulse barely perceptible under his trembling fingers. The patenter's son. The boy with the gray egg. The morning's first sunbeam pierced through the temple's stained glass, and his egg began to glow. Or at least, that's what Ren wished he could say. His egg barely emitted a dim glow, so weak that several children had to squint to confirm it was really glowing at all. Please, he begged silently, anything but the spore. The egg cracked. It didn't explode into flames like Ron's. It didn't open in petals of light like this morning's blue egg, from which a water horse had emerged. It simply cracked. A dry, pathetic sound, like a twig snapping. And from the crack emerged a small cloud of gray spores. The laughter began before the creature finished materializing. A spore. The weakest beast ever recorded in the history of summonings. A being so insignificant it didn't even qualify as a complete iron rank monster. Silence, ordered the ceremony master, but there was poorly disguised amusement in his voice. Ren Patenter, extend your hand and receive your companion into your body for the first time. It will cure the excess mana in your body. The cloud of spores floated lazily toward Ren's outstretched palm. It weighed nothing. Emitted no heat. There was no sign of the mystical bond that was supposed to form between beast and tamer. It just floated there. Gray. Useless. The 0.01%, someone murmured in the crowd. He really got the 0.01%. Ren kept his head high as he descended from the altar. His parents had sold everything for this moment. They had worked double shifts. He wouldn't give these brats the pleasure of seeing him cry. Ren kept his head high as he descended from the altar. His parents had sold everything for this moment. Had worked double shifts. He wouldn't give these brats the pleasure of seeing him cry. The contract bond established itself with a flash so weak it barely illuminated his wrist. His beast now granted him a 10% increase in physical strength. That was all. For a scrawny boy like him, it meant maybe carrying one more small bucket of water, or lasting a few extra minutes in the field. Other children received the ability to manipulate elements, massive increases in speed or endurance, or even healing abilities. Every creature, from the most common to the rarest, granted power to its summoner. It was a fundamental law of the contract. Ron growled as crimson scales erupted along his arms, his nails hardening into reddish claws. His canines lengthened into sharp fangs, and a golden gleam appeared in his pupils. The salamander hadn't just granted him control over fire and a 40% increase to his strength, his entire body was adapting. His endurance, speed, and reflexes would increase by 20%, and with each evolution, these numbers would double. By the time the salamander reached silver rank 2, Ron would have tripled the strength of a normal human, a 200% increase, 100% in all attributes plus increased resistance and his fire powers. Even a simple plant, what Ren had hoped to get, would have provided a 20% increase to vitality as its primary effect, plus a 10% boost to all attributes that could reach 30% or 40% with proper cultivation. But the spore. Pathetic, someone murmured in the crowd. It's the only known beast that grants no base power. Just that miserable 10% physical strength boost. Ren remained in place, bound by protocol to witness the rest of the ceremony. Each new summoning was another reminder of his failure. A wind eagle that enhanced its master's reflexes. An earth bear that doubled physical resistance. A mystic fox that improved perception and senses. And then, the final summoner ascended to the altar. Luna Starweaver. Her blue hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall as she placed her black egg on the pedestal. One of the most expensive. The entire temple held its breath. The crack that appeared in the egg was like lightning in the night. From within emerged a shadow wolf, its eyes gleaming with ancestral power. The aura that enveloped Luna was almost blinding, multiplied speed, sharpened senses, and the gift of manipulating various types of elemental magic. Increases of 500% or 1000% weren't impossible with that creature. A beast with gold potential. The ceremony master's voice trembled with excitement. Extraordinary. Less than 1% probability even in a high-quality black egg. Ren watched as the wolf bowed before Luna, sealing a contract that would elevate her above almost everyone in the city. Throughout the temple, the changes manifested. Almost all children received them happily. It was the moment they'd waited for their entire lives. The weakness they'd felt in recent years due to mana poisoning transformed into a sensation of ecstasy and power. The Eagle Boy developed silver markings on his skin and his eyes grew sharper. The girl with the mystic fox saw her senses amplify while reddish marks appeared on her cheeks. Each transformation was unique, powerful, a symbol of their new status. Almost all, except Ren's. His spore would be the symbol that his status was now the lowest. At least, he thought with bitter irony, it can't get worse than this. He had no idea how wrong he was. Then, it was his turn to transform. The spore simply dissolved. It melted into his skin without the slightest spectacle, and for a moment, nothing happened. Then, small luminescent mushrooms began to sprout from his scalp, like tiny glowing toadstools among his hair. The laughter was instantaneous. Look! He's rotting. Hey, Patender. Are those mushrooms on your head or little Painy? Silence. The ceremony master tried to intervene, but the mockery continued. Careful, it's contagious. Don't get too close or you'll grow mushrooms too. The ceremony master cleared his throat after failing to silence the kids, trying to maintain the moment's dignity. The spore, can mature with proper time. It could reach up to 50 centimeters and grant a 20% increase in physical strength. More laughter. Everyone knew that getting a spore to mature was almost impossible. The cost in resources and time would be astronomical, all for a result that any common beast achieved from day one. Some children even pretended to sneeze and made faces of fear when passing near him, as if he could infect them. Each successful transformation around him only made his situation more pathetic. While others received claws, mystical marks, and changes that screamed power, he had gotten unpleasant decorations for his hair. Luna was the last to transform. The contract with her shadow wolf covered her skin with delicate silver marks that seemed to dance with the light. Her eyes acquired a supernatural gleam, and her blue hair rippled as if submerged in water. The aura of power emanating from her was almost tangible, 100% speed plus 50% increase in all physical capabilities, plus the gift of elemental magic. The mushrooms on Ren's head flickered weakly, as if even they were ashamed. In 1 week, announced the ceremony master, you will begin your formal education. The carriages will come to collect you for school as agreed in the contract, where you will remain until maturity, 8 years. Afterward, you will have a brief rest before beginning your military service. He paused. Keep your beasts fused. It is a show of respect toward the sacred bond you have formed today. The ceremony ended. Ren waited until he was outside the temple. Away from the mocking glances, the whispers, the poorly disguised pity. Only then did he close his eyes and expel the spore from his body. The luminescent mushrooms disappeared from his hair, and the small gray mass returned to floating beside his shoulder. To hell with respect. To hell with traditions. 30 years of his parents' work, they sold their house, saved over 1 million crystals with a frugal life, all, to ruin it with his bad luck. The path home had never felt so long. Each step was a reminder of what he had failed to become, of hopes that had vanished with that pathetic gray glow. The spore floated silently beside him, barely visible in the evening light. His new companion. His symbol of failure. His destiny. The path home had never felt so long. The cobblestone streets of the city center gradually gave way to dirt roads. Elegant buildings transformed into increasingly humble houses until he reached the outskirts, where his small cabin stood, tilted and worn by time. Correction, it wasn't even theirs anymore. His poor parents now had to rent what had once been their property. He stopped at the door. The aroma escaping through the door's cracks made Ren's stomach growl traitorously. His parents were talented cooks, it was what had kept them afloat all these years. Despite their low rank. With their mature iron rank plants, the lowest possible, they'd been incredibly lucky to work in the city's most modest kitchens. Sure, the owner was a great person for not discriminating against them, but their skill was undeniable. That was the real reason they were accepted there. The smell of sweet root stew, Ren's favorite, mingled with freshly baked bread. He stood there, hand on the doorknob, the spore floating pathetically beside him. Through the window, he could see his mother moving through the kitchen with the grace of years of experience, while his father decorated the table with the only 3 candles they had left. They had prepared a celebration feast with the little they had. When he finally pushed the door open, the lump in his throat was so big he could barely breathe. Run! His mother turned slightly before his father. They both looked at the small gray spore, and Ren could see the exact moment hope abandoned their eyes. Still, his mother wiped her hands on her apron and opened her arms. My little Tamer. The tears Ren had held back for hours finally began to fall. I'm sorry, he whispered as he entered, his voice breaking. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oh, my child, his mother wrapped him in her arms. It's not your fault. It will never be your fault. You spent everything, sold everything, and I. His father approached, his steps heavy from a long day's exhaustion in the kitchens. He knelt before Ren, placing his large hands on the boy's small shoulders. Son, look at me. Ren looked up, his vision blurry with tears. Remember when I burned an entire batch of bread last year? Ren nodded, confused. And remember what we did? We cut it into cubes and turned it into croutons. Exactly, his father smiled. Sometimes life doesn't give you what you expect. But that doesn't mean you can't make something good with what you have. But the spore. It's part of you now, his mother added. And we love every part of you. Hey, his father joined the embrace, his voice hoarse. You're our son. It doesn't matter if you have a spore or a dragon. But it did matter. Of course it mattered. The dining room was small but filled with love and the aroma of the outskirts' finest cooking. But try as he might, he couldn't enjoy it. His parents had prepared everything they could in their new situation, sweet root stew, freshly baked bread, they'd even managed to get some wild berries for dessert. The 3 candles illuminated the table with a warm glow, so different from the spore's gray radiance. Eat a little, darling, his mother served a generous plate. You've had a long day. I'm not hungry. Just one bite, his father insisted. Your mother spent hours cooking. But not even the aroma of his favorite dish could overcome the bitter taste of disappointment. Ren rose from the table, tears returning to his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered before running to his room, the spore following him like a gray shadow of guilt. "Ren," his mother called. "At least take some bread." But the only response was the sound of a door closing. In the dining room, the 3 candles continued burning, illuminating a table full of food prepared with love and hope. His parents exchanged glances, the weight of worry visible on their tired faces. The afternoon's attempts bore no fruit either. "I'm not hungry," he shouted when his mother knocked on the door with a tray of food. In the darkness of his room, the boy observed the weak flickers of his pathetic companion. 1 week. In 1 week, he would have to face school, the mockery, the contempt. 1 week to accept that his life would be exactly what everyone expected from someone with the worst possible beast. A gray life. In the small dining room, the candles illuminated the exhausted faces of 2 people who had just watched their last hopes turn into gray spores, and the school contract lay on the table. It was mandatory. Once signed, he had to attend the School of Cultivation and Evolution for 8 years. There he would learn to strengthen his creature, develop its abilities, become a true tamer. In one of the best schools, if not the best. Or that was the idea, but 60 years, the father murmured, both of them already 60 years old. Their mature iron-rank plants barely glowed at their wrists and gave them hair composed of leaves and vines, the result of a life of limited cultivation. Their hands, weathered by decades working in kitchens, trembled. "We sold everything for this. Everything." His fingers moved over the document they had signed this morning. The one that had cost them over 1 million crystals. The one they'd worked their entire lives for. In their youth, they hadn't had the resources to buy the secret techniques needed to evolve their beasts beyond the basic state. A simple 40% increase in vitality and 20% to all attributes was all they got from them, but being mature plants allowed them to pretend they were bronze 1, barely enough status to keep their jobs in the third-rate kitchens on the city's outer line. Luckily, the vitality bonus made them look and feel younger, like a couple in their 40s. Today, however, nothing in their life felt like luck. "We sold everything for this," whispered the mother, tears falling on her worn apron. "Everything so he could have a real chance at a good school. So his plant could grow to bronze, evolve, give him a better life than ours." The school was expensive for a reason. 8 years of intensive training, access to cultivation techniques, resources for evolution, connections, everything necessary to transform a common beast into something more. They had dreamed of something better for Ren. A rank that would let him walk the main streets without lowering his head. With a normal plant, Ren would have had the chance to reach bronze rank 2, improve his vitality to 80% upon maturation and all his base increases to 40%, maybe even get a job in the city's good kitchens learning from his parents. But with a spore. He can't back out now. The mother clutched the contract in her trembling hands, silent tears running down her cheeks. The payment is made, and the laws are clear. Every contract must be fulfilled and every child with a beast must complete their basic education since they passed that law last year. If only I hadn't gotten sick, we could have had enough. I was so close to buying the brown egg. But that cursed expensive medicine, I should have Don't say that. It's not your fault. Ren wouldn't have wanted that, the mother admonished. Besides, maybe choosing the best and most expensive school was too greedy on our part. What have we done? They had dreamed of something better for Ren. But with a spore. 8 years, the father sank into his chair. 8 years watching others evolve their beasts while our foolish investment takes away his hope for. He didn't need to finish the sentence. A spore couldn't evolve its rank. There were no cultivation techniques to study, no improvement paths to explore, no secret techniques to buy. Many had already tried. Richer people with much more support. The only one who succeeded was labeled as the worst failure. A fortune spent for an almost useless gain, 20% strength. Since that day, the spore has been the symbol of failure. Ren would spend 8 years learning things he could never apply, his surroundings a constant reminder of what he couldn't achieve. 8 years of mockery, being the school's laughingstock. 8 wasted years, because what could he learn about cultivation and evolution with a creature that couldn't even evolve? Sadness led the father to reminisce about the past, a past that Ren had illuminated. "Remember that day?" he asked suddenly, his gaze lost in the candle flames. "When I couldn't find the medicine demanded by the kingdom because it was depleted due to severe mana contamination from that year's hoard, and I had to go out searching for a mana poisoning cure and also found that plant you ate. We thought we had been blessed." She nodded, taking his hand. How could she forget? They had been trying to have a child since their 20s. Almost 3 decades of broken hopes, watching their friends form families while they remained alone. They had lived a frugal life, pooling their resources to form a happy family, interested only in one thing they couldn't obtain no matter how much they accumulated. Almost 1 million, an incredible amount for citizens of their rank. They'd thought about using the money to cure their infertility, but they were already so old. They had given up. But that trip to the outskirts. "The plant I found in the outskirts, mistaking it for that high-quality 100-year-old sweet root," he continued. "When you ate it, I thought I had killed you. You were so pale, so cold. And a week later, I felt like I was 20 again," she smiled sadly. "And the following year we succeeded without trying. Our miracle." They fell silent, listening to the muffled sobs coming from Ren's room. Their little miracle, the child who had given them so much life and happiness when they had almost lost hope, now faced a cruel destiny. "It's as if the dragon gods were mocking us," she murmured. "They gave us a child when we were already too old, only to watch him suffer," he completed, squeezing her hand. The candles, almost spent, continued burning, their flames reflecting on the school contract on the table. In the adjacent room, their 10-year-old son cried silently, a small gray spore floating beside his pillow like a constant reminder of his fate. The feast they had prepared with so much love slowly cooled on the table, untouched, while 2 elderly parents wept for the cruel turn their life's miracle had taken. Ren lay on his bed, tears drying on his cheeks while rage gradually replaced sadness. The spore floated nearby, its weak gray glow only serving to enrage him more. Go to school like this? It was a cruel joke. He could already see the next 8 years unfolding before him like an endless nightmare. While other children would learn to evolve their beasts, to awaken new powers, he would sit there, with a creature that couldn't even mature properly. Maybe it would be better to do what other unfortunate, rotting ones did and... No. He couldn't, he loved his parents and they loved him too much too. He needed to find something to distract himself. He turned to the small bookshelf beside his bed, where he kept his favorite book, worn from countless readings, The Second Contract of the Wandering King. His fingers traced the worn cover, following the image of a legendary warrior who had achieved the impossible. According to the story, the hero had found a mystical medicine deep in the forest, something that had allowed him to form a second contract with a beast. It was just a tale, of course, in all recorded history, only the current king and a dozen legendary warriors had managed to obtain a second creature contracted. And none of them would reveal the way to achieve it to the masses. But Ren was still a child, still naive. Ren looked through his window toward the dark forest stretching beyond the outskirts. The medicine from the story. What if? But the thought died as quickly as it arose. His father, with his mature iron-rank plant, had returned half-dead the only time he ventured there. And he had real advantages, a great 40% extra vitality, an adult strength and speed increased by 20%, along with all his other attributes, a modest control over plants that allowed him to detect dangers and defend against some monsters, plus years of experience. And what did Ren have? A useless spore and a miserable 10% increase to his childish strength. He couldn't even lift the heavier flour sacks in the kitchen, how did he expect to survive in a forest full of monsters? The spore flickered weakly, as if sensing his desperation. Why you? He whispered bitterly toward the creature. With such low chances, why did it have to be you? Silence was his only answer. In the dining room, he could hear his parents talking in low voices, their voices laden with worry. He couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't be the cause of their pain, the pathetic end to all their hopes and sacrifices. But he couldn't change anything either. Once the contract was formed, it was for life. The spore would be his companion until the day he died, a constant reminder of his failure. Unless... His eyes fixed again on the dark forest beyond his window. Even considering it was suicidal. The mana poisoning would kill him in less than 3 days with such a weak creature in his body. But as he thought about the school contract, about the years of torment awaiting him. What was worse? Dying while trying to change his destiny, or living 8 years as the school's laughingstock? His parents. Maybe he could make them happy too. Ran opened his worn book once more, his fingers tracing the illustrations of the dragons. It was believed that all creatures could become dragons by finding the right path of cultivation. According to the book, the Wandering King found much information alongside his medicine. It wasn't just any medicine he wanted, it was in the heart of dragon territory, where mana flowed so densely it could be seen in the air. Ran opened his worn book once more, his fingers tracing the illustrations of the dragons. According to the book, the Wandering King had found lots of information alongside his medicine. It wasn't just any medicine that Ren wanted, it was in the heart of dragon territory, where mana flowed so densely it could be seen in the air. The Wandering King had traveled for months, crossing the lands of each dragon lord. The red dragon, whose scales burned like the desert sun, ruled over all fire beasts and reptiles. Under his domain, even tiny lizards could breathe flames. The blue dragon reigned in the ocean depths with his majestic fins and gleaming horns, where every marine creature swore loyalty. The green dragon, covered by a thick layer of vegetation, was lord of the deep forests, where every beast and plant danced to his will. In the eternal skies, the white dragon commanded all flying creatures, while the black dragon governed the beasts of night and shadow. The book showed a particularly detailed illustration of the articulated dragon, whose domains were filled with giant insects and creatures with exoskeletons. Each evolutionary line, each egg color, was represented by a dragon. Scholars denied the correlation between dragons and egg colors due to variations diverging from logical branches in egg outcomes. But that wasn't relevant knowledge for the child. Ren paused at a page that had always intrigued him: the dragon of decay, lord of fungi, spores, and all creatures that fed on decomposition. Reigning above, feeding and creating all creatures of his evolutionary line. At least dragons respect their subjects, he murmured bitterly, looking at his pathetic spore. Unlike humans. But the dragons and their territories were far from the human city, and for good reason. Humans had chosen to settle in this area precisely because the mana was so scarce that great beasts found it repulsive. They had no interest in it. For humans, this was their only protection. Only the weakest creatures, expelled and rejected by the stronger ones, prowled near the city. In the plains. But it was very rare, they had to be injured, dying, to dare leave the forest. Without mana, hunger would catch them and they would die soon. The mana here, in human territory, wasn't nearly sufficient. And yet they were deadly dangerous, maddened by the hunger that mana scarcity provoked in them. Like wild animals seeking their next meal, they attacked anything that moved. Ren shuddered remembering the stories his father told about the forest outskirts. How the beasts there had an empty, desperate look. How they ignored their own wounds, driven only by hunger and lack of mana. Even herbivorous creatures turned aggressive, attacking any source of mana they could find. But that was just the outskirts. In dragon territories, mana would be Ren's worst enemy. With a beast of this level, he could barely enter the first iron circle, with the lowest ranked beasts. Fortunately, the ruin his father found was right at the beginning of the bronze ring. And he could enter through the middle of the iron ring. Something like that could be possible even for him, right? Sure, He wanted to go to dragon territory and find a miracle like obtaining 2 beasts. However, he would have to settle for medicine that could expel his spore from his body or something similar. Something like that could be close to the medicine that cured his mother. Dragon territory, or even the silver ring, were out of consideration. If he ventured too deep, the mana would consume you quickly. Ren slammed the book shut, his heart pounding. Would he really go to that forest? Even thinking about it was madness. With his useless spore, mana might not be a problem, as he probably wouldn't survive even his first encounter with a beast. But while listening to his parents' muffled sobs through the wall, what other choice did he have? As night fell, determination had awakened more than courage in Ren. His stomach growled. The aroma of sweet root stew still floated in the air, more tempting than ever as his hunger had returned now that he had a clear purpose. He slipped out of his room like a shadow, the spore floating silently behind him. The floorboards creaked treacherously under his feet, but years of sneaking out to steal midnight snacks had taught him where to step. In the kitchen, the feast his parents had prepared remained untouched. Ren wrapped large portions of bread with stew in clean cloths, also packing several wild berries. His father always said berries helped keep the mind clear when fatigue struck. From the tool cabinet, he took his father's smallest kitchen knife, the one used for delicate work, and a worn canteen. Rope and his father's most precious map. He hesitated a moment before also taking the flint for starting fires. It wasn't much, but it would have to be enough. A noise in the hallway made his heart stop. Footsteps. He snuck back to his room and got into his bed just as the door opened. Ren. His mother's soft voice. Darling. Ren dove under the covers, grateful for the darkness hiding the packed bag under his bed. The spore settled on his pillow, its weak gray glow perfectly matching the moment. I'm so sorry, my love, whispered his mother, sitting on the edge of the bed. Her hand, rough from years of work but always gentle, stroked his hair. If we could have gotten you a better egg. It's not your fault, Mom, or Dad's, replied Ren, and for the first time in hours, he wasn't faking the emotion in his voice. It was just bad luck. Would you like some stew? It's still warm. Tomorrow, promised Ren, hating the lie but knowing it was necessary for his mission. Thank you for cooking it. She leaned down, kissed his forehead, and the familiar aroma of spices and love almost broke his resolve. Almost. I love you, little one. I love you too, Mom. The door closed softly. Ren waited, counting his heartbeats, until the footsteps retreated and the house fell silent. With movements practiced during his afternoon escapes with friends, he tied the rope. His bedroom window overlooked the back garden, a drop of barely 2 meters. The spore watched silently as he secured the rope to his bedpost. If you're going to follow me on this journey, he whispered to his companion while shouldering his backpack, you'd better at least not get in my way. The night was clear, illuminated by nearly a dozen moons. From his window, he could see the dark forest beyond the city limits. Somewhere out there lay his only hope for a different future. He took the rope in his trembling hands. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry, Dad. And he began his descent. Ren landed softly in the back garden, where his parents' mature iron-rank plants maintained an herb and food garden. Though it wasn't theirs anymore, they could still use it to pay part of the house rent and cover some basic food for the family. Beyond the garden's wooden fence, just a few meters away, the terrain began to descend. The view of enormous plains lay almost completely hidden by darkness. There were no walls to climb, no guards to evade, their house was one of the last structures before the civilized world dissolved into no man's land. Only some plantations dared exceed the common cultivation zone, those with enough for guards. But with this house so close to the external zone of the abyss, nobody wanted to invest in lands that could be invaded by hordes of cursed monsters if the army ever faltered. Being in the front line was frightening. But Ren didn't understand why they were so cowardly. In his 10 years of life, and according to his parents in another 30, the hordes had never overcome the army. These empty plains were perfect for cultivation in his opinion. Not that it affected him anymore. He pulled out his father's worn map, tracing with his fingers the lines and annotations he knew by heart. How many times had he heard the story, his father, desperate to find medicine for mana poisoning, unable to get it in the market due to that year's shortage. He had been forced to venture into monster domain like many others. Many didn't return that year, and his father almost suffered the same sad fate. The mandatory mission that had nearly cost him his life. And just when I thought it was my end, his father always said at this part, I found it. A hidden entrance, as if the earth itself had cracked open to save me. I thought I had fallen into a night excavator's hole. But it was an ancient tunnel, probably from the era before mana's expansion. The map showed the path with obsessive detail, every mark, every turn, every landmark carefully noted. His father never knew why he'd been so meticulous in documenting a route he swore never to take again, but Ren suspected part of him always knew it would be needed someday. An hour later, Ren finally stood at the forest's edge. He'd been lucky not to encounter any exiled and hungry creatures. It seemed the day's bad luck had finally run out. Ren glanced at his spore. The spore floated beside him while its faint glow contrasted with the dark forest. Here, at the boundary, it was strangely peaceful. Healthy monsters never ventured so close to the Manavoid zone, only the hordes did that, and on specific dates, following underground routes that humans had learned to predict and attack to contain and keep them from leaving the abyss. Here there weren't those kinds of problems. In theory, whispered Ren, more to give himself courage than to inform his silent companion, we should be safe until we reach the deep iron forest. Monsters, even iron rank ones, hate this zone almost as much as dragons do. Ren repeated to convince himself. He unfolded the map one last time, memorizing the first stage. If his father had found that underground tunnel, if it really existed, it would be his best chance. The monsters wouldn't detect him there, and he could advance much deeper into dangerous territory before having to face the real dangers. He turned to look back toward his faraway house one last time. They were probably still awake, worried about him, planning how to make his life more bearable in the coming years. I'm sorry, he murmured. But I can't accept that future. Not without trying to change it at least once. And with that, he took his first step toward the forest. The spore floated behind him, its weak gray glow barely visible under the light of the 12 moons. The journey that could change his life had just begun. 3 kilometers had never seemed so long. Ren kept to the exact boundary where the earth was still poor enough in mana to keep most beasts away. But not the moon toads. The glowing trees betrayed the change in mana density. His father had specifically warned him about these creatures. No larger than a rabbit, these blue-skinned, translucent amphibians were almost invisible under moonlight, except for their eyes. 3 bioluminescent eyes that glowed with a hypnotic radiance, capable of paralyzing their prey with just a direct look. They weren't particularly strong, barely immature iron-rank beasts, but their hunting method was terrifying. They moved in small groups, surrounding their paralyzed prey before beginning to secrete an acid that. Ren shook his head. He didn't want to remember that part of his father's stories. Or worse still, the night excavators. Slow but enormous beasts, the size of a cow, that dug complex burrows under the mana-poor earth. Mature iron-rank beasts. Their long arms ending in massive claws could split a man in half, and though they were lazy and generally solitary, their territories were full of natural traps, hidden holes that led directly to their jaws. Both creatures depended on traps to complement the poor mana in their environment. The spore floated calmly beside him while Ren tested each step carefully. The ground here was treacherous, a network of excavator tunnels could collapse under his weight at any moment. The huge dead tree had to be close. His father had drawn it in detail on the map, an ancient oak, twisted like a claw emerging from the earth, marking the entrance to the secret tunnel. If he could reach it. A bluish flash caught his attention from the corner of his eye. Had that been? No. He mustn't look directly. If they were moon toads, a direct look would be his end. Another blue flash, closer this time. Ren kept his eyes fixed on the ground, his heart hammering against his chest. Moon toads always hunted in groups of 3 to 5. If he'd seen one. A soft melodious croak came from his left. Then another from the right. They were surrounding him. "Don't look at their eyes, don't look at their eyes," he murmured to himself, repeating the words his father had etched into his memory. Moon toads were slow, clumsy even. If he could keep his composure and keep moving. The ground creaked beneath his foot. Ren froze. That hadn't been the sound of an amphibian. That had been the unmistakable groan of earth giving way over a night excavator's tunnel. He was trapped between two deadly threats. If he retreated, the toads would catch him. If he advanced, he would fall into an excavator's den. And he couldn't stay still, the toads were all ready. A blue flash appeared right in front of him. So close he could see the details of its translucent skin, the pulse of internal organs glowing with bioluminescence. Ren closed his eyes instinctively, but it was too late. For a fraction of a second, he had seen the toad's 3 hypnotic eyes. His muscles began to go numb. The melodious croaking intensified, now coming from all directions. He could hear the soft padding of their feet approaching, the wet sound of their skin secreting acid. Ren closed his eyes instinctively, but it was too late. For a fraction of a second, he had seen the toad's 3 hypnotic eyes. His muscles began to go numb. The melodious croaking intensified, now coming from all directions. He could hear the soft padding of their feet approaching, the wet sound of their skin secreting acid. The paralysis was spreading through his limbs when the spore, without warning, fused with his body. Ren wanted to scream in frustration, "Now's not the time to be stubborn, a miserable strength increase won't help me here." The weak glow of the mushrooms in his hair would only serve to attract more predators, making him a more visible target in the night. The moon toads were getting closer. He could hear the rhythmic padding of their feet, the wet sound of their skin secreting acid. The acrid smell already reached his nose, like rotting fruit and hot metal. But something was strange. The toad in front of him, the one that had paralyzed him, tilted its head. Its 3 eyes blinked in an erratic sequence, breaking the hypnotic pattern. The melodious croaking turned to discordant, confused notes. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with bioluminescence similar to the toad's, creating patterns that mimicked the glow of their internal organs. It was as if his head had become a distorted version of his predators. The leader toad jumped forward, its 3 eyes now fixed on the glowing mushrooms. The confusion broke its concentration, and with it, the paralyzing spell. Ren felt control of his body return just as the ground beneath the toad began to give way. Everything happened in an instant. The toad, disoriented by the luminescent mushrooms, didn't notice it had landed on the edge of an excavator tunnel. The earth crumbled beneath its weight with an ominous crunch. Its bright eyes widened in surprise as it fell, its melodious croak transforming into a shriek of panic. A deep roar rose from the tunnel's darkness, followed by the unmistakable sound of jaws snapping shut. The other moon toads froze, their bioluminescent patterns becoming erratic with fear. The acid smell intensified, an involuntary defensive reaction. Ren didn't stop to think. His legs, newly freed from paralysis, moved by instinct. A jump to the right, away from the formerly invisible tunnel edge he could now see thanks to the freshly collapsed earth. The tunnels, he gasped as he ran. They form a pattern. Night excavators were methodical, territorial. Their tunnels always followed the same design, a main entrance with traps in a semicircle around it. If the toad had fallen into one. Another crunch to his left confirmed his theory. 2 of the remaining toads, in their rush to chase him, had jumped directly onto another weak section. The earth opened beneath them like a hungry mouth. More roars from the depths. More abruptly interrupted shrieks. The last moon toad, perhaps wiser than its companions, disappeared into the night with a terrified croak. Ren stopped, panting, his heart threatening to burst. The mushrooms in his hair still pulsed weakly, but now they seemed more like a reminder of his luck than a curse. You, he whispered to his spore, still fused with it, are still the weakest beast that exists. But, thanks. I guess. A distant crunch reminded him this was no time to celebrate. Somewhere beneath his feet, a night excavator had just enjoyed an unexpected dinner of moon toads. And he didn't want to be dessert. The dead tree. He had to find the dead tree before. A deep roar made the earth tremble beneath his feet. It was just an excavator, he reassured himself, they wouldn't come out. But the noise attracted something else. A new sound froze Ren's blood, a metallic hiss, like blades dragging against stone. The underground roars quieted, as if trying to go unnoticed. The new sound came from the deep forest, toward the bronze ring, where darkness was densest. Ren hid behind a tree. A mirror mantis emerged between the trees, its body covered in reflective plates that fragmented the moonlight. It was huge, horse-sized, but something was wrong with it. Its plates, which should form a perfect pattern, were cracked and misaligned. Deep scars furrowed its exoskeleton, and one of its main scythes was broken near the tip. Ren's heart stopped. There shouldn't be a creature like this within 20 kilometers. Mirror mantises were creatures of the deep forest, bronze-rank beasts that would normally never approach a zone so poor in mana. Their bodies were designed to absorb and reflect the dense magical energy of their territory, using their reflective plates to disorient prey with light and mana illusions. This one had been expelled from its territory, probably after losing a territorial battle. The wounds had weakened it so much it couldn't even maintain its natural habitat. And a wounded beast, hungry, forced to hunt in poor lands, was 1,000 times more dangerous than any local predator. The mantis turned its triangular head toward him. Its eye facets, normally a kaleidoscope of iridescent colors, were dull with hunger. The plates on its body tried to reflect the moonlight, but the pattern was erratic, sickly. Instead of the usual hypnotic illusions, it produced only desperate flashes. "Don't look at me, don't look at me," Ren silently pleaded, remembering the basic lessons about beasts that every child learned. Mirror mantises usually hunted by creating illusory duplicates of their prey, confusing them until they stumbled over their own reflections. But this one, in its famished state. A stray flash created a small reflection beside the tree and illuminated Ren. The creature moved. Despite its wounds, its speed was terrifying. The scythes, even the broken one, cut the air with a deadly whistle. No games, no illusions. Just pure, desperate hunger. Ren ran. The dead tree had to be close. His father had mentioned that the twisted roots pointed north, that the bark marked by ancient lightning formed an arrow-like pattern. Behind him, the metallic hiss drew closer. The mantis couldn't maintain that speed for long in a zone so poor in mana, but it didn't need to. It only needed to catch him once. A scythe plunged into the ground beside him, so close he felt the displaced air cut his cheek. The mantis's broken plates tinkled like broken bells, its breathing a tortured hiss of hunger and desperation. And then Ren saw it, the dead tree, its twisted silhouette cut against the night sky. But the mirror mantis was getting closer, and the sound of its broken plates was like a promise of death. Ren saw it, the dead tree, its twisted silhouette cut against the night sky. The mirror mantis was getting closer, and the sound of its broken plates was like a promise of death. The dead tree was less than 50 meters away when the ground gave way beneath Ren's feet. Hope had got him distracted. For one terrible moment, Ren floated in darkness, his stomach lurching as gravity claimed its prey. His father's kitchen knife flew from his belt. In an act of pure instinct, Ren grabbed it. The blade plunged into the tunnel wall, slowing his fall with strength he didn't know he had. Earth and stones rained around him, striking his face, getting in his eyes. Above, the mirror mantis stopped at the hole's edge. Its broken plates created a sickly kaleidoscope of fragmented moons. The creature tilted its triangular head, calculating, hungry. No, 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 Ren kicked at the wall, searching for a foothold. The knife was slipping. The earth gave way and Ren fell. The mantis jumped. Its sides gleamed in the darkness as it fell, the metal of its broken exoskeleton singing a death song. Ren saw his life flash before his eyes, 10 short years that would end in darkness, far from his parents, without even the chance to. A deafening roar shook the tunnel. The image of the excavator catching him made him drive the knife back in, and in his desperation, he saw a small tunnel beside him. The parallel tunnel was narrow, barely wide enough for Ren to crawl through. Without thinking, Ren pushed himself toward the tunnel. But the mantis caught up. However, just before it could grab Ren as he entered the tunnel, the wall beneath the mantis opened, revealing the monstrous head of a night excavator. The beast had been hibernating, storing what little mana was available, when the collapse had awakened it. And now it was hungry. The mirror mantis twisted in the air, its scythes finding excavator flesh instead of its original prey. The excavator roared in pain, its massive claws emerging from the earth to catch its attacker. Ren was paralyzed with terror. Less than 2 meters away, 2 nightmare beasts fought in a deadly dance of metal and earth. The mantis's broken plates created chaotic flashes in the darkness while the excavator tried to drag its prey into the depths. To his right, almost invisible in the darkness, Ren distinguished an opening. An older tunnel, its walls smoothed by the passage of time. He had no choice. The winner would be decided soon. He crawled into the tunnel while behind him the battle reached its climax. The mantis's metallic shriek mixed with the excavator's roar. There was a horrible crunch, and then silence. Ren crawled away from the edge, his breathing so loud in his ears he feared the winning beast might hear him. "I'm alive," he thought, incredulous. The mushrooms in his hair provided the only light in the tunnel's absolute darkness, their weak glow barely sufficient to see his own trembling hands. "Please let the excavator have one, please let the excavator have one," Ren muttered while crawling as fast as he could. Night excavators were territorial and slow, if it won the battle, it would take its time devouring its prey before considering pursuing him. But if the mantis won? A victorious shriek made his blood freeze. It wasn't the deep roar he'd hoped to hear. No, no, no. The mushrooms in his hair barely illuminated the path when a fork appeared before him. The left tunnel was irregular, clearly the work of some beast. But the right one? Ren stopped, panting. The walls were too smooth, too perfect. Exactly as his father had described in his stories. As if someone had melted the stone itself, son. A tunnel of the ancients, from when humans lived here and shaped rock with magic. Behind him, the wet sound of flesh being torn made him nauseous. The mantis was feeding. But one meal was all it needed to recover strength and continue hunting. Ren entered the ancient tunnel. Now in a much more spacious place. The mushrooms in his hair revealed marks on the walls, symbols he couldn't understand but that were definitely not natural. This had to be the path his father had found. The tunnel seemed to stretch eternally into darkness. Ren had maintained a quick pace for what felt like hours, driven by fear and adrenaline, but now his legs trembled from the effort and his breathing was heavy. He stopped, leaning against the smooth wall of the ancient tunnel. Remembering what his father said about berries helping recover energy and maintaining a clear mind, he ate some of the ones he'd brought. He thought about lighting a torch with the flint, but he'd forgotten to collect wood and his mushrooms provided enough light. With a clearer mind, he began to analyze his situation. According to his father's map, he should have found the exit by now. Had he taken a wrong turn? Chosen the wrong tunnel? The mushrooms in his hair provided light in the absolute darkness, but their glow was barely enough to see a few meters ahead. Though they were better than a torch. They had saved him too. Ren had been cursing them since he'd invoked them, but now. "At least you're good for something," he murmured to the spore, still fused with him. "Even if just as a lamp." He let himself drop to the ground, his legs grateful for the rest. The water from his canteen was lukewarm, but had never tasted better. While catching his breath, he studied the mysterious symbols on the walls. Some seemed to respond weakly to his mushroom's light, as if they recognized something in their faint glow. "I suppose I should thank you for the thing with the toads too," he continued, surprising himself by talking to the world's weakest creature. "Though it was pure luck. You probably didn't even know what you were." A distant echo interrupted his words. The unmistakable sound of metal against stone, followed by that blood-freezing hungry hiss. The mantis had finished feeding. And this time there would be no more excavators to distract it. This time he would be alone. And now it was coming for him. "No, no, no," Ren jumped up when the metallic hiss resonated in the distance, but closer. The mushrooms in his hair now pulsed with a strange yellowish glow, but he barely had time to wonder why. The tunnel stretched before him like a black throat. There were no side exits, no places to hide. "No, no, no," Ren jumped up when the metallic hiss echoed closer. The mushrooms in his hair now pulsed with a strange yellowish glow, but he barely had time to wonder why. The tunnel stretched before him like a black throat. No side exits, no places to hide. Just smooth, ancient stone, and those mysterious symbols that seemed to glow faintly under his mushroom's yellow light. Come on, Ren urged himself. The metallic hiss drew closer. He could hear the scythes scraping against the tunnel walls, the sickly tinkling of broken plates. Another hiss, closer. The mantis moved faster now, the excavator's flesh providing it with new energy. The jingling of its damaged exoskeleton was like a death bell approaching in the darkness. Ren ran. His feet struck the ancient floor as he plunged deeper into the tunnel. The air grew colder, denser. His breathing echoed in his ears, mixing with the ever-closer sound of scythes against stone. Scryich. 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 The mantis didn't even need to run. Its steady, relentless pace was enough. Sooner or later, the tunnel would end. Sooner or later, he'd run out of places to flee. A flash of its scythes illuminated the tunnel behind him. The beast was close enough now that the mushroom's light revealed the sickly gleam of its eye facets, the irregular pattern of its broken plates. It didn't matter that it was injured. It didn't matter that it had been expelled from its territory. It was still a bronze-rank creature, and he was just a child with the world's weakest beast. The tunnel began to narrow. Or maybe his eyes were playing tricks in the darkness. The yellow light from the mushrooms cast strange shadows on the walls, making the ancient symbols seem to dance. Scryich. Scryich. Closer. Ever closer. Ren stumbled, his knee striking stone. Pain exploded in his leg, but terror kept him moving. He rose and kept running, limping, crawling forward. The mantis hissed, the sound now so close he could feel the vibration in his bones. Its broken plates created a nightmare spectacle on the tunnel walls, reflecting the mushroom's yellow light in fractal, demented patterns. And then, the tunnel ended. A smooth, solid wall rose before him, covered in ancient symbols that seemed to mock his fate. No way out. The metallic hiss stopped. In the silence that followed, Ren could hear the scythes scraping against stone as the mantis approached slowly, savoring the moment. It no longer needed to run. No longer needed to hurry. Its prey was cornered, it only had to. The mushroom's yellow light intensified, as if responding to Ren's terror. The symbols on the wall began to glow with the same sickly hue, peeling off the walls in small clouds, creating patterns that reminded him of spores. The mirror mantis stopped. Its eye facets reflected the yellow light, creating a kaleidoscope of death on the tunnel walls. It raised its scythes, preparing for the final blow. But something was wrong. The beast tilted its triangular head, confused. Its broken plates tinkled with a new rhythm, more erratic, more frightened. The air grew dense, heavy with a smell Ren had never experienced before. It was like damp earth and rusted metal, like rotting leaves and something older, deeper. The symbols on the wall, which he'd thought were marks of the ancients, began to move. No, not move. They were detaching. They're not symbols, whispered Ren, the horror of realization hitting him like an icy fist. They're spores. Dormant spores. The mantis took a step back, its metallic hiss transforming into something close to panic. Its plates now reflected thousands of points of yellow light detaching from the walls, ceiling, floor, spores that had been waiting for centuries, awakening to the resonance of the mushrooms in Ren's hair. The entire tunnel was alive. And it was hungry. The ancient spores swirled in the air like a golden storm, enveloping the mantis first. The beast shrieked, a sound Ren never imagined such a fearsome creature could make. Its broken plates, reflecting light imperfectly, created a horror show as the spores found every crack, every fissure in its exoskeleton. Ren pressed himself against the back-inclined wall, his heart beating so hard he thought it would burst. The mantis writhed, its scythes cutting the air uselessly while the golden cloud consumed it. Its metallic shriek faded, transforming into a wet, terrible sound. And then, silence. Where the powerful bronze beast had stood, now lay only a mound of broken plates covered in yellowish mold that pulsed with ancient life. The spores turned toward Ren. The golden cloud swirled like a wave of ancient hunger. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed frantically, but this time there was no confusion, there was no salvation. The ancestral spores weren't normal predators, they were vestiges of a forgotten age, and everything living was their prey. The first contact was like frozen fire on his skin. Yellowish fungi sprouted from his arms, legs, neck, each pulsing with a sickly rhythm that drained his energy. The pain was indescribable, as if every pore in his body was being devoured from within. "No, please," he gasped, falling to his knees. But then he saw it, where the spores had detached from the ceiling, a ray of light filtered through like a promise of salvation. An exit, barely large enough for a child to pass through. Ren stood up, his legs trembling with effort. The invasive fungi kept spreading across his body, but something was different. Where the mantis had succumbed in seconds, he remained conscious. His own spore, the world's weakest beast, pulsed with its light, as if it were fighting. Every effort was agony. He pushed himself upward, his fingers finding the hole's edge just as his knees threatened to give way. The light blinded him momentarily as he crawled out of the tunnel. It wasn't the outside. Where the mantis had succumbed in seconds, Ren remained conscious. His own spore, the world's weakest beast, pulsed with light, as if it were fighting. Every effort was agony. He pushed himself upward, his fingers finding the hole's edge just as his knees threatened to give way. The light blinded him momentarily as he crawled out of the tunnel. It wasn't the outside. He emerged into a small natural cave, its walls covered in bioluminescent crystals that bathed everything in an ethereal, spectral blue light. But he could barely appreciate the chamber's beauty, the ancestral fungi continued spreading, consuming his vital energy. "Please," he whispered, his vision blurring. "I don't want to die here." His spore fought valiantly, its own mushrooms creating barriers against the yellow infection, but it was losing the battle. Ren could feel his consciousness fading, his body growing colder by the second. That's when he saw it. In the cave's center, bathed in crystal light, grew a plant that seemed like, it reminded him of the one on his father's stories. The plant. He mumbled, crawling toward it as the yellow fungi continued their spread. The one that helped Mother. His fingers brushed the luminous stem just as darkness began claiming the edges of his vision. With trembling hands, Ren pulled the glowing plant free. The yellow fungi still expanded across his body, but something in his mind, something deeper than conscious thought, told him this was important. This plant was. Though he didn't fully understand. His father had found one like it, almost 12 years ago, in another tunnel. The miracle medicine that had allowed his mother to conceive. But this one was different, where his father's plant had been firm and robust, this one was delicate and ethereal. This was the female, his father had found the male. With the ancestral fungi consuming his last strength, Ren brought the plant to his lips. The taste was like liquid light, like remembering a dream. And then he felt it, a deep resonance with something already existing in his body, dormant genes inherited from his mother, the echo of the other half of the medicine that had made his existence possible. The two halves of an ancient medicine, separated by years and tunnels, finally reunited in his blood. The effect was instantaneous. Pure white light emanated from his skin, so intense that the yellow fungi recoiled, withering and falling like ash. His spore, that supposedly useless creature, began pulsing with a new rhythm, perfectly synchronized with the energy now flowing through his veins. To any observer, the spore would have appeared exactly the same, small, apparently weak. But Ren could feel that something had fundamentally changed within. As if it had evolved into a completely new variant, one that no one had ever seen before. What Ren didn't know, what he couldn't know, was that he had just completed an ancient recipe, a medicine that required 3 specific ingredients, the male plant, the female plant, and something unique, a host born with the first half of the formula. He himself was the missing key. The mushrooms in his hair returned to their usual color, giving the impression that nothing had changed. But in the depths of his being, a dormant power had just awakened. A power that would change everything. Hunger awakened him first, a ravenous void that made his hands tremble as he pulled the bread with stew from his backpack. He ate desperately, savoring each bite as if it were the first food he'd ever tasted. The mushrooms in his hair shone with a stronger light than before, illuminating the cave crystals with dancing shadows. Ren noticed, but he'd survived too many horrors that night to worry about such a small change. As he chewed the last piece of bread, the reality of what he'd done began to hit him. He'd been seconds from death, multiple times. If the moon toads had caught him, if the excavator had found him, if the mantis, if the spores. His parents. What would have become of them if he... I should go back, he murmured, guilt weighing heavier than exhaustion. This was madness. I return. The voice was so soft at first he thought it was his own mind. But there was something different about it, something ancient and wise that resonated deep within his being. And then it began. As if someone had opened a floodgate in his mind, knowledge began to flow. He saw his spore, not as the weak creature everyone despised, but as something with infinite potential. He understood, with crystal clarity, every step necessary for its cultivation. The exact way to feed it different types of fungi. The precise cultivation to strengthen the bond. The correct sequence of evolutions. The bifurcations in its path to power. But it didn't stop there. The mirror mantis, he saw how its plates formed, how it channeled light and mana, the weak points in its exoskeleton where cracks always began. Its life cycle. The night excavators, the way they built their tunnels, the patterns they followed, how they conserved energy during times of scarcity. The moon toads, the mechanism behind their hypnotic eyes, the exact composition of their acid, the mating rituals that determined their hunting patterns. The ecology and biology of the creatures he'd encountered became clear to him now. It was as if he could see the invisible threads connecting all creatures, understand their most intimate natures, their strengths, their weaknesses, their secrets. What is this?" he whispered, overwhelmed by the avalanche of information. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly, and for the first time since obtaining his spore, Ren felt he could see the path before him. Not just his own. All creatures' paths. The information in his mind was clear but limited, like a map showing only the beginning of a much longer journey. Ren could see the first steps of his spore's cultivation with perfect clarity, the specific types of fungi needed, the exact conditions for growth, the strengthening rituals. There was something he could take from the tunnel for the final step of his cultivation. But the other parts needed for its cultivation? None of that was anywhere near here. The first fungi I need, he murmured, processing the information, grow in the swamp zones north of the rival city. Not in this forest. The revelation hit him with both frustration and relief. However, something else gleamed at the edges of this new knowledge, a promise. When his spore reached bronze rank, a possibility would open that made his heart beat faster, a second contract. A second beast. The rest was nebulous, like looking through murky water. But the certainty was there, each evolution of his spore would not only strengthen it but also expand his understanding of beasts and their paths. I have to go back, he said aloud, this time with determination rather than fear or regret. I have to get a lot of stuff and start cultivating from the beginning. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly, as if nodding. It was time to return home. His parents would be worried sick if he arrived too late, and now he had a real plan. Not a desperate search, but a clear path. Although first, he'd have to find a way out of this cave. The mana density in this cave was insane, Ren would be poisoned if he didn't get out soon. How there could be so much mana in a place in the Bronze Ring was a mystery to him, even with his expanded knowledge. He wanted to take some of the enormous mana crystals from the cave, but none were loose. It was a great joint formation, as if it were someone's work from the past rather than something natural. Since it was impossible to break the incredibly hard formations, perhaps he could return to try another time. A mana crystal became much more resistant the larger it grew. He'd need something really powerful to extract it. Much more than a pick, even the bronze rank mantis probably couldn't have broken it. Decided to retreat. Ren observed the tunnel through which he'd arrived. The ancestral spores were still there, dancing in the darkness with their sickly golden glow. But now he saw them differently, understood their nature with astonishing clarity. They're not aggressive by nature, he murmured, processing the knowledge flowing in his mind. They attack because they're hungry after centuries of hibernation, but their true method is. He stopped, an idea forming. The ancestral spores, like all fungi, followed basic behavioral patterns. They sought nutrients, yes, but more importantly, they responded to specific chemical signals. Ren took some mud. And if I combine this with... A yellowish mold formed where the ancestral spores fell, as if analyzing its composition. Ren closed his eyes, concentrating. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed, releasing gray spores that mixed with his sweat. It was disgusting, but now he understood the purpose of the information pulsing in his head. The spores from his own beast contained chemical markers that identified him as part of the colony. He smeared the mixture on his exposed skin full of spores. The ancestral spores should recognize me as another fungal colony now, he murmured. And should keep them at sufficient distance to. Ren knelt beside the mirror mantis's remains. Under the broken plates and yellowish mold, he could see what he was looking for, the crystalline core, a structure of the beasts that acted as their power center. It was the size of his fist. Beast cores, he whispered, the knowledge unfolding in his mind, are like concentrated eggs. They contain all the creature's genetic information, its mana patterns, its essence. And there's a way to revive them. He took some of the mantis's plates, those he could carry in his backpack, and the golden fungus from the ancestral spores that had formed while consuming the mantis. He stepped toward the tunnel. The golden spores swirled around him but didn't attack. To them, he was now just another fungal organism of the same species, not prey. It works, he whispered, amazed by his own knowledge. It really works. While carefully advancing through the tunnel, Ren couldn't help but smile. A few hours ago, he'd been convinced his spore was useless. Now, that same, weakest monster, had given him the knowledge to survive where a bronze-rank beast had perished. And the core in his hands, anyone else would see it as a mere trophy. But Ren could see its true value, an option to obtain the mirror mantis. A creature that, someday, he might need. The ancestral spores tunnel ended up being the easiest stretch of the return journey. Ren emerged covered in mud and a mixture of gray and some stray golden spores, but alive and with a valuable treasure in his backpack. He first cleaned the excess mud and golden spores carefully. Now, facing the return path, everything looked different. Where before there was terror and uncertainty, now there was understanding. The night excavator tunnels weren't a random maze as he'd thought. They always dig in spirals, he murmured to himself, recognizing the patterns in the ceiling. And they mark their active territories with deeper scratches on the eastern walls. Thanks to this, he could avoid zones where other excavators might be active while looking for a less steep trap to exit through. Emerging into the moon toad zone, he stopped to listen. The melodious croaking came from the distance, but now he understood its meaning. 3 ascending tones, they're hunting. 4 descending tones would be mating, he whispered. And they always leave one toad watching escape routes while the others chase prey. He waited patiently until the croaking pattern changed, indicating the toads had moved away following some nocturnal prey's trail. Only then did he move, keeping to areas where the ground was more compacted. Moon toads hate hard, dry earth, the knowledge flowed naturally now. Their feet are designed for soft terrain where they can bury themselves quickly. On firm ground, their bodies lose moisture. Even the natural trap zones were obvious now. The excavators always left small signs, stones arranged in certain ways, patterns in soil erosion. To untrained eyes they seemed like coincidences, but to Ren now they were like warning signs glowing in the night. The mushrooms in his hair, still shining with that more intense yellowish tone than before, lit his path as he advanced with renewed confidence. They showed the pattern of the frog's eyes. Ren was no longer worried about being betrayed by their light, now they even served as camouflage. Every step was calculated, every decision informed by knowledge that just hours ago he didn't even know existed. It's as if I'd been blind my whole life, he thought while skillfully avoiding a zone that showed clear signs of toad activity. And now I can finally see. The night that had begun as a desperate struggle to survive had become a practical lesson about the true nature of beasts. And his supposed curse, the weakest spore, turned out to be the key to understanding all these secrets. The magical forest's end finally appeared before him, the last magical trees glowing, from frog urine, against the night sky. Ren stopped a moment, unconsciously touching the mantis core in his pack. He had set out seeking a second beast, a miracle to change his destiny. What he'd found was something far more valuable, understanding. The edge of the common forest was near. Ren could see in the distance, about 5 kilometers away, the first houses of the outskirts, small lights flickering in the darkness like fallen stars. Soon he would have to face the consequences of his actions. He paused for a moment, adjusting the backpack where he kept his obtained treasures. How would he explain all this? The scratches, the mud, the golden fungus, the plates, the core. Perhaps he could slip in through his window and... A movement in the darkness made him freeze. For a moment he thought they were frogs expelled from their territory. Dangerous, as so hungry and lacking mana they would act differently than normal. But... 2 silhouettes moved near the forest's edge, one carrying a dim lamp. Even at this distance, he recognized the way they moved, not monsters, but his parents. His father led the way, hoe in one hand and his mature plant ready for combat. His mother followed close behind, her own vines subtly spreading across the ground, prepared for defense. Of course, it would have obviously revealed his path and pointed the exact way he'd gone. The map. As soon as they realized Ren wasn't in his room. His father would have noticed the map's absence immediately. How many times had he seen Ren studying it, asking details about that desperate adventure in search of medicine? It was obvious where a child who had just received the weakest spore would look for hope. Ren watched them move in the darkness. Despite their basic beasts, they moved with the coordination that only years of working together could give. He had seen them like this before, in the kitchen, working in perfect synchronization. But now, his new knowledge let him see more of it. How his father's plant extended in specific ways to detect movement, how his mother's vines created precise defensive patterns with the surrounding roots. Even with only mature iron-rank beasts, they had developed effective techniques. The mushrooms in his hair glowed more intensely. He was tired, covered in mud and gray spores, but alive. And now he would have to face what was coming. He had no choice. He took a step toward the light. Just one. The yellowish glow of the mushrooms in his hair betrayed him. There, his father whispered. A frog so close to the prairie could have attacked Ren. The vines moved with surprising speed, and Ren felt the familiar grip of his mother's plants wrapping around him. For a moment, he considered explaining how mature iron rank vines had a growth pattern that. Ren! His mother's cry cut through his thoughts. The vines loosened instantly. Ren prepared for the worst. He now knew the biology of dozens of beasts, understood the most complex behavioral patterns, but had no idea how to handle what was coming. The punishment would be severe, he knew. He had stolen his father's precious map, had run away in the middle of the night, had. His mother reached him first, practically knocking him over with the force of her embrace. His father arrived a second later, enveloping them both in his arms. They were crying. My child, his mother sobbed, squeezing him so tight he could barely breathe. My little one. We thought. His father couldn't finish the sentence, his voice breaking. Ren stood rigid, waiting. At any moment the shouting would begin, the scolding, the punishment he deserved for being so reckless. He knew he deserved it. He had acted without thinking, had. I'm so sorry, his mother whispered through tears. If we had chosen to get you a better egg instead of a better school, even if you couldn't cultivate it properly. We shouldn't have risked your future like this, his father added, his voice trembling. We shouldn't have believed you would get the same plants as us with such certainty. When I got sick we should have. Ren blinked, confused. Were they blaming themselves? But I. He tried to explain, I was the one who ran away. Who stole the map? Who? His father hugged him tighter. We drove you to this. With our expectations, with our. No. Ren pulled back enough to look at them. You sold everything for me, even the house. Worked so hard to get me a place in the best school, to get me an egg, any egg, and I. Tears began falling down his cheeks, mixing with the mud and remaining gray spores. I just wanted. His voice broke, wanted you to be proud. We always have been, his mother whispered, gently cleaning his dirty face. Always. There was no shouting that night. No punishments or severe scolding. Just 3 people embracing under the light of the 12 moons, crying together while the mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed softly, like fallen stars. And for the first time since the invocation ceremony, Ren understood something that no knowledge about beasts could have taught him. His parents' love was stronger than any disappointment, deeper than any failure. It was unconditional. The walk back across the prairies was silent, interrupted only by his mother's small, contained sobs as she held his hand. As if afraid he might disappear if she let go. At home, the feast they had prepared to celebrate his invocation was still on the table, now cold. His mother immediately began reheating it. It's not necessary, Ren began, but she was already in the kitchen. You must be hungry, she insisted, wiping away tears while she worked. You've been outside in the night so long. To his own surprise, when the aroma of reheated stew filled the room, his stomach growled fiercely. He ate as if he hadn't tasted food in days, each bite awakening a deeper hunger. His body seemed to cry out for energy, as if the transformation had awakened a voracious appetite. I'm so sorry, son, his father broke the silence, his voice breaking. If we weren't so poor, if we had worked harder, if we could have gotten you a better egg. We shouldn't have pressured you so much with our own worry, his mother added, serving another plate of stew that Ren immediately attacked. You must have felt so. If something had happened to you, his father interrupted, we couldn't, the sorrow would have. Don't pressure him with emotional blackmail, his mother scolded his father. Can't you see he's suffered enough? Being alone in the forest so long, hiding from frogs in the mud. She approached Ren, stroking his dirty hair tenderly. Would you like a hot bath, darling? Forgive me, his father covered his face with his hands. I'm useless. I couldn't even get you a decent beast. But I promise. I'll go to the forest myself. I'll find a miracle medicine, something to replace that spore or to give you a second beast like in the legends. Anything for you, son. Don't misunderstand me, I love you even if you only have that fungus, but for you No. The vehemence in Ren's voice surprised everyone, even himself. He stood from the table, fresh tears in his eyes. Please, don't say that. Don't apologize. I was foolish. His voice trembled but was full of conviction. This fungus, your gift, is the best gift in the world. I was stupid not to see it before. No. The vehemence in Ren's voice surprised everyone, even himself. He stood from the table, fresh tears in his eyes. Please, don't say that. Don't apologize. I was foolish. His voice trembled but was full of conviction. That egg. This fungus, your gift, is the best gift in the world. I was stupid not to see it before. He bowed deeply to his parents, tears falling to the floor. Forgive me for not thanking you properly. For all your sacrifices, for everything you've done for me. I will triumph at school and make you proud. I promise. The mushrooms in his hair glowed softly, as if nodding to his words. We already are, his mother whispered, lifting him up and embracing him. We always have been. His father joined the embrace, and for a moment, under the light of the 9 moons filtering through the window, the small family remained united, stronger than ever. Ren smiled through his tears. He had much to tell them, much to explain. But for now, this was enough. He was home. In the bathtub, while hot water washed away the mud and spores from his skin, Ren reflected on his new knowledge. The mushrooms in his hair glowed softly, reflecting in the water like tiny stars. His parents' plants. Now he could clearly see what had happened. The knowledge flowed in his mind like a perfectly detailed manual. Basic plant development. 1. Iron rank, provide 100 correct development points to rise in rank. 2. If 1000 points accumulate without specific direction, premature maturation. 3. Result, weak seedling intermediate maturation, only path available in iron rank. His parents hadn't had a choice. Without knowledge of evolution routes, without resources to buy proper cultivation techniques in their youth, their plants had accumulated development points randomly until reaching the limit. Once they reached 1000 points, maturation was inevitable. Unrealized potential paths. Bronze rank. Bronze 1, common seedling. Bronze 2, strong seedling. Silver rank. Silver 1, weak plant. Silver 2, common plant. Silver 3, strong plant. The water cooled while Ren reviewed this information. It was fascinating and tragic at once. His parents had worked so hard, but without the correct knowledge, without understanding the evolution paths. Ren straightened in the bathtub. There were no paths left, but there was an option. The knowledge unfolded in his mind, clear and precise. 1000 days method, true plant maturation. The mature plants everyone knew were actually an intermediate state, a cocoon waiting to bloom. The true final result required 1 to 1000 specific development points. 2, 1 point per day, without exception. 3, a 3-part ritual that must be performed with absolute precision. The method was deceptively simple. 1. At dawn, the plant must absorb the energy of a common mana crystal drop, confine some on the surface after rains, until it completely dissolves. But it must be processed, this energy must mix with a drop of vital essence. 2. During midday, the crystal needs exactly 24 minutes of direct sunlight, not a minute more not a minute less. 3. At sunset, finally, the mixture must be sealed with golden pollen from night flowers, common plants that bloom in 10-day cycles. It's like daily medicine, Ren thought enthusiastically. And the components are common enough to never run out. The key wasn't in the components, but in precision and consistency. One failed day and the process had to restart from zero. Most people who had tried any cultivation with a new method would abandon it after a few months, convinced it wasn't working. Additionally, at the end they had to seal all the accumulated power in the process with an expensive rune. In this case his parents would need a vitality rune for the last day. Now I understand why nobody discovers this, murmured Ren. Everyone knows effective cultivation methods last 150 days maximum. Some extend to 6 months, but the 5-month perception was also a misinterpretation. In reality, all methods were only 100 days long, but people wasted time at the beginning trying to find the correct rhythm and getting the mana energy levels wrong. Not that he didn't get why they used less mana every day than the most efficient amount. Mana poisoning was scary. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly while he processed this information. It was strange to know so much, every beast. Yet even if he could clearly see the evolution paths and cultivation methods up to silver rank, beyond that, nothing. Everything related to gold rank beasts or higher was an absolute mystery. Perhaps, he thought, when my own spore evolves. But that was a problem for another time. Now he had to find a way to convince his parents to try something that everyone knew was impossible. 1,000 days. A daily mission. 3 magical elements. No margin for error. And the result. A truly mature, iron plant could reach the strength of a bronze 2 plant. It wouldn't be as versatile as a plant that had naturally evolved to that rank, but its base power would be the same. Their extra vitality would rise from 40% to 100% and they would live longer too. He just needed to convince them to try it. For 1,000 days. It's like cooking, he murmured, finding an analogy his parents would understand. You can have the best ingredients, but without the correct recipe. He sank deeper into the water, watching how the mushrooms in his reflection subtly changed color. There had to be a way to show them he wasn't making up stories. To show them he really understood things no 10-year-old should know. But first, he needed to better understand his own powers. Information about other beasts flowed naturally in his mind, but there were limits. Nebulous frontiers where knowledge faded into uncertainty. One step at a time, he whispered, remembering how his father always said that same thing when preparing a particularly complex dish. Water dripped from the mushrooms in his hair when he finally left the bath. In the foggy old mirror, his reflection stared back, a small, scrawny boy with red hair and green eyes, luminescent mushrooms in his hair. Nobody would believe that this child could be special. He would have to prove it. Ren awoke with the first light, the mushrooms in his hair glowing faintly. In 6 days he would leave for school for 8 long years, but before leaving, he needed to make sure his parents began the ritual. He found them in the kitchen, preparing for another day of work. Their faces still showed marks from the previous night's crying. Mom, Dad, he called their attention, holding dozens of mana crystals he had found over the years in the garden. Before I go to school, could you promise me something? Ren awoke with the first light of dawn, the mushrooms in his hair glowing with a faint radiance. He had dreamed of evolution routes and paths of power, but among all that knowledge, one simple idea had crystallized. His parents were cooks. He dressed quickly and went down to the kitchen. As expected, his parents were already there, preparing the day's bread. Dad, he called softly. Can I ask you something about cooking? His father turned, surprised. Ren had never shown much interest in the technical details of cooking, and though he always helped, he didn't do it to learn. When you make bread, Ren continued, why do you let the dough rest for exactly 12 hours? Well, his father smiled, always happy to share his knowledge with his son, that's the time natural yeast needs to. And if someone told you that you only need 2 hours? His father frowned. It wouldn't work the same. Fermentation needs. How do you know? Because I've tried it. All bakers have tried it. We look for shortcuts at first, but with time you learn that some processes simply need their time. Ren smiled. And if someone told you you're wasting your time? That 12 hours is too much, that nobody waits that long. Then, his father crossed his arms, I'd show them 2 loaves, one with 2 hours of rest and one with 12. The proof is in the result. Even if everyone says you're crazy for waiting so long. A spark of understanding appeared in his father's eyes. This isn't about bread, is it? Mom, Dad, Ren called their attention, holding hundreds of small mana crystals he had collected over the years. Before I go to school, could you promise me something? Mana crystals this small weren't very valuable, you needed about 5 to buy a decent loaf of bread. But Ren was offering them around 500, about $50 before you feel the need to ask, a rather significant amount for a child. His parents exchanged glances. The kind of glances adults share when a child is about to say something that will break their hearts. I found a way to make your plant stronger, Ren continued, trying to sound confident despite the lump in his throat. It's a ritual that takes 1,000 days, but I promise, Ren said firmly, that if you trust me and follow exactly what I tell you for 1,000 days, your plants will reach the power of a bronze rank 2 beast. Son. His father began skeptically. Like bread, Dad. The proof will be in the result. Oh, darling, his mother knelt before him, her eyes moistening again. I know it sounds impossible, Ren continued quickly. But you only need to absorb this each day. With these mana crystals, and he understood what they were thinking, their little son, desperately trying to convince himself and them that everything would be alright, that his weak fungus and their mature plants didn't mean a future of misery. Please, he whispered. Just promise me you'll try it. For 1,000 days. His father wiped tears with the back of his hand. Son. Even if you don't believe me. Even if you think it's foolish. Just do it. Please. His parents looked at each other again, this time with a mixture of pain and love so deep that Ren felt his heart breaking. Of course we'll do it, his mother hugged him, her voice trembling. Every day, without fail. 1,000 days, his father nodded, joining the embrace. We promise. His father looked at one mana crystal, then at his plant. What do we need to do? Ren knew they were just playing along. That they thought this was his way of coping with the trauma of having the weakest beast, of having to leave for school where he would be mocked for years. But they had promised to try. They never had broken a promise with him. And for now, that was enough. The last 6 days had passed in a blur of detailed instructions and practices on how to process the crystal. His parents followed each step with a dedication that broke Ren's heart, not because they believed it would work, but because they couldn't bear to see the hope in their son's eyes fade. Now Ren had 2 years to get them 2 vitality runes, he would have to pay about 20,000 crystals or find a way to. He would see how to achieve it. If the school was as they said, maybe it wouldn't be so difficult, or maybe it would. Now, while packing his last belongings, Ren mentally reviewed the requirements for his own spore's evolution. The components were significantly more demanding than the mana crystals and pollen his parents needed. Fortunately, the Imperial Academy of Cultivation and Evolution wasn't just any school. It was one of the city's 3 most prestigious institutions, if not the most prestigious, with extensive laboratories, thousands of specialized cultivation techniques, and, according to rumors, even ancient ruins on its grounds. Do you have everything ready? His mother asked from the door, holding a food package she had prepared for his journey. Ren nodded, unconsciously touching the mantis core that was next to the plates and golden fungus in his bag. They hadn't believed how he obtained these things, though they pretended to. How could they believe something like that? The mushrooms in his hair glowed softly as he hugged his parents one last time. In a year, when he returned, their plants would have completed almost a third of the ritual. And in less than 3 years, though they didn't believe it possible now, they would reach a power that would change their lives. He couldn't wait to return for the second time and give them their runes as a gift. Remember, don't miss a single day, were his last words before boarding the carriage that would carry the new students. As the wheels began to turn, Ren took a deep breath. The coming years would be difficult, being the child with the weakest beast at one of the most prestigious academies wouldn't be easy. But he had a plan. He had knowledge that no one else possessed. And most importantly, he had something to prove. The carriage moved away from the outskirts, heading toward the heart of the city, where the Imperial Academy's spires rose like spears against the morning sky. It was time for the boy with the useless fungus to begin his true path to power. As the carriage pulled away, Ren couldn't help worrying about his parents. Though they wouldn't tell him, Ren's new knowledge had shown him subtle details in their bodies and invocations that were beginning to show signs of mana poisoning. His father particularly, that's why he had fallen ill. Living in the outskirts for so many years. That poor house didn't have a great location, but its land wasn't small at all, they had sold it for about 500,000 crystals. The house they'd sold to pay for his education they would now have to rent, and with their mature iron rank plants, they would barely earn enough in the kitchens to keep themselves fed. At 60 years old, they were already close to normal life expectancy. Only the base vitality their plants granted them guaranteed an additional 30 years, a precious gift, but not enough in Ren's eyes. If they complete the ritual, he murmured, if their plants reach bronze 2 power. They wouldn't just gain more strength and better job opportunities. The increased vitality would give them several additional decades of life. It would cure his father. Ren would see his parents only once a year, if he managed to gather money for the trip. About 100 crystals should be easy to get, or so he thought. What wouldn't be easy would be getting the runes and materials necessary for his own evolution. But it didn't matter, Ren wanted to excel in school and make them proud, maybe even become wealthy and buy them a house in the city. He knew his parents deserved it more than anyone. But everything in its time. He would have 2 years to achieve his first goal. 8 years for the second. 8 visits total before graduating. 8 opportunities to verify their progress with the ritual, to ensure they followed each step correctly. In the best case, by the 3rd visit already. The carriage crossed through city streets, taking him further and further from the outskirts where his parents would begin another day of hard work, always believing they were following a meaningless ritual just to make their son happy. Ren's fingers unconsciously traced the mantis core in his bag, knowledge about his own spore flowing through his mind. But before he could contract it, he would need to turn it into an egg and evolve his fungus to bronze rank. To evolve, he would need 1. First, absorb the essence of death. Charge a bronze rank crystal with the moss that grows on discarded bodies of bronze beasts. 2. Then, mix it with venomous spores from bronze rank fungi. 3. Finally, seal the process with the mold that forms on some magical runes when they absorb too much mana. He had to absorb those expensive processed crystals for 100 days before consuming the final piece. The piece for the final day was the golden fungus in his backpack. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly, as if responding to his thoughts about cultivation. I'll show them, whispered Ren, his mushrooms glowing with determination. I'll show them that their faith in me, even if pretended, wasn't in vain. The carriage stopped to pick up more students in the commercial district. Ren sank into his seat, conscious of the glowing mushrooms in his hair. Before, he would have expelled his spore to hopefully avoid mockery, but now. The idea of losing that constant flow of knowledge, of returning to ignorance about beasts and their secrets, was unbearable. A group of 3 children boarded, their fused beasts already granting them cool visible changes, metallic claws, tiger markings, gleaming scales. They stopped when they saw him. Oh, look who's here, smiled the tallest, a boy with feline features thanks to his tiger beast. The rotting boy. Are those glowing mushrooms on your head? The group's only girl wrinkled her nose. Can't you at least hide them? It's disgusting. Leave him, laughed the third, his green scales gleaming. He probably can't even control his beast properly. Isn't that right, rotting boy? Your spore is so weak it has to cling to your head to move. Laughter filled the carriage. Ren clenched his fists, knowledge flowing through his mind. the first boy's spirit tiger would reach its limit at bronze 1 rank, unable to evolve further due to a flaw in its core cultivation. Deriving his spirit tiger into a mature, earthly tiger. Instead of reaching greater spectral tiger at silver 3. The girl's beast, a lesser fire eagle, had a defect in its mana absorption pattern that would limit its fire control and growth at bronze 2. Deriving her lesser fire eagle into a mature, red eagle. Instead of reaching greater sun eagle at silver 3. And the third boy's scales. But that knowledge was useless now. It only made it more painful, seeing the defects and limitations in their beast cultivation methods but being unable to say anything without seeming crazy. At least my mushrooms glow, he finally said, his voice firmer than expected. Your spirit tiger has a cultivation defect that makes its fur opaque. Silence fell in the carriage. The tiger boy looked at him with both surprise and fury. What did you say? Nothing, Ren turned back to the window. Just that maybe you should worry more about your own beast than my mushrooms. What do you know about cultivation, rotting boy, he growled, his feline features intensifying with anger. Your pathetic spore doesn't even have true development, doesn't even qualify as a beast. Knowledge burned in Ren's mind, tempting him to reveal more, to explain exactly how the tiger's cultivation would affect its future evolution and show him how foolish he was. But he bit his tongue. I'm just saying what I see, he murmured. What you see? The boy grabbed him by the shirt collar. I'll show you what I see, a weakling with mushrooms on his head who needs to be taught his place. His companions laughed, forming a circle around them. The carriage had suddenly become smaller, more suffocating. Look, he's even trembling, mocked the eagle girl. Isn't he adorable? Ren wasn't trembling from fear. He was trembling from frustration. He could see their beast's flaws so clearly, the irregular mana pattern in the eagle's feathers, the instability in the other boy's green scales. Useless knowledge when you're about to be beaten. Look, he's even trembling, mocked the eagle girl. Isn't he adorable? Ren wasn't trembling from fear. He was trembling from frustration. He could see their beast's flaws so clearly, the irregular mana pattern in the eagle's feathers, the instability in the other boy's green scales. Useless knowledge when you're about to be beaten. But maybe there was something useful in there after all. Knowledge flowed through Ren's mind as the tiger boy maintained his grip. A spirit tiger at iron rank granted 30% strength and 10% in all other attributes. At silver 3 those numbers would multiply, 180% strength, 60% in the rest. The gap between beasts widened dramatically with each rank. But now, at iron, the difference wasn't so overwhelming. Ren himself, though thin after his latest growth spurt, had a healthy constitution thanks to good nutrition. He wasn't from a rich family, but his parents always put him first and were cooks. His 10% increase in physical strength wasn't insignificant when it came to moving his light body with ease. What do you know about beasts, rotting boy? The tiger boy raised his fist, his feline features accentuated by rage. Your fungus isn't even a real beast. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed. A spirit tiger's attack pattern always started the same way, a direct punch to the face. Ren could even understand the boy's body positioning before the attack. So he pushed up against the hand holding his shirt. When the other hand cut through the air trying to punch where his head had been an instant before, Ren couldn't help but smile. Is that all? He mocked, his heart pounding hard. The boy with green scales, who had been watching silently, narrowed his eyes. It was just luck, Gene. He's just trying to provoke you. Can't even manage to hit the weakest one with your superior beast. Maybe mushrooms aren't so pathetic after all. A tense silence fell over the group. It wasn't just Gene who felt insulted now, everyone who had belittled Ren for his spore looked at him with growing fury. Was the rotting boy suggesting their beasts weren't better than the miserable spore? Shut up! Gene finally roared, his wounded pride transforming into rage. I'll show you what a spirit tiger can do. Ren moved by pure reflex, recognizing the pattern once again, his lighter body responding with agility that surprised even himself. That's enough. The boy with green scales, who until then had only watched, activated his quick movement ability and put his foot behind Ren. Ren stumbled, losing his precarious balance. Ren noticed the attack patterns again. But knowledge only helped if you had time to use it. This time, there was no time to react. The fist connected with devastating force, Jin's extra 30% translated into a pure impact. Who's pathetic now? Jin growled, but his words sounded more like those of a hurt child than a real threat. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed weakly. All that knowledge, and still. The fist rose again. This time Jin was going to use his tiger's real ability. That could seriously hurt Ren. You're going to learn to keep your mouth shut, fungus. The carriage door burst open, flooding the interior with bright light. The carriage had stopped and the driver opened the door for them to get out. What's going on here? Jin's fist stopped centimeters from Ren's face. The driver warned them that fighting would cost them points if the teacher saw, but he didn't do more than that. Though it was enough to prevent the worst. The group descended and the driver left, but before Ren could get away they surrounded him again. With nowhere to escape, the tiger boy grabbed his shirt and dragged him toward a hidden side of the building. Now then, rotting boy, he smiled, his fangs gleaming. No one's going to interrupt us while we teach you something about respecting your superiors. His companions formed a circle, blocking any escape route. The mushrooms in Ren's hair flickered nervously. He would have to use his knowledge to try to get out of this, maybe a good hit could help him escape. This Jin kid didn't have a defensive beast so a punch would hurt him. The problem was the lizard boy. Look how his little mushrooms are trembling again, mocked the eagle girl. Are they as scared as he is? Ren wasn't trembling from fear still. He was trembling from excitement. Could he prove he wasn't so far below them? The fist rose again. I'm going to teach you why you shouldn't stick your rotting nose in. 3 against 1. The voice cut through the air like an ice knife. Luna Starweaver emerged from the shadows, her wolf materializing beside her like a nightmare made real. Her blue hair rippled with its own energy, and her blue eyes. The tiger boy dropped Ren as if he was too hot to touch. We were just teaching the rotting boy some manners, he muttered, backing away. Manners? Luna arched an eyebrow. 3 beasts with silver potential against the weakest of all. How pathetic. He started it, protested the eagle girl. He said things about our beasts. And that makes you feel threatened? Luna's voice was soft but sharp. A silver rank beast threatened by the weakest of all. That makes you sound more pathetic than him. The tiger boy straightened, trying to recover some dignity. It's not fair that you. That I what? Luna took a step forward. That I use my advantage against you. Like you were doing a moment ago. Would you feel good if I did? The silence that followed made the hierarchy clear. Get out of here, Luna ordered. All of you. Get out, Luna ordered. All of you. This isn't over, rotting boy, Jean growled. We'll see you later. While the bullies fled from Luna, Ren gently touched the mushrooms in his hair. The knowledge they provided was worth every taunt, every threat. Though that didn't make things easier. As the others hurried to obey, Luna looked at Ren for a moment. There was no sympathy in her gaze, only a kind of calculating curiosity. Or so Ren thought, still. Thank you, Ren said when the others had left. For helping me. Luna looked at him as if he were a particularly annoying equation she needed to solve. I didn't do it for you, her voice was cold, practical. I did it because I dislike those who abuse their power. 3 silver beasts against the weakest of all. She shook her head. It's pathetic. Her shadow wolf watched her with its bright eyes, tilting its head as she continued. You do well to stay away from trouble. And frankly, you should consider keeping your spore separate from your body. Those mushrooms on your head only make you a more visible target. I won't. Ren's response was immediate, firm. My spore isn't weak. And I'm going to prove it. Luna raised an eyebrow, studied him for a moment. Interesting, she murmured, more to herself than to him. She remembered this boy from Invocation Day. How could she forget the only one with a gray egg among so many bright colors, almost all children of rich and powerful families? Luna hadn't understood why someone who could only buy that type of egg was at this school. The terrible result was even more unexpected. He had been so visibly depressed that day, so defeated. But now there was something different about him. Not just the luminescent mushrooms in his hair, but something in his posture, in his eyes. He looked more bright. And she didn't mean the mushrooms on his head. Delusion or courage, she murmured, more to herself than to him. Very interesting. She turned to leave, but paused for a moment. We'll see if that confidence of yours lasts at least the first year, she said over her shoulder, her wolf vanishing into the shadows along with her. Though I doubt it. Ren watched her disappear before he could ask what was so interesting, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly. But he didn't need her to believe in him. He didn't need anyone to believe. Not yet. The Imperial Academy rose before him, its towers casting long shadows over the city. The Imperial Academy's great hall was impressive. Marble columns veined with mana lines rose toward a vaulted ceiling where carved beasts seemed to move in the shadows. The new students gathered in orderly rows, their fused beasts creating a spectacle of colors and transformations. Except for Ren, of course. The mushrooms in his hair stood out like a gray stain amid so much brilliance. Though he was the one who glowed, literally. Welcome, the director's voice resonated through the hall. He was a tall, thin man, with a fused gold beast, a royal phoenix whose golden feathers intertwined with his white hair. To the most prestigious institution of beast cultivation and evolution. Ren watched fascinated. His new knowledge allowed him to see some of the phoenix's mana patterns, the complexity of its evolution, though everything related to gold-rank beast cultivation remained nebulous in his mind. Over the next 8 years, you will learn not only to strengthen your beasts, but to understand the very nature of the bond between tamer and creature. Some of you will reach silver rank. A few, very few, might go beyond. His gaze paused briefly on Luna, whose shadow wolf had gold potential. Then, almost imperceptibly, on Ren. However, he continued, rank isn't everything. History is full of tamers who achieved the impossible with seemingly weak beasts. Everything depends on your dedication, your understanding, and above all, your willingness to see beyond the obvious. The whispers began immediately. Everyone knew it was a diplomatic lie, a way to console those who, like Ren, had bad luck in their invocation. Of course, to Ren the irony of the message sounded different. The professors will assign your dormitories and schedules. Classes begin tomorrow at first light. The director paused. One last thing, at the Imperial Academy, we value individual progress, but also contribution to society. We don't reward direct abuse based on beast rank, social levels depend on each other, so you'll lose points for misbehavior but gain points for contributing. Everyone has potential. Don't waste it. This time, his gaze clearly stopped on the group that had beaten and threatened Ren in the carriage. The tiger boys shifted uncomfortably. As the students began to disperse, Ren noticed something curious. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with a different rhythm near certain areas of the hall, as if responding to a powerful stimulus beneath the floor. Knowledge flowed through his mind, perhaps the academy had indeed been built on ancient ruins. Ruins where? He might find the runes he needed without buying them if he was lucky. All first-year students, this way. A professor's voice interrupted his thoughts. It's time to assign dormitories. Ren followed the crowd, but his mind was already working. The academy held more secrets than it appeared. And he had 8 years to discover them. Room 15 Grey Wing, announced the professor, a trace of pity in her voice as she handed Ren the key. The name was a cruel euphemism. It wasn't really gray, it was where they sent students with limited potential, though even there, Ren was a special case. He was truly the bearer of a failed gray egg. They hadn't had one in decades. The dormitory was spacious but austere, designed for 4 students. His roommates were already there: Min, a thin boy with a water snake; Taro, more robust, with a digger beetle; and Lu, tall and quiet, with a night bat. All iron-rank beasts, yes, but at least they had evolution potential up to bronze. Or that's what everyone believed, but Ren could see their cultivation routes up to silver 3 like all other beasts. The mushroom boy, Min, smiled when Ren entered. There was no malice in his voice, just a kind of resigned camaraderie. I guess it makes sense they put us together. Ren dropped his bag on the last available bed, aware of the curious glances toward the mushrooms in his hair and the bruise on his eye. Your spore, does it do anything besides glow? Asked Taro. Ren hesitated. After the incident in the carriage, he didn't want to draw more attention to himself. It gives a 10% increase to my strength, he said simply. And it has something good. I don't need lamps. More pitying looks. An uncomfortable silence followed his words. The others exchanged glances, the kind you give someone who won't accept a painful truth. Hey, Min tried to sound cheerful, it's not so bad. Lu's bat has good perception, Taro added. Not everything is about pure power. You're right, it's not so bad, Lu said from his corner. I'm a second-year student but I failed 2 units, that's why I'm still in this dormitory. My first year here taught me that initial rank isn't everything. My bat seemed useless at first, but with the right training. While Lu shared advice about life in the Grey Wing, Ren observed his companions. He could clearly see how Min's snake needed fresh water instead of salt water in its crystals to develop its true potential, how Taro's beetle needed to be fed processed crystals during a specific moon phase to advance along the correct path and not mature. Perhaps, he thought, when they knew each other better, when they trusted each other, he could share some of his knowledge. At least enough to help them. While unpacking, the mushrooms in his hair pulsed with that strange rhythm again. There was something under the Grey Wing, something ancient. Maybe being in the worst dormitory wasn't so bad after all. Especially if what he sensed was correct, and the ancient ruins extended right beneath their feet. Lu, Ren approached the second-year student after the others began organizing their things. Where can I get discarded monster parts? You know, cores, beast remains, materials, bronze crystals, and... Lu stopped organizing his trunk and looked at Ren with both pity and amusement. Straight to the point, huh, he sighed. Look, a few years ago, the Academy distributed resources equitably. Every student received what they needed to try evolving their beast, regardless of potential rank, to search for possible hidden cultivation paths. He sat on his bed, his night bat fluttering restlessly above his head. But everything changed. Now it works on a merit system. You have to prove your worth investing in. Lu grimaced. Basic support is miserable, barely enough for decent beasts to reach bronze rank with great effort, 1 measly crystal daily. But I need those materials, Ren insisted. Especially venomous fungi, bronze parts, and runes with. Runes? Lu let out a dry laugh. Those are extremely expensive. They only give them to elite beasts, ones with real potential, and only for passing from silver to gold. The rest have to earn them with results. He looked at the mushrooms in Ren's hair. No offense, but nobody's going to waste resources like that on a spore. Why not? Because experiments with fungi always fail. Always. The school keeps records of every attempt. The best result was a mature fungus that gave a 20% strength increase, and it cost more resources than evolving 3 normal beasts to silver. Ren clenched his fists. If Lu knew what he knew now, if he could explain the true evolution paths. But there are other ways to get resources, Lu murmured. There's the teaching unit system, he continued. If you manage to pass all 5 units this semester, they'll promote you from Iron to Bronze 1. Instead of 1 crystal daily, you'd receive 10. 10 times more. Ren's eyes widened. At Silver 1 it would be 100, Lou gave a dry laugh. But that's not until 4th semester, and only if you pass the first 3 without failing any units. He looked at the mushrooms in Ren's hair. Though honestly, I doubt you'll achieve much in the battle unit. And cultivation. He shook his head. What happens if I fail? Every 3 failed units you lose a point. If you lose 3 points. Lou made a cutting gesture with his hand. Goodbye to all support. The most you can do is try to pass 3 units and avoid getting expelled from the system. Ren nodded slowly, processing the information. The system was brutal but the rewards. Listen, Lou leaned forward. I'm telling you this because I like you and honestly feel a bit sorry for you. Don't get your hopes up. Focus on surviving the 8 years. Learn what you can. But don't expect miracles. If I were you, Lou lowered his voice, I'd focus on recovering part of what tuition cost. The fees are high, but with enough work in the gathering zones you could get them to double your resources and recover at least a 5th part in the next 8 years. Double? How does that work? Ren asked. If I were you, Lou lowered his voice, I'd focus on recovering part of what our tuition cost. The fees are high, but with enough work in the gathering zones you could get them to double your resources and recover at least a 5th part in the next 8 years. Double? How does that work? Ren asked. Tomorrow they'll come to check our belongings. Ren visibly tensed. Relax, Lou smiled at his reaction. It's not what you think. They'll just register the value of the stuff you brought with you. Why? For what you just asked about. The Academy doubles the value of everything you get on your own in designated zones, Lou explained. It's through a government subsidy system. The mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed with renewed interest. Everything I get? Everything you obtain with your own hands, yes. Things from your parents or inherited wealth don't count. Only what you gather or process here yourself. It's like a performance scholarship, the better collector you are, the more support you receive. The king has always incentivized people who go out to gather stuff. So if I find valuable materials, the Academy matches their value, Lou confirmed. That's why they record what you bring at the start, to know what you obtained afterward on your own. Lou lay back on his bed, his bat fluttering restlessly. But like I said, don't get your hopes up with that creature, he murmured. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly, as if responding to his growing determination. What if you're wrong? He asked. What if there's more to spores than everyone believes? Lou looked at him for a long moment. Then, he said finally, you'll have to find a way to prove it. But I warn you, the Academy doesn't waste resources on empty hopes and promises. They aren't empty promises, thought Ren. I just need a chance to prove it. And as that thought took shape, the mushrooms in his hair pulsed again, reminding him of the secret that lay beneath their feet. Perhaps there was a way to achieve both things, obtain the materials he needed and secure his place in the Academy. Did you hear that? Min flopped onto his bed, his water snake materializing like a blue ribbon around his neck. They double what we find and 100 crystals daily at Silver. With that I could. Don't get your hopes up, Taro muttered. First you have to get there. Oh, come on, Min smiled, turning toward Taro who was quietly organizing his things. Don't tell me you haven't dreamed about it. Imagine what you could do with your beetle in the mines. Taro just mumbled something inaudible and continued meticulously arranging his tools. Min has a point, Ren intervened, noticing how Taro's shoulders tensed whenever someone mentioned his beast. Even beasts that everyone thinks are weak could. Exactly. Min sat up suddenly, his snake undulating with enthusiasm. My water snake is iron rank, but I can study a ton and break the mold like the director said. The point is we all have a chance, right? He got up and walked to Taro, putting an arm around his shoulders. Even Mr. Silent here. His digger beetle will be the sensation when it evolves, right Taro? Taro blushed slightly, but a small smile appeared on his lips. If it evolves, he murmured, but there was a touch of hope in his voice. Of course it will. Min turned to Ren. And your spore, well, at least it glows pretty. Min, Lu sighed from his bed, stop bothering everyone and finish unpacking. Tomorrow's the belongings check and your area looks like a disaster zone. It's an organized disaster. Min protested, but started tidying anyway, his snake helping move things with its tail. Taro returned to his silent organizing, but Ren noticed his movements were more relaxed now. Min's enthusiasm seemed to have that effect on people. The mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed softly as he watched his roommates. Maybe the gray wing was perfect for him after all. That night, while his roommates slept, Ren reviewed his options in the darkness, the mushrooms in his hair providing a faint glow, dimmed to avoid disturbing his companions. Getting materials on his own would be difficult. Even knowing exactly what he needed, if they were as expensive as Lu said, obtaining them without academy support could take years. And meanwhile, he murmured to himself, my parents will continue with the ritual day after day. Get their runes first and then. No, he needed to be more efficient. The academy had a merit system, and though everyone expected him to fail, that could play to his advantage. Nobody expected anything from a spore, so any progress, however small, would draw attention. If he could demonstrate even a fraction of his spore's potential, if he could win even moderate academy support with the systems Lu mentioned. Limited resources are better than no resources, he whispered, remembering how his father always said that in the kitchen, even leftovers could become a feast if you knew how to use them. He would have to do both, meet the academy's expectations to gain some support, while searching on his own for the rest of what he needed and doubling it. It would be slower than having full access to resources, but faster than trying to do everything alone. The mushrooms pulsed softly, and Ren felt again that strange resonance with something under the dormitory. One step at a time, he reminded himself. First, prove this student is worth at least the support. Tomorrow will be the first classes. His first chance to show that the rotting boy might not be as useless as everyone thought. He closed his eyes, but his mind kept working, plotting plans, calculating possibilities. 8 years was a long time, if you knew exactly what to do with each day. The classroom was circular, with seats arranged in ascending levels. Ren found himself in the same group as the tiger boy Jean and his friends, who shot threatening glances at him from a distance. Fortunately Taro, one of his roommates, was also there, though he had arrived late and sat on the other side of the classroom as there was no other place. Luna was there too, her shadow wolf barely visible as an ethereal silhouette beside her. In this first semester, announced Professor Wei, a robust man with a silver rank 2 manticore manifesting in silver patterns across his skin, student groups are random. Afterward, you'll be reorganized according to your performance, so pay attention if you don't want to lose your place. I'll begin the class. Ren observed the patterns on the professor's skin. The manticore had been cultivated primarily with random daylight, there were details suggesting other unused techniques. Wei began drawing a diagram on the board. The basic principles of cultivation have been studied for hundreds of years, Professor Wei began. Every successful method follows 3 fundamental phases and has a proven maximum duration. He drew 3 circles on the board. First, mana absorption. The beast must receive energy appropriate to its nature. Second, processing, how that energy is transformed in the crystal so the mana is suitable. And finally, fixation, how that power is stabilized and made permanent. Wei made a significant pause. Something crucial you must understand, no effective cultivation method lasts more than 6 months. This is a fact proven through countless studies. The most common methods last 150 days, and although some charlatans propose longer processes, the evidence is clear, after 6 months, any cultivation attempt becomes inefficient or downright useless. Ren shifted uneasily in his seat. He knew why this perception was also wrong. All methods without exception were 100 days, but... Luna Star Weaver, Wei pointed. Could you explain how these phases apply in practice? In practice, Luna stood, her shadow wolf manifesting in her like a dark silhouette with its own life. First we must obtain the appropriate mana crystals. These are processed, in the case of shadow beasts like mine, under moonlight. Then they're sealed with specific techniques before the beast can absorb them. Correct, Wei nodded. The type of crystal, the processing method, in your case moonlight, and the sealing determine the final effectiveness when the beast absorbs it and lead it to the correct path of its potential. Excuse me, Professor, Ren couldn't contain himself. But that's not entirely accurate. About crystal processing. Silence fell like a slab. Even the tiger boy seemed to forget his hostility, too surprised by the rotting boy's audacity. Oh. Wei turned slowly and looked at him with evident annoyance. The student with the spore has something to contribute about cultivation. Contained laughter. Mana crystals must be processed differently than broad cases like moonlight, they need to be more specific. For example, Luna's wolf crystals shouldn't just be at night, but on a night with 7 moons. Another example would be your manticore, which could have benefited from crystals processed under the first light of dawn, it would have reached silver 3 instead of. Enough, Wei cut him off. I see we have another expert, who thinks he knows more than generations of research. Young man, I studied for 30 years before cultivating this manticore. We reached silver rank 2 following methods proven by generations. To suggest that. Wei straightened, his golden patterns glowing with irritation. 5 points less for the student, what's your name? Ren Patender, sir. More laughter, now open. Not that it matters much, Wei smiled maliciously. I doubt a spore will obtain many resources from the academy anyway. But. Enough, Wei cut him off again. I understand some students try to compensate for their limitations with extravagant theories. But in this class, we'll stick to proven methods. The texts have been proven by generations, Wei frowned. To suggest they're wrong based on, what exactly? Readings in a story. Laughter filled the classroom. The tiger boy and his friends practically glowed with satisfaction. Luna, however, watched the scene with intense interest. Ren clenched his fists under his desk. Not only had he lost points he didn't even have yet, he could lose the opportunity to gain the support he so desperately needed. Reaching 100 points in this class by the end of the semester would now be a bit more difficult. I need a way to prove I'm right, he thought while the mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. Something irrefutable. Something not even Professor Wei can deny. The answer had to be somewhere. And he had to find it before his opportunity to obtain resources vanished completely. Ren sank in his seat. He hadn't expected wrong knowledge to be so deeply rooted. How could he prove he was right when everything they knew contradicted the truth? Let's continue, Wei returned to the board. As I was saying, basic cultivation follows simple rules. This was going to be harder than Ren thought. The rest of the class was torture. Every time Wei asked a question, he deliberately ignored Ren's raised hand. When he finally did call on him, it was only to say, "See, this is how you answer, with established facts, not absurd theories." As we can see in historical records, Wei continued, pointing to Taro, the digger beetle is a classic example of a beast with mediocre natural limits. None has surpassed bronze rank in the more than 500 years we have of species documentation. Ren saw how Taro's shoulders slumped. His roommate had a ton of books, he seemed to have been studying cultivation methods at home, hoping to find some exception. He had thought about telling him what he knew but decided to wait until he knew him better. However, now. Ren straightened in his seat. This was his opportunity. Ren straightened in his seat. This was his opportunity. His classmate's beetle was perfect, a beast common enough that everyone knew its supposed limit, but with hidden potential that could manifest quickly with the correct method. If he could demonstrate visible results in a few months, he would have more than enough time to achieve it within the semester. Of course, he murmured to himself, first I'd have to convince the owner to try it. And that was the real challenge. Who would trust the boy with the useless spore? Who would risk their beast's cultivation following the rotting boy's advice? Still, did he have another choice? That's not true, Ren stood up. The digger beetle can reach silver rank 3 like any other beast. Laughter erupted. Wei looked at him as if he were a particularly annoying fly. First he questions established methods, and now he contradicts historical records. Another 5 points less, Mr. Patenter. The records you mention about beetle cultivation, Ren continued, ignoring the laughter, only have one error, the timing of processing. If we process the crystals following the correct specific method. More theories about strange specific timings. The exceptions to such ridiculous theories have never been successfully replicated, Wei smiled disdainfully. According to your expert opinion, what would happen if we follow the documented method but change only that detail? The beetle won't evolve into a greater excavator at bronze as your texts say. It will become a living tunnel instead. Silence fell in the classroom. Taro looked at Ren with hope and confusion. A very specific prediction, Wei leaned forward. What if we put it to the test? If you're so sure, let's make a real bet. If you're right, I'll give you 1 bronze rank material, whatever you want regardless of cost, and 100 points from my teaching unit in my 2 classes. To give you even more time for your wonderful demonstration, don't even bother coming anymore. Since you're so knowledgeable, you won't need my advice in class. You'll thus be able to pass the other classes more easily and obtain bronze 1 support instead of iron, assuming you pass the exams of all 5 units of course, but if you're wrong. He smiled maliciously, if you don't demonstrate the exact beetle species you predicted, I get your full tuition and you lose all school support. Professor, Taro intervened, my beetle. It's your decision, of course, Wei continued. But I warn you, following Mr. Patenter's theories, if they stray too far from the common method, only guarantees your beast will end up at mature iron rank. Are you willing to risk your progress for the fantasies of someone who can't even evolve his own spore? Ren looked at Taro, seeing the conflict in his eyes. It was a lot to ask, risking his beast's future on the word of a roommate he barely knew. Don't worry Taro, we'll follow exactly the documented method, changing only 1 specific moment of processing, it will be at night as the professor's literature says. Taro thought for a moment and then nodded. There was no turning back now. I accept the bet, Ren said firmly. If the beetle evolves into anything other than a living tunnel, you win. Wei studied Ren for a moment, as if evaluating whether the boy was really as foolish as he seemed. Deal. As they left the classroom, the Tiger Boys group's laughter echoed through the hallway. Hey, rotting boy, one of them shouted. Are you practicing begging already? You'll need it when you lose your tuition. Taro waited until they were gone before turning to Ren. Hey, he said quietly, I know you were trying to help, but I think this joke went too far. You should talk to Professor Wei and apologize. Maybe if you explain you were just. It wasn't a joke, Ren interrupted, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly. I can help you have a better life, Taro. Your beetle has real potential. Look, I appreciate you trying to cheer me up, but my mother got me the books as soon as I invoked this thing. Taro shook his head. The records are clear. In 500 years, no digger beetle has surpassed bronze rank. And now, because of me, you could lose everything. We're only going to change one thing, Ren insisted. The rest will be exactly like the documented method. There's not as much risk for me as you think. I have an ace up my sleeve. There's no risk for you. Just play along, okay? Taro hesitated. He had already bought 100 crystals and hadn't yet mixed them with the night essence, waiting to gather the 150 he would need for the complete method. Though I'm lucky it's not a full 180-day method, it's still expensive, he muttered, more to himself than to Ren. And getting 150 crystals is already quite expensive, those extra 50 crystals will be hard to get within the school. The 100 you have will be more than enough, Ren smiled. We just need to wait for a specific night that's coming in a few days. Taro looked at Ren for a long moment. The mushrooms in his hair glowed with a steady light, as if reflecting the certainty in his words. You know what? Taro finally smiled. I hadn't started the mixture with the night essence anyway. I was waiting to have all the crystals to do it at once. He shrugged. I guess I won't lose anything by trying. If you're wrong, I'll still have time to get the other 50 crystals. After using 100 for 100 days, I'm sure I'll have the rest ready just in case. You won't need them, Ren smiled. I promise. As they walked to their next class, Ren couldn't help but notice how the mushrooms in his hair pulsed more strongly near certain walls. The ruins beneath the academy were calling, but that would have to wait. First, he had to prove that the rotting boy knew exactly what he was talking about. You won't need them, Ren smiled. I promise. With the 100 crystals you have it will be more than enough if we overcharge them. The error in the extra 50 days is in the reduced amount of mana in the night crystal, the beetle adapts to the error late, 50 days late. Though I understand why they don't use larger crystals, mana poisoning is scary, but I hope you'll let me slightly increase the amount, Ren smiled. We just need to wait for a specific night that's coming in a few days so they don't absorb the wrong moon's light and the evolution doesn't stray from the correct path. Taro looked at Ren for a long moment. The mushrooms in his hair glowed with a steady light, as if reflecting the certainty in his words. Could he believe this child with such terrible luck? Actually, his logic told him no. But subconsciously, Ren's overwhelming confidence gave him tiny hopes. You know what? Taro finally smiled. I hadn't started the mixture with the night essence anyway. I was waiting to have all the crystals to do it at once, so. He shrugged. I guess I lose nothing by doing it your way. 500 years of records won't change to give my beetle another option if the professor was so sure there wasn't. And if you're wrong about the amount when overcharging the crystal, the school will give me the potion for poisoning once, at least that support is universal. I'm telling you, you won't need any of that, Ren repeated and laughed at Taro's worried monologue. Yes, yes. But if you're wrong, nothing will happen to me anyway, that's why I'm calm, and I'd still have time to collect the other 50 crystals to finish the common method, though we'll have to dig. They'll only give us one iron rank crystal daily and it's not an earth attribute. Though after using 100 for 100 days, I'm sure I'll already have another 50 just in case. Hahaha, you talk and worry too much. As they walked to their next class, Ren noticed something. By the way, why didn't you collect rain crystals? They're cheaper but you could have exchanged them, I had 500 before coming. I even got 15 in the last few weeks thanks to the rains. In the city? Taro laughed without humor. It's almost impossible to find them here. Besides, my beetle needs earth crystals, which are much more expensive. Plant users are lucky, they can use that basic and super cheap crystal in their first rank. Ren nodded, thoughtful. He would also need earth crystals for his evolution, though of a higher rank than Taro's. As they walked toward combat class, Ren and Taro met Min in the hallway. Did you hear? Min smiled, his water snake undulating around his neck. Professor Yang has a stone behemoth. A behemoth. There are only 3 in the whole city. Ren, Min, and Taro had reached the end of the hallway, to the next class. The combat classroom was different from the others. A circular amphitheater with an arena in the center, surrounded by ascending stands. The walls were marked with scars from past battles. Silence. Professor Yang's voice thundered in the amphitheater. He was a tall, muscular man, with scars that spoke of years of real experience. The stone behemoth in Professor Yang's skin gleamed under the amphitheater lights. The rocky lines covering his muscles made him look carved from living granite, a perfect manifestation for a combat instructor. Welcome to the real reason the government has you in school. Professor Yang smiled. Though before we begin with the important stuff, Yang approached the board, I see in your faces that no one has explained how this school really works. Typical of old way. Since, my colleague was probably too busy with theories to explain the basics to you, let me simplify your 5 teaching units. He drew 5 circles on the board. The Academy divides its teaching into 5 units. Each is worth 1 point, and you need at least 3 to maintain your support here. Losing 3 points, 3 times in a row, means you're a failure not worth cultivating. He pointed to the first circle. First, basic knowledge, history, economics, and life. 3 boring but necessary subjects, without them you wouldn't even know how to pay your taxes. Several students laughed. Passing all 3 counts as 1 unit. Several students were taking notes frantically. He pointed to the second section. Then there's Professor Wei's theoretical classes, cultivation and crystal processing. Another unit. Yes, they're important, he rolled his eyes, but theory alone won't keep you alive. His tone suggested he considered this barely more useful than the basic classes. The third unit is exterior gathering, where you'll learn something useful. They'll teach you to survive while searching for cultivation materials. 2 weeks every 2 months, we'll go to designated zones. You'll learn to identify materials, detect monsters, and most importantly, when to fight and when to flee. The mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed with interest as Yang continued. Fourth unit, practical crystals. Not endless theories, but real identification and gathering in the caves. Also a respectable unit. You'll learn to distinguish qualities, purity, and most importantly, not to poison yourselves too often by exposing yourself too much to concentrated mana. He straightened. And finally, combat. My specialty is battle against monsters. A young woman entered the classroom, her light step contrasting with Yang's imposing presence. My assistant, Professor Lin, is expert in combat against other tamers. His eyes swept the class. And do you know why this is the most important unit? Because no matter how much theory you memorize, how many crystals you identify or how many materials you collect, if you can't defend yourself, all that knowledge will die with you. The rock in his skin crackled, as if emphasizing his words. Outside, monsters won't wait for you to process your crystals correctly. And in the rival city, some humans can be just as dangerous. Ren sank a bit in his seat. With only a 10% increase in strength, this unit would be a brutal unit. This class, his voice was rough as the stone covering him, will determine your baseline. He walked to the center of the arena. The final exam is simple, you'll have to eliminate a real monster. Not one of those weak ones that prowl near the city, but a genuine beast from the outer zones. Murmurs filled the amphitheater. That's why I need to know where you stand. Professor Lin and I will design a specific training program for each of you, based on your performance today. Professor Lin began unrolling a scroll. We'll pair you according to your beasts and attributes. The goal is to show your current capabilities. Yang nodded. Some of you have strength increases, others speed. Some have beasts with special abilities. But now, before cultivating them is when your individualities as people can matter more than your beasts. We want to see how you use them, how you think in combat. Ah, and one more thing, Yang smiled. In my class, theory is learned through bruises. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed nervously. His 10% increase in strength seemed insignificant compared to his classmates' beasts. Even in the early stages. First pair, Lin read from the scroll, Jean and. The tiger boy straightened, his eyes fixed on Ren, waiting for his opportunity. First pair, Lin read from the scroll, Jean and. The tiger boy straightened, his eyes fixed on Ren, waiting for his opportunity like a predator spotting wounded prey. Taro. Ren could see the disappointment flash across Jin's face. The tiger boy had been hoping for a different prey. However, as he watched both students descend to the arena, the mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly, revealing the patterns of both beasts with startling clarity. Knowledge flowed through his mind like a crystal-clear stream. The spirit tiger versus the digger beetle, it would be an interesting combination for Ren to study. Each beast's strengths and weaknesses became apparent to him, like reading an intricate map of their capabilities. The digger beetle has a natural ability, Ren thought, the information unfolding in his mind. Earth Shield, a mana layer that reinforces the exoskeleton using earth energy. And the tiger, its spirit claws follow a pattern of 5 strikes before needing to recharge energy. The knowledge felt both foreign and familiar, like remembering something he'd always known but never realized. "Enter the circle," Yang ordered, his voice echoing in the amphitheater. "Show us what you can do." Taro descended nervously into the arena, his digger beetle fusing with him and manifesting as a brown exoskeleton that covered his skin like living armor. Jin followed with a predatory smile, tiger markings becoming more pronounced on his face, his movements fluid and confident. "Begin." Jin attacked immediately, his movements flowing like water. Taro instinctively activated his earth shield, his exoskeleton glowing with a deep brown hue. Jin's fists, enhanced by the spirit tiger's 30% strength bonus, hammered against Taro's exoskeleton. The impacts resonated through the amphitheater like war drums, but barely left marks on the beetle's defense. "Not bad," Jin smiled, backing away with predatory grace. "But how about this?" His eyes blazed with golden light as the spirit tiger manifested its fangs, covering Jin's fists with ethereal energy that seemed to bend the very air around them. "Spiritual Fang," Ren murmured, recognizing the tiger's basic technique, seeing the intricate patterns of mana that made it possible. The next blow partially penetrated Taro's defenses, drawing a cry of pain that echoed in the arena. The spiritual energy had found a weakness in the physical armor, exploiting it with cruel efficiency. "What's wrong, cockroach? Only know how to hide." The exoskeleton had held, but the spirit energy had penetrated like water through stone. Each new blow seemed to find another crack in the seemingly impervious defense. "Counterattack!" Yang shouted from the sidelines, his voice carrying an annoyed tone. "The best defense is worthless if you never strike back." But Taro only retreated, protecting himself with his arms in an increasingly desperate defense. Each new, spiritual Fang found a different weak point in his armor, like a predator testing its prey's defenses. "The problem isn't the defense," Ren observed, seeing the pattern with perfect clarity. "It's that Taro isn't using the shield's rebound to counterattack. Each time he absorbs a blow, he could." After the 5th spirit strike, Jin had to pull back momentarily to recharge. It was just an instant, but Ren saw the opportunity Taro was missing, a perfect moment for a counterattack that never came. The fight continued with the same pattern until the earth shield finally gave way before a last spiritual Fang, cracking like ancient pottery under too much pressure. "Pathetic," Jin taunted between blows, his confidence growing with each successful strike. "Is this the level of the rotting boy's friends? I guess trash attracts trash." The fight ended shortly after, with Taro on the ground and Jin barely winded, his tiger marking still glowing with unused power. "Enough," Yang declared, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "Jin, good attack rhythm, but you need to manage your spirit energy better. Taro, your earth shield is solid, but you wasted every counterattack opportunity. Perfect defense is useless if you don't learn to turn it into offense. In a real fight, passivity will kill you." "A win is a win," Jin smiled as he climbed the stands, satisfaction radiating from every movement. As he passed by Ren, he added in a low voice, "Tell your friend to find better company next time. Though I guess cockroaches understand each other, but practicing with a rotting boy will only make him weaker." Ren clenched his fists, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly. He could see clearly now the spirit tiger's attack patterns, its limitations, its weak points. But that knowledge would have to wait for a different time to be used. The matches continued, each pair showcasing different styles and abilities. Min used his water snake with surprising creativity, though he lost to a boy with an earth bear. Lin finally called, though she winced at the pairing she read. Ren stood up, acutely aware of every eye in the amphitheater turning to him. Against Kai. The boy with green scales smiled predatorily, his scales gleaming under the lights as he stood. It was the same one who had tripped him earlier, his confidence evident in every movement. The rotting boy against Kai. Jean laughed from his seat, voice dripping with mockery. What a waste. I could have crushed him faster. On the contrary, interrupted Cass, the eagle girl, her eyes sharp with interest. Kai's stone scales are perfect for this. I want to see how the rotting one handles an opponent practically immune to his level of strength. Ren swallowed hard. The stone scales granted natural protection, his blows, even with the 10% increase, would barely be mosquito bites against such defense. As he descended toward the arena, the mushrooms in his hair pulsed with knowledge. The scales had a specific pattern, zones where the protection was weaker, but even so. Scared, rotting boy. Kai flexed his arms covered in green scales, each one catching the light like polished jade. You should be. This wouldn't be a normal fight, it would be a demonstration of just how useless the weakest beast really was against a proper defense. Or at least, that's what everyone expected to see. Whispers about the unfairness and how easy it would be for Kai began to circulate through the stands. It's not fair, someone complained through laughter. It won't even be fun to watch. What did you expect? Someone murmured. With that pathetic 10% increase. His mushrooms could glow brighter, suggested another, prompting more laughter. The pairings were random, Lin announced firmly. So I don't want to hear anyone complaining about favoritism. Professor Yang nodded, the stone lines in his skin gleaming. Though with some, his gaze lingered on Ren, it doesn't really matter who they fight. The laughter was immediate and cruel. Finish him quickly, Kai. Jean shouted from the stands. So we can move on to the real fights. Yang watched with bored indifference. It was obvious he considered this a waste of time. What could the weakest beast do against stone scales? And he knew a lot about stone defense. Lin, on the other hand, seemed a bit more interested. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed as he analyzed Kai's scales, seeking any pattern, any weakness he could exploit. Begin. Yang ordered. Begin. Yang ordered. Kai launched forward, confident. Why wouldn't he be? His stone lizard scales not only increased his resistance and protected him, but his beast also enhanced his other attributes, including strength by 20%. Ren dodged the first blow, but not through skill. Despite Kai being faster, knowledge showed him how the scales limited certain movements. Kai couldn't raise his right arm beyond a certain angle without exposing a weak point between his ribs. Stop running, rotting boy. The scales on your right arm, Ren spoke while backing away, doesn't it bother you how they limit your movement? Kai stopped for a fraction of a second, surprised. That moment of doubt cost him, his next blow was slower, more self-conscious. Shut up. It's because of the growth pattern, Ren continued, dodging another blow. Scales from other beasts follow the natural muscle line, but in your case. I said shut up. Kai attacked with more force, but now his movements were less fluid. The doubt had been planted, he was thinking about his own scales, about the small rigidities he had always ignored. The mushrooms glowed more intensely. The knowledge showed more, how the green scales indicated a minor deviation in cultivation, how this affected their distribution. Your scales should be almost blue, Ren dodged another blow. The green means they absorb too much earth mana. That's why they're denser on your right side. You know nothing. Kai roared, but his voice betrayed uncertainty. In the stands, silence had replaced laughter. Even Yang was watching more intently. Excess earth mana makes the scales grow irregularly, Ren continued while moving. It's subtle, but your right side is heavier. That's why you always turn left when you attack. The next time Kai attacked, everyone could see it, the slight imbalance in his turn, the way he unconsciously compensated for the extra weight on his right side. Shut up. Rage made Kai commit the mistake Ren was waiting for. He lunged forward with all his might, turning left as he always did. Ren didn't dodge this time. At the last moment, when Kai was fully committed to his attack, Ren stepped forward. His hands found Kai's arm at the exact angle where the scales couldn't protect the joint. A precise pull, using Kai's own weight. The scaled boy fell heavily to the ground. Impossible. Jean rose from his seat. How could the rotting boy? The whispers and laughter that had accompanied the fight's beginning had transformed into tense silence. No one expected the mushroom boy to even touch Kai, much less throw him down. Humiliation was reflected in the faces of those who moments before had been mocking him, especially in Jin's group. Kai rose slowly, his green scales gleaming with a threatening glow. The amusement had vanished from his face, replaced by cold fury. One thing was playing with the rotting boy, but being thrown down by him in front of the whole class. The atmosphere in the amphitheater had changed. It was no longer a comic spectacle, now there was real tension. Even Professor Yang had leaned forward in his seat, his expression of boredom replaced by genuine interest. Lin and Luna showing even more interest. The way Kai clenched his fists, how the scales on his neck bristled, everyone could see the game was over. The rotting boy had made the mistake of humiliating him, and now he would pay for it. Damn you! Kai stood up, his scales glowing more intensely. Speed mode. The scales on his legs changed pattern, channeling more mana. Suddenly, Kai was 50% faster. The next minute was a nightmare for Ren. Kai's first blow was brutal. Ren could barely raise his arms to block, and even then the impact made him stumble back several steps. Is that all? Kai smiled, advancing. The great beast expert can't even stay standing. Trying to dodge the next blow was useless, Kai was now much faster. The scales on his legs gleamed as he moved, and this time the impact connected directly with Ren's stomach. The air left his lungs. The mushrooms in his hair flickered erratically as he fell to his knees. Get up, rotting boy! Jean shouted from the stands. The fun's just starting. Ren stood up slowly, knowledge flowing through the pain. Another blow caught him, this time in the shoulder. Kai was relentless. Each impact resonated in his bones, each blow finding a new point of pain. Stop the fight! Taro shouted. He'll kill him. But the mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed more intensely with each blow. The knowledge flowed faster now, speed mode diverted mana to the legs, leaving other points exposed. Yang stepped forward. This is enough. Wait, Lin stopped him, her eyes fixed on Ren. Your scales. Ren spat a bit of blood and saliva, are absorbing, the wrong type of mana. Learn to shut up, damn it. That's why speed mode destabilizes you. Kai stopped for an instant, his green scales glowing erratically. The scales should be blue, Ren continued, barely staying on his feet. The faster you move. Please shut up or. Kai lunged forward with all his enhanced speed, his scales gleaming like a green star. Run! Taro shouted. But again. Ren didn't dodge. At the last second, Ren stepped to the left. His fist, guided by precise knowledge, found the exact point where the mana lines crossed incorrectly. It wasn't a powerful blow, the 10% increase barely made him stronger than a normal child. But it didn't need to be. Kai's scales, overcharged with the wrong mana and strained to the maximum by speed mode, resonated with the impact. The energy pattern, already unstable, collapsed. All the green scales went dark at once. Kai fell to the ground, gasping. His scales, now matte and lusterless, looked like mere patches on his skin. The silence in the amphitheater was absolute. Impossible. Yang stepped forward. Stone scales with a simple speed mode. Ren staggered, barely conscious, forces too much mana through the wrong pattern. One hit in the precise point and he couldn't finish. His knees gave way and the world went black. The last thing he heard was Professor Yang's voice. Take Patenter to the infirmary. Ren woke up in the infirmary. The pain in his body reminded him of each of Kai's blows, the mushrooms in his hair glowed erratically. Finally awake. Professor Lin was sitting beside his bed, a mischievous smile on her lips as she sipped tea. You know, it's the first time I've seen someone win a fight while looking so adorably pathetic, she laughed, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Your form is terrible, darling. Your endurance. She clicked her tongue. Well, let's say any novice with any other beast would have more stamina, and your technique. She shook her head. Practically non-existent. Ren tried to sit up, every muscle protesting. Lin gently pushed him back to the bed. Boys who let themselves be used as training dummies need to rest a bit while listening. I didn't let. No? She arched an eyebrow, amused. Oh, sorry. I suppose your face and body heroically stopped all those blows on purpose. Despite the pain, Ren couldn't help blushing. But. Lin leaned forward, her smile becoming softer. Your combat reading was fascinating. The way you analyzed Kai's scales, how you found a weak point in his mana pattern. That was extraordinary. Why are you here, Professor? Can't I visit my new favorite student? You're, what? I want to train you personally. Ren blinked, sure he had heard wrong. Train me? But. He looked at the mushrooms in his hair reflected in the window. I have the weakest beast. Even if I improve my technique, my limit is. And. Lin smiled, but there was something bitter in her expression. Let me show you something. Lin rolled up her sleeve with a theatrical flourish. Look at this. On her arm, white and red feathers gleamed under the light. A swift crane manifested in her skin, its wings forming elegant patterns that ran up to her shoulder. A swift crane, Ren observed, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with knowledge. But the feather pattern. Lin traced the feathers with a finger. Most cranes can reach silver easily. They're creatures naturally gifted for cultivation, with a clear path to higher ranks. She sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes lost in the feather patterns. Mine was especially promising thanks to my family's resources. The professors said it had potential for silver too, maybe even. Well. Pretty impressive, right? Or it was, until this fool, she pointed to herself, ruined her cultivation through impatience. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed as he analyzed. The pattern clearly showed where the cultivation had deviated. Now it's permanently at bronze 1 having reached maturity, Lin continued, pinching Ren's cheek. So let's say I have a weakness for special cases. Why me? Because. She leaned in so close their noses almost touched. I saw a little genius today. Sure, a genius who desperately needs physical training, but. She winked, that can be fixed. Ren saw a flash of pity in her eyes, though she hid it well behind her playful attitude. And she was right, even a mature beast, ruined at bronze 1, was infinitely superior to his spore. At least in others' perception, since he knew the truth. However, Ren could certainly use some extra training. So, what do you say? Lin ruffled his hair, making the mushrooms glow. Will you let this ruined assistant professor train the weakest student? The mushrooms glowed as Ren considered her offer. The knowledge showed him that Lin's swift crane could have been extraordinary, and that it wasn't completely lost yet. I accept, he said finally. But. Lin tilted her head, curious. Someday, Ren looked at the feathers on her arm, I'd like to talk to you about your crane's cultivation. Lin blinked, surprised, before letting out a crystalline laugh. How daring, she pinched both his cheeks this time. The little expert wants to fix my cultivation. One thing at a time, darling. First, her smile turned mischievous, let's see if you can last more than 2 minutes in a real fight. The teacher stood up. Well, enough rest, Lynn pulled a small green pill from her pocket. Take this, it will help with the pain and speed up your recovery. Ren swallowed the pill, feeling a pleasant warmth spread through his body. The pain didn't disappear completely, but it became more manageable. Now, to class, Lynn helped him up. You have practical economics after battle class, and you can't afford to miss it. With your special condition, you need to excel in all theoretical units if you want to maintain your support. Ren nodded, understanding where the advice came from. Lin believed that with his spore, he would need every point he could get. I'll see you after classes, Lin smiled as she gently pushed him toward the door. And this time try not to provoke anyone who might break your bones before you heal, okay? The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly as Ren headed to his next class. The lingering pain reminded him that, despite his victory, he still had a long way to go. Ren arrived limping to the economics classroom. Professor May was already in the middle of her explanation. That's why understanding crystal economy cycles is crucial, she was saying while drawing graphs on the board. The value fluctuates according to the season. Rain crystals, for example, are cheaper during the wet season. Taro waved to him from his seat, pointing to an empty space beside him. Smart merchants, May continued, buy when prices are low and store. But they must consider storage costs and degradation risk. Mr. Patenter, May stopped, her voice sharp. Is punctuality not important for? Professor, Luna interrupted from her seat, her voice cold and precise. Mr. Patenter, May stopped, her voice sharp. Is punctuality not important for? Professor, Luna interrupted from her seat, her voice cold and precise. Professor Yang sent him to the infirmary. There should be a note I left on your desk, please continue the class. May checked her desk, finding a paper she had ignored. Ah. Her expression didn't change. Take your seat, Mr. Patenter. As I was saying, smart merchants buy when prices are low and store. But they must consider storage costs and degradation risk. Ren slipped in beside Taro, ignoring the whispers around him. As Ren sat down, he noticed his companion had taken detailed notes from the first part of the class. A well-stored iron crystal, May continued, can increase its value by up to 30% if sold at the right time. Most still saw him as the rotting boy. They thought it had been luck, a single quasi-victory wouldn't change their perception. He would have to win many times more before anything really changed. But Luna had defended him again, even if perhaps indirectly. After economics, came crystal gathering class. Welcome to the crystallography laboratory, Professor Song placed several samples on the main table. Before taking you to the mines, you must learn to identify what you're looking for. He lifted a crystal the size of a fingernail. Iron rank crystals, like this one, are the most common. Each student with basic support will receive one daily. Notice the opaque glow, the irregular structure. Perfect for iron rank beasts, but... He pulled out another crystal, 10 times larger and brighter, compared to a bronze one, the difference is obvious. The students leaned forward, fascinated. Bronze rank ones are rarer and more expensive. Each is worth 10 iron ones. After 6 months of steady progress, you'll be able to receive one of these daily. If you pass your exams, of course. Luna, in the front row, watched with interest as the professor lifted a crystal the size of a strawberry. Silver crystals are worth 100 iron ones. And gold ones. He held one the size of a fist, 1,000. Though I doubt many of you will need them. His gaze lingered on Luna, whose shadow wolf had gold potential. While the professor continued explaining each type's properties, Ren calculated mentally. The crystals he would need for his evolution were bronze rank, 10 times more expensive than what Taro would use. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. Somehow, he would have to find a way to get them. Truly motivated students wonder how to obtain higher rank crystals. The professor smiled at the eager looks. There are 3 paths to prove you deserve the next level of support in my semester exams. He drew 3 paths. The first and most direct, evolve your beast to the next rank. Though, his smile became knowing, most prefer to study more before risking their cultivation, so few take this route. Several students nodded. A mistake in evolution could ruin their lives. The second path is presenting a thesis detailing your evolution method. You must demonstrate deep understanding and a viable plan. He pointed to the second branch of the projection. It's the most popular option. Ren noticed how many of his classmates relaxed. It was the safest path. And the third? The professor made a dramatic pause. Prove you can get the support by yourself. Murmurs filled the classroom. If you can obtain crystals and synthesis materials on your own, without buying them with your family's money, of course, they can be from within the school or, acquiring them in practical classes, the academy will match your collected amount. His eyes gleamed. That's why we're an expensive school. But that's also why you can recover much of your investment if you demonstrate capability. His expression turned serious. Of course, venturing to get materials has its risks. The academy isn't responsible for your safety if you choose this path. That's why most prefer the thesis. Though, regardless of the path you choose, you must pass the theoretical exams of all your classes to advance. Knowledge is the foundation of all successful cultivation. Now, Song smiled. Who wants to see where we find these treasures? The students straightened with renewed interest. They're safe areas, of course, he smiled, specifically designed for students to practice gathering without excessive risks. Though, that doesn't mean it's easy. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed. If there were official practice caves, that meant the academy had a whole network of tunnels under its buildings. Perhaps the ruins, he sensed. Don't forget to bring your book on crystal types, the professor interrupted his thoughts. You'll need them to identify valuable deposits. As students began to leave, Ren couldn't help but smile. The practice caves would be perfect cover for exploring deeper, where the real secrets waited. Welcome to the East Cave, Professor Song led them toward a reinforced entrance. One of our 4 practice zones, and conveniently, the closest to the Grey Wing. Ren and Taro exchanged a significant look. The proximity wasn't coincidence. Poorer students tended to spend more time in the mines. The practice mines were well-lit tunnels, nothing like the natural caves outside. Groups of older students worked on the walls, carefully extracting crystals. The tunnel descended in a gentle spiral, with depth markers every 25 meters. Song pointed at the walls. These are safe practice areas. But remember, even here, a mistake can be costly. You must learn to identify veins. We don't want you confusing a solid deposit with a liquid one and getting poisoned by mana gases. Also, mana density increases exponentially with depth, explained Song, stopping beside a 50-meter mark. The first levels are completely safe, the mana is barely more concentrated than on the surface. But observe this. He pulled out a detector crystal, a simple instrument that glowed in the presence of mana. At this depth, its light was dim but constant. Every 50 meters, the concentration doubles, he continued as they descended. At 100 meters, where our regular patrols end, the density is 4 times higher than on the surface. And the monsters. As if on cue, a distant roar resonated from the depths. Several students tensed. Every 50 meters, the concentration doubles, Song continued as they descended. At 100 meters, where our regular patrols end, the density is 4 times higher than here on the surface. And the monsters. As if on cue, a distant roar resonated from the depths. Several students tensed. Beasts are attracted to crystal deposits, Song smiled at their reaction. The deeper you go, the stronger the mana density, and the more dangerous the visitors it attracts. And remember, these aren't normal monsters, they're the abyssals from the hordes the army fights. Several students tensed again. But don't worry, Song smiled, we maintain rotating guards down to 150 meters to eliminate any displaced monsters. The mana-hungry beasts in this zone are more pathetic than dangerous really. If you want to understand how it's similar to the outer forests, though concentration increases more rapidly down here. At 100 meters, the density barely equals that of the iron ring outside, relatively safe. Though at 200, he made a significant pause, well, let's say there's a reason only specialized teams venture that deep. They stopped in a small cavern, where crystal veins glowed faintly in the walls. Ren examined the veins. Knowledge flowed, these iron crystals were just the beginning. The ones he needed, the bronze ones, formed lower down, where mana was denser. Song continued, answering another student's question about monsters while demonstrating basic extraction techniques. The monsters in the depths are in many ways similar to those outside. When they lack mana they become hungry and aggressive. The difference is that here they have nowhere to run. There's only one way out when hunger drives them mad. Another roar, deeper than the previous one, emphasized his words. But Ren barely listened. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed ever stronger, as if detecting something in the depths. If the practice caves connected to the ancient ruins. However, Song smiled while storing his pick. Not everyone fears them, some particularly motivated students sometimes form teams and risk going beyond the safe zone. I don't recommend it, but if someone is foolish enough to try. He looked meaningfully at the gray-winged students, at least do it in groups. Ren observed Taro working on a nearby vein. His digger beetle, even unevolved, had a natural advantage in tunnels. If he could help him reach his true potential. He needed those bronze crystals for his own evolution too. But more than that, he needed an ally. Song distributed basic mining equipment, small picks, simple detectors, containment bags. Professor, a student raised her hand, is it true we can keep what we find? Absolutely, Song nodded. Any material you obtain by your own means in these mines counts. But remember, only what you extract yourselves, and only in designated areas. Though I doubt many of you will need to search so deep. Besides, after the first year, these caves barely provide useful materials. His comment was clearly directed at wealthy students, who didn't need to risk themselves for a few extra crystals. Next week, Song concluded as they returned to the surface, we'll begin real excavations. Study your notes on crystallization patterns. Ren calculated. The ruins must be beyond 200 meters, where guards didn't patrol. It would be dangerous, but with the right knowledge. He just had to find a way to reach them without being detected. Professor Song led them back to the building and set them free. Having finished crystal gathering class, Ren and his companions found themselves in a flow of students heading in different directions. No more classes? Ren asked, confused. Lu. Taro called to their roommate, who was coming down from an upper floor. Where's everyone going? Lu joined them, his night bat barely visible as a shadow on his shoulder. Ah, right. You're new. The day ends early. Early? Min raised an eyebrow. The academy has a particular system, Lu began guiding them through the hallways. After basic classes, students are expected to be proactive. He stopped before some enormous doors. The library doors. The academy library was impressive, shelves rising several stories, sections clearly marked for each beast type. Classes end early, Lu explained while guiding Ren, Taro and Min through the corridors. They give students time to familiarize themselves with the library and gathering zones. You can study cultivation techniques specific to your beasts, Lu continued as they entered. Or you can go to the gathering zones to start collecting materials. The decision is yours. Most rich family students will go straight to the library, he pointed toward a group already occupying the best tables. They have resources to buy materials, so they focus on theory. And us? Min asked. We, Lu smiled knowingly, usually divide our time. Some hours in the library, some gathering. We can't afford to ignore any opportunity. Ren observed the shelves dedicated to fungi and spores. They were considerably smaller than other sections. The library is organized by ranks, Lu explained. Basic techniques below, advanced above. Though, he looked at the mushrooms in Ren's hair, I suppose in your case. I'll only need the basic section, yes, Ren completed the phrase, though the mushrooms in his hair pulsed with deeper knowledge. For today I recommend an hour here, Lu consulted a wall clock. Then we can eat and finally check the gathering zones. Though the first days are the worst, more competition for easy veins. Min was already examining books about water snakes. Taro hesitated between the insect section and the terrestrial beasts one. The academy expects us to be independent, Lu continued while searching for a book for his bat. Classes are important, but what you do with your free time. He smiled, that's what really determines your success here. The academy expects us to be independent, Lu continued while searching for a book for his bat. Classes are important, but what you do with your free time. He smiled, that's what really determines your success here. Ren nodded, understanding. It was a system designed to reward initiative and personal effort. Though the real knowledge was already in his head and surely wouldn't be in any book, at least he could accompany his roommates and learn how others had tried to cultivate creatures like his. After a while of studying, the boys went to eat. The iron dining hall occupied much of the first floor. It wasn't an unpleasant place, clean floors, well-maintained wooden tables, wide windows, but compared to the other dining halls visible from there. It's part of the incentive system, Lu explained when he joined them at the table. From here you can see the bronze dining hall, and from there you can see the silver one. Ren observed his plate, white rice, boiled vegetables, and a small portion of meat. The food was adequate. The ingredients seemed of good quality, but the preparation was deliberately simple. They could make it taste better, Lu pointed with his chopsticks toward the other dining sections. But then, what motivation would you have to rise in rank? At least it's nutritious, Ren sighed while eating. As a cook's son, he could notice the lack of spices and the slightly overcooked point. Hey, it's better than having to make and pay for it ourselves. Though I do miss the taste of salt. Little pupil. The cheerful voice made several heads turn. Professor Lin advanced between tables, attracting looks wherever she passed. It wasn't common to see teachers in the iron dining hall, especially one so attractive. Oh. Lu dropped his chopsticks. This is interesting. What is? Asked Ren as Lin approached. Master Lin never comes here, Lu lowered his voice. She's something of a legend in the academy. A legend? Min leaned in, interested. Her beast got stuck at bronze 1, a shame, but her combat technique is incredible. They say she can defeat even masters with silver beasts in controlled duels. That's why she keeps her position here despite. Despite what? Asked Taro. Politics in the academy are complicated, Lu observed as Lin approached. Normally, a master with a beast of such low rank would be. Lin stopped at their table, Lu stopped talking. Oh no, she murmured seeing Ren's half-empty plate. No. You need to eat more than that. She sat beside them, ignoring the surprised whispers. How do you expect to develop muscles with that miserable portion of meat? No. You need at least triple. Professor. Ren blushed when she started filling his plate with more food. Students at nearby tables watched the scene in amazement. Some had even stopped mid-bite. The food here is. Ren began. Simple. Bland. Graceless. Lin smiled. Of course it is. But, she pinched his cheek while serving him more, you need the energy for my training. Nearby students watched open-mouthed. Professor Lin, sitting with the gray-wing students. Personally serving food to the mushroom boy. Taro looked nervously around. Shouldn't we go to the mine after this? To get crystals for cultivation. Oh, he'll have time for that, Lin smiled while watching Ren eat every bite. After I'm done with him. Professor, Lu bowed respectfully, it's an honor. He blushed. Master Lin gives the best combat advice in the academy, Lu explained, glancing at the others. Though normally she only helps older students who've proven their worth. Oh, but this little one proved something today, Lin ruffled Ren's hair, making the mushrooms glow. You don't see someone use pure knowledge to defeat a technically superior opponent every day. The whispers intensified. Though first, she pushed another plate toward Ren, we need to work on your physical endurance. I can't have a student who faints after one fight. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed nervously as she kept filling his plate. For some reason, her playful smile scared him more than all of Kai's blows. Professor, Min asked, fascinated by the whole situation, is it true you once defeated a silver beast master? Oh, that old story. Lin sighed theatrically. Just luck. And the poor man was distracted by, well, that doesn't matter. What matters, her smile turned predatory as she looked at Ren, is that our little expert needs to learn that knowledge without technique is like a knife without an edge. But first, she pushed a third plate toward Ren, eat. Everything. You're going to need the energy for what's coming. Lin's smile promised a training hell, but for some reason, Ren couldn't help smiling too. For the first time since arriving at the academy, he felt he'd found someone who truly saw his potential. Is this the training field? Ren observed the secluded area behind the gray wing while holding his enormous belly. It was a simple but functional space, with packed earth ground and some basic equipment. The main fields are more impressive, Lin smiled while stretching. But here we'll have privacy. First things first, we need to build a solid foundation. Aren't we going to practice combat techniques? With those noodle arms? Lin shook her head. Your spore gives you 10% more strength, right? But 10% of almost nothing is still almost nothing. She approached a pile of logs. Most students depend too much on their beasts. A spirit tiger can give 30% more strength, but if the base body is weak. Like me, Ren lowered his gaze. Like you now, Lin corrected. But that's going to change. You're going to train until that 10% really means something better than another 30%. Vomiting is forbidden. The next minutes were a succession of basic exercises, push-ups, squats, running. Nothing spectacular, nothing magical. Just the fundamental work needed to build a stronger body and prevent food from escaping his stomach. Technique will come later, Lin explained while correcting his posture. First you need the strength to execute it properly. By the time they finished, Ren could barely stand. The mushrooms in his hair glowed faintly, as if they too were exhausted. Same place, tomorrow after classes, Lin threw him a towel. And Ren. Yes. This is just the beginning. Ren barely managed to drag himself back to the gray wing. Each step to the room was torture, and when he finally reached his bedroom, he only had strength to collapse on his bed. He didn't know how long he slept until the door noise woke him. The pain in every muscle reminded him of Lin's brutal training. It was better than expected. Min's voice came from the hallway. Thanks for showing us the best spots, Lu. The deposits near the surface are the easiest to identify, replied Lu as they entered. The trick is recognizing the crystallization pattern in the rock. With time you'll learn to distinguish promising veins from depleted ones. Oh, you're awake, Taro noticed Ren. How was training? Can't move anything without it hurting, Ren tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Just basic exercises. Though they didn't feel so basic after the first hour. How did it go in the mines? He asked, trying to divert attention from his pitiful state. Lu taught us the basics, Min dumped his bag on his desk. I got 10 iron crystals. They're not very big, but for the first day. 12, Taro smiled, showing his own collection. Though they're quite small. Lu displayed his findings more calmly, 15 iron crystals and 1 bronze. Experience helps identify the best veins. Though don't get too excited, Lu began organizing his findings. Crystals are just the beginning. For a complete cultivation you need processing materials and sealants, for example. He listed components, each more expensive than the last. To process your snake's crystals, he pointed to Min, you'll need maybe marine coral extract and moon algae. For the final sealing, probably mermaid scales. He turned to Taro. And your beetle will require metal powder or mana-rich earth from the depths for processing. For sealing, you might need pulverized magical obsidian crystals. He began listing other possible components and their costs. For processing you'll need those specific materials according to your beast. And the final sealing. He shook his head, that's usually even more expensive. Actually, Ren sat up with difficulty, processing can be simpler than you think. Oh really? Lu arched an eyebrow, his tone between amused and skeptical. Min's snake is a freshwater one, not a sea one, it will only need night water lily extract, not marine coral or moon algae. And Taro's crystals. He looked at his companion, only need to be processed under the correct moon's light. It's just the final sealing that will be more complicated. Only moonlight? Lu gave a short laugh. The records are quite clear about processing requirements. Centuries of research. The records also said the beetle couldn't pass bronze, muttered Taro, remembering the morning class. Lu shook his head with both amusement and pity. I understand you want to help, but processing isn't something you can simplify like that. Each component has its function. My beetle does respond better at night, Taro intervened thoughtfully. Even the books mention its nocturnal nature. A beast's nature is one thing, Lu sighed, and crystal processing is quite another. But I suppose, he looked at the mushrooms in Ren's hair, that after what the guys told me about your demonstration today and being trained by Professor Lin, you're entitled to some peculiar theories. Ren held back a smile. The real challenge wouldn't be processing, the correct moonlight was free, after all. The real problem would be getting the sealant for the final evolution in 100 days. As I see things, Lu began storing his crystals, it will be an interesting semester. Though I suggest focusing on proven methods before experimenting with alternative theories. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly. He didn't expect them to believe him immediately, especially Lu who had spent a year studying traditional methods. But when Taro's beetle evolved correctly. Taro looked at his crystals thoughtfully. After seeing Ren defeat Kai using knowledge no one else seemed to have, maybe alternative methods were worth considering. By the way, Min changed topics while storing his crystals, what other exercises did Master Lin make you do? Ren groaned, the mere memory making his muscles protest. I'd rather not talk about that. The next morning. Ren stopped in front of the crystal processing classroom. Wei taught 2 classes, and although the professor had been clear about the bet, he wasn't sure if he meant both classes. When he entered the kids' laughter started immediately. Look who came. Jean smiled from his seat. Didn't the expert have anything better to do? Wei stopped his explanation about processing methods, raising an eyebrow at seeing Ren. Ah, Mr. Patender, Wei smiled with false cordiality. I didn't expect to see you here. Shouldn't you be busy preparing your demonstration? His voice dripped with amusement. I thought I should attend to make sure anyway. Nonsense, Wei waved a hand dismissively. The bet included both classes, right? Asked Ren, ignoring the giggles. Of course. As I said yesterday, you have much to do helping Mr. Taro with his beast and preparing for your other classes. Wei smiled with false kindness. Don't worry about attendance, you'll have it perfect if you win the bet. And if you lose? His smile turned sharp, well, attendance will be the least of your problems. So you can go awa. He stopped, correcting himself with exaggerated courtesy, retire quietly to work on it. Ren nodded slowly and left the classroom. The laughter increased as he left. He could hear someone comment, did he really think he could come, before the door closed? The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while he considered his options. Free time before battle class. The library wouldn't be much help, at least not in beast topics, most texts just repeated the same limited information. And though May's economics class was fascinating, for now he had all the basic concepts clear, so the library was excluded for today. I could take advantage to collect some crystals, he thought while heading toward the practice mines. If I start now, before other students finish their classes. Oh. But look who we have here. Ren froze mid-step. That cheerful voice. I could take advantage to collect some crystals, Ren thought while heading toward the practice mines. If I start now, before other students finish their classes. Oh. But look who we have here. Ren froze mid-step. That cheerful voice. My favorite student. Lin appeared from nowhere, practically materializing in front of him. What are you doing wandering the halls at this hour? Shouldn't you be in class? Professor Wei gave me permission to. Free time. Lin's eyes sparkled with a joy that made Ren instinctively step back. What a coincidence. I have this hour free too. Actually, I was going to the mines to exercise. Lin grabbed his arm. How dedicated. I was just thinking you needed more work on your core endurance. No, I meant to collect CRST. Excellent idea. Lin began dragging him in the opposite direction from the mines. We'll collect muscles. Though, she pinched his arm, first we need to find them. Where did you hide them, little one? Professor, I really need to get some materials. Oh, you also need to get some endurance. And look. We have all morning to work on it. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with what seemed like resignation while Lin dragged him toward the training field, humming cheerfully. You know. Lin smiled while opening the field door. I think today we'll focus on leg exercises. Since you seem so eager to go to the mines, I'll help you prepare for all that walking. Ren sighed. Apparently, the universe had other plans for his free morning. Very painful plans. Come on, one last set. Lin smiled while Ren struggled to complete another series of exercises. Every muscle protested from the previous day's training. The push-ups that were already difficult had become almost impossible. Can't. Ren panted, his arms shaking. Oh. Lin crouched beside him. Does the little expert give up so easily? After beating a boy with stone scales? That was different. True. That was luck and knowledge, she pinched his cheek. This is hard work. Which would you prefer backing you up next time? All of them. Ren tried another push-up, but his arms gave way. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly, as if they too were exhausted. Lin watched him struggle a moment longer before sighing theatrically. All right. I suppose I've been a bit cruel. She pulled another green pill from her pocket. Here. This will help with recovery. More magic pills. Nothing magical, just my basic fatigue medicine. She winked. Can't have my student dying on his second day, right? As the pill's effect spread through his body, Lin helped him complete the last exercises. The pain didn't disappear completely, but at least now he could move without wanting to scream. Just in time, Lin heard the bell. Time for battle class. Can't I take a break? After I gave you a pill. She dragged him toward the main field. Besides, today is special, core training for everyone. The main field was already full when they arrived. Young watched as students organized themselves in rows. After yesterday's evaluations, he announced, it's clear most need basic strength work. Powerful beasts are useless without a solid foundation. The exercises that followed were similar to those Lin had made him do, but Ren was already exhausted before starting. "Look at the rotting boy," someone whispered when Ren stumbled during an exercise. "Already tired?" "What did you expect?" another answered between laughs. "With that pathetic spore. Less talk, more movement." Lin passed between the rows, correcting postures. When she reached Ren, she murmured, "Don't mind them. They're only doing the exercise once." Ren nodded, understanding. While others started fresh, he had 2 training sessions under his belt. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, he was working triple. "Patenter," Jan called when Ren failed another exercise. Was yesterday's victory luck after all? More laughter. But Ren noticed something in Yang's voice. It wasn't mockery, it was a test. "No, Professor," he stood up, legs shaking. "I'm just working harder than the rest." "Harder?" Jean sneered from his row. "Is that what you call being pathetic?" "Continue," Jan ordered, silencing everyone, but Ren caught a slight smile on his face. As class progressed, Ren kept pace through pure determination. Lin was right, if he wanted to compete at his best, he needed to work harder than everyone else. His spore gave him knowledge, but the body to use it, that he would have to earn. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed stronger, as if approving his resolution. The laughter and mockery continued, but now they felt distant, irrelevant. It didn't matter what they said. They only saw the present. He was building his future, one aching muscle at a time. "Wasn't so bad," Lin smiled as students left the training field. "You just need to build more endurance." Ren, still panting, looked at her incredulously. "Oh, and about mornings?" Lin began collecting training equipment. "Since a certain professor gave you free time, we'll continue with the routine." "But," she raised a finger at Ren's horrified expression, "you can dedicate afternoons to collecting crystals." "Really?" "Of course. We'll have night training but it'll be lighter, just to maintain the improvement pace." Her playful smile returned. "And I always have more recovery pills." Ren didn't know whether to feel relieved or worried. Though the promise of another pill at day's end was tempting. May's history class proved surprisingly basic. While the professor explained the formation of the first cities and their relationship with low mana concentration zones, Ren found he already knew most of the material. His old father had liked to tell him all sorts of things. The first cities were established in areas where mana was low enough to keep powerful beasts away, May explained. "That's why our city is where it is, the mana here isn't enough to maintain even iron-rank beasts without cultivation. And that's why the ruins under the academy are so interesting," thought Ren while his mushrooms pulsed. A place with dense mana under a naturally mana-poor zone. Finally came the crystals gathering class. Song handed out their mining equipment, small but sturdy picks, basic mana detectors, and special bags for crystals. "Run." Min called him as they headed to the caves. "Lu taught us some tricks yesterday. Want us to show you?" Finally came the crystals gathering class. Song handed out their mining equipment, small but sturdy picks, basic mana detectors, and special bags for crystals. "Run." Min called him as they headed to the caves. "Lu taught us some tricks yesterday. Want us to show you?" Crystals near the surface usually form specific patterns, explained Taro as they descended. "Lu says you have to look for lines that cross at 60-degree angles. He also taught us to distinguish between mature and premature crystals," added Min, pointing to a vein in the wall. "See how the color is more intense in the center? That means it's ready for extraction." Ren watched, fascinated. The knowledge flowing through his mushrooms confirmed what they were saying, but added details, how the crystal's arrangement indicated their purity, how mana lines converged at specific points. And most importantly, Taro lowered his voice, he showed us how to avoid unstable zones. "Some tunnels look safe but..." A distant cracking sound emphasized his words. Lu says accidents are common among overeager novices, Min shuddered. That's why it's better to work in groups, at least at first. Ren wasn't too worried about that. With the right knowledge, even these surface veins could be more productive than they appeared. Shall we start here, he suggested, pointing to a spot where mana lines subtly intersected. His companions couldn't see them, but they trusted his judgment after recent events. As they began working, Ren couldn't help but smile. Between Lin's brutal training and gathering with his companions, maybe this new rhythm of life wouldn't be so bad. Though his muscles immediately protested when lifting the pick, reminding him that the light night training was still to come. A while later, the boys gained confidence to disperse and dig in deeper places. At 50 meters below the entrance, Ren examined the tunnel wall attentively. Despite it being his first day mining, his movements were surprisingly precise. Another one? Min watched in disbelief as Ren extracted a good-sized crystal. That's the fifth in half an hour. Are you sure you hadn't mined before? Taro set down his pick, frustrated. We were supposed to have the advantage from the extra time yesterday with Lu. It's just observation, Ren pointed to a pattern in the rock. See how the lines cross here? Where energy converges like this, there are usually crystals behind. How do you know all that? Min narrowed his eyes. I can't see anything you're talking about. It's cheating to have so much knowledge. You know pretty strange things. Like knowing Kai's scale defects, added Taro, though he smiled saying it. Footsteps interrupted them. Klein Goldcrest passed nearby, his golden lion manifesting in brilliant fur covering his arms. As always, he was heading toward where Luna worked. Luna was in the deepest section of the allowed zone, her shadow wolf making the darkest veins glow with a spectral radiance. Unlike most who worked in groups, she mined alone, each movement precise and elegant even in this mundane task. It's almost unfair, Min murmured as they watched her work. Her wolf can detect mana concentrations we can't even see. It's more than that, Ren observed, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing while analyzing her technique. Look how she strikes at specific angles. She doesn't waste a single movement. Luna. Klein's voice echoed in the tunnel. The Goldcrest family heir approached. Luna, his voice resonated in the tunnel again. I found an exceptional vein over here, if you want we could. I'm busy, Luna's sharp response echoed from the darkness. How pathetic, Jin's voice came from another tunnel above Ren's. The Goldcrest heir begging for attention again. Klein turned, furious. Shut up, I don't want to talk to someone with a mediocre beast like yours. Why don't you come up here and we'll discuss it, mained Kitten. Enough, Luna's cold voice cut the tension. Some of us are trying to work. Both retreated, exchanging murderous glances. As I was saying, Ren continued once they'd gone, there are patterns in how mana forms. Crystals are usually found where? Look out. A small avalanche of rocks fell near them. Jean smiled from the upper level. Oops, how clumsy of me, his smile turned cruel. But the rotting boy should know all about things falling to the bottom, right? Is there a problem? Min stepped forward, his water snake materializing. Not for now, Jean shrugged. Just make sure to look up while you work. You never know when there might be another accident. When Jean left, Taro picked up his pick with trembling hands. Maybe we should find another section. No, Ren studied the wall. This vein is too good to abandon. Besides, he smiled slightly, it would be a shame to give that idiot the satisfaction, don't you think? Min and Taro exchanged glances before smiling too. Jean could threaten all he wanted, but they needed those crystals. Besides, the professor wouldn't let them get into too much trouble. Did I hear cave-ins? Is anyone hurt? Professor Song's voice cut through the air. Jean smiled innocently and walked away. When Jean disappeared through the upper tunnel, Ren went back to examining the vein they were working. There's something else that worries me, he began while extracting another crystal. Have you noticed how some tunnels up there had fewer crystals than yesterday? Now that you mention it, Taro observed the upper walls. The areas where Lu taught us yesterday are almost empty. Mana takes time to regenerate veins, explained Ren. That's why most focus on intensive mining at the start of the year. By the time crystals form again after the holidays, most will move on to focus on other classes soon. How long do we have? Asked Min. A month, maybe 2 before it becomes significantly harder to find good crystals. Ren stored another crystal in his bag. That's why we need to take advantage of every moment now. How long do we have? Asked Min. A month, maybe 2 before it becomes significantly harder to find good crystals. Ren stored another crystal in his bag, feeling the weight of time pressing down on them. That's why we need to take advantage of every moment now. Well, I can take my time, Min shrugged, his water snake coiling lazily around his shoulders. I prefer to study more before trying to evolve my snake. But Taro needs the crystals soon, Ren reminded him, thinking of their upcoming demonstration. And it's not just cultivation crystals, we need enough to buy processing and sealing materials. You'll need them too, and it'll be good to have crystals saved up. At least it will be cheaper for me with your method, Taro smiled, his digger beetle creating faint patterns on his skin. Hope you are right too. After all, you have a bet to win. Ren nodded, though his thoughts went much further. 100 bronze crystals, equivalent to 1,000 of these small ones if exchanged at school. And that was just the beginning. The bronze rank beast parts he'd need for his own evolution would be even more expensive. Not to mention the poisonous fungi of the same rank. The numbers were staggering when he really thought about them. Ren. Min waved a hand in front of his face, his snake mimicking the motion. We lost you for a moment. Just thinking, Ren refocused on the vein. We should organize better. Work in shifts, take advantage of every free hour. Don't you think you're being a bit? It's not just about the bet, Ren interrupted, his voice carrying the weight of knowledge he couldn't fully share. Sealing materials are expensive, and once these veins are depleted, getting enough crystals to buy them will be much harder. Taro looked worried, his beetle's markings darkening with his mood. How many will we need? For the final sealing. Ren made mental calculations, remembering the precise requirements. Probably equivalent to 10,000 iron rank mine crystals, just for the basic materials. Min whistled, his snake curling tighter around his neck. And that's just for Taro's beetle. What about your evolution? Are you thinking of cultivating that expensive fungus they say isn't worth it? Ren pretended to concentrate on mining to avoid the question. That variation they created with strength runes was terrible, but how could he explain that he needed 10 times what Taro needed but for something else? Better to keep that worry to himself for now. Let's focus on one thing at a time, he said finally, watching the mana patterns swirl in the rock. For now, we need to take advantage while the veins are still rich. We should explore deeper tomorrow, he suggested, pointing to another promising pattern that shimmered just at the edge of visibility. Where fewer students dare to go. Lu warned us about going too far down. Min looked nervous, his snake scales rippling uneasily. He said tunnels can become unstable and there are things moving in the darkness. Just a little deeper, Ren insisted, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with reassurance. Besides, we'll be together. His companions nodded and returned to work. The rhythmic sound of picks against rock filled the tunnel while each considered the challenge ahead of them. To evolve a beast, you needed 3 things: crystals, processing materials, and sealing materials. And getting them all before the veins were depleted. One step at a time, thought Ren while extracting another crystal, watching the mana flow through the stone. First help Taro, then. His gaze drifted toward the deeper tunnels, where mana was denser. There, where few dared to go, perhaps he'd find what he needed for his own evolution. But for now, every small crystal counted. Time was running, and the veins wouldn't wait for anyone. 16 crystals today. Min proudly dumped his bag on the desk, the crystals catching the light like trapped stars. 18, Taro smiled, showing his collection arranged in neat rows. 3 bronze and 19 iron, Ren added his to the pile, each crystal carefully extracted from the precise spots where mana lines converged. Not bad for beginners, Lu. Lu observed the crystals with genuine surprise, his nightbat fluttering closer to inspect them. Not bad at all, though I don't understand how you found so many bronze crystals. Later, after night training with Lin, Ren barely managed to drag himself to bed. Every muscle ached with the day's efforts, but it was a satisfying kind of pain. You know, Lu spoke from his desk, his bat casting shadows in the lamplight, I admire you. With such a terrible beast, most would have given up by now. But you keep pushing. Even harder than the rest. Ren smiled in the darkness. If Lu only knew that his spore wasn't as terrible as everyone thought. The days began to blend into a routine, each one building on the last. The mornings Wei left free became torture sessions with Lin, each exercise pushing Ren's limits further than he thought possible. Battle classes with Yang were another kind of pain, but Ren could feel his body gradually strengthening, the 10% boost from his spore becoming more meaningful as his base strength increased. Professor May alternated between history, economics, and life, a surprisingly useful class about everything from paying taxes, making fire, and etiquette, to negotiating with merchants. Crystal class became more technical, but the real learning came afterward, in the deep parts of the mines where the mana patterns told stories few could read. Lu began joining them after classes, apparently intrigued by their success in finding good deposits. His experience added another layer to their mining expeditions, though he still couldn't quite believe some of Ren's theories. Nights ended with more training with Lin, though now Ren could stay standing a bit longer before collapsing, each day bringing small but noticeable improvements. Thus passed almost a month. The routine was exhausting but productive, his muscles strengthened, his crystal collection grew, and slowly but surely, the respect of his companions grew with it. But tomorrow was different. As he prepared for sleep, Ren mentally reviewed the necessary steps. Tomorrow they would process Taro's crystals. The lunar phase would be perfect, and everything they'd worked for during this month would be put to the test. He just needed to bring the processed bronze rank crystal he'd gotten from the school's exchange shop and make the most of the time window. Tomorrow would truly begin his demonstration that the knowledge he possessed was real. Nervous about tomorrow? Asked Taro from his bed. No, Ren smiled in the darkness, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly with certainty. Everything will go exactly as it should. Lu snorted from his corner, but said nothing. Soon he would see that some crazy theories held more truth than he believed. Are you finished already? Lin watched in surprise as Ren completed the last series of morning exercises without his usual gasping. The training field was empty except for them, as it had been every morning for the past month. But something was different today. It seems the pills have helped more than I expected, Lin murmured, studying her student with professional interest. His recovery is remarkable. It was true. The exercises that once left him on the verge of collapse were now, though still challenging, manageable. A month of constant training and recovery pills had transformed his endurance. Well, Lin smiled, an expression Ren had learned to fear. I suppose it's time to move to the next level. Next level? We can finally begin with some real technique, Lin positioned herself in front of him. Until now we've just been building your physical foundation. But now that you can move without looking like a newborn kitten. She moved into a stance Ren didn't recognize. Technique is more than just strength, she explained. It's understanding how to use your body efficiently. Watch. Her movement was so fluid that Ren could barely follow it. In an instant, she was in front of him, in the next, she had twisted in a way that seemed to defy gravity and appeared behind him. Your spore only gives you 10% more strength, she continued. But with proper training and technique, you can make that 10% worth much more. For the next hour, Lin guided him through basic movements. How to position his feet, how to distribute weight, how to use an opponent's momentum. Most students depend too much on their beasts, she explained while correcting his posture. They think a 30% or 50% increase in strength makes them invincible. But technique. She moved again, this time more slowly so Ren could observe. Technique can overcome brute force. It's what's kept me as a teacher here, even with my crane stuck in bronze. Ren tried to replicate the movement, stumbling in the process. I don't expect you to master it today, Lin laughed while helping him up. But at least now you have the endurance to practice without hurting yourself so easily. As they continued practicing, Ren noticed that the movements, though somewhat complex, weren't as exhausting as he'd expected. A month ago, simply maintaining the stance would have left him drained. The pills have really worked wonders, though I suppose his determination has helped too. Not everyone gets up every time they fall for a whole month. Ren smiled, grateful for his teacher's support. His knowledge had shown him that the pills used somewhat expensive bronze-level materials that helped with muscle regeneration and energy. As thanks, he would help improve her mature beast further, show that weak beasts weren't weak, that the records were mostly wrong. And soon, with Taro's evolution, he would have the first real proof of that. Enough for today, Lin finally announced. Tomorrow we'll start working seriously on these techniques. Now that your body can keep up, we'll see how fast your mind can learn. As he headed to his next class, Ren reflected on how much had changed in a month. His muscles no longer protested with every movement, his endurance had improved significantly, and now, finally, he would begin learning real techniques. Maybe Lin was right, tomorrow everything would begin in earnest. But it was just the beginning. With the processing of Taro's crystals that night, soon he would have much more to work with. Battle class proceeded normally, still exercising for everyone, as did Professor May's class, which was history today. Finally, in crystal class. As you can see, Professor Song pointed at the tunnel walls, productive veins are becoming increasingly scarce. He wasn't exaggerating. Where a month ago crystals glittered everywhere, now only dull marks remained in the rock. The few deposits that remained active were smaller and more scattered. Therefore, Song continued, we'll soon change the focus of the class. There's no point bringing you here when the veins need time to regenerate. Min raised his hand. How long does complete regeneration take? That, Song smiled, is exactly the kind of question we'll be studying. We'll move to theory of other crystal types and begin extra preparation for exterior gathering classes coming mid-next month. Several students, especially those from wealthier families, looked relieved. For them, mining expeditions had been more of a nuisance than a necessity. However, Song added, those who wish to continue practical gathering can keep using the mines. You just need to report your findings, we'll use that data for regeneration time studies like every year. After class, while most headed to the library, Ren and his companions remained in the tunnels. Did you notice there are fewer guards? Taro whispered while they worked on a minor vein. It was true. The guards who previously patrolled every level now concentrated mainly at the entrances and deeper zones. Normal, Lu joined them, arriving from his own class. With fewer students in the mines, they don't need as much supervision. Most prefer studying theory to picking at rock for crumbs. Ren looked around. The only ones left were students like them, those who needed every crystal they could find, from less wealthy families. There was no sign of Klein or his group, and even Jean seemed to have lost interest in harassing them in the tunnels. It's better this way, Min extracted a small crystal. More space to work. And less competition for the remaining veins, added Taro. Though we'll soon have to consider deeper zones, murmured Ren, studying the mana patterns. The upper levels are almost depleted. Lu frowned. Guards still watch those areas. But with less personnel, Ren pointed out. And the patrols are more predictable now. Are you suggesting? Taro began. Though we'll soon have to consider deeper zones, murmured Ren, studying the mana patterns. The upper levels are almost depleted. Lu frowned. Guards still watch those areas. But with less personnel, Ren pointed out. And the patrols are more predictable now. Are you suggesting? Taro began. I'm just saying we should keep our options open, Ren continued working on the vein. Especially considering what we're doing tonight. The processing of Taro's crystals. The lunar phase would be perfect, and they would need sealing materials afterward. At least now we'll have more freedom to move, Min observed the almost deserted tunnel. With everyone concentrated in the library. Rich students can afford to buy their materials with what their parents send, Lu shook his head. Those like us have to dig to buy ours. But don't forget that studying is important to pass the exams to the next rank. Look at me, instead of coming to study it seems I came to dig. The reduction in guards and students could be an advantage, especially when they needed to explore deeper to obtain extra materials. But for now, they had to focus on tonight. Ren smiled to himself. The veins might be depleting, but there were still things to obtain. It's almost time, Ren whispered as he rose from his bed. Last training of the day with Lin had been brutal as always, but this night was too important to rest. It was the moment he had been waiting for. We'll accompany you, Taro was already ready, holding his crystal bag. It's not necessary, you should sleep, I can do it alone. Don't even try, Lu also stood up. You've been bragging about your special method for a month. I won't miss the chance to see if you really know what you're talking about. Min stirred in his bed. I also. A yawn interrupted his protest. I also want. Seconds later, his snores filled the room. That one can't stay awake past 10, like a small child, Lu murmured as they silently left the dormitory. The night air was cool as they headed toward the academy outskirts. Ren guided them to a clearing where trees didn't obstruct the sky view. Here, he decided after studying the area. The moonlight will reach without interference. The sky shone with just over half its moons visible. Ren knew he needed exactly 8, the configuration would change soon, some would hide in minutes while others would emerge on the horizon. Help me with this, he spread a long board on the ground. He began methodically examining Taro's crystals. Each piece was studied carefully before being placed or discarded. This one's too small, he murmured, replacing one. This other has an irregular surface, we need the best quality possible. Does it really matter that much? Asked Taro while watching Ren reorganize the crystals with others he'd obtained from the mines. It must be big enough to reduce from 150 to 100 days, Ren continued his selection until he had exactly 100 crystals arranged in 10 perfect rows. He covered the crystals with a black cloth, protecting them from premature light. Then he took out something that made Lu lean forward with interest, a bronze crystal, flat and curved. Is that a neutral crystal lens? Cost me 500 crystals despite just being a bronze crystal carved and processed with cheap materials, confirmed Ren while testing it, adjusting until he managed to concentrate the moonlight into a bright point. Satisfied with the test, he began studying the sky intently. How long? Lu began. As long as necessary, Ren interrupted without taking his eyes from the sky. The configuration must be exact. Minutes passed. Lu began showing signs of impatience, but Taro watched his friend's concentration with fascination. Finally, something changed in Ren's expression. It's time, he murmured, removing the black cloth. The 100 crystals glowed faintly under the night light as he positioned the lens. The next hours would prove if a month of preparation had been worth it. The concentrated moonlight formed a bright, intense point. He took the first crystal and exposed it to the light beam. The crystal began to glow with an intensity that made Lu tense. Stop! Lu stepped forward alarmed. Do you see the glow? It's processing too much mana. Ren was already storing the glowing crystal in the black bag and taking the next one. Ren, this is dangerous, Lu continued while Ren repeated the process with more crystals. Mana poisoning is no joke. Medicine is expensive, and if Taro has to go to the infirmary 3 days in a row, professors will start asking questions. Maybe even 2 consecutive days would be suspicious, he insisted. Do you have any idea how much mana they're absorbing? They're exactly at the right limit. Ren didn't stop his work, keeping a mental count of exposure time. And I need to concentrate. This specific lunar configuration will only last 30 minutes before the next moon hides. Is that why you bought the lens? Taro watched the process, fascinated. If we don't concentrate the light, we'd have to wait 2 more months to get the equivalent of 36 minutes of exposure per crystal. We wouldn't have time to start your cultivation and finish before the end of the semester, so. Lu opened his mouth to protest again, but Taro calmed him with a gesture. I have over 600 crystals saved thanks to this month in the mines, he reasoned. Most I found following Ren's directions. If something goes wrong, we simply discard the method on the second day and I lose only 100 crystals. Ren continued working methodically. The first crystals received exactly 36 seconds of exposure, but he gradually reduced the time. The resonance is already established in the moon group, he explained without stopping work. The next ones need less time because they've been exposed to these same moons' light while waiting, though not concentrated. His movements were precise, each crystal placed exactly at the lens's focal point. The last ones barely needed 6 or 7 seconds of exposure. How do you know it's enough? Asked Lu, watching the crystals glow with an intensity that still seemed dangerous to him. Because. Ren paused for a moment, considering how much and how to explain. The absorption patterns are clear when you know what to look for. Finally, the last crystal went into the bag. Ren began collecting the equipment quickly, aware they'd already spent too much time outside the dormitory. That's all, he announced, securing the bag. Let's return before someone notices our absence. As they returned through the academy's dark grounds, Lu couldn't stop looking at the bag with evident concern. For him, each crystal there was a time bomb, overcharged with mana and ready to wreak havoc in Taro's system. Taro, for his part, showed more curiosity than concern. After seeing Ren defeat Kai and find the best veins in the mines for a month, he was willing to trust his strange knowledge once more. The first day of the 100 that would determine the success or failure of Ren's method had begun. And with it, the first real proof that his knowledge about beasts was more than just crazy theories. Dawn was barely breaking, the first hints of light creeping through the dormitory windows, when Ren carefully extracted a small package from his bag. The early morning silence was broken only by his roommate's soft breathing and the distant calls of morning birds. While his companion slept peacefully, unaware of what was to come, he measured out a precise amount of black powder, deep earth that he had been discreetly collecting at the limit of the permitted zone. The powder seemed to absorb even the weak pre-dawn light, appearing more like a void than a substance. It was a rare and difficult material to find, earth that had managed to absorb mana without transferring it to nearby crystal deposits. At the depths they were allowed to reach, it was truly challenging to locate, but Ren's knowledge had made the task considerably easier, showing him exactly where to look and how to identify the genuine article among similar-looking but useless samples. The deep earth was the perfect sealing agent for Taro's beetle, though this detail appeared in none of the books his friend had so diligently studied. Ren could recall seeing Taro poring over tome after tome in the library, searching for information that had been right in front of him but misinterpreted by generations of scholars. Lu had mentioned deep earth as a necessary component for some earth beasts, but he had incorrectly associated it with processing rather than sealing. It seemed to have been pure luck and coincidence that he'd mentioned it at all. He could have perhaps used Lu's argument to make it easier for Taro to accept, but he knew Taro read several books about his beast. Therefore, to avoid further discussions and potential interference, Ren had decided to keep this step secret. The fewer questions asked about his methods at this stage, the better. Under the protection of his sheets, he worked with surgical precision. Each grain of the black powder was measured exactly, his movements careful and deliberate. The crystal they had processed with moonlight the previous night reacted immediately upon contact with the black powder, its glow gradually shifting until it acquired an earthy brown tone. The transformation was fascinating to watch. The crystal's inner light seemed to pulse and swirl as it absorbed the powder's properties, like watching soil dissolve into clear water but in reverse. This was the kind of subtle interaction that the books missed entirely, focusing instead on dramatic reactions and flashy transformations. When Taro began to stir, showing the first signs of waking, Ren had already completed the crystal's preparation. The timing was perfect, any longer and the sealing might have been too strong, any shorter and it might not have taken properly. "Good morning," he smiled, holding the finished crystal. "Your first crystal is ready." "Ah, yes, of course," Taro mumbled, still half asleep. "Here," Ren extended the glowing crystal to a barely awake Taro, who accepted it with sleep-heavy hands. Still drowsy and trusting, Taro took the crystal without examining its brown glow too closely. After all, he had decided to put his faith in his friend. With a yawn, he activated the absorption process. For a moment, nothing happened. The room remained still, the early morning light casting long shadows across the floor. Then, the mana began to flow. Taro's eyes flew wide open as the first wave of power coursed through him. It was more intense than he had expected, far more potent than the practice crystals he had used before. The sensation was like plunging into icy water, shocking, overwhelming, yet somehow invigorating. Another wave hit, stronger than the first. And another. And another. Each pulse of power seemed to build on the last, creating a cascading effect that made Taro's entire body hum with energy. "This is..." Taro gasped as the power continued to surge. "It's too much." Lu leaped from his bed the moment he saw Taro's veins begin to glow with an unmistakable blue radiance, the telltale sign of mana poisoning. The blue lines traced patterns under his skin like rivers of light. "What have you done?" Lu lunged toward Ren, panic evident in his voice. "I told you they were overcharged. Look at his veins." The blue lines were spreading rapidly across Taro's arms, who now struggled for breath. The mana flowed uncontrolled through his system, far too much for his body to process normally. Each pulse made the glow brighter, more intense. "We need to get him to the infirmary." Lu was already searching frantically for his shoes. "Mana poisoning medicine is expensive, but if he doesn't get it soon." "Wait," Ren maintained his composure, though his eyes never left Taro. His calm seemed almost unnatural in the face of such danger. "Wait. He's having massive poisoning because of you." Min had also awakened to the commotion and watched the scene with growing concern, his water snake coiling anxiously around his arm. "Just..." Ren raised a hand, "Wait one more moment." Taro's veins now shone with increasing intensity, his breathing had become erratic, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Every sign pointed to a severe case of mana poisoning. "Easy," Ren gripped Taro's shoulders firmly. "Breathe with me. Slowly. The mana." Taro panted, the blue lines pulsing brilliantly beneath his skin. "It's a lot, I know," Ren's voice remained calm, controlled. "But your beetle can handle it. You just need to guide it correctly." Lu watched from the door, torn between running for help and a strange certainty in Ren's demeanor. "Feel the flow," Ren continued. "Notice how it's pooling in your chest. You need to move it. Make it circulate to your arms first." Taro nodded weakly, focusing on the sensation. Slowly, the blue lines in his arms began to fade as he directed the energy. "Good. Now, let some flow toward your back. Your beetle is an earth creature, the mana should feel more natural flowing downward." Min held his breath as he watched the blue lines shift and gradually weaken, following Taro's control. "Temporary mana excess isn't bad if you know how to control it," Ren explained while guiding Taro. "Your beast is designed for this, it just needs you to help distribute it properly." Gradually, Taro's breathing normalized. The blue lines almost completely vanished, leaving only a faint glow under his skin that looked more healthy than dangerous. "How do you feel?" Ren asked after several minutes. "It's different," Taro flexed his fingers, surprised. I feel stronger, more connected to my beetle. Is this normal? It's how it should be, Ren smiled, finally releasing his shoulders. Traditional crystals have less mana to avoid poisoning. But your beetle can handle more to shorten the period by much, as long as you guide it correctly. Lu had approached again, his expression split between amazement and skepticism. How did you know it would work? Because I know beasts better than the books suggest, Ren replied simply. And this is only the first day. Taro stood up, experimenting with his new sensation of power. Not only had he survived the apparent poisoning, he felt better than ever. The first crystal had worked exactly as Ren had planned. 99 more, and the beetle's evolution would be undeniable. As Ren headed to his morning training with Lin, Taro entered Wei's classroom with some apprehension. During the last month, the professor's behavior had been peculiar. It wasn't just that he ignored Ren's absence, he seemed to revel in it. As Taro took his usual seat, he noticed how the professor practically glowed with satisfaction at his friend's absence. Each class had become a parade of indirect jabs and examples where Ren served as the perfect antagonist. As you can see in this diagram, Wei pointed to a cultivation pattern illustration. This is how mana flows naturally in a well-cultivated beast. With this analyzed information as an argument, we can see how proven methods are superior to the unfounded theories of certain, disruptive elements. It was the third reference in the first 10 minutes of class. Taro had begun keeping a mental count. The current record was 12 examples in a single session. Observe the difference between correct cultivation and one. Wei projected 2 images, contaminated by baseless ideas. The constant jokes about fungi, idea rotters, and infectious theories had become daily bread. What bothered Taro most wasn't just the lack of professionalism, but how Wei used his position to influence class opinion. With countless comparisons to try to make his teaching sound more convincing. Today we'll do something different, Wei announced, finishing his diagram. I want you to form pairs to study cultivation methodologies for beasts different from your own. Sometimes, an external perspective can spark inspiration. He made a theatrical pause before adding. His smile turned malicious. Though remember to keep your minds open but not so much that they rot. Like those theorists who end up. He made a dramatic pause, with mushrooms in their brains. The class burst into laughter. Wei had carefully cultivated this atmosphere where mocking Ren was the norm. Taro gripped his pencil tightly. For a respected professor, Wei was behaving more like a child with a personal vendetta. Taro observed the classroom dejectedly. He had never been particularly sociable in this class, preferring to keep to himself. Now, as a known friend of the rotting boy, the possibilities of finding a partner were even more limited. His gaze briefly met Jin's group by accident. The tiger boy, surrounded by his usual cronies, gave him a look of disgust so exaggerated it would have been comical in other circumstances. A soft touch on his shoulder startled Taro. Can I be your partner? Taro turned to find Luna standing beside his desk. Her expression was as unreadable as ever, but there was something in her gaze suggesting this wasn't a random choice. With me, the question came out higher pitched than intended. Luna, the most promising student in class, wanted to pair with the rotting boy's friend? Luna, why don't you work with me? Klein didn't bother to hide his intentions as she passed near his seat. My golden lion would be a much more interesting study subject than a simple beetle. Luna didn't even dignify him with a look while sitting beside Taro. Klein's golden lion manifested in his arms, the marks glowing with irritation, but she kept her attention on the study materials she was beginning to take out. So. Taro began nervously, still bewildered at having the class's most promising student as his partner. The digger beetle, Luna was direct, her voice barely a whisper while pretending to review a diagram. Have you already started with the method Ren mentioned? The tension in Taro's shoulders loosened a bit. Talking to a girl was something difficult for him, but this was a topic he could discuss comfortably. Last night we processed the first crystals, he explained while they pretended to work on the assigned exercise. Ren used a method with concentrated moonlight. And did it work? Luna's eyes showed a flash of genuine interest. This morning I absorbed the first crystal. It was intense. While supposedly analyzing their beast's cultivation components, Luna maintained a steady flow of precise questions. How exactly did they concentrate the light? Which moons did they use? How much exposure time? Suddenly, she stopped mid-analysis, her eyes fixed on Taro with an intensity that made him shift uncomfortably. "There's something different about you," she murmured, her shadow wolf subtly manifesting in her eyes. "Different?" "Your mana," Luna narrowed her eyes, studying him. "The flow patterns, they move differently in your body. My wolf can see it clearly. It's as if..." "Ah," Taro smiled slightly, understanding. "During cultivation this morning. The first crystal was processed differently, as Ren said it should be. At first I thought it was mana poisoning, but..." "Interesting," Luna cut him off softly. Though she asked no more questions, Taro could feel her gaze studying him periodically, as if monitoring the changes in his mana flow. They continued with the assigned exercise. Taro, after much analysis, only managed to identify one correct component for shadow wolf cultivation, the specific need for night crystals to maintain its affinity with shadows. Luna, for her part, identified two elements for the beetle, the critical importance of moonlight in processing and, surprisingly, the need for deep earth. "The second is incorrect," Taro pointed out, clearly remembering Ren's explanations about purely lunar processing. "The method only requires specific moonlight." Luna looked at him with a curious expression, almost confused, but didn't argue. Her eyes, still influenced by her shadow wolf, narrowed. When the exercise ended, she rose with the same silent grace with which she had arrived. Without saying another word, she returned to her seat, leaving Taro wondering if what had just happened was real. Klein tried to get her attention again when she passed, but Luna ignored him as completely as the first time. "In battle class. Gather round." Professor Yang's voice resonated across the training field, echoing off the stone walls with commanding authority. "Today we'll increase the intensity." Ren and Min joined Taro, all of them panting from the initial exercises that were notably more demanding than the day before. Though Ren appeared remarkably fresher than them, his month of extra training with Lin showing in his improved stamina and form. Each tamer has different aptitudes and their styles. Yang walked through the student ranks, his stone behemoth's markings gleaming in the morning light. "Master Lin and I have decided it's time to adapt the training according to your natural strengths for the beginning of the second month. But before you ask," he smiled at seeing the confused faces, his expression knowing, "we will decide which category you fit best in." Lin began moving among the students with practiced grace, pointing to different areas of the field. Her crane's feathers shimmered as she moved. "Attackers," with Professor Yang, she indicated, her voice carrying clear across the field. "Speedsters, with me. Defensive types, to the east area. Range mages, to the west." The field became a flurry of movement as students began shifting to their assigned areas, some looking pleased with their categorization, others less so. While the professors assigned groups, Taro edged closer to Ren. "Hey, about Wei's class. Luna asked you about the method?" Ren didn't even seem surprised, as if he had expected this development. "Was it wrong that I told her about?" "No problem," Ren shrugged. "You can talk openly about it. It's not like it's a secret. Besides, Luna helped me once and..." "Patent her," Lin called out. To the attackers group. "Strength?" Several students laughed, their voices thick with mockery. "The rotting boy. I'm a speed type and I have more strength augment than him." More laughter rippled through the crowd. "His strength is better than you think," Lin winked, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "A month of training works wonders." Taro was assigned to the defensive group, his beetle's natural affinity for protection making him an obvious choice, while Min joined the range mages with his water snake. The class continued with specific exercises for each group. Ren discovered that, indeed, his month of training with Lin had prepared him well for the strength exercises. Each movement felt more natural, more powerful than before. By the end of the session, Yang gathered all students again, his behemoth's presence commanding attention. As you know, the final exam will include eliminating a real monster. His voice turned serious, resonating with experience. But that's only half the test. Students exchanged confused looks, whispers spreading through the crowd. A tamer must know more than just hunting beasts, he continued, his eyes scanning the gathered students. Battles against other tamers from the enemy kingdom are equally important, if not more so. Lin stepped forward. That's why we'll begin team practices next month. You have this month to form groups of 3. Can we choose anyone? Someone asked from the crowd. As long as they're maximum separated by 1 cultivation level at the time of exam, Lin confirmed, her eyes scanning the gathering. Looks began flying across the field as students mentally catalogued potential teammates. Jean was already gathering his followers, their beasts manifesting partially in excitement, while Klein seemed to gravitate toward Luna, who studied the distant mountains with pointed indifference. Ren, Taro, and Min exchanged glances. They didn't need words to know they would team up together, even if it meant facing technically stronger groups. Their month of working together in the mines had already forged a natural understanding between them. One warning, Yang's voice cut through the murmurs. Choose based on compatibility and strategy, not raw power. I've seen teams of weak beasts defeat supposedly superior groups just by having better coordination. His gaze briefly rested on Ren and his friends before continuing. Remember, you have a month to practice together and choose. Use that time wisely. As the students dispersed, Ren couldn't help but smile. An attacker, a defender, and a range mage, maybe they weren't the strongest team, but they could definitely be a balanced one. Hygiene isn't just about appearance, Professor May drew diagrams on the board. The same principles we use to keep our bodies clean apply to food preservation. Ren observed with genuine interest. As a cook's son, he found the connections between body care and preservation techniques fascinating. For example, May pointed to an illustration, just as sweat can create an environment conducive to infections on our skin, incorrect moisture can ruin perfectly good food. The class continued with practical examples that Ren meticulously noted down. Many concepts reminded him of techniques he'd seen his parents use, though now he better understood the science behind them. When they reached Crystal class, Professor Song made an announcement that caught everyone's attention. Today we'll begin with gathering theory, he explained. Though those who prefer to continue with practice can head to the mines. What do you prefer to do? Ren asked his friends. Min and Taro exchanged doubtful looks. Gathering theory sounds important, Min began. But we also need more crystals, added Taro. You can stay for today, Ren suggested. I'll go to the mines. Alone? Taro seemed worried for a moment, but then remembered something. Though now that I think about it, in a month you haven't had a single accident down there. It's true, Min nodded. You haven't even stepped on a trap by accident, and some are well hidden. Knowledge has its advantages, Ren smiled. I'll be fine. From a few rows back, Jean observed the conversation with malicious interest. He leaned toward his group, whispering something that made them smile. Are you sure you'll be fine? Taro insisted. Perfectly, Ren was already packing his things. You learn the theory. We can compare notes later. As Ren left, Jean and his 2 cronies also stood up. Professor, Jean smiled innocently. We also prefer practice today. Song watched them with some suspicion but nodded. Just remember to report your findings. Min and Taro watched Ren leave, followed at a distance by Jean and his group. They exchanged a worried look, but reminded themselves that so far, Ren had proven to know the mines better than anyone. He'll be fine, Taro murmured, though it wasn't clear if he was trying to convince Min or himself. After all, he's the expert, right? Jin's group's suppressed laughter didn't help calm their worries. The academy's corridors were left behind him as Ren ran toward the mines. A month of Lin's brutal training had transformed his once scrawny frame, his pursuers could barely keep pace now, their heavy breathing betraying their exhaustion. "He's getting away." Jin's breathless voice resonated in the distance. "Don't let that rotting boy reach the mines first." Ren smiled as he descended swiftly down the path toward the caves, each step sure despite the growing darkness. The mushrooms in his hair glowed softly, not just providing light but revealing intricate mana patterns in the walls that only he could see, a roadmap of power written in light and shadow. Though these fools pursued him and wanted to ruin his day, he couldn't afford to miss even a single day of gathering. The 60-some bronze rank crystals he'd accumulated over the month, while impressive for a beginner, fell far short of his needs. The 30 days of relentless mining had yielded decent results, but nowhere near enough. After spending 500 iron crystals on the lens to process Taro's crystals, only 200 remained in his reserves. He urgently needed to replenish his stocks. The exchange rates weren't helping either. Trading his remaining iron crystals for bronze ones would also be wasteful, with the school's exchange tax raising the cost from 10 to 13, yielding a mere 15 bronze crystals from his 200. Not worth it. Especially considering the other costly materials his evolution would require. And that wasn't all. The deep earth needed for Taro's ceiling and the large crystals grew increasingly scarce in the permitted levels. The past month had stripped the easily accessible areas bare, leaving only remnants where rich veins once flowed. Second and third year students had already claimed the prime safe locations, forcing newcomers to work harder for lesser rewards. The sound of clumsy footsteps and labored breathing faded as Ren delved deeper into the tunnels. Perfect, he thought while navigating the dark tunnels with precision, the mushrooms in his hair barely glowing now, adapting instinctively to his need for stealth. They'll follow exactly where I need them to go. He paused at an intersection, studying mana patterns invisible to normal eyes. The official mining zone's deepest point at 100 meters loomed ahead, but the real treasures lay beyond. Untouched veins of bronze crystals gleamed faintly in the depths, visible only to his specialized sight. Distant footsteps echoed through the tunnel. Jin and his group weren't exactly masters of stealth, their heavy steps and whispered curses giving away their position. "Over here," one of Jin's followers shouted, voice bouncing off the stone walls. "I saw his stupid mushrooms glowing." Ren continued deeper into the tunnel, each step precise and soundless. The mushrooms in his hair dimmed further, becoming barely visible specks of light. His knowledge showed him exactly where to step, which patches of ground to avoid, which walls could bear weight and which might crumble at a touch. "They're still following," he confirmed, briefly increasing his light to draw them on, listening to their unsubtle pursuit echoing through the tunnels. Ren stopped near the 100-meter mark. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed more slowly now, struggling to process the dense mana saturating the air. A guard hummed distractedly beside the access to the next level, clearly bored with his assignment. Guards never let iron rank beast students pass below 100 meters without authorization, he reflected, hearing his pursuers' echoes growing closer. But if I can get Jin's shouts to distract him, I could make it down to 150. Knowledge flowed through his mind as he calculated risks. Incorrect maturation, 31 out of 1,000. At this depth, his spore accumulated 1 point of incorrect maturation per day. In 30 days of ventures here, he'd accumulated 31, and deeper levels would add 2 points instead of 1. Just 4 hours of work today would bring him to 33. But with only 33 points accumulated out of 1,000, he still had room to maneuver. Should hold out about 4 hours before mana poisoning becomes an issue at 150 meters, he continued analyzing. Lesser worms are easy to avoid if you know their patterns. Time will be the real limitation. Jin's group's footsteps grew louder, their confidence building as they thought they had him cornered. "Don't let him escape." Jin's voice thundered through the tunnels. "This time the rotting boy has nowhere to hide." A smile played across his face as he positioned himself near a specific intersection. They were exactly where he needed them. "There's light ahead." Kai called out, his scales glinting in the dim light. I saw those stupid mushrooms glow. Jean and his group were about to learn that following the rotting boy into the depths might not have been their wisest decision. I can barely see anything down here, Cass complained, her eagle eyes straining to adapt to the darkness. Shut up, Jean hissed, his tiger patterns casting faint shadows. I think I see him ahead. Ren moved with precision across the uneven terrain, each step calculated to lead them toward the natural trap he'd discovered days ago. The lesser worm's abandoned nests created perfect cavities, invisible to inexperienced eyes but clearly marked in the mana patterns only he could see. Just need them to fall in there, he thought as he approached the exact point. Their shouts will distract the guard long enough. There are rich bronze crystal veins at 150 meters, and more importantly, uncontaminated deep earth. Over here. Jin's voice echoed through the tunnel. I saw him turn this corner. The group of bullies turned sharply, their footsteps resonating against the stone. The mushrooms in Ren's hair barely emitted a faint glow as he hid in a wall crevice, watching. Where is he? Jean growled, his tiger markings glowing in the darkness. He couldn't just disappear like that. Maybe we should. Cass began, but her voice cut off abruptly. There he is. Jin's voice thundered through the tunnel. We've got you, you'll learn to respect real beasts, rotting boy. You can't go anywhere now. Oh, there are many places to go, Ren stepped back, carefully calculating his position. You just have to know where to step. Ren feigned surprise at seeing his pursuers running toward him. Don't let him escape. Jean ran at the front, his tiger markings glowing with anticipation. Just a little more. The ground beneath their feet gave way with an ominous crack. For a moment, time seemed to freeze as the reality of their situation registered on their faces. Ren feigned surprise at seeing his pursuers running toward him. Don't let him escape. Jean ran at the front. His beast's manifestation glowed brighter in the dense mana, betraying his excitement at cornering his prey. Just a little more. The ground beneath their feet gave way with an ominous crack. For a moment, time seemed to freeze, Jin's confident grin transformed into wide-eyed realization, his followers' faces reflecting dawning horror as the floor crumbled beneath them. Ah! Panicked screams echoed through the tunnels as the group plummeted into the hidden cavity. The cacophony of falling rocks and bodies hitting packed earth created a symphony of chaos that would surely draw attention. Help! Jin's voice had lost all trace of its former arrogance, replaced by raw fear. Someone! The panic-stricken cries quickly attracted the guard. Ren had already melted into the shadows of a small side tunnel, his movements silent and precise. What's happening over there? The guard's voice approached rapidly, boots crunching on loose stone. Keep calm. Perfect, Ren thought, moving silently toward the adjacent wall near the entrance to the depths, a passage he'd been preparing for days. The crack, disguised as a simple extraction tunnel, was actually his escape route, carefully weakened over multiple visits. We're trapped. Kai shouted, his voice cracking with genuine fear. The floor collapsed. Stay calm. The guard was already assessing the situation. Don't move, I'll get you out of there. Ren pressed against the weakened section of the wall. The abandoned lesser worm tunnel needed just one more push. With a crackle barely audible under the bully's shouts, the rock gave way. Just enough, he observed while sliding through the narrow passage. His thin body barely fit through the opening, a benefit of still being a relatively slim child. Watch the edge. The guard's voice faded as Ren descended on the other side. I'm throwing down a rope. The shouts and chaos continued above, providing perfect cover. Ren moved quickly but precisely along the now clear path. Now I'll have a few hours of peace to search for what I need below. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed more slowly with each meter he descended, the dense mana making their work more difficult. Time is running, he reminded himself as he ventured deeper. My ankle. Jin's distant voice resonated with feigned pain. I think it's broken. Calm down, boy. The guard's voice grew more distant. These upper tunnels were abandoned, they all once belonged to displaced hungry beasts that have already died, so don't panic. Take the rope. Ren smiled as he descended. Jean would probably stretch the drama as long as possible, which gave him more time. The real race against the clock was with mana poisoning. Bronze crystal veins gleamed temptingly in the walls, but it was better to start from the deepest ones. He could already sense the rich deposits of crystals and deep earth waiting. 4 hours before the poisoning became dangerous. It was time to make every minute count. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed as he studied the patterns on the tunnel walls. The marks left by lesser worms formed an intricate map for those who knew how to read it. This isn't normal, he thought as his fingers traced the lines of mana residue that glowed faintly. Too many recent marks, too many overlapping patterns. The abandoned tunnels intersected more frequently than his knowledge told him was normal. Where he would typically find 2 or 3 intersections, now he saw 5 or 6. The lesser worms were expanding their territory, digging new routes with unusual frequency. Why are they so active? Ren stopped to examine a particularly fresh mark. The mushrooms in his hair revealed the still vibrant mana trail. This is less than a day old. Knowledge flowed through his mind as he analyzed the patterns. Lesser worms only proliferated like this when significant changes occurred in mana currents. Something was altering the natural flows below. A side tunnel caught his attention. It was narrow, barely wide enough for a small person to pass through crouched, and the darkness seemed denser there. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed stronger, detecting something. Perfect, he smiled upon examining the wall. A bronze crystal vein, richer than normal, intertwined with veins of uncontaminated dark earth. It was an oddly convenient combination, almost unnatural. Ren extracted his tools with extreme care. Each strike would need to be precise, controlled. The slightest echo could attract unwanted attention. The mushrooms pulsed in warning, a lesser worm had passed through a nearby tunnel recently. Its senses would still be alert to any vibration. Patience, he reminded himself while positioning his pick. One strong blow in the wrong place and I'll have company very soon. The first impact was barely louder than a whisper against the rock. Ren worked methodically, each movement calculated to minimize noise. The vein was surprisingly generous, bronze crystals practically jumping into his hands once he found the correct pressure points. 2 hours of methodical work had filled Ren's bag with a satisfactory amount of crystals and deep earth. If Taro knew I was using worm excrement to seal his crystals. An amused smile crossed his face as he stored another portion of the dark substance. Better he keeps thinking we only use moonlight and not special earth from the depths. The mushrooms pulsed more slowly, the dense mana making it increasingly difficult to process the environment. But knowledge kept flowing, showing him exactly where to strike, what angles to use, how to extract and store the dark earth without contaminating it. It's almost too perfect, he thought while storing another crystal. The richness of the deposit, the presence of pure dark earth, the unusual proliferation of tunnels. Everything suggested something had changed in the depths. A distant sound made him pause. A worm's dragging? Or just the natural echo of the caves? Another echo, closer this time. The sound of something dragging made his hands stop. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed more slowly, adapting to better detect nearby movements. This vein is too rich to be so untouched, he reflected while remaining motionless. Knowledge flowed, showing him clues others would overlook. The marks on the walls, the crystallized mana patterns. This was not a lesser worm's but a common worm's last gift when they expelled it from its territory. The dragging drew closer. Ren held his breath, his body completely still. A lesser worm emerged from a side tunnel, its pale body glowing faintly with absorbed mana. Ren held his breath, his body completely still, pressed against the cool stone wall. Each heartbeat seemed unnaturally loud in the oppressive silence of the deep tunnels. A lesser worm emerged from a side tunnel, its pale body glowing faintly with absorbed mana. The creature's rugged skin revealed intricate patterns of mana circulation, a beautiful display of natural energy processing. Must have been about 2 months ago, his mental analysis continued while observing the worm. The common worm probably died or returned to the depths. But its last defecation left this zone separated. The knowledge flowing through his mind painted a clear picture of the tunnel's recent history. The lesser worm advanced near the deposit, its movements fluid and purposeful. Its olfactory sensors quivered, drawn by the rich mana concentration in the vein. Ren watched, fascinated, as the blind creature approached the area where he had been working. Each movement revealed more about its nature, its hunting patterns, its sensory capabilities. Mana attracts them, he thought while the worm tentatively tested the earth near the deposit. But the residue. His knowledge showed him exactly what would happen next, like reading a script written in mana patterns. Just as expected, the worm recoiled almost immediately. Its sensors writhed in what appeared to be disgust before the creature rapidly retreated through another tunnel, its body contracting in visible revulsion. Common worm excrement must taste terrible to them, Ren's smile widened. It's like a natural repellent. The mana in the vein attracts them, but one taste of these residues. The elegant simplicity of nature's defense mechanisms never ceased to amaze him. Ren waited several moments more before resuming his work, each second measured carefully against the growing pressure of mana poisoning in his system. That's why this vein has retained so much mana. His mind connected the pieces while extracting another crystal. Lesser worms detect it because of its mana richness, but the common worm's residues keep them away. Each new discovery reinforced his understanding of the mine's ecosystem. His fingers traced the crystallization lines on the wall. The mana had concentrated uniquely here, preserved by the peculiar nature of the deposit. The patterns told a story of power trapped and refined over recent months. Nobody else would come looking in such a cramped hole, and lesser worms won't eat what's basically a pile of worm feces unless by accident, he thought while packing another portion. The irony of finding treasure again in what others would avoid brought a slight smile to his face. The mushrooms pulsed again, detecting another movement in the distance, but farther away this time. Ren continued his work, each movement precise and silent. He had found a unique treasure here, and he wasn't going to waste it. The density of the mana, the quality of the crystals, the perfect preservation of the deep earth, it was a miraculous combination of circumstances at this low depth. Just hope Taro never asks why his special crystal has that particular color, he smiled while sealing his bag. The knowledge had shown him many secrets of the depths, and this was one of the most useful, however unpleasant it might seem. Ren leaned against the tunnel wall, his legs trembling slightly from the effort of the last hours. The bag at his waist weighed pleasantly, the result of a productive but risky expedition. The bronze crystals clinked softly against the iron ones, while the black earth remained stored in its own bag. 2 bags. Almost 40 bronze crystals, he counted mentally while the mushrooms in his hair pulsed ever more slowly. Plus the 50-some iron ones that surrounded them in the vein. And enough black earth for several complete ceilings. Could get more, but... A slight dizziness made him lean against the wall again. The dense mana was beginning to affect his system after more than 3 hours of exposure. The mushroom's processing capacity severely reduced. Time to start heading out, he straightened with effort. 40 minutes before the mana poisoning becomes serious. Ren took out his canteen and took a long drink. The water helped mitigate the effects, but it was only a temporary solution. He needed to get out soon. Following the mana residue patterns on the walls, Ren moved methodically toward the upper zone, each scratch, each crystallized mana residue telling a story. His eyes scanned each intersection, looking for something specific. After several minutes of searching, he found what he needed. There. A relatively gentle slope rose in one of the side tunnels. The marks on the walls showed the characteristic traces of a lesser worm that had abandoned the area long ago. The tunnel seemed to end abruptly several meters up. Perfect. A smile formed on his face while examining the formation. Time to build my exit. Ren took out some tools and began working in the abandoned tunnel. Each movement was precise despite the growing dizziness. There was no time for errors, only 30 minutes to execute his exit plan, and his alibi depended on doing this correctly. The guards are meticulous with exit records, he thought while beginning to work in the abandoned tunnel. They'll need a convincing explanation for this amount of crystals. Something that doesn't raise suspicions about forbidden levels. Especially if he wanted to collect his doubled month-end reward. 25 minutes, he estimated while feeling another wave of dizziness. Need to finish this and start ascending in the next 10, or I won't reach the surface in presentable condition. Sweat ran down his forehead as he continued his work. Each passing minute made his movements more difficult, more imprecise. First he used the residual energy in the lens he had bought and overcharged a crystal, then sealed it with deep earth. The crystal began to glow in a brown tone. Ren carefully deposited 5 bronze crystals on the ground, forming a specific pattern. His fingers trembled slightly while placing each one, not just from mana poisoning, but from the pain of wasting valuable resources. Hurts to use bronze crystals like this, he thought while taking out 3 more from his bag. But I need the worm to detect them from afar. Iron ones wouldn't be enough attraction at this 115 meters low depth. The fresh marks on the walls confirmed what was necessary to execute his plan. A lesser worm had passed through here recently, its sensors probably still alert to any signal in its territory. The mushrooms in Ren's hair, though weak, could still detect the fresh mana trail. This one must be near leveling up, he analyzed while studying the residue patterns. The marks are deep, regular. It's been accumulating mana consistently. With methodical precision, Ren began to strike the tunnel wall. This one must be close to ranking up, he analyzed while studying the residue patterns. The marks are deep, regular. It's been consistently accumulating mana. With methodical precision, Ren began to strike the tunnel wall. These weren't random blows, they followed a specific rhythm, a vibration that mimicked the lesser worm's mating call. Each tap resonated through the ancient stone, carrying subtle harmonics that only the creatures could fully appreciate. Tap tap. It's not really mating, knowledge flowed through his mind while maintaining the rhythm. It's more like an invitation to joint evolution. The complex social behaviors of these supposedly simple creatures never ceased to amaze him. Tap tap. Lesser worms, upon reaching certain levels of maturity and mana accumulation, initiated this ritual. It was their way of seeking a compatible partner to merge with and evolve into a larger, more powerful common worm. Each tap echoed the ancient dance of transformation that had shaped these tunnels for centuries. Ren placed more crystals, forming a path leading toward the ascending tunnel he had prepared. Each crystal was strategically positioned, calculating the optimal distance for the worm to detect them sequentially. The placement had to be perfect, too close together and they'd overwhelm the creature's senses, too far apart and it might lose interest. The concentrated mana in bronze crystals, he continued his analysis while working, his movements precise despite growing fatigue, mimics the signal of a mature worm offering part of its accumulation as an incentive for fusion. Tap tap. A distant echo responded to his strikes. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly, detecting movement approaching. Something had heard his call and found it intriguing enough to investigate. Perfect. Now I just need to maintain the rhythm. Ren continued his rhythmic calling, each series of strikes precisely spaced. The knowledge showed him exactly how to modulate the vibrations to maintain the worm's interest without alerting it that something was wrong. Each tap had to be perfect, too strong would suggest aggression, too weak would indicate weakness. The crystals glowed faintly in the darkness, their concentrated mana acting like beacons for the approaching creature. The path he had created led directly to the ascending tunnel, where more crystals waited. It was a trail of irresistible temptation for a creature driven by mana hunger. An almost mature lesser worm can't resist a signal like this, he thought while listening to the increasingly closer movements. The promise of enough concentrated mana to evolve, it's like showing a feast to a starving man. The sound of something dragging grew louder. Ren maintained the rhythm, though each strike became more difficult with his arms numbed by poisoning. The dense mana of the deep tunnels was taking its toll, but he couldn't stop now. Tap tap. Come on, he mentally urged while feeling the worm approaching. I just need you to follow the path upward. You get some bronze crystals, I get my escape route. The bargain seemed fair enough, even if his partner in this dance was unaware of the final exchange. The mushrooms in his hair could barely process the ambient mana now, but it didn't matter. The plan was in motion, and the worm was approaching exactly as he had foreseen. Each movement brought it closer to springing his carefully laid trap. Ren slid silently toward a tunnel bend when he had made enough attraction taps, his hand holding the specially prepared brown crystal. The lens light had altered its structure, and the addition of common worm excrement had transformed it into a bronze-level earth crystal. Now comes the delicate part, he thought while listening to the approaching worm. The lesser worm emerged from below, its sensors vibrating with excitement at the mana concentration. Without hesitation, the creature lunged at the first pile of 5 crystals, absorbing them with frenzied movements. Hungry, eh? Ren observed as the worm followed the path of crystals he had laid out. Perfect. With silent steps, he began following the creature, maintaining a safe distance. The worm continued its ascent through the tunnel, each crystal drawing it higher, away from the high mana concentration zone. A little more, Ren controlled his breathing as they climbed. The dizziness from poisoning made maintaining balance a challenge. Just a little higher up. The worm reached the last crystal at the tunnel's dead end. Its sensors writhed in confusion at detecting no more mana signals nor traces of the supposed evolution partner. Before you decide to return. Ren struck the wall in a specific pattern, but this time different. Not the mating rhythm, but something more aggressive, more threatening. The sound a worm would make defending its territory. The reaction was immediate and grotesque. The lesser worm's body contorted in an unnatural peristaltic movement, its posterior end transforming into a new head while the original retracted. Now. Without losing a second, Ren threw the processed crystal directly toward the worm's new mouth. In the same movement, he dropped and slid down the tunnel slope, his hand striking the walls in a rhythm that mimicked a superior worm's threat. The lesser worm froze for a moment, caught between the confusion of contradictory signals and the sudden alteration in its system from the special crystal. Its body contorted again, trying to move away from the supposed threat. As it advanced, it began digging the tunnel upward, exactly what Ren needed. When it was about to realize that the mana was too low here and turn around, it noticed the problem in its internal mana flow, but it was too late. 3, 2, 1. The mana imbalance in the worm's body reached its critical point. The creature writhed violently, its body glowing with unstable light. It was time, dizziness crept in, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. Ren clapped 3 times as fast as he could with all his strength, his hands firm but not so much, forming a perfect hollow curve to amplify the sound. With a sharp shriek that resonated through the tunnels, the worm shot upward, its body frantically digging through the rock. Boom! The small explosion shook the tunnel, sending a rain of rock fragments and crystals. Ren protected himself, a satisfied smile on his face while the dust settled. And that's how you create an escape route, he thought while climbing up through the new tunnel connecting to the upper levels. Though it pains me to have spent so many bronze crystals, at least now I have a perfect explanation for my discovery. The dizziness intensified, he needed to get out soon. But his plan had worked perfectly. Now all that remained was to climb up and tell his story of how he had, accidentally, found all these materials after a crazed worm dug a new tunnel and exploded near him, burying him in a hole. Ren climbed hurriedly through the newly formed tunnel, his legs trembling from effort and mana poisoning. The mushrooms in his hair barely emitted a faint glow, but he could still distinguish the disaster scene before him. What a mess, he thought while examining the scattered remains of the lesser worm. Fragments of grayish flesh and greenish fluids covered the tunnel walls. The characteristic smell of mana in iron-rank beast flesh permeated the air. It was a shame that despite the relatively high mana concentration, the worms were so inefficient and only iron rank at that depth. Other bronze rank beasts could live there without problem. Of course, Ren doubted if he could eliminate those so easily. But not everything was bad. His eyes lit up upon detecting some of the bronze crystals he had used as bait, miraculously intact among the remains. He hurried to collect them, each movement calculated despite his growing dizziness. At least I recovered some, he thought while storing them. Though I would have preferred it if it were a bronze beast, I need many parts for cultivation. His fingers stopped on something more solid among the organic remains. Teeth. Lesser worm teeth, though from an iron beast, had their uses. Ren carefully collected them, his mind already calculating their possible applications. They're not bronze beast fangs, but they're almost as strong due to digging specialization. They'll serve for. A particular glow caught his attention. Among the mass of remains, something pulsed weakly with a silvery light. Ren held his breath while carefully pushing aside the shredded tissues. The core. It wasn't really a complete core. Unlike the complete core of the bronze mantis, for example, the lesser worms was more primitive, barely transforming so it couldn't process well. It was more like a storage, closer to a simple mana crystal. But the silver color didn't lie, it contained approximately 100 units of concentrated mana. A low-quality silver crystal, he evaluated while carefully picking it up. Imperfect, unstable, but with proper processing could be useful. The sound of approaching boots interrupted his thoughts. The guards, attracted by the explosion, wouldn't take long to arrive. Ren quickly stored the core along with the other recovered materials. It was time to put the last part of his plan into practice. Show time, he thought while composing his expression of surprise and confusion. His mushrooms, weakened by poisoning, provided the perfect image of an exhausted student who had just lived an unexpected experience. The guard sound drew closer. Ren mentally reviewed his story one last time, the discovery of an unusually rich vein that attracted the crazed worm, the unexpected explosion. Everything fit perfectly. His legs trembled, he didn't have to fake the exhaustion. Mana poisoning was reaching concerning levels. But it had been worth it. Between legitimately collected crystals, those recovered from the remains, and the unexpected silver core, the expedition had been more than successful. Though, he reflected while hearing the guards' voices getting closer, explaining the presence of a silver core will be interesting. I just can't believe it. Taro shook his head while examining one of the bronze crystals. All this was inside the worm. Ren reclined on his bed. The mana poisoning still made his head spin, but his friend's expressions of amazement were worth the discomfort. 38 bronze crystals, Min meticulously counted, organizing the materials on the table. 59 iron, and these bags of deep sand weigh at least 1 kilo each. Lu whistled, impressed. Fortune smiles on you, fungus. Though being near when the worm exploded. Don't know whether to call it good or bad luck. The guards say they'd never seen anything like it, Ren shrugged, maintaining his innocent expression. Apparently the worm consumed too rich a vein and its mana overloaded. If they knew I caused that overload. And look at this. Taro held the silver core against the light. A silver-grade mana crystal. How did a lesser worm have something like this? Master Song explained it in class, Min added. Lesser worms haven't yet developed complete processing cores. At that level they just use crystal structures to store mana. Ren smiled while watching his friends examine his haul. This month had been exceptionally productive. 100 bronze crystals, 783 iron, 2.5 kilos of deep sand, 1 silver crystal, and several useful lesser worm parts. Must be worth around 2,500 crystals to double in tomorrow's report, he calculated mentally. The school will really double the value. Everything was noted in the guards' records, who had been surprised all month by Ren's effectiveness. They even had a bet to calculate his daily earnings and called him the lucky fungus. This deserves a celebration. Lu pulled some candies from his drawer. The rotting fungus is now the lucky fungus. Taro laughed while accepting a candy. Who would have thought being in the wrong place at the wrong time would turn out so beneficial? If they knew how long it took to plan that accident. The door burst open. Run. Lin's icy tone made everyone freeze. The young instructor stood in the doorway, her expression dangerously calm. Would you care to explain why you're not at the training field? The color drained from Ren's face. Night training. He had completely forgotten. Master Lin, I'm overloaded with mana. Oh, so you have energy to celebrate but not to train? Actually, I feel quite bad, Anne. Lin interrupted him by grabbing his shirt collar and began dragging him toward the door. Perfect. Physical training is excellent for purging excess mana from the system. But Master Lin. No buts. 30 additional laps for being late. Taro, Min, and Lu watched with amusement and sympathy as their friend was dragged out of the room. Save me some candy. Ren managed to shout before the door closed. His friend's laughter followed him down the hallway as Lin dragged him relentlessly toward the training field. Despite the exhaustion and dizziness, Ren couldn't help but smile. I guess this is the price of success, he thought while resigning himself to a night of brutal exercise. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with renewed energy as he walked toward the exchange area with his friends. Lin's pill, combined with last night's brutal training session, this morning's workout, and some meditative circulation had effectively cleansed the excess mana from his system. I can't believe how well it went today. Taro practically bounced as they walked, his beetle's markings shimmering with excitement. I thought I'd struggle again, but the circulation was so much smoother. I could almost feel the patterns. A smile tugged at Ren's lips as he recalled their morning session. Watching Taro's progress was satisfying, like seeing a complex puzzle slowly come together. You've improved tremendously. Soon you won't need my guidance. And the sooner he masters it, Ren thought, the sooner I can focus on my own advancement. The exchange area buzzed with life, a hive of activity where students from all years crowded around the counters. The air hummed with haggling voices and the subtle resonance of magical items changing hands. Crystals clinked against scales, while preserved beast parts gleamed in their glass containers. How much did you get with the duplication? Min's water snake coiled lazily around his shoulders as he asked. They gave me 2,500 crystals, Ren replied as they approached the beast parts counter. Glass containers lined the shelves, their contents casting prismatic shadows on the worn wood. I have almost 4,000 usable, the rest are materials. Though I doubt it's enough for much cultivation, I hope it's sufficient to begin cultivation. His heart sank when he inquired about the prices of what he needed. Bronze-rank beast parts, meticulously preserved in crystal containers, glowed tantalizingly. Each piece cost a fortune, 1,000 crystals apiece. Thankfully, he didn't need those pristine specimens. But even the discarded parts, the ones slowly rotting that he actually required. 100 crystals for a daily portion's worth for my crystals, he muttered, examining a fragment of common crocodile skin that had begun to decompose. Its scales still held a faint iridescence despite the decay. And I need 100 portions. They were cheap by comparison, but far from free. His spore wasn't the only creature that could utilize materials in that state for cultivation. Lu whistled low and long. Wow, 10,000 crystals just for that garbage. And you still need other materials, right? That spore really is a pain in your side. Sure the investment's worth it? It was undoubtedly worth it, but the timeline. Ren nodded grimly and made his way to the poisonous fungi section. The vendor, an older woman with burned scars crisscrossing her hands like a roadmap of past mistakes, gave him a sympathetic look. 3,000 per piece, she said before he could ask, gesturing to the glowing specimens. And yes, it's expensive. We have to import them from Yano City, and relations aren't exactly friendly with our Yano City right now. Each one will process 10 crystals. Another 30,000 crystals. Ren felt a headache building behind his eyes. And the intelligence rune? He pointed toward the artifacts section with a trembling finger, hoping against hope. The intelligence rune pulsed with a soft blue glow. It was among the most basic, but still. That's one of the cheap ones, like vitality runes. It costs 10,000, the vendor sighed. I need 50,000 crystals total. Min scribbled quick calculations in his notebook, his water snake peering curiously at the numbers. Based on what you say you need. Assuming luck keeps striking, you maintain your current gathering pace, and factoring in the school's duplication. 10 months minimum, Ren completed the thought, shoulders slumping slightly. And that's if I maintain this level of production. If I could go deeper, but mana poisoning is already a problem at this depth. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly at the thought. Hey, it's not so bad. Taro tried to lift the mood, his beetle's markings brightening with his optimism. 10 months will fly by. Besides, meanwhile I can keep improving my control and run. The group turned to see Master Lin approaching, her crane's feathers shimmering with each stride. Her expression was unreadable, but there was a dangerous glint in her eyes. I hope you're not thinking of skipping tonight's training again. Ren swallowed hard. No, of course not. I was just. Lin studied him for a moment, her gaze piercing. The path to bronze rank is never easy. But you got many crystals this month, so keep at it, and remember, sometimes the longest path is the safest. If she knew how I really get the crystals. Not the safest. Now, Lin continued, a predatory smile forming on her lips, since you have so much energy for calculations, I'm sure you can handle some extra exercise sets tonight. Ren groaned while his friends tried to hide their laughter. Evolution would have to wait, for now, he had another session of torture, training, to face. Days fell back into routine for Ren. Walking toward the deep mines, he reflected on his situation. Each step echoed his thoughts down the empty corridor. One worm exploding near the lucky fungus and finding a rich vein. Believable, he thought, skillfully dodging a group of students. Their whispers followed him, the latest rumors about his impossible luck. 2 worms exploding in a week, they'd start asking uncomfortable questions. The lucky fungus reputation was useful, but it had limits. He could already imagine the guard's suspicious looks if accidents with worms became too frequent. Jin's group watched from afar, shooting threatening glances but keeping their distance. The tunnel incident had left a lasting impression, a whole week of peace. Though they'd returned to their old habits, something had shifted. There goes the rotting boy, one whispered, but they moved with newfound caution. At least they don't chase me like madmen anymore, Ren smiled while taking an unnecessarily complex detour. And when they do, losing them had become almost entertaining. A month of Lin's training had worked wonders for his endurance, and he knew every corner of the upper tunnels like the back of his hand. The new secret tunnel had been a success. Using the lesser worm's mating call, he'd managed to get another worm to dig a small hidden passage. It was more discreet than the previous one, which the guards had quickly sealed after the incident. 5 bronze crystals, 50 iron, a quarter kilo of deep earth. He mentally tallied his daily gathering. A lucky amount but not suspicious. The mushrooms pulsed as he descended through the hidden passage. The routine had become precise: enter, gather for 30 minutes, exit. No explosions, no drama. Just a persistent student with a consistently lucky streak. But it's not enough, he calculated while carefully extracting a bronze crystal. At this rate, reaching 50,000 crystals would take far too long. I need another way. His thoughts were interrupted by distant student conversations. Fragments about the upcoming gathering expedition reached his ears, making his heart race with possibility. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed stronger, responding to his sudden interest. The expedition, an opportunity to gather beyond the school's usual boundaries. New territories, he reflected while storing the day's crystals. New beasts, new resources. A smile formed on his face as he ascended. The risks would be greater outside school grounds, but so would the rewards. More importantly, nobody would question a lucky gathering during an official expedition. I'll need to prepare well, he thought while heading toward the exit. The mushrooms pulsed softly, as if approving his plan. The daily routine would continue for now, but the expedition promised to be an opportunity to significantly accelerate his progress. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly as he counted the day's crystals. 120 in total value, that was his lucky, but not suspicious amount. Not quite the 1,000+ crystals counting materials from that first day, he reflected while carefully storing his gathering, but it's safer this way for now. The numbers were consistent, between 100 and 150 crystals daily. By month's end, it would amount to roughly 4,000, which the school would double to 8,000. Progress toward the needed 50,000 was slow, but at least it was steady. 2 days until the expedition, he thought while climbing through the hidden tunnel. The prospect of gathering beyond school boundaries offered new possibilities. Life had fallen into a rhythm. Taro practiced mana circulation daily, his control improving remarkably. He no longer needed as much guidance to distribute energy correctly. Morning training with Lin had become more bearable too. His muscles no longer screamed in protest with each exercise, and occasionally he could even maintain coherent conversation while completing his sets. It was today, after one of these morning sessions, when something unexpected happened in battle class. Have you decided on your teams? Master Yang's voice resonated across the training field. His stone behemoth gleamed under the morning sun as he surveyed the students. An uncomfortable silence was his answer. Though some groups had clearly formed, like Jean with his usual followers, many students still seemed undecided. As I thought, Yang crossed his arms, the behemoth's markings rippling across his skin. It's difficult to choose partners without truly understanding how you work together in combat. Lin stepped forward, her crane manifesting in feather patterns along her arms. That's why we've prepared something special for today. At her signal, several assistants began pushing something massive onto the field. It was a reinforced iron cage, covered by a dark canvas. In the final exam, you'll face a bronze-rank beast, Yang continued as students instinctively backed away. But before that, you need to understand the fundamentals of monster combat. Lin removed the canvas with a fluid motion. The students collectively held their breath. 10 enormous stones. Most students fell silent in confusion, some laughed, until Yang struck one of the stones and woke it. Inside the cage, a stone lurker moved cautiously. It was roughly the height of a 10-year-old child, with a stocky body covered in protrusions where rocks and minerals adhered. Its 4 short legs ended in adhesive pads that allowed it to climb vertical surfaces. A stone lurker from the northern mines, Yang announced. Beasts that stalk the tunnels, disguising themselves as rocks to ambush their prey. This one's barely an iron-rank juvenile. The creature observed the students with small, bright eyes, almost hidden among the stone plates covering its face. Its behavior was notably cautious, finding itself surrounded by beings larger than itself. Especially the teachers and assistants. We don't just breed them here, we regularly capture them from other mines, Lin continued. If we let them multiply outside the school's breeding chamber, they'd leave the caves and become a real danger to children. They're especially problematic because they tend to hide from adults and ambush prey their size or smaller. The stone lurker hunched in a corner of the cage, the rocks on its body rearranging to resemble a common big stone. If not for the slight movement of its breathing, it would be difficult to distinguish from its surroundings. They're slow but resilient, Lin explained. Their armor absorbs impacts and can rapidly grow to protect damaged areas. The key is finding points where the growth is weakest. They won't attack directly, Ong added while the creature maintained its disguise. They prefer to wait for the right moment. In caves, they drop from the ceiling onto distracted travelers. Here, you'll have to force them to move. They're naturally cowardly, Lin added. If they face serious resistance, they'll try to flee. The challenge is either defeating them or making them attempt to escape. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed as he absorbed this information. The stone lurker was a specialized predator, not particularly strong, but perfectly adapted for its ecological niche. Despite its modest size, its mass was considerable, the rocks covering its body adding significant weight to its already robust constitution. Ren found the creature fascinating, a beast that compensated for its lack of speed with adaptive defense and precise ambushes. His spore's knowledge revealed intricate details about its behavior and weaknesses that others might miss. What appeared to be a random pile of rocks was actually 10 perfectly camouflaged stone lurkers. "You'll form teams of 3 if you haven't already," Yang continued, his voice carrying across the field as he passed the students a list to fill. "Each team will have 5 minutes to face it. You don't need to defeat it, we just want to see how you handle a resilient creature while working as a team." Lin began bringing out the training equipment, laying it carefully on a nearby table. "Choose your weapons according to your style. We have spears for maintaining distance, shields for defense, maces for blunt strikes. Pick what suits your approach best." As first team, Yang announced, consulting his now full list, Han, Sora, and June. Han, a boy with a weaver spider that created intricate hexagonal patterns on his skin, stepped forward decisively. Sora, whose deer manifested small but elegant horns in her hair, and June, who had a monkey that manifested brown markings on his hands, followed with notably less confidence. "Choose your weapons," Lin indicated, gesturing toward the equipment array. "You'll face one of them." Han took a spear confidently, his spider beast granting him excellent control with long tools. Sora chose a shield, its surface gleaming dully in the morning light, while June opted for a short sword despite its obvious limitations against stone. "Cutting weapons are a poor choice against rock," Lin murmured, but didn't stop him from making his selection. This was, after all, a learning experience. Remember, Yang warned as the assistants selected which stone lurker they would face, these are ambush creatures. Don't let their apparent passivity fool you until the end. The team entered the designated area. The chosen stone lurker was released, immediately blending with its surroundings like just another rock. The only sign of its presence was a faint scraping sound as it settled into position. "Begin." Remember, Yang warned as the assistants selected which stone lurker they would face, they are ambush creatures. Don't let their apparent passivity fool you until the end. The team entered the designated area, their footsteps echoing in the sudden silence that had fallen over the training field. Students pressed forward to watch, eager to learn from either success or failure. The chosen stone lurker was released, immediately melting into its surroundings like just another rock. "Begin." Han took the initiative, his spider's hexagonal patterns rippling across his skin as he moved forward with his spear held at the ready. Sora followed close behind with her shield. June covered the flank, his monkey's markings shifting nervously as he gripped his sword. "Maintain formation," Lin suggested from the sidelines. Her experienced eye could already see the gaps in their coordination, the subtle signs of uncertainty in their movements. The stone lurker suddenly sprang to life, rising on its suction cup feet with shocking speed upon detecting that June was smaller than itself. Its mouth opened impossibly wide, revealing rows of crushing teeth designed to pulverize both stone and bone. The grinding sound of its jaw expanding sent shivers through the watching crowd. June screamed and stumbled backward, his sword shaking violently in his grip. His monkey's patterns distorted chaotically with panic, the usual brown markings becoming a jumbled mess that reflected his terror. The maintained formation shattered like glass. "Don't separate." Han shouted, his spear moving to intercept the stone lurker with spider-enhanced precision. But it was already too late, June had retreated too far, breaking the defensive line. Sora, equally frightened by the creature's sudden animation, had moved in the opposite direction with her shield, leaving a fatal gap in their defenses. The stone lurker, displaying the predatory intelligence that made its species so dangerous, instantly exploited the separation. It launched itself toward June with surprising agility, its stone-covered body somehow fluid in motion. The boy barely managed to raise his sword, the blade trembling as he faced the incoming mass of animated rock. Yang intervened with lightning speed, his behemoth manifesting fully as he caught the stone lurker mid-leap. The creature writhed in his grasp, its rock armor grinding against itself, but it was useless against the teacher's overwhelming strength. Enough, he declared while returning the creature to its cage, its struggles diminishing as it recognized defeat. What went wrong? They broke formation at the first scare, Lin answered. Only Han maintained his composure, but a team isn't just one competent member. The 3 students withdrew from the area, their failure weighing heavily on them. Jun still trembled, his monkey's markings faded and distorted. Sora stared at the ground, her deer's manifestation barely visible in her shame. Only Han maintained his composure, though frustration radiated from his rigid posture. Next team. Yang called out, his voice carrying across the training field. Jean, Kai, and Cass. Jean stepped forward with a predatory smile, his tiger markings gleaming with an almost electric intensity. Kai flexed his arms, scales catching the morning light like polished jade. Cass stretched her red eagle wings, the feathers spreading in an impressive display. This group will be different, Ren thought while observing from his position. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed as he studied their movements. Jean might be an idiot who falls for traps, but he's no fool in combat. Choose your weapons, Lin indicated as Jin's group approached the arsenal. The variety of training weapons gleamed in the morning light, each designed for different combat styles. Jean studied the options before selecting a pair of battle caestus, metal-reinforced gloves designed for close combat. His tiger markings flared as he adjusted them, testing their fit with practiced movements. No swords, eh? Kai murmured, selecting a war hammer. His scales reflected light in complex patterns as he tested the weapon's weight, finding its balance point. Cass, surprising several observers, took up a shield. Someone has to keep you alive, she declared as her red eagle feathers manifested, creating intricate defensive patterns across her arms. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed as he observed their formation. Unlike the previous group, they moved with clear purpose, each understanding their role in the team. Working together, even if just as bullies, had given them an unexpected advantage in coordination. The assistants released one of the stone lurkers. The creature immediately camouflaged itself, its suction cups gripping the ground as it waited for the perfect moment to strike. Its stillness was almost perfect, only the slightest movement betraying its breathing. Begin. Yang commanded. Jean and Kai advanced with Cass between them, her shield ready and her eagle's enhanced vision scanning for any hint of movement. The stone lurker remained motionless, patiently waiting for an opening. Keep your eyes open, Cass murmured. The stone lurker attacked suddenly, its suction cups releasing with a soft pop as it launched itself toward Kai. Its jaws gaped wide, revealing again those rows of grinding teeth designed to crush stone. But Cass had already anticipated the attack. Her shield intercepted the stone lurker mid-leap, her eagle feathers glowing as she absorbed the impact with ease. Now, she shouted while holding the creature against her shield, her enhanced strength keeping it pinned. Jean and Kai struck from both sides. Jin's caestus connected with tiger-enhanced force, while Kai's hammer descended with the full power of his beast behind it. The stone lurker's outer layer, still not fully hardened due to its youth, began to crack under their coordinated strikes. The creature attempted to bite, but Cass maintained her shield firmly in place. Don't let it breathe. Jean and Kai doubled down on their assault. Each impact stripped away fragments of the stone lurker's mineral covering, gradually exposing the vulnerable flesh beneath. The edges. Yang shouted from outside. Focus your strikes where the stones meet. Jean activated his skill, his caestus glowing as he found the weak joints between the mineral plates. Kai followed suit, his hammer now moving faster as he systematically destroyed the connections with brutal precision. The stone lurker shrieked. It attempted one final desperate attack, its jaws seeking Jin's leg. I don't think so. Cass rotated her shield, deflecting the creature into a combined strike from her teammates. The simultaneous impact of Caestus and hammer shattered the stone lurker's remaining defenses. The creature collapsed, its camouflage dissolving as its body relaxed in death. Enough, Yang declared, though it was unnecessary at this point. An effective execution, if somewhat messy. The coordination was decent, Lin added as assistants removed the body. But you relied too heavily on brute force. Against an adult stone lurker, that strategy would be far less effective. Jean shrugged while removing his Caestus, but his smile remained fierce. Kai rested his hammer on his shoulder, clearly satisfied, while Cass maintained her mock professional expression despite their success. Brutal but effective, Ren thought as his mushrooms pulsed, analyzing the combat. Though Teacher Lin is right, that strategy only worked because it was a juvenile. It's better to target the internal parts. Next team. Yang called out. Brutal but effective, Ren thought as his mushrooms pulsed, analyzing the combat. Though Lin is right, that strategy only worked because it was a juvenile. Better to target the internal parts. Next team. Yang called out. Klein Goldcrest's team, Yang announced. With Feng Zhao and Aster Blackwood. The Goldcrest heir stepped forward with the natural arrogance of nobility, his golden lion manifesting in brilliant patterns across his skin. The light caught the metallic sheen of his beast's markings, creating an almost ethereal glow. Feng, whose red cobra created scarlet scales along his neck, and Aster, with his rhinoceros's bluish markings, flanked him with similarly aristocratic bearing. We won't need heavy weapons, Klein declared while selecting a light short sword, the blade catching the morning light. Our beasts are more than sufficient. Feng chose a pair of daggers, their edges glinting dangerously, while Aster opted to take no weapon at all. His rhinoceros markings intensified, covering his arms with a bluish glow that promised raw power. Unlike previous groups, these three had trained together since childhood. Their beasts, all with high potential, complemented their styles naturally, the lion's overwhelming presence, the cobra's precision, and the rhinoceros's raw strength forming a deadly combination. The assistants released another stone lurker. The creature barely had time to camouflage before the team moved into action. Delta formation, Klein ordered without raising his voice. His companions positioned themselves instantly, Aster taking the front while Feng and Klein covered the flanks. Their movements spoke of countless hours of practice. Feng's cobra allowed him to detect the creature's body heat and through it, the thinner areas of its armor. His scarlet scales shimmered as he focused his beast's sensory abilities. 30 centimeters down, slightly left of the eye crack, Feng reported, his scales glowing brighter with certainty. Aster advanced heavily, his rhinoceros manifesting in a controlled charge. The stone lurker attempted to jump at him, identifying him as an apparently smaller and weaker target than itself. A grave mistake. Klein's golden markings blazed as his lion responded. A roar, amplified by his beast's power, struck the stone lurker mid-leap. The sound wave made the stones on its body vibrate violently, creating weak points in its natural armor. Before it could recover, Feng appeared at its side, his daggers shining with a poison skill, finding the points weakened by the vibration with snake-like precision. The stone lurker tried to turn, but Aster was already there. His rhinoceros manifested a charge that, though contained, struck the creature with brutal power. Finish it, Klein ordered, his voice blending with a growl that carried his lion's authority. All three attacked simultaneously, Feng's poison daggers finding vital points near the eyes, Aster's charge holding the creature in position, and Klein's final roar shattering what remained of its mineral armor before ending it with his sword. The stone lurker collapsed without even having time to screech. Impressive coordination, Yang commented as assistants removed the body. Though perhaps a bit excessive in mana use for a juvenile. Excess is better than incompetence, Klein replied while sheathing his barely used sword. His lion's markings glowed with satisfaction. Besides, we can use our skills 5 times without breaking a sweat. An interesting demonstration of those powerful beasts' natural abilities, Lin added. Though in a real situation, depending solely on their mana could be risky. Klein simply smiled, the gold in his skin shimmering. His companions maintained equally satisfied expressions as they returned to their positions, their superiority evident in every movement. Efficient, Ren thought, but arrogant. They're so used to their beasts solving everything they barely used their weapons. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while analyzing the combat. It had been a crushing victory, yes, but also a demonstration of perhaps excessive dependence on their beasts and mana. Next team. Yang called out. Ren, Taro and Min, he announced. The laughter began before he finished naming them. Jean and his group were particularly loud, their mockery echoing across the training ground. The rotting fungus and his friends, someone shouted from behind. This will be fun. Ren ignored the taunts as they descended to choose their weapons. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed as he approached the equipment. His eyes immediately fixed on the coiled ropes among the more traditional weapons. Take that one, he whispered to his companions, selecting just one long, sturdy rope. He approached each one and whispered something in their ear. Taro and Min exchanged surprised looks but nodded, trusting their friend's unconventional strategy. For himself, Ren chose a short spear. Look! Jin's mocking voice rose above the crowd. The coward wants to stay far from the monster. Though he can't even carry a normal long spear. The laughter increased. Even students who normally remained neutral smiled at the sight of the weak, mushroom boy unable to wield a longer standard spear. Are you sure about your choices? Lin asked, her expression neutral but her eyes studying them with interest. Ren nodded, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing calmly. Knowledge flowed through his mind, revealing the stone lurker's peculiar anatomy, how their organs concentrated in a compact sphere, with the brain aligned vertically above their posterior end. The assistants released another stone lurker. The creature immediately camouflaged itself, its suction cups gripping the ground while studying its opponents with predatory patience. Begin. The team's movement took everyone by surprise. Instead of the cautious approach they thought would be employed, Taro and Min ran forward, each holding one end of the extended rope. Ren followed closely in the center, just behind the rope, his short spear ready. The stone lurker detected the movement and prepared to jump. Its sensors identified Ren as the closest target and smaller than itself. Its suction cups detached from the ground, its enormous mouth beginning to open. But it was too late. The rope caught it across the forehead mid-leap. Taro and Min pulled in unison, using the monster's own momentum to roll it backward. The stones on its body scraped against the ground as its belly was exposed. But it was a belly also completely covered in stone, what could the spear do there? Taro and Min pulled in unison, using the monster's own momentum to roll it backward. The sound of grinding stone filled the air as the creature's rock-covered body scraped against the ground, exposing its belly. But the belly was also completely covered in stone, what could the spear possibly do there? The audience held their breath, certain they were about to witness failure. Then Ren spotted it, a single small orifice, barely visible among the rocky plates. He didn't hesitate. The short spear found its target with surgical precision, plunging deep into the creature's cloaca and straight up. The stone lurker tensed once, then went completely still in the next instant. Death came swiftly and silently, catching everyone by surprise. Silence fell over the training field. The entire encounter had ended in mere seconds, leaving spectators struggling to process what they'd just witnessed. Well, Young broke the silence, a barely contained smile playing at his lips, that was, efficient. Lin approached to examine the fallen stone lurker. A direct strike to the brain through the cloaca. Impressive knowledge of their anatomy. The previous laughter had transformed into surprised whispers. Jean particularly looked like he'd swallowed something extremely unpleasant, his tiger markings dulling with his dampened mood. The fastest victory so far, Young declared as assistants removed the body. And with minimal energy expenditure. Excellent teamwork. Taro and Min grinned while coiling their rope, their beasts manifesting proudly despite their supposedly weak status. An unorthodox approach, Lin commented, but perfectly executed. Sometimes knowledge truly is worth more than brute force. Next team. Yang called, though eyes remained fixed on the team that had just redefined expectations. Several more teams faced the challenge. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed as he observed each attempt, some more successful than others. "We can do it like the fungus team," one student declared confidently, holding a rope while his companions nodded eagerly. "If he could do it, so can we." They even took 2 ropes, and their leader corrected the weak rotting boy's mistake by taking a long spear instead of a short one. But the stone lurker refused to cooperate with their plan. The ropes worked initially, flipping the creature, but then. "Stab it! Stab it! I'm trying!" The spear bounced off the monster's rock skin, missing the tiny orifice completely. A second attempt proved equally fruitless. By the third try, the stone lurker had managed to break free, forcing Yang to intervene before someone got hurt. "It's not just about copying ideas," Ren thought as the team retreated in shame. Without understanding why certain things are done. Finally, it was Luna's team's turn. 2 girls accompanied her, students from noble families who had clearly requested to be her partners. They attempted to engage in conversation while selecting weapons, but Luna barely acknowledged them with brief nods. "We should coordinate a strategy," one suggested, adjusting her weapon with nervous movements. "It won't be necessary," was Luna's only response, her shadow wolf rippling beneath her skin. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with anticipation. Luna's shadow wolf was different from other beasts, it possessed immense initial power and had started on the true evolution path from the beginning. The stone lurker was released, immediately seeking camouflage. Luna's companions assumed combat positions, but she simply extended her hand, her wolf's influence darkening the air around her. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then Ren saw it, the monster's shadow began moving unnaturally. The wolf emerged from it like spilled ink rising upward, its eyes glowing with spectral radiance. The stone lurker had no time to react. Shadows slipped between the cracks of its mineral armor like black water. A moment of absolute stillness, and then. Small explosions of blood erupted from every crack in the monster's armor. The wolf returned to Luna's shadow as silently as it had appeared, while the stone lurker collapsed, destroyed from within. The silence that followed was different from the one that had followed Ren's victory. There was no surprise or admiration, only cold respect mixed with fear. "Efficient," was all Yang said as assistants removed the shattered body. Luna's companions looked at her with both pride and nervousness, as if unsure whether to celebrate or maintain their distance. "That shadow wolf," Ren observed as Luna returned to her place, as silent as her beast. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed, but for the first time, the knowledge flowing through them seemed incomplete, as if aspects of the shadow wolf lay beyond his current understanding. Yang called the next team, but many students kept glancing at Luna, wondering what other secrets their silent classmate concealed. After today's classes, in Professor Song's cancelled session, they would finally venture outside for the first time. "Welcome to your first gathering expedition," Professor Song announced as students gathered in the main courtyard. "Before we begin, let me introduce Professor Zhao, who will lead the 5th and final teaching unit." A middle-aged man with owl markings on his arms stepped forward. Though his expression was kind, his eyes, sharpened by his beast, studied each student with clinical attention. "Exterior gathering exercises are crucial," Zhao began while assistants distributed equipment packages. "Here you'll learn to survive outside safe zones, identify valuable resources, and most importantly, recognize when to retreat." The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed as he examined his package: ropes, tools, special containers, emergency rations. "Normally we would spend 3 days in the Iron Ring," Zhao continued, his gaze briefly resting on Ren. "However, this year we'll make some adjustments. The expedition will last 2.5 days. Murmurs immediately broke out among the students. "Why less time?" 3 days every 2 months is tradition. Zhao raised a hand to silence the protests. As some of you may know, we have a student whose beast has particular limitations with prolonged exposure to high mana concentration zones. All eyes turned to Ren. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly, as if confirming the professor's words. Why less time? 3 days is tradition. Zhao raised a hand to silence the protests, his owl markings shimmering with quiet authority. As some of you may know, we have a student whose beast has particular limitations with prolonged exposure to high mana concentration zones. All eyes turned to Ren. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly, as if confirming the professor's words. Their usual glow seemed somehow dimmer under the weight of so many stares. It's not fair, someone protested from the back of the crowd. Why should we all lose half a day because of the fungus? Yeah, let him stay behind if he can't handle it. Jin's smile turned malicious, his tiger markings rippling with cruel delight. Or better yet, let him come and we'll see how long he really lasts with that useless beast. Silence. Zhao's voice didn't rise, but the owl in his eyes gleamed with unmistakable authority. This decision is not open for debate. I prefer a shorter excursion to risking any student's health. The protests transformed into resentful murmurs. Several students shot accusing glares at Ren, as if he had personally stolen those precious hours of exploration from them. The tension in the air was almost palpable. If they knew I spent hours in deeper levels with higher mana concentration than the Iron Ring, it would be even worse, Ren thought while adjusting his equipment, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with irony. Each soft glow seemed to mock their ignorance. Safety is our priority, Song added, backing his colleague. His stance made it clear the matter was settled. 2.5 days are more than sufficient for a first expedition. Zhao began explaining the expedition details, permitted zones, danger signals, emergency protocols. But Ren could feel the resentful stares burning into him, especially from those who already considered him a burden to the class. Doesn't matter, he thought as the mushrooms pulsed softly. I have my own objectives to worry about for this expedition. The knowledge flowed through his mind, revealing possibilities his classmates couldn't even imagine. While they worried about half a day lost, he was planning to make every available minute count. After all, the best opportunities often lay where others saw only limitations. The student caravan advanced along the path toward the Iron Ring. The carts, protected by experienced guards, moved at a steady pace as they left the city behind. The landscape gradually transformed, becoming wilder with each passing mile. I can't believe they took away half a day, a student complained from the front cart, voice carrying on the wind. All because of the fungus. Ren, seated between Taro and Min in one of the last carts, smiled slightly. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with the vehicle's movement, their rhythm somehow matching the cart's gentle swaying. Ignore them, Taro murmured, his beetle's markings shifting protectively. They're just upset because they won't get to brag about lasting 3 full days without bathing. Min let out a giggle, his water snake coiling playfully. As if half a day less would make any difference in what they can gather. Actually, Ren lowered his voice conspiratorially, it's better this way. Mana is denser at dusk. They're doing everyone a favor. Really? Taro leaned in with interest, his beetle's markings rippling with curiosity. How do you know that? The mushrooms pulsed while Ren considered how much to reveal. Each glow seemed to carry secrets waiting to be shared. Let's say I've been studying mana patterns. The expert has spoken again, write it down. Min joked, his water snake manifesting playfully around his neck. Though after the stone lurker incident, I'm starting to believe you really do know everything. From another cart, Jin's voice carried clearly, I bet he doesn't even last the first day. Who wants to take that bet? I bet he'll surprise us again, unlike idiot Jean who only bores us, a soft voice cut through the laughter. Luna, seated in the adjacent cart, didn't even turn to speak, her shadow wolf rippling beneath her skin. An uncomfortable silence followed her words. Even Jean seemed at a loss for a response, his tiger markings dulling slightly. "Did you hear that?" Min whispered excitedly. "Luna defended you." "She didn't defend me," Ren corrected, though the mushrooms in his hair pulsed with interest. "She's just setting a precedent for when I surprise them again." Shoot, Min elbowed him playfully. "Don't ruin the surprise." "What surprise?" someone shouted from another cart. "That the rotting fungus is going to faint before we even get there." More laughter, but Ren noticed it was less enthusiastic than before. The stone lurker incident had planted seeds of doubt in many minds. He observed the changing landscape thoughtfully. The trees grew sparser, the vegetation more untamed. They were approaching the Iron Ring, where the real challenges, and opportunities, awaited. "Let them laugh," he murmured. "Soon they'll have other things to worry about." The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while knowledge flowed, revealing the opportunities that approached. The Iron Ring might seem dangerous to his companions, but for him, it was a garden of possibilities waiting to be harvested. "Though nothing here helps me evolve," Ren murmured thoughtfully. "Everything has market value. And with the school's exchange bonus." The mushrooms pulsed while he calculated potential profits, each soft glow seeming to represent another opportunity. "If I play my cards right," he whispered, "this trip could be quite profitable." "Look!" Jin's voice interrupted his calculations. "The fungus is already counting minutes until we return." Laughter erupted from other carts, but Ren ignored it. His mind was already mapping collection routes, calculating which zones would yield the best results. From her cart, Luna observed the same landscape, her shadow wolf partially manifested. For a moment, her eyes met Ren's, and a slight smile graced her lips before she turned her attention back to the horizon. "See those twisted trees?" Ren whispered as the cart crossed the Iron Ring's border. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while knowledge flowed through his mind. "They look normal during the day, but at night it's shadow stalker territory." "The what?" Min leaned in with interest, his water snake mirroring his curiosity. "Bat medusas black as night," Ren explained, his voice low and focused. "They float in groups using gas sacs in their bodies. During the day they sleep in caves, but when darkness falls they emerge to hunt, absorbing mana from anything that passes beneath them. They're practically invisible against the night sky. And look at the trees themselves," he pointed to branches where fine threads gleamed under the sun. "Moonweaver territory. They look like cats." Taro squinted, observing a white figure among the branches. "Moth cats," Ren corrected. "Their fur is white as silk and they have moth-like wings but can only glide. They weave nets between trees using threads they produce naturally. They're daytime hunters, shadow stalkers are too dangerous at night." The mushrooms pulsed while he observed the ground. "And those mounds that look like grass or dirt, they're not what they appear to be." "Moth cats," Ren corrected. "Their fur is white as silk, and they have moth-like wings but can only glide. They weave nets between trees using threads they naturally produce. They're daytime hunters, shadow stalkers are far too dangerous at night." The mushrooms pulsed while he observed the ground, revealing patterns others might miss. "And those mounds that look like grass or dirt, they're not what they appear to be." "Are those beasts too?" Min asked, his water snake coiling closer in anticipation. "Bark stalkers," Ren explained, pointing to what appeared to be random terrain features. "Imagine a toad the size of a small table, with a crab-like shell. They can change their skin's color and texture to match their surroundings, piles of leaves, earth, even moss-covered rocks. Their camouflage is nearly perfect, which makes them particularly dangerous to unwary travelers. And these beasts all live together here without displacing each other." Taro seemed fascinated. "It's an interesting cycle," Ren smiled, clearly enjoying sharing his knowledge with his friends. "The shadow stalkers dominate the night. From the air, they can safely absorb mana from the bark stalkers, they just need to avoid the weaver's threads hidden within the trees. The bark stalkers are practically defenseless against aerial attacks, their shells protect them from ground threats, but offer little protection from above. So the giant toads hunt during the day. Exactly, to hide from shadow stalkers, Wren confirmed. They conceal themselves near trees and wait for moon weavers to come down for drinking or gathering nest materials. A weaver on the ground is easy prey if it doesn't notice the stalker in time. The stalker's incredible camouflage makes them nearly impossible to spot until it's too late. And when do the weavers sleep then? Min asked, leaning forward with growing interest. They sleep very little and are the only ones that can move both day and night, though they prefer daylight. Their webs are too fine to catch anything large, but shadow stalkers are very light. If one touches a thread in the darkness, every weaver in that tree's colony knows instantly. Wren considered the possibilities, each opportunity in this not-so-complex ecosystem. The materials they produce are very valuable. Stalker skin, when properly processed, is perfect for mana storage bags. It can contain crystals without letting them contaminate before processing. The same adaptations that help them regulate mana in their bodies make their skin perfect for storage. Are the weaver's threads valuable too? Taro seemed concerned about having to capture the nocturnal creatures Wren had described as dangerous. They're used to make mana detection amulets, Wren explained. A moon weaver's natural silk can sense energy fluctuations with remarkable precision. The same sensitivity that alerts them to predators makes their silk perfect for detecting mana disturbances. But aren't they dangerous too? You said if anything touches the web, the entire tree colony knows, Min observed worriedly as the beasts began to become more visible in the distance. Each passing minute seemed to reveal more details of the ecosystem Wren had described. Not really. That's why the school chooses this zone, Wren explained, gesturing at their surroundings. Shadow stalkers only hunt at night when we'll be in the protected camp. Weavers avoid anything larger than themselves, they're cautious creatures by nature. And bark stalkers, well, they're so slow that simply watching where you step is enough to avoid them. Also Professor Zhao can easily control the area, he added thoughtfully. Even hungry bronze beasts avoid this territory. The combination of mana-absorbing swarms and weavers that can alert and flee from any intruder makes it not worth their effort. The energy cost of hunting here outweighs any potential rewards for larger predators. The mushrooms pulsed while Wren made mental calculations. At current market prices, a square meter of shadow stalker skin was worth hundreds of crystals due to its unique mana-containing properties. Weaver silk, though more common, remained valuable for common miners and explorers who needed reliable mana detection. Even the herbs growing on bark stalkers' protective scales had their market as mana-poisoning remedies, though less efficient than those from inner rings. A simple ecosystem, he thought, studying the interplay of creatures and environment, but full of opportunities for those who know where to look. This will be our base camp, Professor Zhao announced as students descended from the carts. His owl manifested fully now, enormous wings spreading protectively over the gathered group. Wren observed the area with attention. The clearing had been carefully selected, open enough to discourage moon weavers from establishing territories, yet with sufficient cover to protect them during the dangerous night hours. Natural barriers and carefully positioned guards would create a safe zone. During the day, Zhao continued, his voice carrying the weight of experience, will focus on collecting weaver silk. It's the safest and most abundant resource in this zone. His eyes, sharpened by his owl's influence, methodically scanned the nearby trees for any signs of danger. But even that requires strict precautions. The assistants began distributing camouflage blankets among the students, each one specially treated with protective compounds. These blankets are treated with bark stalker essence, the professor explained, demonstrating the proper way to wear them. The weavers will ignore them, thinking they're just another predator resting. As long as you move slowly, take only low-hanging threads, and keep the blanket over you, you can collect silk without getting jumped by the colony. What about real bark stalkers? Someone asked, their voice tinged with apprehension. This area has been cleared, Zhao responded confidently, though his owl's wings shifted slightly. We've removed the largest specimens and overly numerous weaver colonies. Still, His gaze hardened, commanding everyone's full attention. Caution is mandatory. He produced a small flare from his bag, its crystal core glowing with a soft blue radiance that pulsed in harmony with the ambient mana. Each team will carry one of these. If for any reason you stray too far and my owl can't locate you, break it. The magical signal is unmistakable, even most bronze-rank beasts avoid its frequency. How far can we go? Jean asked, his tiger manifesting eagerly in anticipation of the hunt. My owl can cover approximately half a kilometer radius. Zhao indicated marks carved into the most distant trees. Don't cross those limits or you'll enter territories we haven't secured. He began pointing out specific areas. Besides silk, you can collect moss from empty bark stalker shells, they're abandoned molts. It has value and is relatively safe to obtain, as long as you verify the shell is truly empty first. His wings spread fully as he rose a few meters to demonstrate his surveillance range, the downdraft making the students' clothes flutter. But remember, I'm just one professor with one beast. I can't be everywhere at once. If you act recklessly while I'm handling an emergency in another sector. He let the implication sink in, the silence heavy with warning. At night, he continued while descending gracefully, it is absolutely forbidden to leave the camp. Shadow stalkers are practically invisible in darkness, and they can drain an iron-rank student in seconds. Their hunger makes them especially aggressive during the darkest hours. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed while absorbing the information. The professor was meticulous in his planning. This zone was perfect for beginners, with controllable dangers but sufficient risk to keep them alert. The ecosystem itself would teach them valuable lessons about survival. Stay in groups of 3, Zhao concluded, his owl's penetrating gaze sweeping across the gathered students. Report anything unusual and remember. While safety is paramount, don't forget this is a gathering class. Your grades will depend directly on the quantity and quality of materials you obtain. Stay in groups of at least 3, Zhao concluded, his owl's penetrating gaze sweeping across the gathered students. Report anything unusual and remember. While safety is paramount, don't forget this is a gathering class. Your grades will depend directly on the quantity and quality of materials you obtain. As students began organizing themselves, Ren studied the nearest trees. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed gently, revealing patterns others might miss. The silk was valuable, yes, but he knew the real treasures lay at the edges of the marked territory, where beasts still maintained their natural behavior, undisturbed by human presence. I just need to be careful, he thought while the mushrooms pulsed softly in agreement. And choose the right moment. Now, Zhao spread his wings while surveying the students, his owl's influence making his presence even more imposing. These excursions happen only 3 times throughout the year, the professor continued. I hope you've paid attention in Professor Song's theoretical classes. Correct identification of valuable materials will be crucial for your success. A mocking laugh echoed from Jin's group, cutting through the serious atmosphere. Did you hear that, fungus? He called loud enough for everyone to hear. The theoretical classes. Aren't those the ones you never attended because you were too busy becoming less poor or running from us in the caves? More laughter joined in. It was true, Ren had spent most of those classes in the mines, both gathering and easily evading Jean and his group's clumsy pursuit. I guess being desperate for a few miserable iron crystals was more important than learning to identify valuable materials, poor people logic, Jean continued, his tiger markings gleaming with malice. If student Patenter considers he already masters the theory, Zhao intervened, his sharp gaze fixed on Ren, then his results in this excursion should reflect that. Ren maintained a neutral expression, though the mushrooms in his hair pulsed with quiet amusement. If his classmates knew he'd been gathering far more than miserable crystals all this time. The best performing groups, Zhao continued, drawing attention back to himself, won't just receive the highest grades. The school offers double bonuses for gatherings, remember. Several students' eyes lit up at the mention of rewards. Even Luna's noble followers seemed more interested, their previously bored expressions sharpening with sudden focus. But remember, Zhao's voice hardened, his owl's wings casting meaningful shadows. A dead student can't enjoy any bonus. Keep your priorities in order. Good luck with that, fungus. Jean smiled maliciously, his tiger markings rippling. Maybe you'll find some dry leaves worth as much as your iron crystals. Taro stepped forward, his beetle manifesting protectively, but Ren stopped him with a subtle gesture. I get you, Jean. Mushrooms are experts at identifying what's rotten and what's valuable, he responded simply, causing the laughter to choke off as they processed the double meaning. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with satisfaction while Jean frowned, trying to decide if he'd just been insulted. Enough, Zhao cut in. You have until sunset for your first gathering. Don't forget your flares and stay within the marked boundaries. As groups began dispersing, Ren caught a slight smile playing at Luna's lips before she turned away with her companions. Let the others laugh, he thought while checking his equipment. Knowledge was almost everything, so he could skip almost any theoretical class. His mushrooms pulsed in agreement as he prepared to demonstrate exactly how much he'd learned during those wasted hours in the caves. Did you check your blanket? Taro asked while adjusting his own, his beetle manifesting darker markings that complemented the camouflage perfectly. Mine has a hole. Min examined his blanket with concern, his water snake coiling nervously. Do you think the weavers will notice? Ren spread his blanket next to Min's. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while analyzing the problem. We can switch. Mine's bigger than I need. Nearby, Jean organized his group with characteristic confidence, his voice carrying across the clearing. Cass, you'll watch while Kai and I gather, he ordered, his tiger markings glowing with authority. Your eyes are better at detecting movement. What if I see a real bark stalker? Cass asked, her eagle feathers manifesting slightly. We crush it, Jean smiled, cracking his knuckles menacingly. The professor said they removed the big ones, didn't they? A few meters away, Klein and his noble companions inspected their equipment with meticulous precision. These containers are too basic, Foam complained, his red cobra manifesting in scarlet patterns. We have better ones at home. Focus, Klein ordered, his golden lion gleaming while studying the trees. The highest quality silk will be in the higher zones. Ren noticed Luna keeping her distance from her assigned companions, who whispered among themselves while watching her with poorly concealed admiration. I should thank her, he thought. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly as he approached. Luna, he called softly, his voice barely carrying above the general commotion. About what you said in the cart. She glanced at him sidelong, her shadow wolf barely visible as a silhouette stretching across the ground. Don't misinterpret it. I merely stated a fact. Still, thank you. Luna seemed to consider his words for a moment, her wolf's presence making the shadows around them deepen slightly. Your knowledge is interesting, she said finally, though she avoided looking at him directly. Most only see the obvious. Before Ren could respond, one of the noble girls approached nervously, her eyes darting between Luna and the mysterious mushroom boy. Luna, should we start with the eastern sector? The trees seem more. Do what you want, Luna cut her off, walking away with measured steps. But Ren noticed her path led precisely toward the eastern sector she'd apparently dismissed. Run! Min called out. I found something weird with these containers. As he returned to his group, Ren reflected on the brief interaction. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed, reminding him they had their own plans for this excursion, plans that would surprise everyone. What did you find? He asked Min, who was holding one of the containers with a puzzled expression. Aren't these supposed to be sealed? This one has a crack. Taro joined the examination. We could ask for a replacement. No, Ren smiled while the mushrooms pulsed knowingly. Actually, this could be useful later. His friends exchanged knowing looks. After a month, they'd learned that when Ren smiled like that, he had a plan, one that usually worked out better than anyone expected. Just make sure to keep the flares handy, he murmured while the professor began calling groups to assigned sectors. We might need them for something other than emergencies. First, the basics, Ren whispered as they approached a cluster of trees. See how the threads shine differently depending on the angle. Taro and Min nodded beneath their camouflage blankets, moving with the deliberate slowness Ren had emphasized. Each movement was carefully calculated to avoid alerting the creatures above. The brightest ones are older, but they're not the most valuable, Ren continued, his voice barely above a whisper. Look for threads with a faint, transparent gleam. Those are new ones that haven't absorbed much mana yet. Their sensitivity is still perfect. How do we reach them? Min whispered, observing the thread stretching several meters above their heads, creating an ethereal web in the filtered sunlight. Watch the weavers first, Ren discreetly pointed toward the high branches. Several white figures moved among the foliage, their moth wings shimmering under the sun like living silk. They have routines. Approximately every 2 hours, they come down to check the lower networks. As if to confirm his words, a weaver descended gracefully down a nearby trunk. Its white fur gleamed as it inspected the threads, completely ignoring the camouflaged students below. Now, Ren whispered when the weaver returned upward, we have a 2-hour window in this section. You need to look for vertical threads that start attached to the trees. And watch this. He pulled out a long and thin branch he'd carefully selected earlier. With precise movements, he began winding one of the lower mature threads, which caught one of the new threads from above in a controlled spiral. The older silk is stronger than it looks, but also less sticky. The new silk is more elastic. He let Min try with another thread. The silk tensed but didn't break. It stretches, Taro completed, watching fascinated. Exactly. But if you twist it on its own axis several turns and then wind it at the correct angle. Ren demonstrated the movement, it detaches cleanly from the bark without damaging its properties. His friends began imitating the technique, growing more confident with each attempt. And something interesting, Ren indicated marks on the tree trunk that most would mistake for random scratches. See these scrapes? They're weaver territorial marks. They tell us exactly when they last renewed the networks in this area. Like a calendar? Min whispered. Better. The deeper marks indicate primary weaving zones. If we follow the pattern. Ren guided them around the tree, revealing a complex system of markings, we'll find the newest networks, and therefore, the most valuable ones. One last thing, he murmured while crawling carefully across the ground. Weavers leave more than just silk. Look at the base of the trees, there. He pointed to what appeared to be old bark. But when he carefully moved it aside, it revealed a complete weaver molt, its delicate structure perfectly preserved. The molts contain traces of their fur and wing scales. Some cultivators use them to enhance beasts with light affinity. Valuable materials too. Min whispered excitedly, his eyes widening at the discovery. Exactly. And look at this. Ren pointed to peculiar marks in the ground near the molt. These are bark stalker tracks. But they're old, not deep, at least a week old. If we find fresh tracks. We move away, Taro completed, his beetle's markings shifting protectively. Precisely. Ren smiled beneath his blanket. Jean could mock his absences from class, but Ren didn't need those classes just like Wei's case. The silk needs special containers, Ren explained while extracting a large bag from his equipment. Cost 500 crystals, but worth the investment for its preservation properties. Why invest so much in a large bag? Min asked while examining the container curiously, his water snake mirroring his interest. Silk contaminates easily, like crystals, Ren explained, demonstrating the proper storage technique. Without the right container, it would lose its properties before reaching market. You must be very careful storing it. Keep the old separate from the new, or both will be ruined. You must. Min paused, catching the detail in his words. Won't you be with us? Ren smiled while adjusting his own equipment, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with increased intensity. I'm entrusting you with the silk collection. It's the simplest and safest task. I'm going after something a bit more complicated. More complicated? Taro frowned, his beetle's markings darkening. What are you planning? Nothing dangerous, Ren assured, though the mushroom's increasing pulse suggested otherwise. Just following some interesting leads. What leads? Min pressed, his snake coiling anxiously. Ren discreetly pointed to patterns in the ground that others might miss. See those patterns? They're bark stalker escape routes. But I'm not interested in them. Then what? I'm looking for shadow stalkers' daytime hideouts, Ren revealed in a low voice. Yes, they're deadly at night, but during the day. You're crazy. Taro whispered in alarm. The professor said. The professor warned about facing them at night, Ren corrected calmly. During the day they're not so bad. I just need to find where they hide. He calmed them while studying more ground marks. The bark stalker's escape patterns told a clear story to those who could read them, and thanks to his special knowledge, Ren could interpret them perfectly. I'll be fine, he assured his worried friends. Focus on the silk. You know how to collect it now, and it's valuable material. But... Min began. I have the flare, Ren reminded them, patting his pocket. And I won't go too far. I just need to confirm some theories. His friends exchanged worried looks, but after a month of following Ren in the mines, they'd learned to trust his judgment, to a certain extent. Be careful, Taro finally conceded. And don't take too long. Ren nodded and began moving away, his eyes fixed on the ground markings that would guide him to his true goal. The shadow stalkers had to be somewhere. And with them, materials worth far more than the common silk other students would collect. Ren had lied a little to calm his friends. The knowledge flowing through him was clear, shadow stalker colonies were mortally dangerous even during daylight hours. Thousands of them, packed into deep caves, each capable of draining a student's vitality in seconds. But they're creatures of habit, he thought while studying the terrain. And every colony has its solitary sentinels. First, he needed a large bark stalker, one of those the professor mentioned they'd removed from the marked area. Which meant leaving the safe territory. But for that, I need a distraction. About 100 meters away, Jin's group worked near a particularly silk-rich area. The mushrooms pulsed while Ren analyzed the situation. Just above them, an especially large colony of weavers was constructing new networks. I need a distraction. About 100 meters away, Jin's group worked near a particularly silk-rich area. Just above them, an especially large colony of weavers constructed new networks, their white forms moving with deliberate purpose. The annoying bullies hadn't earned Ren's true hatred, at least not enough to wish them death. Weavers first trapped their prey in enormous amounts of silk before filling the cocoons with digestive fluid. It wasn't a pretty death, but it was very slow, and a disturbed weaver colony was an easy target for Professor Zhao's eyes and intervention. Jin's group wouldn't be in real danger. With careful movements, Ren approached a nearby tree. A tap here, a vibration there. The threads began trembling in a way any weaver would interpret as trapped prey struggling in their nets in Jin group's general direction. Look out! Kassa's cry came just as the weavers, alarmed by the perceived meal, began descending en masse. Their white forms seemed to multiply as they dropped from above, wings spreading like living silk. There are too many. Kai's voice held genuine fear, all his previous bravado vanishing in the face of real danger. Use the flares, idiots. Jin ordered, his usual confidence replaced by barely controlled panic. His tiger markings flickered erratically, betraying his fear. I can't find it. Kai sounded on the edge of complete panic. They're everywhere. Professor. Kassa's scream was followed by a flare's brilliant flash and loud noise. Perfect. While chaos erupted and Professor Zhao flew toward the commotion, his owl's wings spread wide, Ren slipped away in the opposite direction. Before crossing the marked territory's boundary, he strategically placed his camouflage blanket near a silk-rich area, creating a perfect alibi. When he checks, he'll think I'm quietly collecting. As he moved away, the screams and sound of multiple flares provided perfect cover for his escape. The professor would be occupied for quite some time controlling the situation with Jean and his group. Now he just needed to find a bark stalker large enough for his plan. The mushrooms pulsed with anticipation at the hunt ahead. One step at a time, he thought while entering unsecured territory. First the decoy, then the real prey. Jin's group's screams still echoed in the distance. Ren smiled, remembering how easy it had been to provoke the chaos. The panic in Jin's voice was music to his ears, another small revenge for their harassment. The terrain changed dramatically just meters outside the secured territory. Plants showed signs of massive predation, shadow stalkers draining the vitality from everything they found during their nocturnal hunts. A crunch made him freeze in place. The mushrooms pulsed in warning, something large moved nearby, something that had survived in this dangerous territory long enough to grow far beyond normal size. Easy, he reminded himself while slowly crouching. Large bark stalkers are territorial. If there's one here. The pile of rocks 20 meters away was chewing on a weaver, its massive form shifting color with unnatural precision. Ren held his breath while observing the mass subtly change hue, adapting perfectly to the terrain once again. This one's the right size, he evaluated. 3 times larger than the juveniles in the safe area. The knowledge flowed freely, these mature specimens were large enough to resist a sentinel male's absorption for several crucial minutes. Their enhanced vitality and thick armor made them perfect for what he had planned. Ren began moving with extreme caution. One mistake and those claws could tear him in half. The bark stalker might appear slow, but if he got too close. A new sound made cold sweat break out on his forehead. A weak buzzing, almost imperceptible to normal ears. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed frantically, confirming what his instincts already suspected. The route he was following was correct. The bark stalker also tensed, its camouflage becoming nearly perfect. These beasts had survived this long for a reason, their instincts were honed by constant danger. The shadow stalker males are the real problem, Ren thought while studying the distance to the cave entrance. The sentinels weren't the small black creatures he sought, but the species males. Larger, faster, and completely awake during daylight hours. The knowledge showed him the hierarchy with perfect clarity. The black females slept deep in the cave, their special skin perfect for storing mana. The males, with their more robust and aggressive bodies, guarded the entrance to their harems, defending them from other males and daytime dangers. They were practically bronze-rank beasts, but could live in this ring thanks to the mana contribution from the numerous females. I need the male to come out and attack the bark stalker, Ren calculated, his mind racing through possibilities. Only then can I get to the females. But the first problem was moving the camouflaged giant. The mushrooms pulsed while Ren observed its behavior. The bark stalker barely breathed, perfectly merged with its surroundings. As an ambush predator, it would only attack if something passed close enough. And if it misses? The knowledge was crystal clear, these monsters didn't chase prey. One attack, one attempt. If they failed, they returned to position to wait for the next opportunity. These beasts were the very definition of predatory patience. Being bait is useless, Ren bit his lip while thinking. But if I can't make it hunt? The mushrooms pulsed stronger when the idea formed. The answer was obvious, if he couldn't make the bark stalker hunt, he'd have to make it flee. I know exactly what it fears, the knowledge flowed while Ren began formulating his plan. And with so much accumulated vitality, almost ready to reach bronze rank, this giant has everything to lose if shadow stalkers detect it. From the cave entrance, almost invisible in the gloom, a male mounted guard. Its body, more robust and aggressive than the black females, was a promise of immediate violence for any intruder. Ren couldn't afford mistakes. The males could drain vitality as efficiently as females, but unlike them, had greater range and additional abilities that made them truly deadly. One step at a time, he thought while beginning to move. First, make our camouflaged friend decide this isn't a good place to rest. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed while he observed the enormous bark stalker. The creature was a masterpiece of camouflage, its body the size of a large table blending perfectly with the surroundings. So much accumulated vitality, I almost feel sorry, Ren thought while the knowledge flowed and he extracted some tools from his bag. Each movement was carefully measured to avoid detection. Ren began preparing his decoy. He needed the bark stalker to flee in exactly the right direction, close enough to the cave to attract the male, but not so close that the camouflaged giant would detect the danger too soon. One mistake and everything's ruined, he thought while working. If the bark stalker fled in the wrong direction, he would lose his opportunity. Ren took a deep breath and began implementing his plan. It was time to make a perfect predator remember what it felt like to experience fear. Shadow stalkers use extremely thin mana tentacles to drain energy with absorption waves. Knowledge flowed while Ren prepared his trap. And those waves follow a very specific pattern. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while he extracted the silver rank protocore crystal he'd obtained from the worm. Unlike a normal crystal, this one still maintained part of the incomplete core's mana storage structure, making it perfect for his needs. Its imperfect core nature actually made it more suitable for what he planned. If I overcharge it with the correct pattern. With precise movements, Ren began introducing mana into the crystal, carefully mimicking Shadow Stalker's drainage waves. Each pulse had to be exact, too strong would alert the male immediately, too weak wouldn't affect the bark stalker from a safe distance. It was risky work, every energy pulse was like a beacon for the male at the cave entrance, who would interpret it as a rival male's presence. This was why the crystal needed to be perfectly calibrated for a range that was neither too long nor too short. The male shifted position, its head turning slightly toward Ren's location. Though still too far to detect him completely, its mere movement sent chills down Ren's spine. Just a little more. The crystal began emitting a barely perceptible hum. To the bark stalker, it would feel like an approaching shadow stalker male. The wave pattern was unmistakable to a creature that had survived this long in such dangerous territory. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. The camouflaged giant tensed, its perfect environmental fusion faltering for a moment. The mushrooms pulsed in response, the primitive fear of losing years of accumulated energy, so close to evolution, was overcoming its instinct to maintain position. Ren moved the crystal with surgical precision, directing the waves. Finally, the bark stalker began retreating, abandoning its position with clear reluctance. Each step, taken as quickly as its massive form allowed, brought it closer to the cave while trying to escape what it perceived as an approaching predator. The male at the entrance rose to its full height, its body revealing itself in all its terrible glory. It had detected the bark stalker, a prey too tempting to ignore, especially one so rich in accumulated vitality. Now comes the dangerous part, Ren thought while preparing to move. He needed the male to chase the bark stalker far enough from the entrance, but not in his direction nor toward the school's safe zone where teachers and assistants might detect the commotion. The mushrooms pulsed frantically when the male launched its attack. The bark stalker, caught between the false shadow stalker and the real predator, chose what it perceived as the lesser evil. But Ren didn't falter. Instead, he redirected the waves to quickly give the monster an escape route, where it wouldn't have to face either of the two males it sensed pursuing it. Its retreat turned into a full sprint as the real male gave chase, heading exactly in the direction Ren needed them to go. The entrance is clear, the knowledge showed him he had about 20 or 30 minutes, at most, before the male returned. The black females are at the cave, and if he could find them. It was time to discover if his entire plan was worth the risk. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed while he slipped toward the cave entrance. The knowledge flowed freely now. Shadow stalker females slept in groups, their 50-centimeter bodies piled in the darkest zones where mana naturally concentrated. The skin is the only valuable part in the market, he thought while preparing his equipment with practiced efficiency. And only the outer layer. But I have an idea for the tentacles, if only the male. The tunnel descended in a gentle slope, its walls gleaming faintly in certain places where years of mana absorption by the creatures had saturated the very rock. The air grew thicker with each step downward. In some of these places, crystals had formed naturally, their structure altered by the constant exposure to the creature's unique mana manipulation. These were the crystals that females accumulated as supplements to feed the male before going deeper to sleep. It seemed Ren had gotten lucky, arriving just before the absorption date when the collections would be at their peak. Ren collected a bag of those rocky crystals, as many as would fit. He had to be careful not to get too close to the swarm sleeping zones and not descend too deep into the cave, or he'd risk mana poisoning so severe he wouldn't even last the 2.5 days at camp. Though if his plan worked. The mushrooms pulsed more strongly, warning about the increasing energy density as he descended deeper into the cave system. The tunnel widened into a first chamber. Ren's faint glow revealed groups of sleeping shadow stalkers in the wall's natural cavities. Their black, 50-centimeter bodies piled on top of each other, their skins absorbing mana even during rest. The sight was both fascinating and terrifying. Ren paused to study their breathing pattern. The knowledge flowed. During daylight hours, their metabolism slowed to an absolute minimum, making them vulnerable but still lethal to touch. But I need a way to separate the skin without touching or damaging it, he thought while observing more closely. The creatures, though asleep, remained mortally dangerous. A single touch and they would begin draining his vital energy. The knowledge helped him find the most efficient path through what would be a labyrinth to untrained eyes as he ventured deeper. The chamber connected to others, each housing more sleeping groups. Finally, Ren reached a deeper chamber, its walls marked with distinctive patterns. This is the molting chamber, the knowledge flowed while he observed the walls. Distinctive marks covered the rock, scratch patterns where creatures rubbed to shed their old skins during the process. A movement caught his attention. In one of the higher cavities, a shadow stalker writhed in its sleep, its outer skin naturally detaching. With morbid fascination, he watched as the external skin came off cleanly, like a perfect sheath, maintaining all its mana isolation properties while leaving the sleeping creature with its new, gleaming skin. The new body emerged larger and more fragile, but within days it would absorb enough mana to regain its hardness and elasticity in the outer layer. This was the chamber he'd been searching for. Dozens of skins rested on the ground. Some had been ruined by moisture, insects, and decomposing remains on the floor, but many new molts rested atop the damaged ones, in perfect condition. Ren began moving among the sleeping groups with growing confidence. His eyes had adapted to the gloom, allowing him to distinguish subtle variations in the darkness that others might miss. Time was of the essence. He risked having the male block the exit sooner than expected if he dawdled. Each second had to be used efficiently. He worked methodically, moving from group to group. Every skin was carefully rolled, light but voluminous, requiring careful optimization of his bag space. 50, 75. The skins piled up in his bag, occupying considerable space despite their negligible weight. 10 kilos of material didn't sound like much, but the volume was becoming a challenge. Each new addition required careful repositioning of the others. 91, 92. The mushrooms pulsed with renewed urgency. The male would return soon, and if it found him here, surrounded by its sleeping females. The thought alone made his hands move faster. 100. Ren contemplated his collection of skins. 100 perfect sheaths, each obtained with ridiculous ease. But his gaze lingered on one of the newly molted creatures, its fresh skin still gleaming and vulnerable in the dim light. One more thing, he thought while extracting the first weaver silk thread he'd saved. The knowledge flowed freely. These weren't simple fibers. Generations of predation by shadow stalkers and vice versa had led weavers to develop special silk specifically designed to counter shadow stalkers. With deliberately slow movements, Ren prepared a slipknot. The silk gleamed faintly in the darkness as he positioned it near the sleeping creature, each motion calculated to avoid any disturbance. Ren fought against the nervous tension in his fingers. One mistake, one sharp squeal at the wrong frequency, and the entire colony would awaken. But the knowledge showed him exactly how to proceed, guiding every movement with precise certainty. The loop fell silently around the shadow stalker's neck. The creature didn't even twitch, its metabolism still slowed by sleep and recent molting. Now. A quick, precise pull. The thread tensed perfectly, and in an instant, it was over. The creature had no time to register what was happening. No sound, no struggle, just a moment of pressure and then, stillness. Ren worked quickly, selecting one of the largest skins he'd collected. The knowledge showed him how the external skin perfectly blocked absorption, isolating anything wrapped within it completely. With precise movements and using the thread to avoid directly touching the dead creature's tentacles, he wrapped it in the skin, using more weaver silk to seal the package. The isolating skin would contain any energy absorption from the tentacles inside, keeping Ren safe from its lingering abilities. A perfect specimen, he thought while securing his prize. The mushrooms pulsed urgently, it was time to leave. The male wouldn't be long in returning, and he'd already pushed his luck far enough. But while packing his bounty, Ren couldn't suppress a smile. It was time to exit. Somewhere above him, the male would be finishing its chase of the bark stalker. He still had enough time. Only about 20 minutes had passed, and 5 to 10 minutes would be more than sufficient to return before the male. Or so he thought. A vibration in the cave's mana made him instinctively duck. The mushrooms pulsed in warning, something large was approaching through the main tunnel. Too soon, he thought while silently backing away. The male shouldn't. The knowledge flowed when a new figure emerged in the gloom. This wasn't the cave's guardian. A rival male. Impossible, Ren held his breath while continuing to retreat. It's not mating season. Territorial fights are rare outside of. The mushrooms dimmed completely while Ren backed away quickly and silently. The invading male advanced with purpose. Its objective was clear, the power crystals that females had accumulated for the dominant male. Ren pressed himself against the wall, moving as silently as possible. The tunnel was wide, but not wide enough to avoid the monster if it decided to. The male paused, its attention completely focused on a lateral cavity. The glow of accumulated crystals emanated weakly, drawing its interest. The leader's crystals are its priority for now, the knowledge flowed while Ren evaluated his options. But after. A satisfied growl resonated as the invader began absorbing the crystallized energy. But Ren knew it wouldn't end there. The knowledge was clear, after stealing the crystals, the male would seek to mark some sleeping females. It was part of the domination ritual. And when it does, it'll reach me. Ren looked back. The 100 skins and specimen in his bag slowed him down, and the main tunnel was the only exit. In moments, the invading male would advance toward the deeper chambers, completely blocking the path. He was trapped. The mushrooms in Ren's hair transmitted information while he evaluated his situation. The invading male continued absorbing the leader's crystals, each second bringing it closer to its next objective. Think, Ren urged himself while the knowledge flowed. The male shadow stalkers were different from females. A single touch. I can't go back, Ren studied the main tunnel. And if I stay here? The male began to move. Its vibrations resonated ever closer as it advanced, searching for females to mark. The tunnel seemed to narrow with each passing second. The knowledge flowed, he needed to hide, and he had exactly what he needed. With hurried movements, he began extracting some of the black skins. The mana-blocking capability that made them so valuable could also serve as perfect camouflage. Like a second skin, he thought while methodically covering himself. Each piece had to overlap with the next, creating a seal that would block his energy presence. The knowledge flowed frantically, males were territorial, aggressive, but also, ritual-bound. Each step of their behavior followed a specific pattern. First the crystals, then the females nearest the entrance, then those at the bottom. The male moved among the sleeping females, marking its new territory. The invader growled in satisfaction. Its body gleamed with stolen energy as it turned toward the deeper chambers. Ren held his breath as the beast passed nearby, its senses completely focused on its domination ritual. The mushroom sent him a warning sensation, something wasn't right. The male stopped, its head turning slightly. A scent had penetrated the skin barrier. The captured female, the knowledge flowed urgently. The knot wasn't perfect, allowing a small leak of the dead creature's essence. Ren held his breath as the beast passed nearby, its senses completely focused on its domination ritual. The mushroom sent him a warning sensation, something wasn't right. The male stopped, its head turning slightly. A scent had penetrated the skin barrier. The captured female, the knowledge flowed urgently. The knot wasn't perfect, a tiny opening, barely visible to the naked eye, allowing the dead creature's essence to escape. The male turned completely, all its senses now focused on the anomaly. It began moving toward Ren, each centimeter of its advance increasing the tension with growing menace. The broken flare, Ren remembered his last possibility, fingers brushing against the device in his pocket. It wasn't just a signal, the crystal inside was designed to emit a pulse that the professor could detect from a significant distance. If he could alter the pulse's specific frequency and release it instantly through the opening. His mind raced through the calculations, each second precious as the male drew closer. Ren moved his hands and mana flow frantically, trying to modify the crystal's resonance before it was too late. The male approached with inexorable purpose. He wouldn't make it in time. The beast was so close that Ren could see energy patterns swirling in its eyes, the hungry glow of a predator that had detected something amiss in its new territory. When the male was almost upon him, Ren broke the flare. The crystal shattered, releasing a concentrated energy explosion. The male recoiled, momentarily blinded, and more importantly, the crystal's resonance traveled through the tunnels with a piercing sound that carried far beyond the cave's confines. Ren didn't wait to see the beast's complete reaction. He launched himself toward the exit, every muscle straining with desperate energy. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed frantically as he ran, warning that the male would recover in seconds. Their glow dimmed to almost nothing, trying to minimize his presence. Ren ran, still covered by the skins. The male roared and moments later began the pursuit, its fury overwhelming its interest in the females. The sound of its rage echoed through the tunnel system, promising terrible retribution. The roars made the cave walls vibrate with their intensity. The shadow stalker's fury was palpable, its new territory violated, its ritual interrupted. The sound of its pursuit resonated ever closer, each echo a reminder of approaching doom. Too fast, Ren thought while zigzagging between rock formations. The knowledge showed him the terrible truth, males could move at incredible speeds when provoked. Another roar, closer still. Ren could feel the air pressure changing as the male drained mana around it, creating vacuum zones meant to slow its prey. Fortunately, his skin covering provided some protection, and slightly confused the male's precise detection abilities. The cave exit appeared ahead, daylight beckoning like a beacon of hope. The male's claws scratched against rock, each impact closer than the last, the sound a countdown to capture. Just a little more, the mushrooms pulsed with renewed urgency. The flare's resonance was still traveling, and somewhere out there. But time had run out. When he was about to be caught. A new roar answered the first, making it pause for a crucial instant that saved Ren. This one came from outside the cave, carrying a different fury, the territorial rage of the original male detecting an invader. Ren's plan with the flare had worked just in time. He threw himself to the ground as he reached the entrance, rolling into the black skins like a cocoon. Time seemed to slow as the two males met in what promised to be an epic confrontation. The invader emerged from the cave like a nightmare of power, its body glowing with stolen crystal energy. The original guardian landed before it, its own power obtained from the enormous bark stalker manifesting invisible waves of mana that distorted the air between them. For a moment, both beasts evaluated each other. The tension in the air was so dense that Ren could feel it even through the skins covering him, each pulse of energy making the very ground tremble. And then, all hell broke loose. Ren crawled away from the male's confrontation. Their roars and energy waves transformed the air itself into a battlefield, each clash sending ripples of power through the surrounding area. When he considered himself far enough away, he stood and began running. But not toward the camp. Despite everything, Ren hadn't had enough for today. Especially because the bark stalker he'd used as bait had to be somewhere along the route he'd directed it. The male chased it east, the knowledge flowed while Ren studied the terrain, looking for signs of the massive creature's passage. After several moments of methodical searching, he found it. The bark stalker's body lay like an artificial hill, its camouflage failing in death. Its body was completely dry. The male had drained much of its vital essence after death, but Ren's interruption had prevented it from finishing the process. Otherwise, instead of the thin, desiccated creature he now saw, only a shell and dust would have remained. The mushrooms pulsed while Ren examined the corpse. This was perfect, with the draining interrupted. The core should be intact. With precise movements, he extracted his knife and grabbed a stone to use as a hammer. The exact point, the knowledge showed him where to strike. The bark stalker's dry skin, though hard, had become brittle after losing its mana. A well-placed blow. The crack of the rupture resonated like a gunshot in the silence. Ren worked quickly, widening the gap until he could extract the crystallized core. He stored it in one of the skins with some powder from the desiccated monster, which should still contain considerable vitality. And this, he thought while studying the carapace, is an unexpected bonus. The finest mosses and herbs still clung to the beast's shell. Carefully, he began removing them and storing them between the shadow stalker skins. While working, his mind was already crafting possible explanations for his triumphant return. A story about a hollow tree full of skins discarded by weavers would be hard to believe, the skins were too well preserved, too perfect. And when I add the core of an almost mature bark stalker, plus these exceptional quality herbs. The mushrooms pulsed, revealing his concern. Professor Zhao wouldn't be easy to fool. I need a better story, he thought while storing the last specimens. Something that explains all this without revealing I ventured beyond the limits. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed, revealing his concern. Professor Zhao wouldn't be easy to fool. I need a better story, he thought while storing the last specimens. Something that explains all this without revealing I ventured beyond the limits. In the distance, the shadow stalker male's roars began to diminish, their battle reaching its inevitable conclusion. Soon, one would establish dominance and claim the territory. Ren had no more tricks ready to escape the losing male if it found him, his earlier gambit had used up all his prepared contingencies. It was time to return. But as he headed toward the camp, Ren couldn't suppress a smile. Explaining his bounty would be complicated, but the value of what he carried in his bag would make any interrogation worthwhile. After all, he thought while the mushrooms pulsed softly, the best stories are always the hardest to believe. Ren approached the marked territory cautiously. The battle between the shadow stalker males had ended, leaving a heavy silence in the air that spoke of recent violence. First, I need something more believable, he thought while organizing his story. Something that explains not just the skins, but also the core and the herbs. The knowledge flowed while he evaluated his options. The black skins were the biggest problem, too perfect, too well preserved. Even if he had found a weaver's tree, discarded skins would normally show signs of deterioration. Not to mention that finding 100 was like winning the lottery. And then there's the core, the mushrooms pulsed while Ren touched the crystal in his bag. An almost mature bark stalker, conveniently found along with everything else. A sound made him freeze mid-step. Voices in the distance, other students gathering. He recognized the arrogant tone that had caused him so much dumb trouble. It's your fault. Jin's voice resonated with frustration, carrying clearly through the trees. If you hadn't lost the flare so quickly. My fault. Kai sounded equally annoyed, his scales visible even from a distance. You were the one who provoked the weavers. Ren slipped silently between the trees, avoiding detection as he made his way back to his camouflage blanket. Jin's group appeared to have had a difficult morning after their encounter with the enraged colony. At least that distraction worked perfectly, he thought while circling their position with practiced stealth. Another group appeared ahead, Luna and her reluctant followers. Her shadow wolf manifested briefly while she studied something on the ground, its ethereal form making the shadows dance. Their eyes met for a moment. Luna's expression was unreadable, but Ren could swear he saw a flash of curiosity in her gaze before she returned to her task. She knows something doesn't add up, the knowledge warned him that Luna was more perceptive than the rest. Her shadow wolf could probably detect traces of the residual energy from the shadow stalkers. Finally, he spotted Taro and Min working in the same silk-rich area where he'd left them. His friends looked up when he approached, their expressions showing relief and concern. "Where were you?" Min whispered urgently. "The professor has been making rounds. And all the guards are talking about a beast fight beyond the perimeter, so everyone's been warned not to be reckless," Taro added, his beetle's markings shifting nervously. The mushrooms pulsed while Ren considered his response carefully. Partial truth, he decided while preparing to share his edited version of events. Mixed with enough believable details to make it digestible. "And then I found this hollow tree where the weavers had." Ren stopped mid-sentence. The mushrooms in his hair ceased pulsing abruptly. "A fascinating story, no doubt," Professor Zhao's voice resonated behind him, laden with authority. "Perhaps you could share it in my office." Ren felt his throat constrict as he swallowed hard. Min and Taro exchanged worried looks, but there was nothing they could do to help their friend now. Night had fallen over the camp. An enormous insulating tent protected the students from shadow stalkers, while professors and assistants mounted guard at the entrances. Inside, the murmur of conversations and occasional flash of manifested beasts created an almost homely atmosphere. But Ren wasn't with his companions. Instead, he found himself seated in Professor Zhao's improvised office, feeling increasingly small under the penetrating gaze of the half-manifested owl. "Do you really expect me to believe that story, Mr. Patender?" Zhao leaned over his portable desk. There was no anger in his voice, but something worse, disappointment. "A tree where you conveniently found all of this?" The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed weakly while the professor spread his bounty across the table, the perfectly preserved skins, the bark stalker core, the exceptional quality herbs, and even a freshly molted shadow stalker. "It was clever using the incident with Jin's group to escape my monitoring," Zhao continued, his tone carrying a bit of irritation. "A perfect execution, I must admit. But..." He stood up, his owl manifesting completely. The wings spread while his eyes, sharpened by decades of experience, fixed on Ren with unerring focus. "Did you think I wouldn't notice your motionless camouflage blanket for hours? That my eyes wouldn't detect the complete absence of movement in that spot?" Ren sank deeper into his seat, shame and worry warring for dominance in his expression. "I don't like being underestimated, Mr. Patender," Zhao crossed his arms. "I am the exterior gathering professor for a reason. These eyes have seen more tricks than you can imagine." "I'm sorry, Professor," Ren mumbled, his voice barely audible in the tense atmosphere. "The real question is," Zhao sat back down, his expression unreadable, "what am I going to do with you?" The mushrooms pulsed with renewed concern. Had all the planning, all the risks, been for nothing? The professor extracted something from his desk, a small flask containing clear greenish liquid. "You know, I prepared this before departing," Zhao continued, turning the flask between his fingers thoughtfully. "When the other students complained about the 2.5 days, I thought it would be interesting to see their reactions if they discovered you lasted the full 3 days." The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with surprise while he processed this unexpected information. The mana-poisoning medicine, Zhao smiled slightly, his severity beginning to crack, was going to be our little secret. "A lesson about prejudice for your classmates, and my help for the unfortunate student." He reclined in his chair, his owl manifesting more relaxed now. "But it seems I underestimated your initiative." Instead of needing help to last 3 days, you decided to venture alone into dangerous territory. The mana-poisoning medicine, Zhao smiled slightly, his severity beginning to crack, was going to be our little secret. A lesson about prejudice for your classmates, and my help for the unfortunate student. He reclined in his chair, his owl manifesting more relaxed now. But it seems I underestimated your initiative. Instead of needing help to last 3 days, you decided to venture alone into dangerous territory. The laugh that followed was genuine, the change in his attitude flowing naturally. He hadn't stopped being the strict professor, but now Ren could see the admiration mixed with the reprimand, like a master craftsman acknowledging a particularly clever apprentice. The medicine is still yours if you want it, he offered, sliding the flask across the desk with deliberate care. Though I suspect you might have your own method for handling the poisoning. Ren took the flask with gratitude. Thank you, Professor. And yes, I had a plan involving that shadow stalker body, but I'll keep this as backup. I see you're relaxing. Now, Zhao leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with genuine interest, his owl's gaze equally intent. How about you tell me the true story of how you acquired all this? The mushrooms pulsed while analyzing the professor's new attitude. After considering for a moment, Ren decided to be more sincere. The medicine in his pocket was a reminder that sometimes, people could surprise you in the best ways. Luckily not everyone was like Wei or Jean. Professor Zhao's laughter broke the tension like sunlight-piercing storm clouds, transforming the atmosphere in the small office. Well, he reclined in his chair with more curiosity than threat of reprimand now. How did you manage to enter that cave then? Ren carefully considered how much to reveal so his story wouldn't seem false again. Sometimes truth was indeed stranger than fiction. He decided to begin with the basics and build from there. The larger bark stalkers are slightly dangerous, he explained, gaining confidence as he saw the genuine interest in the professor's eyes. But they have so much accumulated vitality that they're perfect targets for shadow stalker sentinels. I just needed to make one move to the right place. And how did you manage that without it returning to its spot? Zhao leaned forward, fascinated by the technical details of Ren's plan. Ren described his use of the worm crystal to imitate drainage waves. The professor's eyes widened with professional appreciation. Ingenious. I believe the story of that worm crystal must also be interesting, but tell me first. How did you obtain so many shadow stalker skins in such a short time? Eliminating them, even while sleeping, isn't so simple. The females molt regularly in the deep caves, Ren continued, carefully omitting exactly how he knew to find the molting chamber in the labyrinth of the enormous cave system. The high concentration of individuals makes obtaining numerous skins easier. I just had to take the ones that had naturally molted. Fascinating, Zhao murmured while examining one of the skins with expert attention. In all my years exploring, I've only seen such perfect specimens twice. We had destroyed nests in an expedition, finding skins after days of exploring the caves, but most always show damage. It's difficult to obtain them without marks of violence. I didn't need force, Ren smiled slightly. Just understanding of their natural cycles. The professor nodded thoughtfully. You know. The king's policy is clear, we must reward those who show true talent for exploration and gathering. He stood and began pacing. It was incredibly risky, of course. With your limitation, he gestured toward the mushrooms, venturing so far could have ended very badly. But, he continued, a smile forming, you've demonstrated something many forget. Knowledge and cunning can sometimes overcome brute force. Zhao studied him for a long moment, his owl's gaze equally penetrating. The miserable one everyone says will belong to the Grey Wing all his life. Seems there's much more to you than appears, isn't there? Ren maintained a modest expression, though the mushrooms pulsed with quiet satisfaction. You know, the professor smiled, I think I'm going to be very interested in seeing how you develop. With proper support. I almost regret having to stay watching other students collect basic silk. I'd like to see firsthand how you work. Gathering with you in one of those caves, seeing how An assistant professor entered hurriedly, his face showing concern that quickly turned to disdain upon seeing Ren. Professor Zhao, the shadow stalkers, they're acting strangely. I've never seen so many hitting against the protective tent. Zhao raised a hand to silence him. It's not so unusual. When there are territorial changes, sometimes the colonies. But Ren had gone rigid in his seat while listening to the impacts above the tent. They were quick, erratic, different from the usual cave migration pattern. Silence, he requested, raising a hand. Listen to the rhythm. The assistant looked at him with contempt. What could this troublesome student mean by that? How arrogant, he thought, but Zhao turned with interest. What did you notice, Ren? This isn't a normal territorial change. Excuse me, Professor, Ren murmured, his mushrooms pulsing faster. They're flying too low, too fast. Almost as if. As if what? Zhao prompted. As if they were fleeing, Ren completed, standing up. And shadow stalkers don't flee from other beasts. The bronze ring beasts in this section, the wood colossi, the metal serpents, even the rock scorpions, never venture here. Ren chose his words carefully. Even when displaced by territorial fights or hunger. Why are you so sure? The assistant crossed his arms skeptically. Because shadow stalkers kill them, Ren responded with quiet certainty. A bronze beast might be stronger individually, but at night a shadow stalker colony can drain all its mana in seconds. It's suicide for them to enter this territory. Zhao nodded slowly, his owl's feathers ruffling with growing concern. They would stay in the mana-richer zones, even if displaced, they'd seek other hunting grounds, Zhao completed, his expression turning thoughtful. You're right. This is unusual. And a silver rank beast. Ren continued his analysis. If it was displaced from its territory, why come here? It would be more logical to stay in the second ring, hunting bronze beasts. The mana concentration there is much higher and hunting would be easier. I suppose that's why this zone is safe for students, Ren added. The iron ring has nothing to attract more powerful beasts. This is too artificial, Ren frowned. As if something had altered the natural cave structure. Or perhaps. I suppose that's why this zone is safe for students, Ren added. The iron ring has nothing to attract more powerful beasts. The impacts continued overhead, growing more erratic with each passing moment. The shadow stalkers, creatures that normally dominated the night in this zone with absolute authority, were acting as if something had fundamentally altered the natural order of the first ring. Their behavior spoke of primal fear, an emotion these predators rarely experienced. The assistant seemed eager to protest that they were taking a student seriously, but another pattern of impacts interrupted him, this one more urgent than the last. The rhythmic pounding against the tent's protective fabric carried an unmistakable message of panic. The impacts persisted above the tent, the shadow stalkers' erratic behavior becoming increasingly evident. Each new pattern of strikes revealed more about their unnatural state of agitation. This is too artificial, Ren frowned. As if something had altered the natural cave structure. Or perhaps. Perhaps. Zhao pressed, his owl's eyes focusing intently on Ren. Perhaps it isn't natural at all, Ren looked at the professor meaningfully. What if someone is deliberately controlling the stalkers? The assistant snorted with derision, but Zhao's expression had turned serious. Someone, the assistant insisted. A cave could have collapsed. What kind of nonsense? Silence, Zhao ordered, his expression grave while studying Ren with newfound intensity. Continue. Geological changes aren't unusual for them, this isn't a volcanic zone, Ren explained, knowledge flowing naturally through his mushrooms. The beasts would behave differently. And a large collapse would have caused vibrations we would have felt. The impacts on the tent increased in frequency and force. Ren could picture the shadow stalkers, creatures that normally dominated the night without rival, fleeing in blind panic from something that terrified even them. Zhao grasped something, his expression growing more serious with each passing second. Someone is deliberately driving the stalkers toward this area. But why? Ren frowned, mind racing through possibilities. Unless. He stopped, an idea forming. The shadow stalkers were the reason why no one could move freely at night in this zone of the Iron Ring. If someone wanted to ensure that no one could escape. Professor, the assistant finally seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Should we evacuate the camp? No, Zhao shook his head decisively. Such a move would only alert whoever is behind this. For now. Something changed in Zhao's expression, a shift from concerned teacher to battle-ready warrior. His owl manifested completely, wings extending to their full impressive span, each feather gleaming with contained power. Run, his voice was low but firm. Stay here. Hide yourself. Professor, I can help. If someone is. No, Zhao cut him off with gentle but unyielding firmness. This is different from collecting materials or studying beasts. There's a reason why I'm the professor of this class. He turned to the assistant. Alert the other guards. Have them keep their beasts manifested. The assistant nodded, his own beast, a wind lynx, manifesting fully as he departed. But Professor, Ren insisted, his mushrooms pulsing with urgency, if I know how the stalkers behave I could counter. First I need you to stay safe. Zhao looked at him directly, his gaze burning with intensity. Your knowledge might be vital to our city later. But now. A new pattern of impacts resonated above the tent. The shadow stalkers were no longer just fleeing, they were being herded with purpose. Now I need you to trust me. Zhao moved toward the exit. There are things more dangerous than wild beasts, Ren. His gaze briefly shifted toward where the students slept, some of them heirs to powerful families with beasts of extraordinary potential. Stay here, he repeated before leaving. And whatever happens, don't expose yourself. Ren watched Zhao depart, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with growing concern. Something or someone had orchestrated this situation with careful precision. And while the impacts continued above the tent, Ren couldn't help but wonder what other plans were unfolding in the darkness. The darkness inside the tent grew thicker while Zhao and the auxiliaries formed a protective circle around the sleeping students. Some students started to wake up from all the movement. Their manifested beasts created patterns of faint light, Zhao's owl shining more brilliantly than the others, its power barely contained. The auxiliaries didn't fully understand what the commotion was about until a movement at the tent's eastern entrance drew all eyes. A figure wrapped in black fabric stood motionless, its silhouette barely visible against the night. The fabric absorbed all light, all traces of mana, only the finest shadow stalker materials could achieve such an effect. Professor. One of the auxiliaries whispered, fear creeping into his voice. Before he could complete his warning, another figure appeared at the western entrance. Then a third in the north. A fourth in the south. Each identical to the last, their forms completely hidden by the black fabric that seemed to devour light itself. A student let out a choked cry when the figures began to move. Their bodies seemed to flow beneath the fabric, as if their forms weren't entirely human. With synchronized movements, they drew what appeared to be curved blades that gleamed dully in the dim light. Zhao stepped forward, his owl spreading its wings in warning, but stopped when the figures pressed their blades against the tent's fabric. Small cuts appeared where the edges touched the material, the protective enchantment struggling against the weapons. Don't try it, Zhao, a voice resonated from outside. Authoritative, cold, with a metallic echo suggesting some kind of mask. You know what will happen if the tent breaks. The shadow stalkers' impacts on the roof intensified, as if emphasizing the threat, their frenzied movements promising swift death to anyone exposed to the night. There are more than 50 students here, Zhao responded, his voice tense but controlled. Most are barely 10 years old. Then it would be a shame if something happened to them, the voice seemed to smile. Surrender. No one has to die tonight. The blades pressed deeper, the cuts extending like dark veins across the protective fabric. In the darkness, the figures seemed to grow more menacing, their silhouettes distorting with increasing man attention. Last warning, the voice acquired a more threatening tone. Lower your wings, Zhao. Or we'll see how long these children can survive when the tent falls and the stalkers enter their feeding frenzy. The sound above their heads was deafening now, dozens, perhaps hundreds of shadow stalkers hammering against the protection, hungry, maddened, waiting. Last warning, the voice acquired a more threatening tone. Lower your wings, Zhao. Or we'll see how long these children can survive when the tent falls and the stalkers enter their feeding frenzy. The sound above their heads was deafening now, dozens, perhaps hundreds of shadow stalkers hammering against the protection, hungry, maddened, waiting. Their collective frenzy created a symphony of impending doom that made even the bravest students tremble. The figures covered in black fabric remained at the tent's entrances, creating a sense of silent siege. Their presence alone seemed to make the air heavier, more oppressive, as if the very darkness had taken physical form. The auxiliaries formed a protective circle, their beasts manifesting as patterns of power across their bodies, scales, fur, and feathers gleaming faintly in the dim light. Each of them knew that against a horde of frenzied shadow stalkers, their chances were slim at best. Zhao stepped forward. The hooded figures tensed, but didn't retreat. Their stillness was more threatening than any movement could have been. I wonder if Yino has truly fallen so low as to threaten children. His owl merged with him without fanfare, a subtle change in the air, a presence that spread like ink in water. The famous hunter of Yano, the voice from outside sounded amused, but there was an edge of caution in it. Your reputation precedes you, Zhao. How many of ours have you tracked and eliminated flying over the abyssal border? 20. 30. 42, Zhao responded with the same calm he might discuss the weather. Zhao stood tall, his owl manifesting across his skin. It wasn't the ostentatious beast many would expect from someone with his reputation, but those who knew the hunter's history understood that his power lay in the lethal precision of the user, not just his silver 3-beast raw strength. All of them better than you. None stupid enough to attack in my territory. You've made a mistake coming here. He wasn't just a professor, the hunter of Yano, as he was known at the border, was famous for his ability to track and eliminate threats from the rival kingdom. His very name was spoken with fear and respect in certain circles. The blades pressed deeper into the tense fabric. The shadow stalkers' impacts created a frenzied rhythm overhead, their collective hunger growing with each passing moment. A dry laugh resonated from outside. Mistake. No, old friend. This place, these training grounds you've used for generations. We know them better than you think. Zhao showed no reaction, but his mind worked rapidly. That information shouldn't be available to Yino. Unless. We have a simple proposal, the voice continued. Luna, Klein, Fong, and Aster. Hand them over, and the other 46 students will live. It's a generous deal. The named students tensed. Luna, her shadow wolf manifesting briefly before melting back into the shadows. Klein, his golden lion gleaming with contained fury. Fong, whose red cobra created scarlet patterns across his skin. Aster, the blue rhinoceros pulsing with power beneath his surface. And if I refuse? Zhao maintained his casual tone, as if discussing the day's weather rather than the lives of his students. Then, the figures pressed their blades deeper into the tense fabric, creating ominous patterns of stress in the protective material. We'll have to settle for ensuring Yano loses an entire generation of promising talents. Not our preferred goal, but... The auxiliaries were ready to fight, but Zhao could see the worry in their eyes. Even with all their combined skills, protecting 50 students from a horde of enraged shadow stalkers, plus some extra attackers of unknown rank would be impossible. The math was simple and brutal. You have to make a decision, Hunter, the voice sounded almost compassionate now. For lives, or 50. The heirs of some noble families, or an entire generation of students. For lives or 50, that's the choice you're giving me. Right? Zhao repeated slowly. Curious. The black figures shifted uneasily. Something in Zhao's calm disturbed them more than any display of power could have. Do you know why they call me the Hunter of Yano? He stepped forward, and though the blades pressed deeper into the tent's fabric, no figure dared to cut it. It's not for the number of enemies I've eliminated. It's because never, not once, have I let a single target escape. Something changed in Zhao's posture, a shift so subtle that only the most observant noticed it. The auxiliaries formed a tighter circle around the students. But everyone knew that against a horde of maddened shadow stalkers. My choice. His voice became dangerously soft. The black figures tensed when they felt the change in the air. Silver feathers flashed in the darkness, moving with lethal velocity. 10 feathers, 10 targets. The heads of the black figures in his sights. The attack was so sudden that 2 of the hooded figures didn't even have time to react. The feathers pierced their masks with deadly precision, their bodies collapsing before they could scream. The others were faster. Some ducked, others covered with their arms, and some retreated behind the tent's folds. The silver feathers cut through the air where their heads had been moments before. The first cut in the tent's fabric was the beginning of the storm. Proud fool, the leader's voice resonated with fury as the figures began tearing at the protective fabric. The cuts in the tent multiplied rapidly as the enemies attacked. The first shadow stalkers began entering, their black bodies nearly invisible in the gloom. You could have saved 46 students, the leader continued as more medusas slipped through the openings. But your pride has just condemned them all. Pride has nothing to do with it, he responded while launching a feather that eliminated the first stalker that came too close. I simply refuse to negotiate with monsters who take children hostage. The sound of tearing fabric was his only answer as more and more medusas began flooding the space. Zhao's silver feathers flashed in the darkness while eliminating another medusa slipping through the cuts. His eyes, sharpened by his owl and decades of night hunting, detected every movement in the shadows as if it were daylight. 37, he counted mentally as another feather found its target. The stalkers' bodies fell, but remained dangerous even in death, their mana-absorbing ability persisting for days. More cuts appeared in the tent's fabric. The black figures coordinated their attacks, creating strategic openings that allowed more stalkers to enter. Maintain formation. Zhao ordered his auxiliaries while another feather flew from his hand. The auxiliaries reduced the circle even more. Zhao was confused for a moment, it was reduced too much. Were there fewer students now? More cuts appeared in the tent's fabric. The black figures coordinated their attacks, creating strategic openings that allowed more stalkers to enter. Maintain formation. Zhao ordered his auxiliaries while another feather flew from his hand. The auxiliaries reduced the circle further. Zhao felt confusion pierce through his battle focus for a moment. Were there fewer students than before? He dismissed the thought, he had enough on his mind dealing with each shadow stalker that breached their perimeter. Every second brought new threats that demanded his immediate attention. Zhao hadn't been lying, this was his territory. The Mist Owl's abilities were perfectly adapted for night combat. In this zone, he could move freely even during the Medusa's hunting hours, he could fly far faster than they could and was capable of distinguishing them perfectly in the darkness. His enhanced vision turned their greatest advantage into nothing. A single silver feather was enough to kill a shadow stalker, but even with this lethal advantage, he couldn't eliminate such a massive swarm quickly enough to protect a big group all night. There were simply too many, their numbers seeming endless. This doesn't make sense, he thought while eliminating 10 more with precise strikes. Shadow stalkers were exclusive to this region of the habitable world. No one had managed to obtain a shadow stalker from an egg in Yano, and even if they had. A Medusa nearly reached a student. Zhao's feather pierced it just in time, the creature falling dead before it could touch its prey. The control over them, it shouldn't be possible. Even having a contract from an egg wouldn't necessarily explain such mastery over these creatures. Luna couldn't control wolves despite having a powerful Shadow One, for example. Yet the stalkers moved with purpose, coordinated in a way that defied their very nature. Another section of the tent gave way. The attackers pressed from all directions, their distorted forms suggesting something more than simple manifested beasts. Their movements carried an unnatural fluidity that spoke of powers beyond normal cultivation. Abyssals, the thought made his feathers vibrate with recognition. The corrupted creatures that dwelled beyond known depths and emerged in controlled hordes. But making a contract with one of them. "Professor," an auxiliary's cry pulled him from his thoughts. More cuts appeared as the tent began failing at multiple points, their protection crumbling piece by piece. The students clustered in the center, forming an ever-shrinking circle of frightened faces and manifesting beasts. Zhao launched another feather, the silver metal gleaming with Medusa blood. He was fast, he was lethal, he was the hunter of Yano. But even he had limits, and tonight they were pushing him beyond them. How, he wondered while eliminating another wave. How did they manage to contract with an abyssal? What are they willing to sacrifice for this power? The Medusas flooded the tent through dozens of cuts. Zhao's silver feathers flashed ceaselessly, each strike finding its mark with deadly precision. The attacker's leader released a satisfied laugh from outside when Zhao began running low on feathers. His triumph was palpable. "It's over, Zhao. Not even you can." Zhao launched his last feathers, striking even the attackers cutting the tent who were now more visible, eliminating another enemy with lethal efficiency. The movement created a moment of vulnerability that the Medusas rushed to exploit, surging toward Zhao. Exactly as he had planned. The silver feathers illuminated, vibrated, then shot back, returning to their master in an instant. In a flash of impossibly fast movement, the feathers fired out again, now backwards before reattaching to their owner's wings. Dozens of stalkers fell simultaneously, their lifeless bodies hitting the ground in a macabre rain. "Damn you," the leader lost his composure at seeing they were back where they started with one less person. "Everyone, attack. I don't care if the heirs survive anymore." The black figures began moving in concert with the Medusa avalanche, their coordinated assault promising swift death. "Professor." Ren's cry cut through the chaos. "The supports. Destroy the tent supports." Zhao wanted to demand why the boy wasn't hidden where he'd left him. But he didn't hesitate. His feathers found the structural points with surgical precision. The enormous fabric roof began collapsing on all of them, creating a moment of perfect chaos. The attackers retreated instinctively. "Fools," the leader roared as the tent fell. "You've buried yourselves alive." When the tent collapsed completely over them, the leader decided they didn't need to remove it, they could eliminate their targets right where they lay, blind and helpless. "Attack the tent." The fire-wielding attacker from the enemy didn't wait for further orders. His flames began devouring the fallen fabric while his companions struck with other invocation powers or their blades. "Let them cook for a moment," the leader smiled beneath his mask. "The smoke will make our work easier." The flames spread rapidly across the treated fabric. The attackers waited to hear screams of terror, pleas for help. But there was only silence. "What?" The leader advanced when the flames finished their work and revealed the interior. Where there should have been 50 trapped and burned students, there was only disturbed earth and a covered hole. "Impossible," he whispered as understanding dawned. "They've been digging this whole time." Then an explosion launched feathers everywhere, striking the attackers once more. Moments before, Ren crawled out of the office, covered in the shadow stalker skins he'd collected. He'd decided to wrap himself in them again when the professor rushed out and he understood the situation. The battle chaos above provided perfect cover for his movement. "Sorry, Professor," he thought while moving through the shadows, "but I can't stay still when I can help my friends." He found Taro among the group of students. Min was with him, both manifesting their beasts against the imminent threat. "Taro," Ren whispered, making his friend jump in surprise. "I need you to use your digger beetle and dig. Now." "Ren." "What?" "Your beetle can go through compact earth very quickly, hurry," Ren explained while another stalker fell, pierced by Zhao's silver feather. "We need cover." Taro understood immediately, a trench. His beetle manifested fully, its pincers beginning to work the ground while Min kept watch. The sound of digging attracted nearby students' attention. A boy with a mole-type beast joined without hesitation. Then a girl whose rock beast also had a facility for digging. Soon, several students combined their efforts. Above, Zhao continued his impossible battle. His feathers flashed in the darkness, finding target after target, but the stalkers kept entering through the increasingly numerous cuts. Deeper, Ren urged as the hole took shape. Above the trench, Zhao continued his impossible battle. His silver feathers flashed in the darkness, finding target after target, but the shadow stalkers kept pouring through the increasingly numerous cuts in the tense fabric. Deeper, Ren urged as the hole continued expanding beneath them. Sweat beaded on the diggers' foreheads as they worked tirelessly. Ren observed students sliding into the trench while Zhao's feathers grew increasingly scarce. Faster! Ren urged Taro and the others who continued digging. The hole was almost deep and wide enough, 40 students had slipped inside, but the space for those remaining wasn't ready yet. Min, help them smooth the earth there, he directed his friend. Taro, to the right, the earth is softer there. Taro's beetle changed direction, its legs tearing away larger chunks of soil. 2 other students with digger beasts coordinated their movements, expanding the space with efficiency. Their combined efforts made the tunnel grow faster than any single beast could manage. Just a little more, Ren thought while approaching where Luna remained apart, observing the situation with her wolf ready to strike. He extended a hand toward her. I don't need you to rescue me, Luna maintained her neutral expression, avoiding direct eye contact, though Ren noticed her eyes evaluating the distance to the tunnel and the attackers' positions. Ren kept his hand extended, carefully considering his next words. I didn't need you to rescue me from Jean either, or defend me with your opinion in the cart, he responded calmly. But you gave it anyway. So let me repay some of that debt, and surprise you again. Trust me this time. Luna met his eyes, studying the daring confidence in them that contrasted with his usual gentle, cheerful appearance. Without a word, she took his hand and slipped toward the hole, her wolf melting into the shadows around them. Klein's group, him, Fong, and Aster, needed no convincing. One glance at the situation was enough for them to make the sensible decision and jump into the tunnel as soon as space allowed. Their egos hadn't completely smothered their survival instincts. But Jean. The rotten one organized that. Jean spat the words with contempt, while his followers nervously watched the stalkers that Zhao barely kept at bay. I'd rather die than follow his plans. Zhao's feathers returned to him, then the black figures pressed their attack with renewed vigor. If you want to die, that's your problem. Ren said to Jean before turning toward where Zhao was about to be attacked from multiple angles simultaneously. Professor. The supports. Destroy the tent supports. The auxiliaries, who had been watching the tunnel's development with growing attention, exchanged quick glances. They didn't wait for further debate, they grabbed Jin's group and dragged them toward the opening despite their protests. Silver feathers found the supports with lethal precision. As the structure began to collapse, Zhao launched himself toward the tunnel, his feathers returning to him just as the fabric fell over their heads. Absolute darkness filled the narrow tunnel, pressing in from all sides. The mushrooms in Ren's hair glowed with forced intensity, illuminating tense and terrified faces. Their light cast shifting shadows that made the space seem both smaller and larger than it was. Above, they could hear the attackers retreating to avoid being covered by the fallen tent, accidentally touching the fallen life-absorbing jellyfishes' bodies that surrounded the group. What's the plan? Zhao turned to Ren. I hope I won't regret playing along with you, boy. We'll be easy prey if we stay like this. First we need a stronger cover. Ren spoke quickly, urgently. Just a few seconds. I'll explain while they make it. Zhao nodded sharply. Everyone who can manipulate barriers, earth, or rock, his voice cut through the tunnel. We need a ceiling, now. Thin but resistant. Several students responded immediately, their beasts manifesting with defensive purpose. Continue. Zhao ordered while his enormous wings helped support the improvised structure. Ren nodded. Yes, first I'll handle the shadow stalkers and then you. A blow above them and the sound of flames interrupted his words. The attackers had begun their assault. Faster. Zhao urged. We don't have much time. The plan is. Taro pressed his hand against the tunnel wall. His manifested beetle vibrated, detecting movements above with uncanny precision. 3 to the right, he whispered. 2 more moving away north. The mole beast boy nodded in confirmation. The other 2 are almost directly above us. Zhao watched Ren, his silver feathers gleaming faintly while waiting for the perfect moment. The plan was risky, but better than trying to cover everyone alone. If it worked, he could fight with more freedom. 5 meters. Now. Zhao's command cut through the tunnel's tense air while the improvised ceiling flew upward, propelled by the Wind Link's auxiliary's power. Zhao's feathers shot through the improvised ceiling, finding several unprepared attackers. Their precision was absolute even in the chaos of the moment. Above, the attackers' surprised cries confirmed they'd found their targets, the element of surprise worked perfectly. Students with defensive capabilities had already begun forming the new shelter, thicker than before, strategically angled to deflect attacks. Walls began rising around them, each layer reinforcing their protection. Ren pulled out his new Bark Stalker core, his plan to counter the Shadow Stalker's control ready for implementation. He activated the protocore crystal while beginning to manipulate the frequency in the immediate area around the students. Shadow Stalkers continued approaching from above, but something changed in their pattern when Ren activated the core. The Shadow Stalkers began moving erratically, as if confused by conflicting signals. It's working. Taro shouted while reinforcing a section of the wall. The students prepared to defend their position with everything they had, while Zhao and 3 of the 4 auxiliaries launched their attack. Zhao didn't hesitate, the moment of surprise was all he needed. His feathers had found vulnerable targets, leaving several enemies bleeding or disoriented. The battle for survival continued with renewed intensity. But this time was different, the auxiliaries could join Zhao in the attack. For the first time since the assault began, they could focus completely on combat without worrying about protecting the students from the Shadow Stalkers. Keep them safe, he ordered the auxiliary with the calcium-plated snail, before launching himself toward the group of attackers. It was time to press their advantage. The 7 remaining attackers retreated, their distorted forms moving in impossible ways under the moonlight. Their black fabric, now torn in places, rippled to reveal glimpses of the corruption beneath, flesh fused with beasts in ways that defied nature. Zhao didn't hesitate, the moment of surprise was all he needed. Keep them safe, he ordered the auxiliary with the calcium-plated snail, just as he launched himself toward the group of attackers. The other 3 auxiliaries followed his lead, each moving with practiced coordination. Their beasts manifested fully. The Wind Link's bearer moved like a gust toward the enemy on the left, his claws gleaming in the darkness. The beast's speed made him almost invisible to the untrained eye. The boar-bearer charged against the fire-wielder, his defensive plates shimmering against the first corrupt flames. Each step was measured, calculated to close the distance while minimizing exposure. The 3rd auxiliary, his bronze hawk manifesting in copper patterns across his skin, intercepted another enemy on the left. Zhao faced the remaining 4, including the leader. His silver feathers danced between his fingers, each one humming with power. The black figures finally dropped their hoods, revealing the true abominations beneath, forms of the abyssals. Their skin shared that disturbing purple tone that marked their chaotic species from the depths. Each one was a unique nightmare made flesh. The first had tentacles emerging from its back, each moving with its own will, its purple skin pulsing with darker veins that seemed to writhe beneath the surface. The appendages twisted and coiled like living ropes. The second appeared to be a grotesque fusion of giant salamander and crocodile, its slimy skin gleaming wetly in the moonlight. Scales and smooth flesh merged in weird patterns. The third maintained a vaguely humanoid form, but parts of its body melted and reformed constantly, like molten purple wax dancing to some alien rhythm. Its shape was never quite the same from one moment to the next. The leader was a nightmare-given form, an arachnid creature whose face split into 3 distinct mouths, 1 central and 2 on the sides of the jaw. 5 purple eyes moved unnaturally, studying Zhao's every movement with predatory intelligence. The famous hunter of Yano, it smiled, its multiple mouths moving in unsettling unison. How long have you been hunting us without truly understanding what you face? Zhao's feathers danced between his fingers with deadly grace. Long enough to know where to strike. The attack was instantaneous. Silver feathers became streaks of light as they sought vital points. The tentacled one used its appendages to deflect them, but 2 found flesh, drawing purple ichor. The giant salamander spat purple acid that melted both feathers and earth where the hunter had been a second before, while the purple wax being suffered no damage as it tried to flank him. Its mostly fluid form made conventional attacks nearly useless. The arachnid leader observed with its 5 brilliant eyes, its 3 mouths moving in a disturbing smile while coordinating the attack. Behind them, Ren struggled with the bark stalker core. The frequency it emitted made the medusas hesitate, but they kept approaching, their controllers hold over them too strong to break completely just like that. Around them, the auxiliaries kept their opponents occupied. The lynx bearer matched his enemy's speed, his precise attack seeking weak points in their defense. The boar absorbed the corrupt flames with his plates while advancing relentlessly. The hawk demonstrated why it was feared even among bronze beasts, its strikes leaving purple wounds that refused to close. It was a mistake to leave the children alone, Hunter, the leader's 3 mouths moved in unison. Its spider legs propelled it in an attack that Zhao barely managed to dodge. I can sense the pathetic attempt to imitate a male stalker. Zhao blocked a tentacle with his feathers while evading another acid stream. The wax being had split into 3 masses attempting to surround him, each one moving with lethal purpose. You think you can outmaneuver us in controlling this swarm, the leader continued while pressing its attack. We eliminated their male and made the entire swarm watch while we dominated them with my illusion. A simple frequency isn't enough to. It stopped abruptly. Above the hole, a figure rose, a shadow stalker male, its presence making the entire swarm halt. The massive creature's silhouette dominated the night sky. The medusas began dispersing, their coordinated attack breaking as the abyssal's control vanished in the face of what appeared to be their true leader. How, the leader's 3 mouths twisted in confusion, its confidence cracking for the first time. Zhao smiled while his feathers found purple flesh. It seems trusting my least promising student wasn't a mistake after all. Damn cheater. The abyssal leader's roar cut short in a choked cry as Zhao's feathers found their mark. The distraction was perfect, while the 5 purple eyes were fixed on the illusion above the hole, the hunter attacked without mercy. It wasn't a real male glowing in the night. Ren had combined the natural reflection of mirror mantis plates with the dead medusa's body, using his mushroom's white glow to create an image that, combined with the frequency, fooled the entire swarm. Silent flight, Zhao whispered. His mist owl responded immediately, its presence vanishing like morning fog, leaving the abyssals in momentary confusion. The salamander turned frantically, its bifurcated tongue tasting the air for the hunter. A silver flash was its only warning before 3 feathers pierced its purple flesh. The tentacled being thrashed wildly, trying to create a defensive zone, but Zhao was no longer there. He appeared like a ghost behind the wax abyssal, his feathers finding the right consistency to cause real damage to its fluid form. Find him, the leader ordered, purple blood dripping from its wounds while its spider legs moved erratically. He can't. More silver feathers emerged from nowhere, some finding flesh, others forcing the abyssals to move as Zhao wanted. The hunter of Yano was in his element, the night was his domain, and his mist owl allowed him to move like a specter between shadows. A tentacle found empty air. An acid stream hit lifeless earth. Purple wax masses split and reformed without purpose. The leader's 5 eyes spun frantically, trying to track the invisible predator slowly bleeding them dry. Only the whisper of feathers and choked cries of pain marked Zhao's presence, appearing and disappearing like the mist itself, each attack precise and lethal. The battle had become a hunt. The hunter was a nocturnal bird of prey. The abyssals retreated, bleeding and panting, their corrupted forms bearing the marks of Zhao's precise attacks. The leader looked at its companions, their purple bodies trembling from numerous wounds, but their eyes still gleaming with dark determination. There is no other choice, its 3 mouths spoke in different tones that created an unsettling harmony. Complete fusion. A shiver ran through the other abyssals, their corrupted flesh rippling with either fear or anticipation. We need 2 people's mana. And if we fail? One began, its tentacles writhing with nervous energy. We've already failed, the leader cut in sharply. At least this way we'll have a chance, we must reach that cave. Zhao emerged from his invisible state for a moment, launching more feathers that nearly eliminated the tentacled one. The silver projectiles sliced through corrupted flesh with surgical precision. The 4 beings began to flee. While Ren maintained the illusion with his mushrooms, the calcium snail remained defending the group of students. His beast manifested across his body created whitish barriers that stopped the occasional attacks that slipped through the other auxiliaries' defense. Keep calm, he ordered when a stream of purple acid splashed against his barrier, generating an intense reaction that made the protective surface sizzle ominously. Klein's group stayed organized, their manifested beasts ready to support if necessary. Feng and Aster flanked their leader with practiced coordination, while Jin's group, still resentful about being dragged into the shelter, at least had the common sense to remain behind the protections that all those capable of defense had created. Another attack, this time a fireball that bounced off the Boar auxiliary's defense and headed toward the hole. The calcium barrier rose just in time, its surface hardening to deflect the corrupted flames. Professor! Klein called out, his golden lion manifesting more fully. We can help the other auxiliaries. Maintain your position, the snail master reinforced another section of the barrier, his determination unwavering. Your job is to survive. From the center of the hole, Ren maintained his concentration with iron discipline. The mushrooms in his hair shone with an intense white glow, reflecting off the mirror mantis plates while Taro and Min manipulated the skinless shadow stalker body above them. A little more to the left, Ren whispered, adjusting the light angle with precise control. We need it to look like it's floating more naturally. Taro struggled to keep the weaver threads taut. It's harder than it looks, he grunted, sweat beading on his forehead. Move it like this, Min took control of the improvised puppet with more fluid movements. A cry of pain drew their attention, cutting through the tense atmosphere. The lynx auxiliary had been struck by one of the abyssal's limbs, a purple myriapod with legs like spears. The corrupted beast had overcome the lynx master's speed, wounding his side, and now turned its attention toward where Ren was manipulating the illusion. The brat, the abyssal hissed, its multiple legs moving like poison needles. He's the one interfering with the swarm. The abyssal launched itself toward the hole, but Luna's shadow wolf emerged from the darkness like solidifying ink, its fangs finding one of the attacker's feet with deadly precision. The abyssal screamed in pain but its speed barely diminished, the numerous long legs of its beast keeping it perfectly stable despite the injury. But that moment was all the lynx auxiliary needed. His manifested claws flashed in a deadly arc, severing 2 of the myriapod's legs. However, the victory was brief. Look out! Ren's warning came too late. The abyssal twisted with impossible speed, the myriapod's legs, transformed into living spears, pierced through the lynx auxiliary's chest and shoulder. Blood sprayed as the man screamed, his manifested claws losing their gleam. Teacher! Min loosened the threads maintaining the floating male illusion. The dead shadow stalker's body wobbled dangerously. Taro cursed, trying to compensate, but his movements were clumsy and abrupt under the pressure. No. The threads. I can't. Taro's hands shook while he fought for control. It's too complicated. Meanwhile, Luna's shadow wolf continued its assault with relentless precision. It appeared from one shadow to bite a leg, disappeared before the counterattack landed, emerged from another angle to tear purple flesh. A deadly dance of appearances and disappearances that kept the abyssal occupied, preventing it from finishing off the Lynx Auxiliary's life. Min! Ren shouted while helping Taro and maintaining his mushroom's glow. I need you to help the teacher. Taro can maintain the illusion alone. But listen to me. Ren didn't take his eyes off the mantis plates reflecting his light. Your snake can direct mana to heal, it's one of its innate abilities. You need to make it flow in a spiral, from outside to center. Now, he urged. The teacher will die if you don't close those wounds. Min nodded, his water snake manifesting as he sent it to the injured auxiliary. The mana began flowing following the pattern Ren had shown. Luna remained focused, her eyes following every movement while directing her beast in this lethal dance of hit-and-run tactics. Taro let out a grunt of effort. The shadow stalker's body tilted dangerously. I can't. Taro's hands trembled violently. It's falling. Focus. Ren adjusted his light angle with desperate precision. We can't lose the illusion now. Min's snake had reached its target. The energy began flowing, seeking the wounds, closing them slowly but steadily. The Lynx Auxiliary started breathing more easily as the mana did its work. His claws regained some of their luminescence. Min, he whispered hoarsely. You're doing it, keep going. The abyssal roared in frustration, its legs moving increasingly erratically. Each time it thought it had the wolf, the beast dissolved into shadows only to reappear at another point. It was like trying to stab smoke. Luna remained motionless in the corner of the hole, her eyes fixed on the battle while her beast moved as a perfect extension of her will. A powerful beast, the myriapod hissed while its legs dodged another wolf attack. But its owner is just a defenseless girl. Luna maintained her impassive expression, her eyes fixed on the battle while her wolf continued its assault from the shadows. Do you know what's faster than your wolf, little one? The abyssal's legs tensed like coiled springs. Me. It launched itself like lightning toward Luna, completely ignoring the shadow wolf's next bite. The Lynx Auxiliary, finally recovering enough to rejoin the fight, intercepted the attack with his manifested claws. Luna, he shouted while containing the spear-like legs. Fall back. But the myriapod twisted in an impossible way, its rear legs propelling it over the auxiliary. Luna barely had time to blink before the corrupted beast was above her, its legs descending like a rain of death. Too slow, the abyssal roared. It's falling. Taro shouted, his hands trembling as he struggled with the delicate control required. No, no. Softer. Ren urged while the medusas began showing signs of doubt in their movements. The motion has to flow, like air is water. Think of natural movements, not forced ones. I'm trying. Taro's hands shook with the effort of controlling the threads, each tremor threatening to reveal their deception. You're making movements that are too tense. Close your eyes, Ren interrupted, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. Forget the threads. Think about your beetle, about how it will be when it evolves. But we're in danger. I can't relax if a living tunnel doesn't fight against the earth. Ren's voice softened despite the chaos, carrying wisdom beyond his years. It doesn't scrape, doesn't push. It undulates, flows, makes the earth dance around it. Your beast will do this when you finish training. Just like the mana movement during cultivation. The medusas stirred restlessly, the incomplete signal pattern making them hesitate between their natural instincts and the artificial control. Let tension go, breathe deep, Ren insisted, guiding his friend. Let your arms move like your beast will. Like water beneath the earth. Taro breathed deeply, his eyes closed. For a moment, he could see it, his beetle transforming, becoming something more fluid, more natural. The vision was so clear it took his breath away. His arms began moving with a different rhythm. No longer fighting against the dead shadow stalker's weight, he let his movements flow like liquid earth, each motion smooth and purposeful. That's it. Ren adjusted his mushroom's glow to complement the new rhythm. Keep it just like that. Above, the Medusas responded to the completed pattern. The danger signal finally registered in their primitive minds, and they began retreating toward their cave, their movements becoming more natural and coordinated. I'm doing it, Taro whispered, a smile forming on his face while maintaining the undulating movement. I can feel it, this is how it will be. Like dancing earth, Ren confirmed, proud that his friend had found that connection with his future evolution. The salamander-shaped abyssal ran, his purple skin gleaming with cold sweat. His supernatural senses were stretched to their limit, trying to detect where the next attack would come from. A whistle, barely perceptible in the night air. He threw himself right just as 3 silver feathers pierced the air where his head had been. He didn't even have time to recover when 2 more emerged from an impossible angle, one finding flesh in his shoulder and drawing corrupted blood. Where is he? Where is he? The hunter was like a ghost in the darkness. There were no footsteps to hear, no presence to detect. Only the deadly whistle of feathers and the pain they brought with them. Ahead, he could see its companions, the tentacled one bleeding profusely, the purple slime being having lost consistency in several places. If he could just reach them. Another attack, this time from above. He rolled desperately, but a feather found his leg. The pain was unbearable, but the terror was worse. Every time he thought he had found a pattern in the attacks, Zhao changed it with lethal unpredictability. The rumors were true, he thought while another feather grazed his neck. The hunter never lets his prey escape. A movement in the shadows, was it him? No, another distraction. The feathers came from the opposite side, piercing through scales and flesh as if they were paper. He couldn't even scream anymore. Fear had closed his throat. All he could do was run, crawl, try to reach his allies while silent death followed in the darkness. Why had the leader accepted this mission? Why had they provoked the hunter in his own territory? Another whistle. More pain bloomed in his corrupted flesh. The salamander panted, his purple blood leaving a trail as he ran through the night. If only I could see him, he thought desperately. As if answering his wishes. Zhao's figure appeared before him. His eyes lit up. Throughout the entire chase, the hunter had been attacking from the shadows, never giving an opportunity to counterattack. But now. A chance, the salamander felt his ancestral venom accumulating in his glands. At last I can see him. The attack he had been saving, his trump card unfurling like a deadly flower. The abyssal's corrupt acid wasn't like normal beasts, it didn't just melt flesh and bone, but disintegrated the target's very mana. A single direct hit and not even the hunter of Yano could maintain his beast manifested. Zhao launched a wave of silver feathers, but the salamander was ready. His purple muscles tensed to their limit, enduring the pain as he launched forward while his body twisted unnaturally to dodge each projectile by millimeters. I have you, his throat expanded, preparing the stream of corrupt acid. The lynx auxiliary, finally recovered enough to rejoin the fight, his wounds still bleeding but closed thanks to Min's intervention, intercepted the attack with his manifested claws. Luna, he shouted while containing the spear-like legs with desperate strength. Fall back. But the myriapod twisted in an impossible way, its rear legs propelling it over the auxiliary. Luna barely had time to blink before the corrupted beast was above her, its legs descending like a rain of death. Too slow, the abyssal roared in triumph. A barely perceptible smile formed on Luna's lips. Her body began dissolving into shadows just as the legs were about to reach her. The shadow wolf appeared in her place, its fangs finding the myriapod center while Luna emerged from the shadows several meters back, her timing perfect. Damned brat, the myriapod roared in fury. The lynx auxiliary, his body still aching but wounds closed thanks to Min's healing, saw the opening. His manifested claws gleamed as he launched forward. The myriapod detected the attack, its legs spinning to intercept, but that was exactly the moment Luna's wolf had been waiting for. It sank into the shadows once more, this time flowing over the corrupted beast like living darkness. The wolf wasted no time, its fangs finding the abyssal's neck just as the lynx's claws tore through its front legs. The scream that followed was a horrible mixture of insect chirp and bestial roar. Purple blood sprayed as the shadow wolf shook its prey, its fangs sinking deeper. The myriapod's legs thrashed frantically, but without its front legs, its attacks had lost their deadly power. "It's over," Luna gestured and her wolf gave the final pull, tearing through flesh and tendons. The abyssal's body twisted one last time before collapsing, its multiple legs twitching as life abandoned it. "Who's too slow?" she whispered. The abyssal's corrupt acid wasn't like normal beasts, it didn't just melt flesh and bone, but disintegrated the target's very mana. A single direct hit and not even the hunter of Yano could maintain his beast manifested, leaving him vulnerable. Zhao launched a wave of silver feathers, their deadly precision cutting through the night air. But the salamander was ready, his corrupted body prepared for this moment. His purple muscles tensed to their maximum, enduring searing pain as he launched forward while his body twisted in unnaturally fluid motions to dodge each projectile by mere millimeters. "I have you." His throat expanded, preparing the stream of corrupt acid that would end the legendary hunter. At this distance there was no way to dodge, all he needed was one direct hit to turn the tide of battle. Victory was within his grasp. His jaws opened beyond what should be physically possible. The purple acid gleamed between his fangs, ready to erase the hunter from existence, his corrosive power promising a horrible end. Zhao launched one final wave of silver feathers, but the salamander was ready for this desperate attack. The acid would destroy the feathers without leaving a trace and finish Zhao in the same deadly stream. He had him. The great hunter of Yano was finally within reach. Generations in Yano would remember this moment. The gleam in Zhao's eyes should have warned him that something was wrong. "Silent flight," Zhao murmured before disappearing like morning mist. A whistle, not from ahead but from all directions at once. The feathers that the hunter had been planting during the chase, dozens of them strategically positioned, returned to their master with lethal purpose. The salamander only had time to comprehend his fatal error before the silver metal pierced it from every possible angle. Its last thought was understanding that Zhao had never been following it, he had been expertly guiding it into a perfectly orchestrated trap. Its body collapsed, purple blood forming a pool. "One less," the hunter murmured as the last feathers returned to him. His eyes were already fixed on his next prey, calculating their demise. "It's over," Luna gestured and her wolf gave the final pull, tearing through flesh and tendons with savage precision. The abyssal's body twisted one last time before collapsing, its multiple legs twitching as life abandoned its corrupted form. "Who's too slow?" she whispered, satisfaction evident in her usually cold voice. Impressive, the lynx auxiliary dropped to one knee, the effort taking its toll on his newly closed wounds. "But now return to the shelter. We can keep fighting." Luna stepped forward, but the auxiliary raised a hand to stop her. "I know," he smiled despite the pain radiating through his body. "But your wolf isn't the only one who can move in the shadows." He rose with effort, his claws gleaming again with renewed purpose. Across the hole, the boar master continued maintaining a defensive battle against the fire abyssal, his plates glowing against the corrupt flames. "Protect your companions," he ordered while preparing to move. "Leave the rest to us." Luna nodded slightly, her wolf returning to her side as the lynx auxiliary launched himself toward the other battle, his speed surprising despite his injuries. "Be careful," she thought while returning to the shelter. The shadow wolf followed like a second shadow, its eyes gleaming in the darkness with protective intent. "They won't come back for a while," Ren observed the night sky where the last medusas were disappearing toward their cave. "We have at least an hour before they get bored of following protocol and return to hunt." Taro and Min exchanged worried looks. They knew that expression on their friend's face, he was planning something potentially dangerous. "Is the illusion no longer necessary?" Luna appeared near the group, her voice cold as always. There was no sign of fatigue in her despite the intense battle she had just fought. Not for now, Ren studied the continuing battle. The auxiliaries were pressing the fire abyssal, but its corrupt flames maintained a defensive perimeter. I need you all to help the teachers. How? Min asked, his water snake coiling in anticipation. Taro, your beetle can. Ren began laying out his plan. Now you give orders. Luna's eyebrow arched slightly, but there was a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Suggestions, Ren corrected smoothly. Taro can endure quite a bit with his beetle to defend them in case of attacks. Min, your snake can weaken the pyromancer's control from afar, just shoot water at him. He turned to Luna, meeting her penetrating gaze. And your wolf can support the auxiliary master with the hawk. What about you? She interrupted. It wasn't a casual question, she had noticed something in his posture. Ren adjusted the shadow stalker skins. I have an idea, but it's complicated to explain. You're going to do something stupid, it wasn't a question. Her shadow wolf manifested briefly, its eyes gleaming with the same intensity as its owners. Probably, Ren admitted with a small smile that did nothing to ease their concerns. Luna studied him for a moment before turning away. Don't die. It would be annoying to miss Wei's expression when you win the bet. Trust me, Ren smiled while sliding out of the shelter. Coming from Luna, that was practically a declaration of concern. I just need to verify something. The mushrooms in his hair barely pulsed as he slipped out of the hole, leaving his friends with worried but determined expressions. They had work to do. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly as he followed the trail of purple blood. The signs of Zhao's pursuit were everywhere, feather marks in the ground, splashes of abyssal blood, trees damaged by dodged attacks. The professor is impressive, he thought while studying the scene. But his eyes stopped on a silver feather that gleamed faintly. The constant launching and retraction of his weapons, maintaining his silent flight technique, the continuous manifestation of his 3 silver rank powers. All of it required a big amount of mana. Zhao maintained a perfect facade of control, but Ren could see the subtle signs of exhaustion in the patterns of his most recent attacks. What worried him most was his own ignorance. For the first time, the knowledge flowing through his golden mushrooms encountered a void. The abyssals were creatures beyond his current understanding, there was no information in his shrooms about their weaknesses, their patterns, their limits. If the professor falls. The thought made the mushrooms pulse with concern. Without Zhao, they would be at the mercy of these corrupted creatures. The auxiliaries were competent, but against more abyssals. Ren adjusted the bag on his shoulders. He couldn't stand by with crossed arms waiting for the best. I may not have knowledge of the abyssals, he thought while beginning to move in the direction the tracks indicated. But that doesn't mean I can't do anything. Zhao continued the pursuit, but the enemies were almost reaching their destination. Only 2 followers remained, too many had fallen to the hunter's silver feathers. You, the leader, pointed to the semi-fluid being. Intercept Zhao. We need time. The slime abyssal tensed visibly, its purple eyes glowing with fear. Sir, against the hunter. Are you questioning a military order? The leader's 5 eyes blazed with fury. Or would you prefer your family to experience the new, laboratory procedures? The slime being shuddered. He knew what that meant, he had seen the results of those procedures on the families of deserters and traitors. Without another word, he turned to face the approaching hunter. The abyssal leader stopped beside the massive corpse of the shadow stalker male. You, the leader, addressed the tentacled one. Prepare yourself. I'll need your core to stabilize the process. A 50-50 chance is better than dying without achieving anything, isn't it? His 3 mouths twisted into a grimace as he brought his hands to his chest. The black fabric fell away, revealing a torso covered in purple scars. In the center of his stomach, a creature writhed. With a grunt of pain, he plunged his fingers into his own stomach. My captain. The tentacled one watched in horror as his leader extracted something from within, a female shadow stalker, clearly having been part of him. The creature twisted weakly before dying. Partial fusion is painful, the leader dropped the now dead beast beside the male's corpse. But complete fusion. He stopped, his body trembling from the trauma of extraction. There's a better chance of success if you help me. But if it fails, we'll die, the tentacled one completed. An unnatural opening appeared in the leader's stomach, like a huge mouth revealing entrails that moved like tiny tentacles, each ending in a small pulsing mouth. Connect, ordered the leader while kneeling beside the body. Your core must stabilize my fusion long enough. You must help me circulate the mana or I'll explode. The microtentacles extended, connecting with the male's corpse. The abyssal groaned when chaotic energy began flowing, it was like acid running through his veins. Aagh, the leader arched when the connection completed. Corrupt energy flowed through all three, the enormous corpse, the subordinate's core, and his own abyssal essence. Captain, we. The tentacled one could barely speak. Each energy pulse was like a knife in his entrails. I don't know how long I can. Hold on, the leader's three mouths roared. His 5 eyes began glowing with a sickly purple while his body started changing. If we fail here, everything will have been in vain. The corrupt energy increased. The bodies began to merge, their essence mixing with the leader's. The tentacled one screamed in pain when his core began resonating with the fusion. In the distance they could hear sounds of battle, the slime being facing the hunter. They didn't have much time. Just a little more. The leader extended his arms. His purple skin bubbled as the shadow stalker's essence integrated with his being. It was pain beyond comprehension, but he couldn't stop. Not now. The tentacled one fell to his knees, purple blood flowing from his eyes. His tentacles pulsed erratically, desperately trying to maintain the connection. The complete fusion was in its final stage. I just have to resist, the slime abyssal tried convincing himself while his fluid parts expanded, creating a wider defensive zone. Just until the leader completes the fusion. A whistle in the air, silver feathers approaching from his right. His body liquefied in that area, letting the projectiles pass through harmlessly. Interesting defense, Zhao's voice came from somewhere in the darkness. But too slow. More feathers, this time from 3 different directions. The abyssal transformed parts of his body into liquid shields, but some feathers found solid areas, drawing grunts of pain. I can't keep my entire body liquid, he thought frantically while scanning the shadows. I need solid organs to function, and he knows it. A silver flash, there. The abyssal launched a wave of liquid projectiles toward where he'd seen movement. But found only empty air. Too obvious, Zhao appeared briefly in another direction, his feathers flying with deadly precision. The abyssal turned, transforming part of his torso to liquid, but wasn't fast enough. 2 feathers found his right side, which he needed to keep solid. He barely managed to deflect enough to avoid fatal damage. Damn you, he roared while counterattacking with liquid whips. I'm just buying time. When the leader completes the fusion, you won't live to see it. The abyssal's eyes widened. The voice had come from all directions. Turning around he saw feathers gleam everywhere and then understood, the feathers that had been grazing him, the ones he'd dodged. Zhao had been creating a perimeter. A final whisper came from behind. It's over. Dozens of silver feathers returned to their owner simultaneously, all piercing the space where the abyssal stood. He desperately tried to liquefy his entire body, but it was impossible, there was always a part that had to remain solid. The abyssal's scream cut off when the feathers pierced him from every possible angle. His purple blood splattered the ground while his body tried to stay together, liquid and solid parts mixing in his agony. Zhao appeared again before the dying abyssal, but this time there was no energy in his posture. He leaned on one knee, his breathing heavier than it had been in years. A fatal mistake. The abyssal gurgled purple blood. The damned hunter is tired of hunting. The abyssal's body collapsed, its liquid parts solidifying in death. Zhao allowed himself a moment to catch his breath. The constant use of his abilities had drained more mana than expected. I've never let an abyssal escape, he thought while standing with effort. And I won't start tonight. But the abyssal leader wasn't planning to run anymore. A movement in the darkness made him tense. His feathers, stained with purple blood, gleamed faintly as he prepared for another confrontation. The figure that emerged from the shadows made his eyes narrow. Where before there had been an arachnid-shaped abyssal, now rose a bone-white aberration. Hundreds of tentacles emerged from its body, some thin, others thick. But what caught Zhao's attention was the face, or rather, the faces. On the creature's chest, grotesquely fused, were the features of the abyssal leader and his tentacled subordinate. The abyssal leader wasn't planning to run anymore. A movement in the darkness made Zhao tense. His feathers, stained with purple blood, gleamed faintly while he prepared for another confrontation. The figure that emerged from the shadows was a bone-white aberration, but purple veins pulsed beneath its surface like sickly rivers of corruption, each beat sending ripples across its unnatural flesh. Impressed, Hunter, the words resonated in a distorted manner from the creature, its tentacles undulating as if they had lives of their own while the moonlight revealed its true form in all its horrific glory. Hundreds of tentacles emerged from its body. But what caught Zhao's attention was the face, or rather, the faces. On the creature's chest, grotesquely fused like a twisted sculpture, were the features of the abyssal leader and his tentacled subordinate. Their expressions frozen in a moment of eternal agony. It hadn't been a fusion, it had been an absorption, a betrayal made flesh. That had been his true plan. His own subordinate. A dead shadow stalker male's body, impossible. Of course it wouldn't work alone. It needed fresh material. What he hadn't told his lackey was that with a dead body, it wouldn't work, so during the fusion, some of his entrails had connected with the tentacled abyssal and absorbed him too. A perfect betrayal hidden behind false promises of a shared victory. Now it was capable of controlling long tentacles, absorbing energy, and controlling male shadow stalkers, a combination that made it a nightmare given form. Hello again, Zhao, the voice sounded distorted, but also vengeful, each word dripping with years of cultivated hatred. Do you remember the Ravencrofts? Something in that name made Zhao tense imperceptibly, a memory surfacing from years of hunting. My son, Marcus Ravencroft, the creature continued while its tentacles undulated hypnotically. 3 years ago, near the border. Zhao remembered, a young abyssal, barely transformed, too inexperienced to have been in the field. The mission had been quick, precise. Like most of his hunts, there had been no hesitation. Adrian Ravencroft, the creature formally introduced itself, its tentacles extending like a grotesque bow. Though I suppose the name doesn't matter much anymore. A sound behind called his attention, making the hairs on his neck rise. Zhao didn't need to turn completely to sense the massive presence behind him. His instincts, though exhausted, warned him of the danger even before he shifted his stance. The shadow stalker male rose in the darkness, its white body reflecting the scarce light, but its eyes glowed with the same sickly purple that pulsed beneath the aberration's white skin. Surprised? Adrian's tentacles undulated with savage pride. 3 years looking for this. 3 years since you tore my son apart like he was just another name on your list. Zhao maintained his position, his silver feathers gleaming faintly while evaluating the situation. The shadow stalker male moved in an unnatural way, as if invisible strings were pulling it like a puppet. It was a reconnaissance mission. Adrian's voice grew deeper, more bestial with each word. His first mission. There wasn't even supposed to be combat. The tentacles began moving more erratically, some drawing dangerously close to Zhao, who couldn't afford to waste energy. Not yet. Each movement had to count now. But the great hunter of Yano never lets his prey escape, right? Purple veins pulsed beneath the creature's white skin. No matter if it's an experienced warrior or a frightened boy. The Shadow Stalker male took another step closer. Zhao could feel its mana absorption ability. In his current state, a single touch could be fatal. So I studied every report, every sighting. Adrian extended more tentacles, their tips gleaming wetly in the moonlight. I learned about your patterns, your routes, your precious territory. The Shadow Wolf Heiress, he spoke while studying Zhao's movements. That's my mission. And Klein's group if possible. Zhao noticed something in the creature's chest, where the faces merged. There were marks of pain, as if the union had been forced. The flesh around the fusion points was raw and pulsing, speaking of recent and violent transformation. A traitor noble from your beloved Yano pays well for this mission. Very well. And when I learned the target was in your territory. The perfect opportunity. The tentacles tensed like coiled springs. 2 birds, 1 stone. The mission, and revenge. Revenge? Against the executioner and not those who gave the order. And your subordinate? Asked Zhao, his eyes studying every movement. Was he also willing to be part of your revenge? Marcus wasn't my only son, Hunter. Adrian's voice grew deeper, more bestial with each word. And some still live. The implication was clear, hostages in Yano, ensuring his loyalty through the most brutal means. You know, Marcus cried. That noble told me in the report you said he cried and begged. But you didn't even hesitate. And your subordinate? Didn't he have a family to protect too? Don't you dare judge me. Adrian's voice distorted further while his form expanded like a blooming nightmare. Not when you blindly serve corrupt Yano. At least I know I'm a monster. The laugh that followed was a horrible sound, like breaking glass mixed with dying screams. Sure. I killed my subordinate for my goal and became this, but... does it matter? Look at us now. Stronger, more perfect. And you. The tentacles tensed while the Shadow Stalker male prepared to attack, its unnatural movements becoming more fluid. You're exhausted, Hunter. Your feathers barely shine. Your mana nearly depleted. Zhao allowed himself a small smile. 3 years studying me, Adrian. You should know. The silver feathers began to shine. That the Hunter of Yano always saves something for the end. Die. Adrian's tentacles launched like living spears while the Shadow Stalker attacked from behind, their coordinated assault promising certain death. Zhao counterattacked, his feathers finding and cutting through several tentacles with surgical precision despite his fatigue. The Shadow Stalker male began draining mana from the area. Zhao could feel his energy weakening even faster, each movement requiring more effort. Why the Shadow Wolf Heiress? Zhao launched to cut another assault of tentacles, though more slowly. What does the traitor noble plan? Does it matter? Adrian released a grotesque laugh. You'll be dead soon. And she, well, who knows? The silver feathers cut through tentacles that wouldn't stop coming. Zhao moved between shadows thanks to his silent flight, but each movement was slower, more predictable. Ready to die, Hunter. Adrian extended more tentacles while the Shadow Stalker male closed the circle with its own. Their trap was nearly complete. Another wave of tentacles. More feathers flew, severing corrupted flesh, but Zhao noted with concern that each attack forced him to launch them in specific directions. His options were becoming limited. Is that all? The tentacles hammered against the feather rain. Is this the legendary Hunter? Zhao's feathers began to fall, their gleam growing dimmer with each passing second. The Hunter of Yano finally seemed cornered. Before I kill you, the tentacles pressed their attack while the male drained more mana from the area. Which Yano noble do you think paid for this mission? Is that all? The tentacles advanced against the rain of feathers, their corrupted flesh seeming to mock the silver light. Is this the legendary Hunter? Zhao's feathers began to fall, their gleam growing dimmer with each passing second. The Hunter of Yano finally seemed cornered, his legendary prowess failing at last. Before I kill you, the tentacles pressed their attack while the male drained more mana from the area, creating a vacuum of power, which Yano noble do you think paid for this mission? Zhao cut through 3 more tentacles, his feathers increasingly scattered. Silent flight finally vanished, he had to save mana to use it when it would truly give him an opportunity. Do you really know? Zhao breathed heavily, surrounded by both male and aberration. Or they don't trust you enough to tell you. Silence, more tentacles attacked. Zhao's last feathers flew to intercept them with desperate precision. Adrian smiled, his fused face contorting grotesquely. It's over, Hunter. Your precious feathers are scattered exactly where we wanted them. One last recall would be a useless waste of your already diminished mana from that angle. Then I'll have to use something more efficient. Zhao's hands glowed as he adopted a stance Adrian recognized. Bird of prey talons. Adrian burst into laughter while Zhao launched forward. Your last card is your bronze rank short-range ability. No more mana I see. But Zhao disappeared, one final flash of silent flight. The Shadow Stalker male, now with almost no tentacles, barely had time to register the movement before the manifested claws tore through it. The male died, but the victory was brief. Zhao fell to his knees. The claws vanished while his poorly positioned feathers lay useless around him, their silver light barely visible in the darkness. Pathetic, Adrian's tentacles rose and surrounded him for the final blow. In the end, you couldn't even find out who ordered all this before running out of mana. I'll tell you only because you're already dead. Zhao braced one leg to stand, his breathing labored and heavy. You know what's funny? Adrian moved his tentacles almost lazily while watching Zhao struggle to rise. This mission, the nobles called it asset recovery. As if their nephews and children were objects. Luna and Klein's group, the tentacles oscillated hypnotically. Alive preferably. They'd pay 10 times more if we brought them as hostages instead of simply eliminating them. The Blackbuns? Zhao coughed, his eyes studying the tentacles surrounding him. Or perhaps the March family. Higher, Adrian released a distorted laugh. Much higher. First Minister Silvercliff himself. That made Zhao pause in his attempt to stand. The First Minister of Yano, if true, this was bigger than he had imagined. Though, the tentacles drew closer, money stopped mattering to me long ago. Do you know what would be more valuable than gold, Hunter? Zhao managed to get both feet under him, though his body trembled with the effort of standing. Seeing your face when I kill your supposedly precious students. One by one. Slowly. Adrian's eyes glowed with sickly malice. Destroy your facade. The great protector of Yano, powerless while I destroy everything he swore to defend. My students. Zhao finally straightened, though the effort seemed to be tearing him apart, are not, supposedly, precious, they are precious. Oh, are they? Adrian expanded his tentacles in a theatrical gesture. The noble hunter, the dedicated professor. How many have you sent to die in missions like my Marcus's? How many children have you sacrificed for the good of Yano? The difference, Zhao stepped forward, is that I'm not the one pushing them, not the one giving orders, and I'm not pretending to care. I truly care. Care, the tentacles tensed. I hope that's true. But don't think I'm stupid. I won't take you alive so you can recover mana and pierce me with your hateful feathers, I'll just give you my word. When I'm done with you, I'll take my time with them. Especially with that little fungus who tried to trick me with his Shadow Stalker illusion ploy. Zhao took another step, his legs threatening to give way beneath him. What's wrong, Hunter? Adrian mocked. Are your legs shaking? Or is it truly the guilt of knowing they'll die for your failure? You're wrong about something, Adrian. Zhao stood completely straight, though the effort was visible in every line of his body. Oh. What am I wrong about? My students won't wait to be eliminated, and they don't just matter to me. Zhao's eyes gleamed with something that made Adrian hesitate for a moment. They're the only reason to stand one last time. Zhao's trembling hands rose, preparing for the final effort of recalling his scattered feathers. Really? Adrian burst into laughter that made his tentacles vibrate. This is your grand finale? Calling your feathers when you have no mana left? You'll burst your veins for nothing. But if you want to suffer for free, go ahead. Zhao stepped forward, his entire body shaking with the effort of staying upright. Pathetic, Adrian's tentacles undulated with anticipation. You'll really do it. The great hunter of Yano, dying like a sentimental old fool. Another step. Zhao's legs barely supported him now. You know what? The tentacles began to tense. I'll give you the killing blow now because you make me feel too much pity. It's the least I can do to honor the legend and not feel I hunted you in vain. Zhao staggered forward, his arms extended in a gesture that seemed more plea than threat. You disappoint me, hunter. All tentacles rose simultaneously. I expected a more dignified end. Zhao lunged forward with one final, enormous effort. Adrian's attack was brutal, dozens of tentacles piercing Zhao's body from every possible angle. The impact's force raised dust and debris. Ha! Where there should have been flesh and bone, the tentacles found only air. And then he heard it, quick, precise footsteps, behind him. Adrian turned his monstrous head just in time to see Zhao, running behind him. His eyes blazed with iron determination while his hands completed the recall gesture. The silver feathers responded. All of them. Every feather that had been forced into specific safe angles for Adrian during the battle returned to its master, but now from the opposite side, tearing through Adrian's aberrant form on their way. Dozens of them, cutting tentacles, piercing corrupted flesh, destroying everything in their path. Impossible, Adrian choked on his own purple blood. Silent flight, but you had no mana. Never used it, Zhao caught the last returning feather. Since the last silent flight, I was already behind you. But, how? Another illusion, Zhao stepped toward the dying creature. I told you, my students wouldn't wait for you to come for them. I also told you, didn't I? The tentacles began to fall, lifeless. The hunter of Yano. Adrian released a broken laugh while his body began to collapse. Ren emerged from the shadows where he had been controlling the professor's illusion at a mirror angle with the mantis plates, always saves something for the end. He doesn't disappoint, after all. The aberration that had been Adrian Ravencroft collapsed, its form twisting as the forced fusion finally came undone. The hunter of Yano. Adrian released a broken laugh while his body began to collapse. Ren emerged from the shadows where he had been controlling the professor's illusion at a mirror angle with the mantis plates, always saves something for the end. He doesn't disappoint, after all. The aberration that had been Adrian Ravencroft collapsed, its form twisting as the forced fusion finally came undone. Ren wasted no time, moving directly to the Shadow Stalker male's corpse, not to Zhao, his priorities clear even in the aftermath of battle. Good timing, Zhao murmured while falling to his knees, his legendary strength finally failing him. Although he had feigned the trembling in his legs and having not a drop of mana for Adrian, now he truly was depleted. The cost of maintaining his deception near the draining zone had been steep. You used the illusion at the perfect moment. Though it was risky coming out of hiding with that thing still alive. Ren barely nodded, too concentrated on his task. His hands moved with precision around the Shadow Stalker male's corpse, carefully avoiding the tentacles that still retained traces of abyssal power and absorption properties. The enemy was already finished. And I had the illusion overlapped with you from the start. I didn't guess when you disappeared. It was easy because mantis mirror plates are perfect for creating illusions, he commented while delicately extracting the core. Especially when there's little light. Zhao observed his student work. The weakest in the class, the one everyone underestimated, had helped instantly after arriving with just a glance. The boy's efficiency was almost unsettling. Though Ren didn't mention it, Zhao realized, since his sound control had allowed him to detect the exact moment the boy arrived. When did you notice? Ren asked without looking up from his work, his fingers moving with care. When I used silent flight and saw my body where it shouldn't be, Zhao released a small laugh that turned into a cough. Though I could have missed that detail in the heat of battle. Luckily I knew you were trying something when you arrived and paid attention to where you were pointing that mirror. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed softly while he finished extracting the core. It was larger than the bark stalkers, and the abyssal corruption had given it a sickly purple tone that seemed to absorb nearby light. The basic sound control of your owl to project your voice's sound to the illusion's location, Ren examined his prize carefully, was perfect to help making the enemy believe you were still in front, then making him think you couldn't stand, and making him hear your illusion talk was unexpected. It was brilliant. Although. He turned toward his professor, who remained on his knees, breathing heavily from exhaustion. You really ran out of mana this time, didn't you, Professor? It was worth it. Zhao looked at Adrian's shattered body. We got a name. Silvercliff. And interesting materials. Ren carefully stored the core in a special container. Though I wonder if the abyssal corruption. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed while he observed the abyssal bodies that had separated after the forced fusion collapsed. Their flesh still writhed with residual energy. The corrupted shadow stalker male's corpse lay to one side. Professor, Ren pointed timidly toward the deformed mass. That one too. Zhao shook his head, still catching his breath. That one will have to take to the city for analysis. Sorry, but when I make the official report. I understand, Ren nodded, though his eyes remained fixed on the interesting patterns of the failed fusion. Each twist and curve held potential knowledge. However, Zhao looked toward the other shadow stalker male, the one controlled by tentacles. You can keep that one. After all, without your help with the illusion. Ren's eyes lit up as he returned his attention to the core he had already extracted. The abyssal corruption had given it unique properties worth studying. Ren turned his focus back to the shadow stalker male, using weaver threads to manipulate the tentacles without touching them directly. His movements were precise, almost ritualistic in their care. They should be fine. With the auxiliaries united and the extra support from Luna and Min. He stopped, concentrating on wrapping another particularly long tentacle. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly while he selected the least damaged pieces. We should return, Ren murmured, his voice smaller now that the adrenaline was beginning to fade. The reality of how dangerous it had all been started to sink in. Ren approached his professor with concern evident in his movements. Can you stand? One more moment. Zhao tried to rise but had to lean on one knee again. I need to recover some mana before moving. Sometimes pretending to be weak is more exhausting than actually being weak. I'll keep that in mind if I ever have to pretend to be the weakest student. Ren waited in silence, his mushrooms pulsing softly while studying their surroundings. The night had been more instructive than he'd expected, though the abyssals. A shiver ran down his spine remembering how they had fused, how they had corrupted even the local beasts. Not being able to access information about something felt strange now, like a blind spot in his understanding. Zhao remained seated, his breathing more stable but still visibly exhausted. His feathers barely gleamed in the darkness. After several minutes of silent work while letting Zhao rest, Ren stored the last specimen. Professor, we should. The shadow stalkers. Zhao tried to stand again, his movements careful and measured. The deception will keep them away for about 20 more minutes. Ren adjusted his containers carefully. After that. Zhao managed to stand, though the effort was visible. Time enough. But in your condition. Ren hesitated, looking at the distance they needed to cover. It will be inconvenient. Zhao took an experimental step, his legs still shaky from mana exhaustion. But we'll make it. They began their return journey, moving slower than either would like. The night had been long, and it wasn't over yet. Professor, he whispered after a moment. Why did they want Luna and the others? Zhao looked at the night sky before answering. That, along with the name we obtained, is something we'll have to investigate very carefully. Min had reduced the pyromancer's power, something the auxiliaries hadn't initially agreed with. their protective training flaring against him getting aggroed by the attacker. It's too dangerous to expose a student, they had protested, but when his water began effectively reducing the abyssal pyromancer's flames, their protests transformed into tactical orders. Every splash weakened the corrupted fire's intensity. So they left their complaints for later. The combat had ended quickly after that. The pyromancer, unable to maintain his defensive zone under constant aquatic assault, fell to the auxiliary's coordinated attack. His corrupted flames sputtering out against the relentless water. Later, the complaints would turn to praise from the snail auxiliary. The remaining abyssal, now surrounded by all three auxiliaries and Luna's wolf, decided to flee rather than face such overwhelming odds. Now, in the improvised shelter, the calcium-plated snail auxiliary tried to maintain order. Several students were too excited about having participated, boasting about their contributions with youthful enthusiasm. I made that wall that stopped him. My lightning almost hit him. Silence, the snail auxiliary reinforced another section of his barrier, his patience wearing thin. Or have you forgotten the incident with Master Jared, the boar one? Some students shrank back, remembering how a misdirected attack had struck the auxiliaries back instead of the enemy. That painful lesson was still fresh. Which had led to the snail auxiliary forbidding any attacks except from Min or Luna. In the wolf's case, it was clearly on another level entirely. At least Min really helped, Taro murmured, his friend's water had soaked the auxiliaries too, but that had ultimately contributed to their victory. Luna remained apart from the others, her shadow wolf returning to report the last abyssal's position, who had opted to flee when surrounded. He had fled in the direction where the first group had escaped from Zhao, perhaps seeking his leader's aid. They should have let me help, Klein complained quietly, his golden lion manifesting with contained frustration. My beast is more powerful than. Luna's look silenced him instantly, her cold gaze brooking no argument. This is ridiculous. Jin's voice cut through the tension. He just got lucky having a water beast. Anyone could have done the same. Sure, Min responded softly, a slight smile playing at his lips. Are you perhaps jealous of my snake? Jin turned red with rage, but before he could respond, he seemed to notice something amiss in their group. Wait a minute, where's the rotten one? The silence that followed was revealing. No one had noticed when Ren had abandoned the shelter. I knew it. Jin swelled with renewed indignation. The coward ran while we were all fighting. Min and Taro exchanged worried looks, knowing their friend was out there somewhere in the night where abyssals still lurked. The calcium-plated snail auxiliary evaluated their situation with professional scrutiny. The shadow stalkers would return soon. Taro had informed him that Ren's trick had sent them to their cave, but they would eventually return to their hunting territory. We need to reinforce this shelter, he announced while studying how to create a roof in the hole. With a small but well-positioned ventilation shaft. Are we staying here? A student complained, voicing what many thought. It's dark and damp. I prefer dark and damp to being drained by those jellyfish, the auxiliary responded dryly. Those with earth or rock beasts, help with structure. We need this place to hold for the rest of the night. The roof is almost ready, reported one of the students with an earth beast. Will the vent here work? The auxiliary nodded, though his mind was elsewhere. Not only did he have to keep the students safe, but Zhao was still out there, and if what Taro said was correct, the shadow stalkers wouldn't take long to return. This stinks, the air feels stale in here with the rotten one's friends, Jean commented in his group, his disdain evident. Jean, the snail auxiliary interrupted while supervising the new roof's construction, if you have so much energy to complain, help reinforce that section. Luna observed everything in silence, her shadow wolf occasionally manifesting outside to explore the surroundings. Klein and his group kept apart, clearly bothered by not having participated in the defense. By the way, how did you find me? Zhao asked as they advanced slowly. The exhaustion was visible in every step he took. I followed the battle's traces, Ren responded, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly. The patterns in the blood stains, the marks from the feathers. You surprise me more and more. Zhao glanced at him sideways. Did you perhaps find some hidden ability in your spore? Do those mushrooms feed your brain and give you a super sharp mind perhaps? Ren hesitated a moment. Something like that. It gives me information about beasts and their behaviors. And sometimes I can use that knowledge to deduce other things. I see. Zhao smiled slightly, though it was evident he wasn't completely convinced. He probably thought the boy was simply a genius hiding behind modesty. I look forward to seeing what other surprises you have in store, the professor continued. Though I'm afraid it will have to be another time. The expedition must end here. We need to report this and secure the children. It seems they're the target of some noble's dirty battle. It's a shame. Ren adjusted his containers full of specimens. Though at least I got a good harvest. A noise alerted them. Quick footsteps approaching through the darkness. Zhao's feathers flew before the fugitive abyssal could even register their presence. Despite his exhaustion, the hunter's precision hadn't diminished. The enemy, already tired and wounded, fell lifeless instantly. Professor. The falcon auxiliary emerged from the trees, followed by the boar and lynx one. They stopped upon seeing the abyssal's body. We arrived late. The lynx one observed the feathers of Zhao. As always, the hunter never lets his prey escape. The students? Zhao asked while recovering his feathers. Safe, the boar master responded. Carl, the snail one, stayed guarding the hole. Ren looked at the sky. They had less than 10 minutes before the medusas returned to their territory. The calcium snail manifested another barrier when Jean began another diatribe about Min's luck. The protective shield shimmered in the dim light, reinforcing their safety. Silence, ordered the auxiliary. Your chatter is bringing them back. The shadows over the ventilation shaft confirmed his words. The shadow stalkers had returned to their hunting territory. The students held their breath as the beasts passed above them, their presence a palpable weight in the darkness. The plan seemed to work. The bat jellyfishes couldn't detect them through the cover. Until one began descending toward the small ventilation shaft, its tentacles probing curiously. Should seal it completely, thought the auxiliary while preparing his beast. The air will last long enough for. A silver feather pierced the shadow stalker, which fell lifeless. The precision of the strike was unmistakable. As if it were a signal, the rest of the swarm began rapidly moving away. You can come out, Zhao's voice came from above. The area is clear. Zhao and the auxiliaries began carefully dismantling the shelter's cover. The snail master constructed a calcium ladder for the students to emerge in small groups, each step solid despite its translucent appearance. Finally, exclaimed a boy upon exiting. I couldn't stand the smell anymore. Silence, ordered the lynx auxiliary sharply. We're not safe yet. The students emerged to find their professor along with the other 3 auxiliaries. Ren was with them, carrying what appeared to be several skin bags/containers and a crystal emitting some kind of magical wave. Carefully, indicated the lynx auxiliary. Maintain order and silence. Min and Taro practically jumped on Ren when they emerged, their relief evident in their enthusiastic greeting. Where were you? Whispered Taro, giving him a small push. You worried us. What happened out there? Whispered Min, his eyes fixed on the sealed containers. Why did you leave like that? I wanted to verify something and get the professor's help, Ren responded evasively while securing his specimens with meticulous care. Verify what? Taro insisted, his curiosity evident. Nothing important, trust me. Ren adjusted his equipment straps. There are things better not discussed here. Things like controlling nocturnal stalkers, apparently. Luna's voice startled them. She had approached silently, moving like a shadow herself. Her eyes studied Ren's containers with genuine curiosity, her gaze penetrating. It's not what it seems. Ren avoided her penetrating gaze and shifted uncomfortably. No. Luna tilted her head. Because it seems you weren't just keeping the shadow stalkers away, you were actually doing something, more interesting. Ren swallowed hard. The intensity of her stare was unsettling, as if she could see right through him. I don't know what you're talking about, he tried to sound casual but failed. Luna observed the mushrooms in his hair. I suppose those sealed containers are full of common earth then. It's just. And I suppose Professor Zhao just happened to find you on the way back. I don't know what you're talking about, Ren insisted, avoiding any direct answers. Of course you don't, Luna narrowed her eyes, her shadow wolf briefly manifesting behind her. Taro and Min exchanged confused looks, but Ren could feel cold sweat on the back of his neck. Luna took another step closer, her voice barely a whisper. I'll find out soon. You speak truths and lies at interesting moments, fungus. She moved away as silently as she had come, leaving Ren with the uncomfortable feeling that she had seen more than he wanted to show. What was that? Asked Min, bewildered by the exchange. Nothing. It's time to go, Ren changed the subject while the auxiliaries began organizing students for the return. The carriages are waiting. Pack your things, ordered Zhao. The covered carriages await. The expedition is over for this occasion. But what about gathering? Someone protested. Safety is priority, Zhao responded in a tone that admitted no discussion. Collect everything. We're leaving. Jean seemed about to say something more, but one look from the snail auxiliary silenced him definitively. This gathering trip had been more than enough for one day. The students began boarding the carriages, some still excited commenting about the battle, others visibly relieved to be returning. The night's events had left their mark on everyone. What's in those containers? Asked Jean, eyeing Ren suspiciously before boarding his own carriage. Did you sneak away to collect what Professor Zhao defeated while the rest of us were fighting? Before he could continue, Zhao intervened with a gentle tap to Jin's head. Those containers are sealed for a reason. And you should be boarding over there. Luna observed everything in silence while her shadow wolf manifested nearby, as if ensuring there were no more threats. Her eyes briefly stopped on Ren before turning to join her group of noble girls. Klein's group kept apart, though it was evident they were still upset. The incident had revealed too much. The attack hadn't been random, and they had been a specific target. Zhao stopped beside Ren as he finished arranging his containers. Ren, Zhao leaned slightly, his voice gentle despite evident exhaustion, his tone having lost the usual formality of classes. Do you think you could do something more with that crystal of yours? Something more? Ren blinked, protectively hugging one of his containers. For the return journey, Zhao gestured toward the other carriages. Could that crystal of yours keep the Medusas away during the entire trip? Ah! Ren's eyes lit up with understanding. I can keep them away. Just. He touched his lip, thoughtful. I just need to go in front. If I stay in the front carriage, Ren nodded while adjusting the core. The effect will make them gradually disperse, as if following the male. I just need to keep it active. Zhao contained a smile at the childish enthusiasm. Of course. In fact, I insist you go to the front. Perfect. Ren smiled broadly before remembering who he was talking to. I mean. Yes, Professor. Also, Zhao continued as the boy climbed into the carriage, I want to thank you for your help today. Not everyone keeps calm in a situation like this. Ren shifted uncomfortably in his seat. It was nothing. I just wanted to help. And you did. More than you imagine, Zhao gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. You deserve a proper reward. I'll see what I can get from the academy that might be useful to you. Ren's eyes widened like saucers. Reward? Like cultivation materials. Would that be useful? Zhao smiled mysteriously. We'll see what I can do. As the professor walked away to organize the departure, Ren could barely contain his excitement. Academy materials. With luck they would be. A movement in the nearby shadows caught his attention. But then he stopped. Everything ready, the snail auxiliary's voice startled him. Yes, Ren looked away from the trees. It must be his imagination. The carriages are reinforced, Zhao explained to 3 of the auxiliaries. We'll maintain a tight formation to take advantage of our lucky fungus's crystal and keep an eye open. We can't assume there won't be more attempts tonight. They were ready to depart, with only 1 auxiliary remaining near the clearing's edge where the carriages waited, when... Wait! Han shouted while running from nearby bushes toward the last carriage, adjusting his belt, his face red from exertion and his clumsy movements betraying his rush to reach the carriages before they left. I'm coming. Finally. Klein snorted with irritation. I thought you'd gotten lost in the forest. Hey Han, weren't you just going to pee? Jean smiled maliciously. Congratulations on holding it so long during battle and in the hole without soiling your pants. New endurance record. Laughter erupted in several carriages. Even some of the more serious students couldn't contain a smile. The echo of laughter bounced between trees while Han, his face now the color of a ripe tomato, climbed into the last carriage. Shut up, he muttered, though his voice was lost among more laughter when Jean began dramatically imitating someone desperate to find a bush. Silence and order, the snail auxiliary tried to sound severe, though the corner of his mouth curved slightly. Everyone to your places. Ren observed the scene from the front carriage, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing softly with the more relaxed atmosphere. After so much tension, even a silly joke served to lighten the weight of what had happened. That's when he saw it again. A quick movement caught his attention from the corner of his eye. At first he thought it was another shadow stalker, but the flight pattern was different. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with curiosity when he managed to better distinguish the form, a flying beast, but its feathers had a color that didn't correspond to any species in the area. How strange, he thought as the carriage pulled away. Those markings. Move out, the Lynx auxiliary's voice pulled him from his thoughts. The carriages began moving, the laughter from Jin's joke finally fading. They finally arrived at their dorm. The creak of the door opening made Lu jump in his bed. Who? He sat up alarmed, his bat briefly manifesting before recognizing his companions. You're back already? But it's barely. Long story, Taro mumbled while collapsing onto his bed without even removing his shoes. Min was already snoring before his head hit the pillow. His water snake coiled lazily around his neck, also exhausted. Did something happen? Lu watched with concern as Ren carefully stored several sealed containers under his bed. We'll tell you tomorrow, Ren barely managed to remove his boots before sinking into his mattress. The mushrooms in his hair barely pulsed, as if they too needed rest. But Lu began, only to notice his 3 companions were already deeply asleep. Sleep enveloped Ren like a warm blanket. His body ached from the day's effort, but it was a satisfying pain. Images of the mysterious bird and its markings floated in his mind as he sank into well-deserved rest. Some hours later, a ray of light hit his face directly. Ren grunted, trying to turn away from it. Something wasn't right. The ray was moving in his eyes. And there was a shadow. His eyes opened slowly, his blurry vision gradually focusing on the beautiful face of a woman floating right above him, her radiant smile promising pain in his immediate future. Good morning, my favorite student. Ren screamed, or at least tried to. The sound was muffled when Lin covered his mouth with her hand. Shoo, her smile widened. Let your companions sleep a bit longer. They don't have special training today. Fing. Ren tried to speak through Lin's hand. Of course. Lin finally released him, only to grab his arm and begin dragging him out of bed. It's a perfect day for exercise. But Ren stumbled while being dragged toward the door. We were supposed to return the day after tomorrow. Today and tomorrow should be free days. Oh, dear, Lin dragged him through the hallway like a rag doll. Did you really think coming back early meant more rest? How adorable. But I'm tired. Ren tried to resist, but Lin's strength far surpassed his. We had a very intense expedition yesterday. More reason to train. Lin didn't even slow down. We must maintain momentum. Besides. She briefly stopped, her smile turning mischievous. A little bird told me that a certain student had an interesting role in last night's events. Ren paled. How did you? Oh, we'll have plenty of time to chat. Lin resumed her relentless march toward the training field. Between exercise and exercise. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed weakly, as if they too wanted to protest. But they knew Lin well enough to know it was futile. The sun was barely peeking over the horizon, promising a long, very long day ahead. Ren collapsed onto his bed, every muscle in his body protesting from the brutal training. Through the window he could see his companions enjoying their free day in the gardens. At least I can organize everything now, he mumbled while crawling toward his containers, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing weakly from exhaustion. He took out his treasures one by one, carefully aligning them on his bed. Knowledge flowed naturally while he evaluated each piece. First, the cores. The mirror mantis core shone with a metallic gleam, a complete bronze core, perfectly preserved. Next to it, the shadow stalker male's core emitted a faint purple pulse from the abyssal corruption, but was still a complete core. These two are the most valuable, he murmured while examining them. Though they're also the least valuable, and the corruption. The other cores were different. The worms and the bark stalkers were more primitive, incomplete storage structures. These would serve better as process materials than real cores. He continued with the skins. Almost 100 shadow stalker skins, some slightly damaged from battle. With luck about 150 to 200 crystals each, the best perhaps 250. The worm teeth gleamed with an opaque tone. Resistant as bronze rank though they're iron, interesting. The mantis plates reflected light hypnotically. Ren smiled remembering how he'd used them. The complete set could be worth quite a bit. Shame I didn't get it at school. The weaver thread Min and Taro had gifted him from their own gathering gleamed with a silvery tone. Not much, but could be useful. The female shadow stalker body and male tentacles occupied a special container. These are harder to value. But I have an idea for their use. In another container, the bark stalker powder mixed with moss and herbs from its shell. Good medicine materials. The cave crystals formed a small brilliant pile. These are purer than normal ones, the mana density is better. The weaver molt and deep earth completed his collection. Ren began making calculations on paper. Mantis core, unknown. Male core, corrupted unknown. Primitive worm core, 100. Primitive bark stalker core, 200. Skins, average 200 crystals 20,000 total. Mantis plates, unknown. Worm teeth, 100. Weaver thread, 500. Body and tentacles, unknown. Vitality powder, 300. Herbs and moss, 500. Pure crystals, 1000. Weaver molt, 300. Deep earth, 500. Pure crystals, 500. Crystals, 5,000. Total, 30,000. I have about 30,000 crystals total according to the numbers in Lu's book. If I wanted to sell everything and got the best price, he murmured while reviewing his calculations. And that's without counting what the school will duplicate from the official report, maybe an extra 25,000 with luck. Plus what I can mine in the remaining days of the month. It was a good amount, more than he had expected to get from this expedition. His careful planning had paid off. But for his plans. Still need a bit more if I want to start now, he sighed while beginning to carefully store everything away. But maybe I could start with. A shout of laughter came from the garden. His companions played carefree under the afternoon sun, enjoying their well-earned rest. Free time. He murmured with a mixture of envy and resignation. Someday I'll have free time, when all this bears fruit. At least, he smiled while sealing the last container, training with Lin is showing results. Even if it hurts. His eyes stopped on the male's corrupted core. There was something about those purple veins that intrigued him, something his knowledge couldn't quite decipher completely. Ren slapped his cheeks and stood up. If he wanted to progress, he would have to keep working, and today he had a place to go to capitalize on his gathering reward. The exchange window. The exchange warehouse was enormous, its high shelves filled with materials of every kind. The usual aroma of dried herbs and minerals mixed with the unmistakable smell of tanned leather and metal, creating an atmosphere that spoke of countless treasures. The main window was occupied by a long line of older students, so Ren headed to one of the side ones. A young girl, perhaps around 20, was clumsily organizing papers behind the counter, her movements betraying her inexperience. Hello. Ren approached with his samples. The girl jumped in surprise, scattering several papers. Ah. I'm sorry. She quickly bent to pick them up, hitting her head against the counter in the process. Ouch. Are you okay? Ren couldn't help but smile at her flustered state. Yes. Perfectly fine. The girl emerged rubbing her head, her hair becoming disheveled in the process. Welcome to the exchange warehouse. I'm Jessie, and I'm here to help you. Her enthusiasm was contagious despite her evident nervousness. Thanks, Ren began taking out his samples. I wanted to check some prices. Of course. Jessie pulled out a thick appraisal manual much larger than Lou's, eagerly flipping through it. Several pages crumpled in the process. Oh, no. Wait. While trying to fix the wrinkled pages, Ren noticed she had cat ears, her spirit beast. First, Ren placed the weaver molt on the counter. Could you check this? Sure. Jessie examined the molt with genuine interest, her cat ears perking up. Let me see. She began searching through the manual, muttering to herself. Scales, fur, here. No, wait, those are reptilian, white scales, aha. Her eyes lit up with professional excitement. Oh. These are complete. The quality is very good and... She paused to search another page, her enthusiasm making her movements less clumsy. Yes. The wear pattern indicates they're from a recent molt. That makes them more valuable. Really? Ren leaned in with interest, curious about her detailed assessment. Well. Jessie consulted a value table, her tongue peeking out slightly while calculating. Normally they'd be about 300 crystals, but in this condition. 450. Ren whistled softly. Wasn't expecting that much. It's because of the preservation. Jessie smiled, gaining confidence in her expertise. Look at these marks here, she pointed with genuine enthusiasm. It means they retain all their original flexibility because they haven't dried out. Next, Ren showed the mirror mantis plates, their surface catching the light beautifully. Wow! Jessie's eyes widened like saucers. These are beautiful. And you have 5 complete ones. She quickly flipped through the manual, accidentally dropping more papers in the process. Oops, doesn't matter. Let's see. Her expression turned serious while consulting several tables, her professional side emerging. They're very valuable. Especially because they have the bottom layer intact, looks like they weren't ripped off as usual. Are you planning to sell them? No, just wanted to know the value. Oh, well. Jessie made more calculations. As a complete set, I'd say 5,000 crystals for all 5. The reflective properties are intact and it seems there isn't even a trace of the bad smell from flesh or hemolymph, which is rare. Ren nodded, impressed. It was more than double what he had expected. When he brought out the shadow stalker skins, Jessie let out a small squeal of excitement. The quality is incredible. Look at this sheen. There, She nervously consulted the manual, 300 crystals each for the best ones, 250 for standard. But. They need treatment soon, Jessie bit her lip with genuine concern. Shadow stalker skins are delicate. Properly treated they'd be worth double, but. She blushed slightly, I wouldn't recommend trying without experience. It's very easy to ruin them. Ren appreciated her honesty. How long do I have? 3 days maximum, Jessie consulted another table with practiced efficiency. After that they'll start losing properties. There's a processing workshop on the 3rd floor, Isaac would be the best for this, she pointed vaguely upward while gathering the scattered papers. Alright, Ren smiled while helping her collect them. You're very good at explaining things. Jessie blushed at the compliment, her cat ears twitching. Thank you. I'm new and still a bit nervous. They continued reviewing the rest of the materials, which turned out to have values very close to Ren's calculations. Jessie gained more confidence as they progressed, her expertise shining through her initial clumsiness. So, Ren began storing his samples, the processing workshop, you said? Yes. Jessie nodded energetically. 3rd floor, 2nd door on the right. Just, be careful with the stairs, she blushed again, clearly speaking from experience. Ren laughed. Thanks for all the help, Jessie. Come back anytime. As Ren climbed the stairs, one of the mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. Jessie noticed it for the first time, and her expression changed subtly. Oh. She thought, he's the spore boy. A mixture of pity and curiosity crossed her face, until something clicked in her memory. Wait. Jessie stood and searched through the delivery drawer papers. There's a note. I'm sure that. But Ren was already heading upstairs. Oh, no. Jessie held the envelope she had just found, the words, for Ren, written in elegant handwriting on the front. I should have remembered earlier. She bit her lip, watching the boy's figure disappear toward the 3rd floor. But another student arrived at her window. 3rd floor, Ren murmured, adjusting his bag filled with precious skins. Time to process some hides. The workshop was a spacious area filled with work tables and shelves of tools. The air was thick with the smell of tanned leather and fixative products, each scent telling a story of materials transformed. A short man with a thick gray beard worked at one of the tables. He was barely 10 centimeters taller than Ren, but his hands moved with the certainty of years of experience, each motion precise and purposeful. Excuse me, Ren approached, Mr. Isaac. That's me, he responded without looking up from his work, his focus absolute. What do you need, boy? I'd like to use the workshop to process some skins. This caught Isaac's attention. He turned, his shrewd eyes studying Ren, until they noticed the mushrooms in his hair. His expression softened with a hint of pity that Ren was all too familiar with. What kind of skins? Shadow stalker. Isaac whistled softly. How many? Almost 100. Look, boy, Isaac set down his tools, his expression turning serious, shadow stalker skins are delicate. One mistake and... I know, Ren interrupted, determination in his voice, but I'd like to learn. Isaac sighed, scratching his beard thoughtfully. I'll show you the facilities, but I insist you should let someone with experience. Could I pay you to process the first 10? Ren brought out some skins carefully. I'll pay for the service and materials. I just want to see how it's done. Isaac studied the skins with a critical eye, his expertise evident in every glance. Good quality, would be a shame to ruin them. He considered the proposal for a moment, weighing options. Fine, but it'll cost you 100 crystals per skin, 50 for labor plus 50 for materials. Ren nodded and watched attentively while Isaac prepared his workspace. Knowledge flowed while the artisan explained each step, every detail adding to Ren's understanding. First, the base solution, Isaac mixed several liquids with practiced ease. 3 parts fixative, 1 stabilizer. This works for any skin you want to treat. Ren began noticing details. The shadow stalker skin fibers had a peculiar pattern, unlike others, which meant they may needed different proportions for optimal treatment. Why use standard fixative? Ren asked, his curiosity genuine. It's what I always use, Isaac responded without pausing. Works well enough. Wouldn't powdered crystal fixative be better? Isaac paused briefly. Would be slightly better, yes. Also 3 times more expensive, not worth it. The skin doesn't have its own mana, Ren reflected while the mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. It would need much less crystal powder than normal. He observed how the standard fixative saturated the fibers. It was too much. The fibers didn't need that amount because. Why use so much fixative? Ren asked, his mind connecting patterns. Better ensures preservation, Isaac answered without stopping. Especially with delicate skins. Based on the responses, knowledge whispered that the proportion could be better. 4:1 would give the skin more flexibility without compromising durability. Then, we immerse for exactly 10 minutes, Isaac continued, his movements precise. Not one more, not one less. Maybe 8.5 minutes would be ideal for shadow stalker skins, Ren thought, but limited himself to nodding. Isaac's expert hands worked with mechanical precision, stretching and treating each skin. His movements were perfect, but the materials. Ren took mental notes of each step. The technique was impeccable, but with the right materials. Done, Isaac displayed the first batch of processed skins. See the difference in texture and shine. You could sell them for 300 but now for 450. Ren nodded. Subtracting the 100 crystals per skin, the profit was 50. The result was good, but could it be exceptional? Still want to process the rest? Yes, Ren began storing the treated skins carefully. Thanks for the demonstration. You'll regret it. Isaac murmured, though there was a glimmer of respect in his eyes. The facilities are available to students, but if you damage anything, you pay for it. Ren went down to the warehouse with a clear mental list. Jessie was still at her window, organizing papers with slightly more success than before. Back so soon, she smiled warmly. Need standard fixative, he told Jessie, but also some bronze-grade powdered crystal. Bronze-grade? Jessie consulted her manual. That's 10 times more expensive, quite fine. Only need one small 100 crystal cost unit, Ren began calculating. Also stabilizer and half premium stabilizer. While Jessie gathered the materials, her eyes stopped on something on her desk. Oh, she exclaimed. The note. Almost forgot again. She took an elegant envelope and extended it to Ren. Arrived this morning. It's for you. Ren accepted the envelope while paying 500 crystals for his materials. Thanks, he stored it carefully. He would finish with the skins first. That fresh knowledge in his mind shouldn't be wasted. As he climbed back to the workshop, a smile formed on his face. The mushrooms pulsed softly, as if approving his deductions. Ren organized his workstation methodically, aligning the materials in the order he would need them. Let's see. He murmured while measuring the base fixative. Unlike Isaac, who used a full measure per skin, Ren added only 3/4. Then, with extreme care, he dusted a tiny amount of powdered crystal over the liquid. The fixative glowed faintly upon contact with the crystal, exactly as Ren expected. The skin's conductive fibers only needed that minimal mana guidance. He prepared the stabilizer solution in another container, heating it precisely to a shadow stalker's body temperature, slightly cooler than what Isaac had used. Knowledge told him the fibers would respond better this way, as they did when the beast was at rest. The first skin was immersed in the modified fixative. Ren counted the seconds carefully, observing how the fibers absorbed the solution. When he extracted it, he noted with satisfaction that the shine was even more intense than in the skins Isaac had processed. 8.5 minutes, he murmured while transferring the skin to the salamander solution. The fibers began tensing and relaxing in a rhythmic pattern, expelling soft fats and proteins. With each skin, Ren refined the process. He discovered he could reuse the salamander solution more times than normal. Shadow stalker skins barely altered its composition if they had no residue from the first process. The crystal fixative also yielded more, as the conductive fibers only took what they needed. Isaac approached occasionally to observe, his expression oscillating between skepticism and curiosity. By 2 p.m., when Ren had processed almost half his skins, the artisan had to admit the results were exceptional. "Never seen that deep shine," he commented while examining one of the finished skins. "And the flexibility." Isaac approached occasionally to observe, his expression oscillating between skepticism and curiosity. By around 2 p.m., when Ren had processed almost half his skins, the artisan had to admit the results were exceptional. "Never seen that deep shine," he commented while examining one of the finished skins. "And the flexibility. It's because the fibers are perfectly aligned," Ren explained while immersing another batch. "Like when the shadow stalker prepares to sleep. I achieved it using a different fixative proportion and very little bronze crystal powder. Look." Isaac paused briefly, interested. "Why does it work with so little powder?" "Powdered crystal fixative is designed for most skins, which have residual mana," continued Ren, his knowledge helping him understand, to then explain. "That's why they use so much powder, to seal the skin with more mana. But here there's no mana to seal." "Interesting theory," Isaac stroked his beard thoughtfully. "And 8.5 minutes, he murmured. "Not 10. Why 8.5? The base solution is green slime oil, right?" Ren sniffed slightly. The mushrooms had given him the answer to that sense owner already. Shadow stalker skins have 15% less fat and water than others. Isaac looked at him with renewed interest. "Continue." "If the solution maintains that pattern," Ren pointed to a freshly immersed skin, 8.5 minutes is enough to expel all matter that could rot." "Fascinating," Isaac murmured. "And that makes such a difference." The conductive fibers adapted better, Ren traced the patterns in the skin. "Like I said, just like when the shadow stalker goes to sleep." Isaac processed the next skin following Ren's suggestions. The result was subtly different, more flexible, with an even deeper shine than what Ren achieved. With the old man's technique the best possible skins were born. Well, the artisan nodded appreciatively. "Seems there's more in that head of yours than just fungi." Ren smiled, the mushrooms pulsing cheerfully. By the end of the day, Ren had processed all his skins using barely a tenth of the materials normally required, and his mixtures never became contaminated. Each piece gleamed with a deep luster, the conductive fibers perfectly preserved in their optimal state. "You could make a career of this," Isaac suggested while Ren packed the last skins. "You have talent." Ren smiled but shook his head. He had other plans for his future. While cleaning his workstation, he calculated mentally, the reduced material cost and his own labor meant more profit per skin. And with the improved quality, the selling price would also be higher. Not bad for half a day's work, he thought while carefully storing his production. The warehouse was quieter when Ren returned. Most students had already left, leaving only the occasional sound of papers and soft tinkling of crystals. Ren could have gone to the more experienced lady with burned scars in her hands but decided to return to Jessie. "You're back," Jessie smiled seeing him approach with his package. "How did the processing go?" Ren carefully laid the skins on the counter. The deep shine immediately caught Jessie's attention. "May I?" she asked, extending a hand toward the nearest one. Ren nodded. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly while Jessie examined the first skin. "Amazing," she murmured, running her fingers over the surface. "The flexibility is perfect, and this shine." She held the skin up to the light. "Are you sure this is your first time processing?" Isaac helped. "This is the best work I've seen from Isaac so far. Well, I haven't seen too many." "Has he been working worse lately?" Jessie continued examining. "The fibers are perfectly ordered. Almost looks like they could start breathing at any moment. She pulled out her appraisal manual, this time with professional enthusiasm replacing her earlier nervousness. Let's see, premium quality, exceptional preservation. Her fingers ran through price tables. How many do you have? 90 to sell. I'll keep some. Jessie nodded. Let's see, at the base price of 450 crystals for premium quality, plus the bonus for perfect fiber preservation. She made some calculations. I can offer you 550 for each. I'll take it, Ren responded without hesitation. Done, Jessie began counting. Though I'll have to bring more from the vault. How many did you say? 90. Yes. That's 49,500 crystals total. Jessie blinked at the speed of the calculation. Let me verify, yes, exact. Give me a moment. While Jessie headed to the back of the warehouse, Ren organized the skins in groups of 10. Some of the best quality ones were already set aside for his own experiments. Planning to use them to buy something now or want crystals to save, she asked while completing the paperwork. Don't trouble yourself, I already know what I want to buy, I have enough to begin my cultivation. Jessie's hands paused briefly while counting. Cultivation? Yes, I have enough to evolve my spore. But... Jessie continued counting, though more slowly, wouldn't it be better? She stopped, biting her lip. Better what? It's a lot of money, she continued carefully. You could, there are other ways to invest it. The materials market always needs intermediaries, and I don't know how you obtained all this being so young, but if you save. Ren waited, knowing what was coming. It's just that. Jessie placed another group of crystals, with a spore. I mean, that beast doesn't, even with the best cultivation, well even if you were to follow my advice. The city's regulations are strict. Without an appropriate rank you won't be able to establish yourself in the commercial zones or operate a business in the inner districts. Ren completed. Exactly. Even with capital, the rank restrictions are somewhat unfair. Jessie stopped, uncomfortable. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Since you can't even reach bronze to operate businesses or trade outside school, right? Jessie blushed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Don't worry, Ren smiled. I know the regulations, my father always complained about them. I also know what everyone thinks about my beast. But you'll be surprised. By the way, Jessie seemed to remember something while trying to change the subject to hide her rude slip. Did you open the envelope I gave you earlier? Ren blinked, surprised by the question. The envelope? Yes. I gave it to you when you came for the processing materials. Ah, that envelope, Ren patted his pocket where it still rested, unopened. Haven't had time. Must be important, Jessie insisted. The messenger who brought it was very specific about delivering it to you, all the windows knew about it. Ren nodded, though his mind was already on his next steps. With these crystals he could finally begin his real work. Ren broke the blue wax seal, intrigued by the envelope's formality. Then he extracted a letter written in elegant calligraphy. Dear Ren. I have spoken with the director about your performance during the expedition. Your support was crucial, and more importantly, you demonstrated an exceptional understanding of beasts that frankly intrigues me. The director has authorized a special support of 100,000 credits for the exchange store. Consider it recognition for a promising student. Perhaps I should start believing in that knowledge of yours and see what it can do with a small push. Whatever you're planning, I hope this helps you achieve it. I'll be absent for a while arranging certain matters. We'll see each other upon my return. Professor Zhao. Ren read the letter twice, processing the implications. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with accelerated rhythm. 100,000 credits. His eyes shone while making mental calculations. With that he could buy the materials, his parents' runes, and save his crystals for other needs. Perhaps the mantis core wouldn't have to wait so long. Jesse, he called while returning to the counter. I need to make some purchases. So soon, are you sure about? Jessie was still worried, but her expression changed upon seeing the official letter. Oh. I have authorized credits, Ren showed the director's signature. I need specific materials. Jessie checked the authorization with increasingly widening eyes, then checked the credit book. 100,000, it's true, what do you need? First, 10,000 in discarded bronze-rank beast parts, Ren began listing. But only tissues from woody or rocky beasts like the rock crocodile you had a few weeks ago. Woody ones? Jessie consulted the catalog. We have some forest guardian remains and still have some of the crocodile you mentioned. But are you thinking of cultivating a ghoul monkey? Don't worry, I know what to use them for. I also need poisonous fungi, the luminescent ones imported from there. Jessie worried slightly. Those are 3,000 each. How many? 10, Ren responded without hesitation. 30,000 just in fungi, Jessie made notes. The woody tissues would be about another 10,000. Anything else? 1 intelligence rune and 2 vitality ones. Jessie stopped her pen. Those are, quite common, but... Do you have them? Yes, but... Jessie hesitated. That's another 30,000 credits. And normally they're only used by beasts that can process large amounts of information, the vitality ones aren't good either. A spore. She stopped, uncomfortable. A spore wouldn't benefit because it only slightly increases strength, right? I didn't mean. Doesn't matter, Ren smiled. I want them anyway. Jessie nodded and began processing the order. It'll take a while to gather everything. The discarded parts are in the special warehouse and the runes in the vault. While waiting, Ren mentally reviewed his plans. The crystals he'd gotten from the skins would serve other purposes. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed softly. Soon, very soon, everyone would understand that a spore could be much more than they imagined. Here you go, Jessie returned with several sealed containers. The fungi are in special containers, they're extremely toxic. The tissues are preserved with their original moss. And the runes. She held a small crystal box. Inside, a translucent stone glowed with a faint bluish radiance. Be careful with them, she warned while Ren examined it. They're very sensitive to magical energies and you could ruin them. Ren nodded while carefully storing each component. His knowledge showed him exactly how to use each piece, how to combine the elements to achieve something no one would expect from a simple spore. Now for your 49,500 crystals. We have 2 options, Jessie turned to check a small box. I can't store student credits, the ones from the letter are a special case like some other bonuses and rewards, for storing you must go to the bank section or you can keep them with you. So you can withdraw part of the 30,000 you have left but can't store more here. I can give you 49 normal gold crystals, which are quite bulky, or if you want to withdraw 500 more crystals or have something to exchange and complete the 50,000, her eyes sparkled, I can give you 5 dark bronze crystals. They're worth the same, but the bronze ones are smaller and easier to transport. Ren considered his options. Normal gold crystals were apple-sized spheres, each worth 1,000 basic crystals. Dark bronze ones, on the other hand, barely reached the size of a walnut, but each was worth 10,000. Ren gave her the herbs he'd obtained from the bark stalker's shell to complete the last 500. He didn't want to withdraw or ruin the nice round number of his 30,000 credits for now. The 5 dark bronze ones, please. Jessie nodded while opening a special box. Inside, small crystals shone with a soft dark tone. Thank you Jessie, he said goodbye while securing the last container. You've been a great help. Come back anytime, she smiled. And, good luck with your cultivation. There was some pity in her voice, but also genuine kindness. Ren couldn't blame her, no one would expect a spore to go very far. Soon they'll understand, he thought while leaving the warehouse. He could finally begin. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with anticipation while he spread the shadow stalker skins across his bed sheet. Their conductive fibers, perfectly preserved, absorbed light, creating a space of deep darkness. Working methodically, Ren hung more skins using sheets as support until forming a sort of dark tent over his work area. The light that filtered through was minimal, but the faint glow of his fungi was sufficient to see. In the center of this improvised space, he placed the processing pot that all students received. It was made of special opaque metal, designed to contain magical reactions. This reaction wasn't as simple as Taro's. The 100 normal bronze-sized crystals, from the best Ren had mined, aligned perfectly around the pot's edge, each shining with a soft bluish glow. The intelligence rune rested in its own crystal box, emitting occasional flashes. Before processing the crystals in the pot, he had to use most of his mana on that rune. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed more strongly while he concentrated. Slowly, he began directing his mana toward the rune in the covered space, away from contaminating external energies. It was a delicate process, too fast and the rune could fracture, too little and it wouldn't reach the critical point necessary to begin synchronization with his beast. Sweat drops appeared on his forehead while maintaining the constant flow. The rune began glowing more intensely, absorbing mana from his mushrooms. Where energy drops touched the surface, tiny points began forming. Like spores, Ren thought while maintaining concentration. 10 days of this and the rune will be ready. It will be reassuring to have it from the beginning. When the process with the rune reached a stable equilibrium, Ren turned toward the poisonous fungi. Their special containers were marked with warning seals. With precise movements, he extracted all 10 fungi. Their colors were vibrant, almost hypnotic. The mortar he used was very clean. Any contamination could ruin the process. The fungi crushed under his careful strikes, releasing a sweet aroma that made his eyes water. When the paste was ready, Ren channeled a small amount of mana. The reaction was immediate, the mixture beginning to bubble softly, its color becoming more intense. The discarded parts of woody beasts and crocodile parts came in sealed containers. Upon opening them, a penetrating smell flooded the space. The moss covering them was the key. Ren directed his mana toward the small plants, which responded immediately. They began growing, spreading over the discarded tissues, consuming the decomposing matter. The process was fascinating to observe. The moss pulsed with each new extension, converting dead tissue into new life. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed at the same rhythm, as if recognizing a familiar process. When the moss reached its maximum extension, Ren began scraping it carefully. Each strand was precious, charged with the transformed energy of bronze beasts. The collected moss fell into the poisonous fungi mixture. The bubbling liquid absorbed it eagerly, its color changing to a deeper tone. The processing pot now contained the mixture of fungi and moss that would serve as transformation medium. The preparation was complete. Now would begin the real work, 100 days of careful cultivation, each crystal absorbing the mixture's power while the rune developed its spores. In the darkness of his improvised tent, surrounded by the soft pulse of mana, Ren smiled. The first step toward true evolution was underway. The materials were ready. But one step remained to ensure the cultivation's success and reduce the pain, even if just a little. The preserved female shadow stalker's body gleamed faintly in the darkness of the improvised tent. Ren manipulated it carefully, tracing the conductive fiber patterns until locating the most appropriate tentacle. A tentacle too thick would absorb too much mana, one too thin would saturate quickly. He needed an intermediate one, with the correct amount of conductive fibers. This one, he thought while using the weaver thread to cleanly cut a tentacle the size of his index finger. The internal fibers briefly glowed when exposed, hungry for mana. With precise movements, Ren submerged the tentacle in the now mana-depleted solution he had prepared. The liquid, a mixture of poisonous fungi and moss, was instantly absorbed by the conductive fibers. The tentacle darkened, as if it was a paper that had absorbed ink. The bark stalker powder came next. Ren carefully dusted it over the treated surface, watching how it adhered, forming patterns like tiny scales. The powder would seal the tentacle, preventing it from absorbing his vitality instead of just the specific mana he needed to manipulate. Now the delicate part, he thought while unrolling more weaver thread. He began wrapping it around a section of the tentacle, creating a safe grip zone. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with warning when he took the first crystal. The mana density was 10 times greater than those Taro used, enough to cause serious damage to his mana veins if not handled correctly. He breathed deeply, holding the modified tentacle in his right hand. He positioned it over the veins above his stomach, where mana would flow most intensely. Here we go, he thought while absorbing the crystal. The pain was immediate and intense. Mana entered his system like liquid fire, threatening to instantly saturate his channels. His mushrooms began glowing strongly, trying to process the overload. Ren pressed the tentacle at a specific point on his chest. The conductive fibers, hungry but controlled by the treatment, began absorbing the excess mana, saturating the channel. The pain decreased slightly, becoming manageable. He moved the tentacle following his veins, allowing the conductive fibers to unblock saturation points. It was like opening small gates, allowing mana to flow instead of dangerously stagnating. Sweat ran down his face while maintaining concentration. One wrong move, 1 second of carelessness, and mana could fatally accumulate in his vital points. The tentacle and his willpower were his only protection against the overload that would leave him permanently unable to control mana. His mushrooms pulsed erratically, struggling to process the energy flowing through his system. Still in their dormant phase, they weren't ready to handle such power. But that was precisely why they needed this controlled overload. Ren continued moving the tentacle. The process was painfully slow. The tentacle's conductive fibers began glowing with a sickly purple tone, signaling they were saturating. Ren adjusted his grip on the thread-covered section, grateful for that precaution. Minutes that felt like hours passed while Ren struggled to maintain balance. The crystal gradually consumed itself, its mana distributed between his channels and the saturated tentacle. Finally, when the last vestige of mana was absorbed, Ren allowed himself to breathe deeply. The tentacle in his hand was glowing an intense black, saturated to its capacity limit. One down, he thought while placing the used tentacle in a sealed container. 99 to go. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly, exhausted by the effort. But there was something different in their glow, a deeper, more concentrated tone. The first step toward awakening had been taken. The director's office occupied the central tower's peak. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the school grounds, while shelves filled with ancient tomes covered walls that weren't glass. The domed ceiling was decorated with a fresco representing the dragons of different beast families, each in its natural territory. A massive dark wood desk dominated the room's center. Behind it, the director read a note with furrowed brow while his royal phoenix subtly manifested golden flashes in his white hair. "Zhao is getting soft since that incident," he murmured to himself while his eyes traced the lines. 100,000 credits for a student with a spore. And this story about an extraordinary genius? It's obvious he just feels pity for the boy. He left the note on the desk, where it joined several detailed reports about the Medusa incident. At least before, his support for the unfortunate made some sense, he continued, his phoenix manifesting more clearly in response to his irritation. But this is just. Finally, he looked up at the young woman waiting patiently before his desk. Her presence was so discreet she almost seemed to merge with the room's shadows. "I need you to investigate something," his voice adopted a more formal tone. "There's an unusual student. A boy with a spore." The young woman nodded silently. "I see you know who he is. I want you to test him. Something to help us understand what Zhao has seen in him to insist so much." The director took up the note again, rereading a specific passage. "I need to know if this is another of his whims or if there really is something so special about him." The young woman made a slight bow before heading toward the door, her movements so fluid they barely disturbed the air. And remember, the director added as she reached the threshold, be discreet. We don't want your identity revealed over trifles. Ren stored the used tentacle in its special container, his movements slow from exhaustion. The mushrooms in his hair barely pulsed, also exhausted from the effort of processing so much mana. His reflection in the room's small mirror showed the changes, his veins still glowed faintly under his skin, and the mushrooms seemed more defined, with a deeper shine. They weren't changes someone would notice at first glance, but they were there. A hot bath, he thought while gathering his toiletries, and then sleep for a week. The mental exhaustion was different from anything he'd experienced before. It wasn't like tiredness after training with Lin, this was deeper, as if his mind had been stretched to its limit. He headed toward the door, eager to reach the baths before his body simply decided to collapse. The knocks, though soft, startled him. It was late, his roommates didn't knock to enter, and no one else usually came to the gray wing. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly in alert. Who is it? He asked, his voice betraying some of his exhaustion. That doesn't matter, a female voice answered from the other side. Could you open for a moment? The mushrooms in his hair pulsed weakly in alert. Who is it? He asked, his voice betraying some of his exhaustion from the intense cultivation session. That doesn't matter, a female voice answered from the other side. Could you open for a moment? Ren quickly looked around the room. The containers were sealed, shadow stalker skins stored away, work area dismantled. But the smell, a mixture of poisonous fungi and decomposing tissues, still lingered heavily in the air. Who are you? He insisted, buying time while considering opening a window to clear the suspicious scents. It will only take a moment. It's very late and I'm not presentable, Ren responded, his exhausted mind trying to process the situation. Could it be tomorrow? There was a pause, barely a heartbeat. The tone changed. Open the door, fungus, Luna's voice cut through the silence, cold and direct. I need to talk to you. Ren froze. Of all people. Luna, he tried to make his voice sound firm despite the exhaustion. I was about to take a bath. Can it really not wait until tomorrow? No. Ren looked around the room with desperation. Everything was stored, but the smell. And he was shirtless, covered in sweat, his veins still glowing faintly from the mana manipulation. Luna, it's really not a good time. You have 10 seconds, her voice didn't change tone. After that, my wolf will find another entrance. As if to emphasize her words, Ren felt the shadow wolf's presence manifesting on the other side of the door. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed more strongly. 5 seconds. No choice. Luna didn't seem like someone who made empty threats. Ren opened the door. Luna stood there, her shadow wolf partially manifested in the shadow beside her, her blue eyes studying him with clinical intensity. Her gaze traveled over his bare torso, stopping at the veins that still glowed weakly with residual mana. Interesting, she murmured, gently pushing him to enter the room. Her nose wrinkled slightly. Though the smell is peculiar. Luna, please. Sit, she ordered, closing the door behind her. We need to talk about what really happened during the expedition. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with resignation. Where were you when the tent fell? Luna began while her wolf materialized more clearly, its eyes glowing with a silvery tone that seemed to pierce through him. In the hole with everyone else, but you already know that, Ren responded, noticing Luna's gaze focusing on his chest when he answered, studying his mana patterns. When did you leave? When you saw me do it. This is strange, you already know all this, why? Ren stopped, understanding something. Mana flowed subtly to Luna's eyes, a pattern that Ren knew generated in some beasts that used enhanced perception. Why did you leave? I wanted to verify something. Lies, Luna didn't change her expression, but her wolf growled softly. The real reason. Ren blinked, surprised by the certainty in her voice. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while analyzing the mana flow in Luna's eyes again. I wanted to help, he answered carefully, observing her reaction. This time Luna didn't contradict him, but her eyes glowed more intensely. How did you know you could? I didn't know, Ren measured each word, noticing how the mana in Luna's eyes fluctuated with each response. I just had an idea. When did you see Zhao? A while after leaving the hole. The shadow wolf took a step closer, its eyes reflecting the same glow as Luna's. Was finding him a coincidence? Yes, Ren responded, and saw the flash in Luna's eyes. No, he corrected immediately. I knew he would be near because of the feathers left behind. Luna narrowed her eyes, mana flowing more intensely. How? By the attack pattern, the mushrooms in his hair pulsed while Ren connected the dots. Luna could detect lies, probably through small changes in the speaker's mana flow. I see you notice many changes. For example, did you notice the Medusas were very organized? Luna began. Too organized for. I noticed, Ren responded, aware of the mana flowing to Luna's eyes. What else did you notice? That it wasn't natural. Medusas don't hunt like that. No, Luna took a step toward him. They don't. You know what else isn't natural? That a child with a spore knows exactly how to help during such an attack. Ren had to be careful, Luna was building to something. Someone must have been controlling them, right? The shadow wolf tensed. Why is Zhao hiding information about the attack in the official report? Why didn't he make public that they were looking for me in Klein's group? Why don't you ask him yourself? Don't play dumb. Zhao told you something, Luna didn't ask. It was a statement while her wolf moved even closer. Before disappearing and avoiding my questions. He thanked me, he responded calmly. It was truth. What else? He left me some credits for the store. Also truth. Luna took a step toward him, her eyes glowing with a particular mana pattern. The games and roundabout hints stopped. Who gave the order to the attackers? I don't know that person. Technically true, he had never met the First Minister. But you know their name. The mushrooms in Ren's hair pulsed with alarm. That was the real question Luna had come to ask. Ren maintained his neutral expression. He had to be very careful now. I know many names. Another truth. Which is the culprits? I couldn't be certain. Also truth, he had no physical proof to be certain. Luna narrowed her eyes, mana flowing more intensely. What did Zhao tell you exactly? That he would conduct a careful investigation. Truth again. The shadow wolf drew closer, its eyes reflecting the same glow as Luna's. They were looking for the slightest fluctuation in his mana that would betray a lie. Why? Because accusations have consequences. You're good, she said finally. Very good. Ren observed the mana flow in Luna's eyes that were now very close. You can detect lies, can't you? That's why the pattern in your eyes changes with each response. Luna tensed. I don't know what you're talking about. Now you're lying, Ren smiled, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with enthusiasm. I think I'm understanding the trick. Impossible, Luna stepped back. You couldn't see. My spore can detect mana patterns too, Ren advanced, for the first time feeling he had the advantage. Luna stared at him while confirming that what Ren said was true. Show it to me, said Ren, his smile widening at seeing Luna lose composure and backing away as he approached, turning the tables. Show me how it really works. Now you're lying, Ren smiled, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with enthusiasm. I think I'm understanding the trick. Impossible, Luna stepped back, her composure slipping for the first time. You couldn't see. My spore can detect mana patterns too, Ren advanced, for the first time feeling he had the advantage in their verbal sparring. Luna stared at him while confirming that what Ren said was true. Show it to me, said Ren, his smile widening at seeing Luna lose composure and backing away as he approached, turning the tables on her intimidation tactics. "Show me how it really works." "Don't get cocky," Luna recovered some of her usual hardness. "You're still just a foolish fungus who says nonsense about illogical evolutions and believes they're true." She raised her hands to push him back, grabbing his wrists. "Why do you insist on saying things that go against all logic?" She tried to push him backward, expecting to easily dominate him with her superior strength enhancement percentage. Her eyes widened with surprise at finding strong resistance. "Surprised?" Ren maintained his position, Lin's training finally showing results. "Enhancements don't matter if they're multiplying miserable values." Luna narrowed her eyes, her pride wounded. Her wolf began manifesting more fully, preparing to merge and increase her strength. The door burst open. "Run! You won't believe what." Min froze mid-sentence, his eyes opening like saucers. Lu and Taro crashed into his back, curious to see what had stopped him. Their jaws dropped almost in unison. The scene before them was difficult to explain. Ren, shirtless and covered in sweat, his mushrooms glowing intensely. Luna, the untouchable Luna, with her hands gripping Ren's wrists, her perfect blue hair unusually disheveled. The room smelled strange, sheets hung creating mysterious shadows, and there was a tension in the air that could almost be cut with a knife. Both frozen in what appeared to be a power struggle. "Oh." Min stepped back, colliding with Taro. "My." Continued Taro, stumbling into Lu. "Dragon." Completed Lu, his bat manifesting briefly from nervousness. We. Taro stammered, his beetle's markings flickering with embarrassment. "We should come back later." "No." Luna released Ren as if he burned, her usual grace completely forgotten. "It's not what. We'll sleep in the hallway." Min announced suddenly, his voice 2 octaves higher than normal, his water snake coiling nervously around his neck. "Yes. The hallway." Taro nodded frantically. "It's a beautiful night to sleep on the floor." "Very hygienic," added Lu, backing away. "Dust is good for the lungs." "Wait. It's not what it looks like." Ren tried to explain, but his friends were practically climbing over each other to escape. "Take your time." Min shouted from the hallway, his voice cracking. "Yes, don't worry about us." Taro's voice sounded strangled. Luna turned toward him, her cheeks red with fury and embarrassment. "This is your fault." "My fault? You started it." Ugh. Luna headed toward the door, her manifested wolf ears drooping with embarrassment. "This isn't over, fungus. And next time." She stopped, trying to recover her dignity. "Next time we'll be in a more appropriate place. But if anyone," she hissed, "hears a single word about this." She didn't finish the threat. The room's shadows seemed to come alive, wrapping around her like a dark cloak. In a blink, Luna and her wolf merged with them, disappearing as if they had never been there. Ren stood in the middle of the room, shirtless, sweaty, and suddenly very aware of how ridiculous the entire situation was. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed once, as if laughing. "Guys," he called toward the hallway. "You can come back. It's not what you think." "We're not thinking anything." Min's voice came from far away. "Absolutely nothing. Our minds are completely empty," added Taro. "Like my future memory of tonight," completed Lu. Ren sighed. At least he had discovered Luna's secret about detecting lies. And she had discovered that maybe, just maybe, she had underestimated the foolish fungus. There was a long silence from the hallway. "Is she gone?" Min's voice sounded cautious. "Yes, she's gone." "Through the door?" asked Lu. "Not exactly." "Used the shadows again?" Taro sounded impressed. The three peeked their heads around the door, one above the other like an improvised tower, their beasts manifesting briefly in curiosity. Is it safe to enter? Min sniffed the air. And, what's that smell? It's a long story. Ren began gathering his bath things lazily, exhausted after everything that had happened. Oh, we have all night. Lu entered first, his bat manifesting to inspect the room. Especially after that. It's not what it looked like, Ren defended while Taro and Min also entered, closing the door behind them. You weren't having a romantic moment with Luna? Min arched an eyebrow, his water snake coiling playfully. Romantic? Ren nearly choked. She was interrogating me. Without a shirt. Taro grinned, his beetle's markings shifting in amusement. I was going to take a bath when she appeared. Aha, Lu nodded solemnly. And I suppose she tripped and you fell on her. No. She was. Ren stopped, remembering he couldn't explain the real reason. We were just talking. Very closely. Min wiggled his eyebrows suggestively. And in the dark, added Taro. With mysteriously hanging sheets, completed Lu. Ren groaned, collapsing onto his bed. You're impossible. And you're a heartbreaker, Min sat beside him. Who would have thought? First Lin, now Luna. Taro pretended to wipe away a tear. Our little fungus is growing up. Lin just trains me. Ren protested. And Luna hates me. Hate and love are very close, Lu philosophized, his bat nodding sagely. Can we change the subject? Ren pleaded. Weren't you going to tell me something when you came in? The three exchanged looks. Oh, right, about the mines, Min smiled. But this, he gestured at the room and hanging sheets, is much more interesting. Though it stinks, added Taro. What were you really doing? Ren sighed. This was going to be a very long night. I'm going to take a bath, he announced, standing. And when I come back, we'll talk about anything else but Luna, understood? Whatever you say, Lu winked. Romeo. His friend's laughter followed him into the hallway. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed with resignation, they would never let him forget this. At least Luna was equally embarrassed. That was a small consolation. The next morning, Lin appeared before Ren with her trademark sadistic smile. Not even his exhaustion from the cultivation process could save him from training. Faster. Lin's voice cut through the morning air as she made him run with weighted bands strapped to his limbs. When he was finally released that afternoon, his muscles trembling from exertion, Ren decided to demonstrate his cultivation process to his friends. They gathered around, watching with curiosity and apprehension as he meticulously laid out his materials. First, I crushed the poisonous fungi. Ren began explaining, his movements precise and practiced. Min nodded along, following the process with keen interest until Ren reached the part about overloading with 10 times more mana than Taro and controlling his veins with the tentacle while enduring excruciating pain. His eyes glazed over, and he toppled backward like a felled tree. Min. Taro lunged forward to catch him. Lu observed in silence, his bat ears occasionally manifesting as a reflection of his unease. The methodical way Ren handled materials that would make most people retch was disturbing, to say the least. And you say you'll absorb all that every day for 100 days? Lu finally asked, his voice a blend of admiration and horror. Just 100 days, Ren replied with an unsettling casualness. Lu nodded slowly, his respect for Ren growing alongside a healthy dose of caution. There was again, something deeply unsettling about the ease with which his friend handled substances that could kill a grown adult. The following days fell into a new routine. Classes continued as normal, though Luna now watched Ren with an intensity that made everyone around them uncomfortable. I think she's plotting your death, Taro whispered one day during May's class. Or your wedding, Min added, earning a sharp elbow from Ren. Training sessions with Lin grew more intense. Each day brought new exercises, new aches, new boundaries to push past. The mushrooms in Ren's hair seemed to pulse in rhythm with his growing strength. Your body is changing, Lynn observed as she watched him lift weights, her keen eyes noting the subtle transformations. Whatever cultivation you're doing, it's working. Ren could only grunt in response, too focused on not dying from exhaustion and pain. Finally, at the end of the second month, the official crystal report arrived. Ren opened his during breakfast, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing with anticipation. The report detailed everything: crystals mined from the caves, specimens collected, even processed and sold beast hides. Guard signatures and Master Song's verification certified the mined crystals, while Isaac and Jesse's signatures confirmed the hide sales profits. Zhao's signature at the bottom of the collection report certified each of the last items. Ren's eyes grew wider and wider as he tallied the amounts. The Academy would double everything: crystals found in the caves, beasts materials values, collected materials, processed and sold materials profits. How much is it? Min leaned over his shoulder, curiosity evident in his voice. Ren revealed the total. His friends gasped in unison. That's... No wonder Luna's interested, Taro joked, earning a death glare from Ren. The Academy's bank occupied the administrative tower's first floor, a surprisingly modest space considering the wealth it managed. At this hour, it was nearly empty, with only a few senior students making routine inquiries. Ren felt small as he climbed the stairs, his official report clutched firmly in hand. Well, look who it is. Mr. Finch's high-pitched, mocking voice sliced through the silence. The Academy's most prosperous fungus cultivator. My most intriguing depositor. The banker was a short, thin man with round spectacles that magnified his eyes until they resembled those of a startled mouse. His perfectly trimmed mustache seemed to have a life of its own when he spoke. Despite his impeccable banker's uniform, something in his eyes suggested he found everything terribly amusing. His beast, a small white mouse, occasionally darted between his fingers as he counted crystals. Good afternoon, Mr. Finch. Ren approached the counter, the mushrooms in his hair pulsing gently. Come to confess your crimes? Finch smiled as his mouse approached, sniffing the air suspiciously. Because I must say, 5 dark bronze crystals 2 weeks ago was quite interesting. Not many 10-year-olds handle that denomination. Actually. Ren began pulling out the report. Oh, wait. Don't tell me. Finch raised a hand dramatically. Found an ancestral treasure. Robbed a noble's chest. Or perhaps your mushrooms have hallucinogenic properties, and you've been selling them to the senior students. The mushrooms pulsed with amusement as Ren slid the report across the counter. What's this? Finch adjusted his glasses. Your written confession. How considerate, normally I have to. He stopped mid-sentence, arching an eyebrow while stroking his mustache, his eyes growing even larger behind his glasses as he read. This is... He blinked several times, his mouse jumping to review the numbers. No, there must be a mistake. Is there a problem? Ren asked, suppressing a smile. Problem? Finch let out a hysterical laugh. The problem is these numbers make no sense. 2 weeks ago, you bring 5 dark bronze crystals, which was already suspicious enough. And now, he consulted the report again, 55,000 additional crystals. His mouse began frantically calculating in a small notebook. 105,000 crystals in total. Finch removed his glasses to clean them compulsively. With a spore. The weakest recorded creature. Are you certain you haven't been selling illegal substances? Everything's in the report, Ren replied. With Professor Song and Zhao's signatures. Ah yes, the signatures. Finch narrowed his eyes. You're sure you didn't forge them? Or perhaps hypnotize the professors? Do your mushrooms have hypnotic properties in addition to being hallucinogenic? I just need to withdraw 5,000 crystals. Just he says. Finch turned to his mouse. Did you hear that, Theodore? Just 5,000 crystals. As if it were pocket change. The mouse nodded solemnly while continuing its calculations, tiny paws moving across the ledger with surprising dexterity. You know, Finch leaned over the counter, his eyes gleaming with undisguised curiosity. I've been at this bank for 15 years. I've seen students with legendary beasts amass fortunes. I've watched nobles squander entire inheritances. But never, and I mean never, have I seen someone with a spore earn so much in such a short time. He straightened, adjusting his glasses with practiced precision. Either you're a criminal genius, or there's more to those mushrooms of yours than anyone thought. About those 5,000 crystals. Wren persisted. Yes, Finch began counting but paused mid-motion. Just 5,000. No grand plans. No extravagant investments. No fleet of golden carriages. Not for now. Boring, Finch sighed dramatically. Sure you won't share your secret? Between financial colleagues. I promise not to tell anyone. Except Theodore, of course, but he's a vault. Aren't you, Theodore? The mouse nodded again, though its whiskers quivered with what appeared to be suppressed laughter. Just good luck, Wren replied. Ha! Good luck. Finch snorted while counting crystals. Next you'll tell me you won it all playing dice. As the banker prepared his withdrawal, Wren reflected on his true plans. The mushrooms in his hair pulsed while his thoughts drifted to his home. The problem was that now they had to rent it. First, Wren thought while Finch counted crystals with unnecessary flourish, I'll get their house back. Then. His eyes gleamed with determination. Then I'll show them they can have more. Voila! Finch interrupted his thoughts, presenting the crystals with a theatrical gesture and sliding them toward Wren. Here you are, my mysterious mycological magnate. 5,000 crystals, perfectly counted by the humble servant before you and verified by the illustrious Theodore. The mouse executed a small bow. Thank you. Oh no, thank you, Finch smiled while stroking his mustache. You've made my week far more interesting. Usually, I just see students complaining their allowances won't cover cultivation crystals. But you. He shook his head with mock admiration. You're a mystery wrapped in an enigma and covered in glowing mushrooms. The mushrooms in Wren's hair pulsed with what seemed to be amusement as he stored the crystals. Until next time, Mr. Finch. Ah, a threat of future surprises. Finch turned to his mouse. Theodore, keep an eye on this one. When we least expect it, he'll show up riding a dragon made of fungi. As Wren walked away, he could hear Finch muttering. A spore, 105,000 crystals. Theodore, perhaps we should consider a career in mycology.